Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Super Bowl week is here. Super Bowl week is here. Finally. We'll start breaking it down left and right, the coaches, the players, as both teams touched down in Las Vegas last night, I should say. 49ers getting there due to all the weather delays with the airplanes and everything going on. Hopefully everybody is safe, as we say. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening, please drive safely. I'm seeing too many accidents driving on 280, too many accidents on 101. Drive slow. It's not worth it. Don't text and drive. The weather's crazy right now. The wind is whipping. Please drive safely. As we say, also good morning to the Comcast Business Text Line. YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 6 days, 9 hours, 22 minutes, and 24 seconds away from the big kickoff Sunday in Las Vegas. What up, Shasky? What's going on, man?
Did it hit you?
It did hit me yesterday.
What part?
That the Super Bowl's in Las Vegas and that the 49ers are in it.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
My mom kind of did it for me.
Why is it? What did she say?
So my niece's birthday, she celebrated her 12th birthday. I can't believe she's 12 already. Nine Alexander. Happy birthday to you, kid. She's wearing makeup now, which is crazy.
That's a tough age.
She's got braces. It's a very tough age. And Chaz can't get enough of her. Chaz is following her around, but my mom goes, Bonte, you're going to the Super Bowl. You're going to be out there at the Super Bowl, and the Niners are in it. I was like, wow. Super Bowl, Vegas, the 49ers, the game we all huddled around to watch. Yeah, it's starting to hit me. And then you see all the media. We're going to have Jason Dumas live from Las Vegas. He's going to join us in the 9 o'clock hour on the Boxer Girls and Guest line. We're going to effort Q to get the landscape of Las Vegas. First of all, it's Las Vegas, but it's the Super Bowl. Think about that. The Super Bowl.
You know, B, I was thinking long and hard about just like the Super Bowl rotation, right? In the golf world, they have the Open, and it's basically it rotates amongst these 5 or 6 classic courses. For our lifetime, the way the Super Bowl is if you build a new stadium, they promise they're going to give you one. Levi Stadium got one, right? They got into the rotation. Minnesota got one. I think Atlanta's getting one. Or
they've had a couple. They've always had, ever since the Georgia Dome. Yeah. They've been in a rotation now. Mercedes-Benz Dome.
There you go.
They get one. They get the World Cup now, semifinals, all that stuff.
So, but like it's been Miami, New Orleans, and
Glendale.
What's that?
Phoenix, Glendale.
Scottsdale. But yes, Scottsdale. Phoenix, yes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Glendale, yes. But like, I believe Las Vegas is now in that rotation. It's going to be in that rotation. I know we view Las Vegas a lot of different ways. Some people view it as it's the gambling capital of the world. And you're not wrong. It's one of the biggest corporation capitals of the world. Right. And you look at these big conglomerates that are going to be parading down into Vegas this week. To me, Vegas as a sports town and Vegas as a corporate entity, this is going to be awesome.
No, it's going to be awesome. And we're going to get into how Vegas has exploded as a sports market. I cannot believe, after years of having prize fights, some of the top fights in the world ever, Holyfield Bo, Parachute Man, Tyson Holyfield, Hagler Hearns, Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler. I mean, you've had some of the top fights in the world that's ever been had in Las Vegas. You got UFC now, and then you get the hockey team, the Vegas Golden Knights. They've got a Stanley Cup. You get the Las Vegas Aces, back-to-back champs in the WNBA. You're going to get a baseball team. At some point, they're going to get an NBA team. They've got the Raiders. Like, it's just crazy that the Super Bowl is in Las Vegas with the Strip and all the lights and everything. It's going to be a wild scene out there, but the Niners are back in it. They're back in it with Kyle Shanahan and Deebo Samuel and Brock Purdy, as you see him touchdown in Las Vegas with the hats on, and it's on, baby. It is on. The final breakdowns, media day is going to be happening. The Niners are back here after being there 5 years ago. It has been a long journey to get back. A lot of setbacks in the NFC title game. Sure. The quarterback question, who are you going to get? Is it Kirk Cousins? Is it Brady? Is it Jimmy G? Is it Trey? We settled on Brock Purdy. He's now leading us into Las Vegas, and we feel really good about it. Chris McCaffrey's here. He's played in his first ever Super Bowl, and he's been a stud. Trent Williams, after being stuck in Washington for so many years, not sniffing the playoffs. I mean, his one playoff moment, he slapped Richard Sherman in the helmet. That's what he's known for in the playoffs.
True. Or pointing at the Dallas Cowboy fan laughing. But that's probably not as big as the Sherman moment.
No, I mean, yeah, probably not. Probably not. He was in a better mood in Dallas, though, because he was coming off a victory. But it's just the Super Bowl's here.
I know.
And by next Sunday, we're going to find out whether or not Kyle Shanahan is made the leap, or is he going to be known as a young Andy Reid?
I've got a good conversation regarding Kyle Shanahan, but I don't want to do it now. I want to tease it now. I want to ask you, you referenced Vegas prize fights. What big events have you been to in Vegas? Because I'm not a big Vegas haunch.
Yeah.
I went there recently for a softball tournament. I've been there a couple times in my life, and I saw some events, and I just wanted to share. But what big events have you done in Vegas?
The first time I've ever gone to Vegas was when I covered the Pac-12 championship tournament. And it was for basketball, for men's basketball. And it was, Delon Wright was playing for Utah.
Oh, wow.
Kyle Anderson, Zach LaVine, Jordan Adams was playing for UCLA. Aaron Gordon, Nick Johnson was playing for Arizona. So it was that tournament. I mean, and I was like, wow, this is great. But I'd never been a Vegas guy. But that tournament, it was held at the MGM Grand.
Oh.
And in between games, people would run up to the sports book, place their bets. Then you go back down courtside. And it was like, wow. Vegas could hold a tournament here. And obviously they had the Mountain West out there. They had the West Coast Conference tournament out there. Sometimes they get the Big West tournament. So I was just thinking like, man, this wouldn't be bad for a sports town.
Yeah.
So that was the one big event. I've been there. When else did I go there? I went there for the Jets-Raiders game this past year, but that's it.
Okay, so you went to Allegiant.
Oh, it went to the Allegiant.
Yes.
And then Summer League. I covered Summer League one year.
So now that was
at Summer League.
Thomas and Mack?
Thomas and Mack.
Yeah.
Thomas, Mack, and Cox are connected together.
Yes.
And so you could go into Cox Pavilion, and all you got to do is walk down the hallway. You're at Thomas and Mack.
It's a big walking town.
Right.
At least I found it to be a big walking town because I walked the strip. So I went December 3rd, that weekend, and it was Niners-Eagles, okay? And when I went, Friday night was the Pac-12 championship. We were staying at Planet Hollywood, so it's on one end of the strip, and I walked all the way, me, Crow, and my buddy Gabe, all the way through the Excalibur, where we're staying this weekend, and I went to Allegiant Stadium. And the entire time, I thought everybody was walking to the game. No. They were going to the hockey game. They were going into the casinos. They were doing everything. And there was also a Pitbull concert.
Right.
Everything. It wasn't just one thing. It is a huge event town. And I kind of underestimated it. Like in terms of being able to support big sports. So Friday night, I go to the Allegiant Stadium, and you said it to me, and I didn't listen to you. I should have brought aspirin into that stadium. It is so loud. And a college event maybe is different than some of the NFL events. My head was ringing from how loud it was. And it's a beautiful stadium.
Oh, it is.
Absolutely beautiful stadium. So then Saturday, I went to the MGM to watch a basketball game, Gonzaga versus USC. And our boy, Roxy Bernstein, tell me more, was on the call with Jay Will, and I walked right up. We got to sit, courtside. Right. Roxy hooked it up.
Please explain.
Yes. And all the UW fans were also Gonzaga fans.
Right.
And to your point on the MGM, I had never been in there, and I was like, oh, this is really, really cool. They didn't have the same amount of seating for a boxing because they kind of put curtains up.
Yeah.
But the way it flows into the casinos.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing.
I underestimated the entire experience.
Vegas, so Summer League, been down there a couple times, and the access you get in Summer League, which is really, you get a lot of access to players. I remember, I was looking back at some old videos not too long ago for Yardbrook of Fox Sports when my guy Eddie Masonette and I used to do these videos for Yardbroker / Fox Sports. We had a young Kelly Oubre Jr. in one of those videos.
No.
We're doing One's Gotta Go, Fast Five, In and Out, Five Guys, Super Duper Burger, whatever it was. There was a young Kelly Oubre Jr., but you get the access. And I watched how Vegas fans flock to the gates. When they open the doors, you ever see Jerry's World where they open the gates and all the Cowboy fans running there?
Yeah.
That's the same thing with Summer League. They're running in there to get a seat. And when Laker games are happening, even in Summer League, Thomas and Mack is packed. 16,000 plus, packed. When you get a big game, between the top two picks of the draft, packed. And so I thought, damn, if Vegas had a basketball team, they'd have no problem selling it. And now you see it with the hockey team.
Yeah.
You see it with their football team, the Raiders, although a lot of people say it's a neutral site game for the Raiders. And when I was at the Raiders-Jets game, it was mostly Raider fans. It was about 75% Raider fans.
And that was Raiders-Jets?
Raiders-Jets.
Jets have a pretty big fan base.
They got a pretty big fan base.
Yeah.
And I get that a lot of away teams are going to use that as their road trip of the season. But Las Vegas as a sports capital, it's quickly becoming that. And they're getting tournament games.
Yeah.
Think about the Sweet 16 March Madness last year. Sweet 16 Elite 8 is in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
UConn,
really
Gonzaga,
cool. Wow.
UCLA. They're getting preseason games here at the T-Mobile Arena. You're getting all the USC fights, and now you get the Super Bowl. You better believe that they're going to be in a rotation for the rest of the time.
Yeah, no doubt. That's the way I'm looking at it. And I was just thinking, like, when we were kids, the majority of my Las Vegas, because we didn't go there. Like, my family didn't go to Vegas. We didn't fly. We didn't have any money, number one.
I didn't fly until I was 18.
I was
my
21.
first flight.
Yeah, I was 21. But, like, point being is, like, all my views of Vegas were through either, like, TV or movies.
Right.
Like Casino, Goodfellas, movies like that.
Striptease. Showgirls.
But having now gone there, no, having now gone there,
shout out Elizabeth Berkley.
Do not talk about that. And I went there in like my 20s, right? And it was so different than what it is now. I went there now, and I was thinking to myself, like, it's so mainstream. Like, that was the thing I kind of underrated about it, is that back in the day, and I was watching the Tony Hawk doc, and I've watched different things, like when it comes to like weed for right now. Like, weed 15 years ago, if you wanted to buy some weed, you had to go meet somebody where? In a parking lot somewhere, or you had to meet them, at a McDonald's or whatever. Nowadays, I can have ease deliver the stuff right to me, depending on the state that I live in, okay? And I was watching the Tony Hawk doc, and the reason I bring that up, my brother was a skateboarder. There was a stigma with skateboarding.
Yeah.
And Tony Hawk talked about it. If you were a skateboarder, it's like, oh, he's a pothead, he's a punk, he's this, he's that. Skateboarding is the most innocent thing that's out there, right? And now it's totally mainstream. But 15 years ago, if you would have seen a kid with skateboard, oh, there's a bunch of punks, they're going to spray paint the wall. Totally mainstream. Las Vegas went from being this taboo place that none of the sports entities wanted to dip their toe into. And now, to your point, I think they're getting baseball. I think they're getting an NBA team.
No, they will.
The WNBA team was at the MGM when I was watching Gonzaga USC. Exactly. It was a who's who.
No, they sell it out. And my guy, Brian Francis, one of my good friends, went to George Washington High School with me. He attended UNLV right out of high school, out of Washington. This was back in 2000. This guy has never come back. He's got a family, 3 kids, lovely wife, Portia, big house, living large. And he's told me, every time I go to Summer League, I go meet up with him. And he's like, dude, this is a basketball hotbed, man. There's a lot of fans out here. I think if we get a sports team, Vegas could really boom. And it is booming. A lot of my family members on my father's side of the family have moved down to Vegas, living in Henderson, living on the outskirts. Vegas is booming, man. And you look at their high school programs.
I was just going to say.
Bishop Gorman have been on TV multiple times. Not just the Snoop doc. Remember the Snoop's son, where his son was playing for Bishop Gorman? But I remember Dorian Thompson-Robinson playing in the game. That's when I saw Dalvin Cook's brother, James Cook, playing for Miami. I was like, Dalvin's got a little brother? Oh, this guy's destined for the league. And what do you know? He's a star back with the Buffalo Bills and a Pro Bowler. So, no, I'm when you think about it, Vegas had potential. And kudos to the NFL and kudos to these sports leagues for not being afraid of the gambling aspect of everything and embracing it.
Yes.
And for players, for the most part, policing themselves. For the most part, the Raiders, outside of Henry Ruggs and a couple others.
That could have happened anywhere.
Anywhere. But they police themselves out there. You don't hear a lot about these players getting in trouble out there in Vegas.
You were talking about how basketball's a hotbed. It's crazy because like 20 years ago, hey, we're going to Vegas for a baseball tournament. Like a bunch of 12-year-olds. Like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
When I was at the airport, going and coming back, lacrosse for days. There were tons of lacrosse kids, tons of basketball kids. There were fields for days. You're talking about Henderson,
right?
Literally, you're driving out there, and there are hundreds of soccer, lacrosse, and softball fields all over the place. So, to your point about it being an adolescent sports hotbed, absolutely. And now you're seeing the professional stuff just explode out there. I don't know, man. I think Vegas, it's going to be Miami, Phoenix, it's going to be L.A. at some point. New Orleans and Vegas are going to be in the prime rotation of Super Bowls.
That's why it's, kudos to Al Guido and Jed York and them for getting the Super Bowl at Levi Stadium in 2025? No, 2026.
Yes.
2026. L.A.'s getting it the year after.
So SoFi's getting, okay.
So SoFi, they've already had one.
Yeah, I knew that, but that's a pretty quick turnaround.
I wonder who's going to be bumped out. Is it going to be Tampa Bay that's bumped out? Is it going to be Jacksonville? Will Jacksonville ever get a Super Bowl again?
No, I don't.
You're going to get Dallas in the rotation, Jerry's world.
I don't think people want to go to New York when it's cold.
They do want cold weather Super Bowls, but would you go back to Minnesota? Minnesota's had a couple Super Bowls now.
I don't know. I've never been to a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? So I have no idea what to make of any of this. I'm shocked that we're going to Vegas.
And New York, New Jersey just got announced they're going to have the World Cup final in a couple years.
Now, is that going to be in the winter?
That
or?
is summer. So
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Summer. And they're going to need to bring in grass because FIBA does not let their soccer players play on turf.
Well, that turf,
that left turf is terrible. So hopefully they'll go to grass.
It just comes to the World Cup now that we have this. Like, we couldn't just do this. We're multi-billion dollars and it takes the World freaking Cup. Sorry, Messi's not going to play on it. Oh, okay, we'll change it.
5 games at Levi Stadium. And I believe as a
for the World Cup.
For the World Cup. And I believe if you're a seat license holder,
nice.
you'll get some dibs on some tickets. So
that sounds like something I'd like to go to.
I plan on, especially, man, you imagine if they get like Argentina. You imagine if they get Brazil.
Ronaldo, Portugal.
I'll take the Netherlands. I'll take England.
Just start naming countries.
I'll take France.
Belgium.
Give me Spain. Hey, the Red Devils, Belgium, they're no joke. Come on, you know about Belgium.
No, but I think the one thing that, we're very lucky in this industry. You and I have got to experience a lot of events. This feels like one of the crazier. This is the Super Bowl.
This is the Super Bowl.
This is Mahomes, who arguably is like a LeBron in the sense that we're already calling him one of the greatest players ever. He's 28.
Well,
he's 28, and it's Vegas, and it's the Niners.
And it's the Super Bowl.
This is insane.
It's the Super Bowl where all the stars are going to be out, all the cameras, all the paparazzi, the halftime show with Usher. Like, my mom was, shout out Becky Tyndall, yesterday seeing her at 99's birthday. She goes, Bate, this is the Super Bowl. You grew up watching this game, every single Super Bowl, from the pregame shows to the halftime shows. This is the Super Bowl. So this is numero uno for me. This is going off my bucket list. And it is Mahomes, who by the way, when I think about top 5 regular season games for a quarterback, I think about Jim Kelly, Steve Young dueling at Candlestick Park. Yeah. Remember early 90s? It was like over 500, over damn near 1,000 total yards, 34-31. Both these guys just slinging it all over the field. Yep. Marino, Bledsoe, Joe Robbie Stadium with the baseball diamond. That happened to be on NBC, and I'm like, wow, look at these 2 quarterbacks just throwing all down the field. I couldn't believe it. Young Bonte Hill, eyes was popping out of his head. I contend that Mahomes' performance last season at Levi Stadium was one of the 5 best regular season games I've ever seen from a quarterback.
Wow. Watching
that game back, because I didn't get to go to that game. We're at NBC. Incredible. It was the first game on the telecast, Kings, Warriors. I was a little ticked off about that. So Sackey, Taylor, and myself watching in the room. And Mahomes, the throws he made in that football game, got me thinking, in order to win this Super Bowl, Niners better put up 30. That's minimum.
To your point on that game, my grandfather had circled that game to go to at the beginning of the year. I seen a lot of great quarterbacks come through Candlestick. I was very blessed, very spoiled, very lucky. I saw Kurt Warner. I know people, Kurt Warner. Old man Kurt Warner was amazing to watch because he'd hold on to the ball right before getting blasted and then just deliver it over the middle. Brett Favre. You referenced Tom Brady. Seen Tom Brady a couple times. And Tom's his own entity. Saw Drew Brees multiple times. Saw Eli Manning. I've seen them all, okay?
Right.
The Mahomes throw where he rolled out left and flipped it like 65 yards in the air effortlessly over the top. I think it was to Valdez-Scantling over both safeties is one of the greatest throws I've ever seen in my life.
It was on a 3rd down, too. It's on a 3rd down. So, Ernie Chavez, you're right on YouTube. When I seen him throw that ball.
I forgot about that one.
I think that performance is better than the Super Bowl performance in Super Bowl 54. That performance last season in the regular season, he threw for over 423 yards. He had 9 incompletions, threw for 5 touchdown passes, and was taking deep shots. So if you don't think he's going to do that again on Sunday, think again, because Valdez-Scantling has his confidence back. He's got his confidence back. So I think the Niners, in order to win this game, and we'll break it down all week long.
I can't wait.
Niners are going to have to score 30 at least. Forget the defense for a second. Brock Purdy, Debo, McCaffrey, I got to put up some numbers, buddy.
Debo and McCaffrey are going to have monster games. There's no question about it. And it feels like when Debo has a good game for this team, they feel unbeatable. When Debo, name a good game he's had where they've lost. Very few.
Very few.
Very few. McCaffrey can have a big game and they can still lose. I do feel like when Ayuk has big games, they also win. But, this offense is going to have to score. I mean, you got Mr. Irrelevant going up against one of the greatest players the game has ever seen. This is a David versus Goliath matchup.
Mr. Irrelevant, starting in the Super Bowl. How about that story? You would think we all love underdog stories. J.J. Watt, he had a tweet yesterday. He was like, we usually love underdog stories. But for some reason, Brock Purdy gets all this hate. Anyway, we're going to get to the lines, 888-957-9570. We'll talk at Super Bowl, and we will get to the Golden State Warriors. Oh, my God. Oh,
Bonte, that was one of the worst losses.
Oh, well, how many times are we going to say that this year?
Because that one, like, when you drop 60, I mean, come on, man.
I mean, Klay, my guy Klay, man. My guy Klay, probably his worst game of the season.
Yeah, but I feel like we're piling, not you, but we're all piling on.
It's a number of things going on with the Golden State Warriors, but at the end of the day, they need rim protection. They need rim protection bad. Something we could get into on the other side after Nick and Berkeley. What's coming up in the game brought to you by your Northern California Toyota dealer. Your calls here on The Roast.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Listen for the latest.
Get to you guys in just a second as the Warriors are in Brooklyn in a tough loss Saturday night to Atlanta in overtime. The Warriors haven't won 3 games in a row since mid-December when they're on that 5-game winning streak. And in that 5-game winning streak, 2 of the wins was against Portland. 1 of the wins was against Washington. You had the dramatic comeback victory against Boston, but they've been inconsistent. They can't. It's win 1, lose 1, lose 2, win 1, lose 2, lose 1, win 1. A lot going on there. But let's get to Nick and Berkeley. Before we get to Nick and Berkeley, we got to let people know. Pardon me. How would you like to have breakfast with the morning roast?
I would.
You have a chance at 7:30 and 8:30 today.
Oh, my God.
You'll get a chance to win, to have eggs and toast with the roast. Tune in at 7:30, 8:30 to learn how you can win. This contest will go on until, what, tomorrow? Tomorrow we're shutting it off? Right, Lubin? Tomorrow? I guess we could shut it down Wednesday, huh?
Wednesday is the last day.
Wednesday's the last day. All right. Wednesday's the last day. 2 winners each day. 2 winners each day, and each winner gets to bring a +1. Word on the street is, well, it's not a word on the street anymore. It is official. Proposition Chicken in Oakland will provide the food. Ari and Max, they're going to hook us up. Breakfast sandwiches galore. Chicken. You know me. I love you some fried chicken.
Who doesn't? Like, honestly, who doesn't love fried chicken?
Some people who don't. I bet you we throw the lines out.
I don't trust those people.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'm
tired of the slander of chicken.
People slander chicken?
It's like fried chicken. Like they
who slanders chicken?
Who doesn't love fried chicken?
Who doesn't? You know what's underrated is the Wingstop chicken tenders with the lemon pepper. I'm telling you, who slanders chicken?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know who slanders. I never met anybody. I know Nick in Berkeley doesn't slander chicken.
No.
Nick, come on. You love you some chicken, right?
Oh, man. Chicken and waffles, chicken from Wingstop with the lemon man and pepper late night. Oh, my God, bro. I can eat like 30 of them wings, man. Hey, look, man. I definitely want to eat some breakfast with y'all, man. Like, I don't know what y'all eat for breakfast, but I might eat some corned beef hash, too. You feel me?
Ooh, I like it.
But so I'm like this, man. I don't care what the Chiefs are talking about. I don't care about the Swift narrative. I don't care about none of that. All I know is that our team is way stronger than we were when we previously played these cats in the Super Bowl. And, yes, Mahomes is dangerous, but, man, Tampa Bay shut him down one time, you know what I'm saying? It made him look really bad. Like real bad. So all I'm saying is if the Niners play up to our potential, man, and Shanahan's in the zone, which he appears to be, we're gonna dog walk these cats. I'm thinking, is it gonna be close, or is it gonna be a blowout? And like Shasky, when you felt like it was gonna be a blowout that one game where we blew them out, and everyone was kind of shocked. I was feeling like it might be close, but I was like, nah, some kept telling me it's gonna be a blowout. And then with Super Bowl, man, we about to put it on, man. Our team is just our year, man. You know what I'm saying? We've been talking about it for 18 weeks, man. Calling in every week to talking to y'all about it, man. Up through the ups and downs, man. And I just want to say, man, it's been an awesome season, man. We just got to finish, man. We got to finish this one deal, man, right now. And we can talk about other stuff, for next season. But, man, it's all like, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I'm not even thinking that they're going to lose. I can't even contemplate that because I know this team is so strong and these cats were so fired up against the Lions on the sideline, man. When I was watching all the little highlights from the sideline highlights, it was just like, man, it's some magic going on right now.
Yeah.
And this ain't no pool. It's not a pool party. It's a Purdy party. You feel me? So I'm just like, man, it's on and cracking.
It's on and cracking.
One question for y'all.
Go ahead,
It's
Nick.
on and cracking, baby. I'm not even concerned, man. So all Niner fans, don't flip off the refs. Don't flip off nothing during the game. Enjoy every second of it because we about to do this. And I just want to know, what is y'all Super Bowl go-to meal? I mean, like, Safety, what does your dad make for the Super Bowl in big games? It's like, I make gumbo. I make gumbo.
Oh, you make gumbo for the Super Bowl? Damn, Nick.
Man, I make gumbo. I make gumbo when we need a win.
Well, I think it's team dependent. Like, who are we playing? Like, we used to do themes, right? So if you're playing a seafood like team, then you're gonna go with seafood. If you're playing,
so if you're playing the New England Patriots, you're going lobster.
Well, no, we never afforded lobster.
Or clam chowder.
Yeah, but yeah, you're gonna go somewhere in that direction. Like that's what it used to be. My go-to, which I believe to be the easiest and the best, if you're having a house party, this is just me. Is I cook the Boston butt, aka the pork shoulder, and I'll do that the day before, all right? And then you reheat it day of in the crock pot. All right, and then you do pork sliders, so you can have the coleslaw with the Hawaiian rolls, and then the pork that's in the crock pot, ready to go with the barbecue sauce. And that way, it's low maintenance, so people can kind of serve themselves throughout the day, and you don't have to worry about it. That's the way I do a little meal.
Yeah, I'm not sure. My go-to meal, I just eat a lot of junk during the Super Bowl. That's all I remember.
Chips, a lot of chips.
Chicken wing, a lot of chips and dip, chicken wings, cheese. Cheese plates.
Oh,
I don't
charcuterie.
know. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm eating on Sunday.
I have a lot of Daisy dips. That's what I eat.
You should have Daisy dips on Sunday. I don't know why you wouldn't have Daisy dips. That dip is hitting. It hits hard.
The guy that they need to dip in this game, as in get his production to dip down. I'm looking at one guy, and I know we're going to talk Mahomes, and there's no doubt about it. He's the apex predator when it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Bonte, I'm looking at a guy, 25 touches, 16 touches, but he was way more efficient, and 28 touches in the 3 playoff games that they've played. Over 100 yards in basically every single one of those games. Isaiah Pacheco. That's the guy, to me, that they have to slow down.
Last year, he was the difference in the Super Bowl. When they played Philadelphia, and we thought, boy, how are they going to run the ball against that front in Philadelphia? They're so tough. They're loaded. Mahomes only threw for 182 yards in that Super Bowl. Like, think about that. He only threw for 182.
I would not.
Now, the Eagles had the ball for 35 minutes in that football game. They dominated time of possession. 182.
I'm kind of shocked.
21-27, 182 for Mahomes last Super Bowl.
And he
threw 3 touchdown passes and a huge penalty. Remember, they had the big punt return.
That's right.
They had the fumble for a touchdown, fumble recovery, Nick Bolton. But Isaiah Pacheco averaged 5 yards a carry in that game. 15 carries, 76 yards. Didn't do anything in the pass game. But also, Jerick McKinnon, he's going to be back for this game. The former Niner, paper airplane. He's got revenge on his mind.
The jet.
We got to make sure the jet doesn't take off. We got to make sure the jet stays landed, stays on the ground. All right? Come on, man. You like that, Spanone?
I do.
You like that? You got to make sure he stays grounded,
One of your
man.
great rants of all time was calling him the paper airplane.
Oh, yeah, I remember
One of the greatest rants you've ever had.
And he's come back and won a Super Bowl. Go figure.
He's actually been really good.
He's actually been very good. You knew he was going to be good for the Chiefs. He ran for 34 yards in that Super Bowl against the Philadelphia Eagles. 4 carries, 34 yards. So Isaiah Pacheco's a good call. You want to slow him down because the run defense. We're going to play some sound from John Lynch and Shanahan and Steve Wilks about the effort of the defense in that NFC title game. That's bothering me. If we got to check dudes for effort in the NFC title game, then I'm feeling that's why the defense, I'm expecting Bolton to have a big game. They just get a couple stops. It's a bonus to me. I just feel like you're going to have to score every possession.
No, I'm with you there. But the effort thing, to say it was disappointing is an extreme understatement.
Yes.
It's unacceptable.
Here it is, John Lynch.
Yeah, this is unacceptable. I want to talk about this.
I mean, that's one of our core values, and I believe that in my heart of hearts. It's something, we've got 4 Hall of Famers that represent the defense I played in Tampa, and if you ask every one of us that played on that defense, what was our calling card? It starts with effort, and that being a non-negotiable. So those things have been addressed. We got one game. I really would be shocked if we saw that again, and sometimes that comes. I mean, there's excuses for it. But they're just that. They're excuses, and that has to be non-negotiable. Play your heart out, and then we've got a lot of good players, a lot of good depth that you can get. So those aren't plays that we're proud of. Those players are proud of. It's been addressed, and I'd be real surprised.
The fact that they had to address effort plays in the NFC title game bothers me.
Big time. Big time bothers me. Now, I don't know if you've noticed, there are lots of videos on certain touchdown runs where guys are jogging.
Oh, yeah.
And jogging, I say leniently.
Yeah.
Okay? And Chase Young is one of the main culprits on the videos, but also Gibson, and there's other guys. To me, it was more egregious on the non-touchdown plays. Well, I saw a lot of walking.
Let's pick it up on the other side. It is Warriors Game Day. Brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity TG Network, made for streaming live sports. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're talking effort here on the Morning Roast. Effort.
The countdown to kickoff for the big game. the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and get you some 95.7 game gear right now at BreakingT.com/95.7. We got all sorts of cool 49ers apparel for you to wear this Sunday, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to BreakingT.com/957. Best T-shirts, great material. Go get you a Morning Roast T-shirt. A lot of roaster T-shirts. They're asking for them. Did we get the whole T-shirt I'm a roaster design yet?
No.
People want I'm a roaster.
I like that.
And I almost feel like master roaster is about to become a thing with Benjamin Albright and somebody called saying I'm a master roaster.
Oh, man, I'm a roaster.
It's like being a master Jedi. I like that.
Kind of like it. So,
I do too.
Maybe we'll get his T-shirts in studio at some point where we can show them off.
Roaster.
We can get some T-shirts in studio to show them off. We will get to the Warriors at some point because there's a lot going on there with the trade deadline coming up February 8th. February 8th, the trade deadline. Andrew Wiggins doubtful today with the sprained foot. Moses Moody is back. You hope that Klay Thompson can come back. His last 7 games, he's not been good.
He looked under the weather to me. And I know he wasn't feeling good physically in terms of being sick. The pile on that I'm seeing on social media on Klay, like, it's bad, but it's not. I feel like people are ready to, treat him with such disdain, like he's Barry Zito.
Well,
like, this is one of the, and again, I know I've been at the forefront of critiquing his game and lots of stuff, but we're acting like he's the sole reason that this team's not good. There are a variety of reasons why this team is where it's at.
You got suspensions. You've got ejections. You've got injuries.
Decline.
You have inconsistent rotations.
Yes.
Obviously getting older.
Yes.
No rim protection. There's a slew of problems. There's a slew of problems going on with the Golden State Warriors right now. And I do wonder from the fans, what happens if they stand pat? How would you feel about that, Dub Nation? The Warriors still pat. Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Kirk Lacob, they said, you know what? We're going to just stick with the roster we have. Are people going to be ticked off? You're going to be happy?
It's unacceptable.
It might be unacceptable.
Would you be happy, real quick, would you be happy or no? What would your feelings be if they stood pat?
Couple feelings. One, I'm not sure what's out there. I'm not sure if there's any move that they can make to catapult themselves into the top 6. 2, I would understand if they stood pat. He just said, you know what? Let's just play it out. Klay's coming off the books. CP3's coming off the books. Maybe you have more of a market to trade. Some of the guys who are making a lot of money. You may have to wait until the offseason and retool this team around Stephen Curry. But look, I like a lot of guys. I like Walker Kessler. I like Kelly Olynyk. I like Kobe White. I like, they need some quickness. They need athleticism. They need some size, for crying out loud. Draymond Green's playing his ass off, but Capella and Okongwu combined for 39 points and 31 rebounds on Saturday. You're too small.
And Okongwu missed a few around the rim.
You're too small. So, now all of a sudden you get to overtime and Kuminga fouls out. Wiggins obviously got hurt into the second quarter. So now you have no athleticism. Nobody could stay in front of Trae Young. Steph, Klay. Oh, my God. There was a possession in overtime. DeJounte Murray saw Klay and said, beep, beep. Went right past him. Well, that's just who Klay is right now.
But I got mad at the coaching staff. They kept blitzing at the top of the key. Basically you cross half court, and at the top they were double teaming, and whoever was the double team blitzer, they were allowing Trae Young and DeJounte to go right around him.
Yep.
It was driving me insane. 3 weeks ago, if they didn't make a trade, I would have lost my mind. Today, whatever. Maybe it's more just the sense of this feels like a lost season, and I do agree with you that as I survey the land, I don't think that there's the deal out there. I will say, and I know that a lot of people will disagree, if LeBron James wants to team up with Steph Curry, let's do it. I know you're laughing. I get it. Trust me. I know people don't like LeBron James. I understand all that.
Might be going to New York City.
What?
Might be going to New York City.
Maybe. But if he wants
the garden with the Nick color shoes.
If that's what he wants, if LeBron wants to suit up with Steph Curry, let's do it. Like on any given night, you guys know this, even though he's old and he's not what he used to be, on any given night, he can give you a top 10 player in the league performance.
And he gives you a guy who can drive to the rim.
And you'll get every call.
And you'll get foul calls left and right. Defensively, But people come to play with LeBron. They do. And I think they'd be rejuvenated to play with LeBron and Steph and maybe Draymond's around here. I don't know. But at any point, you got to be open to anything with the Golden State Warriors to extend Steph Curry's championship window. I mean, it's tough right now watching Klay Thompson. I'm not going to lie. Saturday night was his worst game of the season, by far, on both ends of the floor. He was chucking. He was forcing. 4 of 19, 2 of 13 from the three-point line. Over his last 7 games, he's shooting 26% from 3, 35 from the floor. He's hit a slump after going through a hot streak for about 23 games. He's hit a massive slump. But I think partly one of it is his own doing. You can't force shots the way you're forcing shots. You get down on the block. You get a post up against Trae Young. I don't want to see it fading away from the basket. Go up on Trae Young. Go strong. You can do that, Klay Thompson. But also the inconsistencies in the rotations has affected everybody at some point.
You think?
It's affected Wiggins. It's affected Draymond. It's affected Steph. It's affected Klay. Just an inconsistent rotation, an inconsistent team with all kind of injuries, man. And we should have known this was baked into the equation.
Well, and the irony is this, and I kind of been screaming and yelling about, you got to trust the youngsters at some point. But when 2 of the youngsters are your top 6 guys, Podziemski and Kuminga, that's a problem when I'm paying a lot of other guys top-tier money.
Right.
You haven't seen Chris Paul for a month. Andrew Wiggins has been good for 4 games.
Right.
That's not good enough, right? Podziemski is 20 years old. He's been in the league for 6 months.
Right.
He is one of your top 6 players right now. Now, that's a credit to him, but that's also a sad indication of the reality of where you're at.
Right.
How many teams in the league right now are going to have 2 guys, not 1, 2 guys who are 21 and younger as their 2? And I would argue Kuminga's the second most reliable scorer right now.
Yes.
Right now.
Right now, absolutely.
And Podziemski might be your second most reliable playmaker in the half court.
He might be.
And that's asking a lot of the young man.
It is.
So I think the reality has sinked in for me where it's just they're just not going anywhere right now.
No.
But if you could free things up to be more optionality, have more optionality for the offseason, I think you have to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that looks like.
You got to find a sucker out there. Does Danny Ainge really want to break apart the Utah Jazz? I'm telling you, I'll take Walker Kessler that $2.5 million per year contract right now and just try to work with it. I mean, the guy blocked 4 shots the other game. He had a double-double. We just need some bigs.
What happened?
Every team, Minnesota, OKC, Denver, the Clippers, the Kings don't. I'm missing a couple other teams here. Oh, New Orleans. Mm-hmm. They've all got some sort of rim protection. Look at the top teams in the Western Conference. They've all got some sort of rim protection. Hell, San Antonio has Woodby blocking shots. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not even looking at the top teams. I'm looking at how far you are away from the Sacramento Kings right now. What are you, 6-7 games out of them?
Yeah, you're far from them in the standings in terms of talent. You could beat the Kings. I don't think the Kings are going anywhere. By the way, shout out to Kenny Caraway and Damian Barley. I talked to D'Lo Friday night. I did not realize those jokers are up there selling empty-calorie sweatshirts.
Oh, good.
Empty-calorie hoodies. So I asked KC and D'Lo, where are my royalties? Where are my royalties? Deuce and Mo were doing a Kings pre- and post-game show Friday, Saturday, so they walked in, and Bully goes, hey, man, Sabonis, really? And then Deuce, he gave it to Deuce, and Deuce came out of there and was like, man, you guys are harsh in the Warriors locker. It's like, hey, we tried to tell you about Sabonis, man. He's Troy Murphy 2.0.
Well, they're a springtime, city. They're not accustomed to playing deep into summer.
No, they're not. They are 29-19.
So that's why they're selling hoodies.
Yeah, dude, it's
not T-shirts.
It's pretty cool. Empty calories, and they got the number 10. If you pull up their websites, but do you see their empty calorie hoodies? No, I would not wear one. I would not do it. But the Warriors, the deadline's coming up February 8th. I have no idea what they're going to do. I have no idea what they can do. Maybe the league just says, you know what, screw you, Warriors. You've dominated this league for so long. We're not dealing with you. Lay in the bed you made.
As we bring up Chris Paul, it makes me think, because I'm thinking about this Super Bowl right now, right? And Chris Paul, hey, win one for Chris was kind of a joke that I had at the beginning of the year. If I were to put together a list of guys who, when you think of, couldn't win the big one in all of sports, Harden, CP3, Westbrook,
Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley.
Karl Malone.
Karl Karl Malone, okay.
I mean, I know we don't like
Tony
to say
Gwynn?
that out loud.
Bonds?
I mean, hell, Chris Muller didn't win a championship. Barry Bonds, no doubt about it. Tony Gwynn.
Stockton.
John Stockton. That's a good one.
Like, I'm thinking about all these guys in their respective sports who couldn't win the big one, right? Marty Schottenheimer comes to mind. Like, and I know Dan Marino. I feel like this week for Kyle Shanahan, Bonte, and you could disagree. I would love to hear your point of view. I feel like the guy who has the most to gain, and we can go players, a Debo or a Nick Bosa, because then once you become a Super Bowl champion, you get lifetime money. Like Ronnie Lott is going to be lifetime certified in the Bay for his championships. We look at Klay Thompson, lifetime certified in the Bay for championships. But the guy who has the most to gain, perception-wise, not because he's going to lose his job, not because he's going to be on the hot seat. I'm talking about the perception of how it can change his entire life. For me, it's Kyle Shanahan.
Not Brock Purdy?
No.
Why Shanny?
Well, I look at Shanahan, he's 44 years old, okay? 44 years old. And when I look at his resume, 2016, for some reason, he is the lone guy. You've brought this up over and over. Why is he the guy who gets the criticism for that Super Bowl? 28-3. He's too aggressive.
Yeah.
This guy was the NFL Assistant Coach of the Year. I didn't even know that was an award.
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
They had the #1 offense that year.
Averaged 35 points a game, I believe.
I mean,
Atlanta.
It was everyone's best year on that team.
Devontae Freeman, Tevin Coleman, Hooper, Julio Jones, Mohamed Sanu, Gabriel. Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan won MVP. I contend that Super Bowl wasn't his fault.
I agree with you.
I go through the game logs and I go through the film. I had an argument during the Spitz-Crawford fight. Philly Zoo, Big Dog, we're in the backyard, and I'm like making a case. How is this on Shanahan?
That's what I'm saying.
Philly Zoo's telling me, well, you could have started running the ball in the third quarter, so you would have played conservative knowing that Tom Brady's on the other sideline.
Exactly.
Like come on, you got to stay aggressive.
Well, is anyone blaming LaFleur or Ben Johnson for their collapses in the second half from last week?
No.
Those are the offensive minds for those two teams.
You're blaming Dan Campbell.
Exactly.
You're blaming, exactly.
Right? You know what I mean? So I find it absurd. 2019, okay? The Niners were horrible for 5 or 6 years, basically. 2019, they go on a great run, all right? And they go on to the Super Bowl, and they lose 31-20 to the Kansas City Chiefs. But most people, either you're blaming the quarterback or you're blaming the head coach for that game, right?
I don't like to do that.
I'm talking about perception.
The perception is, my perception was Shanahan coached a bit scared.
Okay.
And maybe it had to do with the quarterback, but to hell with that.
But wouldn't you agree? Part of the quarterback thing baked into it is, well, Kyle didn't really trust him or what. Kyle has a big part of how you view Jimmy.
Yep.
All right? 2020 COVID season, whatever. I thought that was just a wacky, weird year. 2021, they win 7 of their last 9. They get into the playoffs. They got a 10-7 record, and they go on. They upset the Cowboys on the road. They upset the Packers on the road. They're up 10 in the NFC Championship game. Most people a month before that thought they had no chance of even getting in the playoffs. And he wears that loss to the Rams, who would eventually go on to win the Super Bowl.
It's a tough one. He wears it. There's no doubt. I could see how because 5 years ago, Andy Reid, Mahomes loses that Super Bowl to the 49ers. You're saying, well, he's young. He can get back there. He'll have other opportunities.
Exactly.
Travis Kelce, same thing. Chiefs defense, same thing. Andy Reid had the most to gain after Super Bowl 54.
Thank you.
And before Super Bowl 54, people say, well, he's not a Hall of Famer because he's choked all those years with Philadelphia, even though he had James Strash and Todd Peakson as his wide receivers for many of those years. They came up short. Now, he's considered one of the greatest offensive minds of all time, Andy Reid. And think about what a back-to-back championship will do for him. They become the first team to win back-to-back championships in 19 years.
They'd be a dynasty. 3 and 5.
That's what they're cooking. So, to your point about Shanahan, does he have the most to gain? You could go back and forth with Purdy or Shanahan. I'm here to hear Shanahan invalidates everything he's built with the 49ers. The 7-year journey, getting his team to the mountaintop, and winning with the quarterback you picked last.
That's the
winning with the quarterback that you picked last.
And that you moved off of other guys for.
Yeah, Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo.
And you had the foresight to realize that he was the dude. And the gumption to make the move. You bring up Andy Reid. What's his record with Mahomes in the playoffs?
I don't know, something great.
14-3.
Yeah, it's great.
Do you know what it was before Mahomes? I have it right here.
With Philadelphia and Kansas City?
Yes.
Well, he's lost a lot of games.
11-13 in the playoffs.
Wow.
Now, he's 25-16 overall, all right, in the playoffs. But he's 14-3 with Mahomes. And to your point about the Super Bowl, that first one changed his life forever.
Forever. Changed it. And I'll do what, you know what? Through 3 quarters, people were saying, same old Andy Reid in the big games.
That's what I'm saying.
Bad clock management, terrible game plan, too pass happy. Oh, Andy Reid's going to come up short again.
Kyle Shanahan is 8-3 in the playoffs. What do you think his dad was in the playoffs?
Mike, well, shoot. The first 3 years with Denver, they lost in the divisional round to Jacksonville, got upset.
Yes.
They finally won 3. They won 3. I don't know. I would say like 7-4.
Close. 8-6.
8-6.
8-6. Kyle's 8-3 in the playoffs.
Right.
Okay. Mike Shanahan is a legend forever for what?
2 Super Bowls.
Exactly.
And he got Elway that Super Bowl.
I'm glad you bring up Elway. Elway finishes his career 14-7 in the playoffs with those 2 Super Bowls at the end. Before Mike Shanahan showed up, he was
Elway.
7-6 in the
Elway.
playoffs.
And not only was he 7-6, he got blown out in every single Super Bowl. 39-20, 55-10, 42-10, 42-17 to Doug Williams and the Washington Redskins.
Exactly.
I mean, 39-20 to the Giants at the Rose Bowl. Phil Simms went 22-25, won the MVP. He was the first quarterback to ever go to Disneyland. I mean, yeah, Elway, it was bad for Elway.
And
the narrative with Elway
that's
was
what I'm
really
saying.
bad.
And we all knew he was great, but everyone was like, can he win the big one?
Right.
Can he win the big one? B, I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, like, this is who is now printing money the rest of their life. Okay, because of one Super Bowl. Tony Dungy, Mike McCarthy, Mike Tomlin, Sean Payton, Barry Switzer, Pete Carroll. Like, Kyle would put himself into an echelon where he would forever be the guy who has the Super Bowl.
Here's why I lean Purdy.
Okay, I want to hear
Here's why I lean Purdy.
Yeah.
Because as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit. You need the smart choice for low auto rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business X line. And as you see the clock, baby. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff says,
let's go.
We are 6 days, 8 hours, 23 minutes, 34, 33, 32 seconds away from the big game. So this is why I say it's Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
Wes
let me hear
Wilson
this
game.
argument.
Shanahan, we know, will be the head coach of the 49ers for the foreseeable
No
future.
doubt. He's got job security. He's not, even if they lose 50-0.
Jet York's not firing
He's
him.
going nowhere.
His seat is not remotely close to being, and it was
agree.
never hot.
Totally
it was never
agree.
hot. He just signed an extension. So Shanahan's going to be here for a long time. He'll be able to pick his players.
Yeah.
His offense will cook. Brock Purdy has the most game in the Super Bowl. Not only is he Mr. Irrelevant, and you get all the haters saying he's just a system quarterback / game manager, and he has to deal with all that, and said he's a byproduct of the system and the players around him. Brock Purdy goes out there and loses 50-0, and it comes down to contract time in a year for Brock Purdy. We're not sure the Niners are going to pay him, and we're not sure what the market's going to look like for him. Brock Purdy goes out there, and he outduels Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl as the last pick of the NFL draft a season ago. Now we're saying, what's the guarantee for Brock Purdy? You're not even questioning a signing bonus for Brock Purdy. We're talking about long-term job security. He wins one Super Bowl with the 49ers. We're not having a quarterback conversation for the next couple of years. If Brock Purdy looks bad in the Super Bowl, hell, we already heard the voice of the 49ers say during the divisional round game, he thought about, man, what if you played Sam Darnold over Brock Purdy? What if you bench Brock Purdy? We already heard the Tom Brady rumblings. We already knew what the first half in Detroit looked like. All right? No matter what anybody says. We had our text thread. Kirk Cousins, Brady, everything was going to be on the table. If Brock Purdy came out of that game with the loss, he wins the Super Bowl, he's the talk of the town.
You think so?
He's next to Stephen Curry.
Even more so than Shanahan, the guy who found him? Because when I think about Montana and Dwight
Clark, not a lot of
Clark,
people credit Shanahan with that.
Well, Jed York was giving him credit.
They give credit to Brian Greasy, the quarterback coach. A lot of people say that's Greasy's pick.
You know, I hear you. But like when I look back at like the Warriors and their dynastic run, I know Larry Riley was the guy who quote unquote drafted him. Who gets the credit though?
Right.
Don Nelson, right?
He stole the credit.
I mean, that's kind of what happens. The head coach takes it all.
He takes it all.
You know, I think your Brock Purdy thing is well taken, and I think there's a huge argument. I mean, there's an argument for Christian McCaffrey. If you want to be an all-time running back, having the one title, you want to argue for Nick Bosa, you want to be one of the all-time great defensive players, you got to have a title. I just think for Shanahan, when I look at all of these coaches that have won the one championship, Bill Cowher, Gruden, Vermeil, Doug Peterson, John Harbaugh, right? McVay, his contemporary, McVay's 7-4 in the playoffs. Well, what's the one thing he has?
He's got a Super Bowl.
He's got the Super Bowl Kyle doesn't have. And I'm telling you, you beat Mahomes and you beat Andy Reid. See, to me, I think Kyle's got the most to gain.
You know what's going to happen? They're going to say Kyle couldn't win until he had Brock Purdy. Kyle couldn't win until somebody else picked the quarterback.
That's a good counter.
And when you got Mr. Irrelevant. Just think about this. There was not a quarterback who was taken with the last pick of the NFL draft that ever threw a pass in a regular season.
That's insane.
This guy's in the MVP conversation.
I know.
All right? This guy threw for over 4,000 yards and broke the single-season yardage record. We've been looking for a quarterback. Brock Purdy wins one.
I know.
He's all of a sudden being compared to Steve Young. Steve Young, who got one as a starter. Now, he had a couple as a backup, but he needed that one as a starter with his team. It changed his life forever.
Where do you think it would put Purdy on the 49er quarterback hierarchy all time?
He'd be number 3 all time.
You think over Brody, over everybody else?
Already.
Wow.
These young fans don't know who John Brody is.
Yeah, you're right.
They don't know Y.A. Tittle. They don't know anything about that.
Y.A. Tittle won his with the New York Giants.
Right. They don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
They already compared him to Montana anyway.
Yeah.
So Brock Purdy wins one with this roster against Mahomes. I think Brock Purdy is on the cover of Madden. I think he's getting all the endorsements this summer. He's getting invited to the Celebrity Classic and locked. Think about what he's going to do.
That.
Shanahan will be the coach here no matter what. Yeah, sure, he has a lot to gain. Shanahan can erase all the demons from 28-3 for Super Bowl 54. But more to gain than Brock Purdy, to me, it's always the player over the coach. 888-957-9570. Who has the most to gain from winning this Super Bowl? Is it Brock Purdy or is it Kyle Shanahan? And we will dive into Peter King's ride-along with Kyle Shanahan. I've been waiting for this article. I'm going to read it during the break. Can't wait. We'll take your calls on the other side.
It's a good topic.
It's all brought to you by Safeway. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
Find savings on freshness and...
Next question.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Just reading through the article, Peter King wrote along with Kyle Shanahan, getting ready for Super Bowl 58. Very good nuggets in there. I'll read one in just a second that I found interesting. By the way, your chance to win a spot for Eggs and Toast with the Roast is coming up at 7:30. That is 11 minutes. Proposition Chicken is providing us with the breakfast, so you don't want to miss that. By the way, the Warriors, they're on the East Coast starting tonight in Brooklyn, of course. They've been on this 5-game road trip, starting at Memphis, Atlanta. Now they're in Brooklyn, in Philly, and Indianapolis. But it's Super Bowl week, so Willard and Dibs won't be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors game will still be on the radio, 95.7 FM, while Willard and Dibs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's today, Wednesday, and Thursday this week when the Warriors play the Nets, Sixers, and Pacers, right here on 95.7 The Game. So this is a funny one. Kyle is at the Super Bowl when Denver played Green Bay, talking about John Elway and Mike Shanahan. In the NFC, he won 13 games in a row, 13 Super Bowls in a row. And Kyle said he was sitting in his dad's hotel room with his buddy, and they're watching White Man Can't Jump. And his dad's in the living room working on a game plan. I'm like, Dad, do you think you guys have a chance? And he looked at me like I was the dumbest person in the world. He's like, are you serious? I guarantee you we're going to win this game. Of course, they ended up winning 31-24. I was shocked that they won that game. I was shocked that they won it. Also, too, he said, trivia for you, I was technically the last guy ever to hold cords for a head coach in the Super Bowl. They went wireless the next year.
Oh.
But you watch the highlights of the game, and you see me behind my dad, the kid with the pimples. So it's a lot. We're going to go through this here, but who has the most to gain? 888-957-9570. Who has the most to gain with a Super Bowl win? Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy? Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy?
I don't know, man. I just look at when I look at some of these coaches around the league, Bruce Arians, his entire career, he was undervalued, and then he won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady, and he gets elevated, right? Now he's Super Bowl champion Bruce Arians. I believe Kyle Shanahan, is a much better coach than Bruce Arians. Not to diminish Bruce Arians' impact on the game of football. I just look at what Kyle Shanahan's built in a very short period. He's 44 years old. When you win that one early on in your career, it changes everything. Mike McCarthy is, a lot of people think, a doofus, right? Oh, he's not a good coach. Mike McCarthy got a championship 15 years ago, and he's been riding it out. And he's going to have a 25-year career as a head coach. Sean Payton, same thing. Mike Tomlin, same thing. Tony Dungy is on television to this day because of that championship. Barry Switzer. Barry Switzer was one of the great college coaches of all time.
Right.
But most NFL fans know him because he won that championship with Jimmy's guys. So I look at Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll winning one Super Bowl totally eradicates the horrific decision for most people of not handing the ball to Marshawn Lynch.
Yep. He still lives with that, though. Think about what could have been for Pete Carroll.
They could have won 2 in a row.
I think they would have been in prime position to win 3 in a row had they win that Super Bowl.
You might be right.
I mean, they lost to Carolina the next year in a divisional round. But had they won that second one, who knows what happens? I mean, it's a decision that's going to haunt them. Think about that. Pete Carroll has the national championship and a Super Bowl win. One of the few coaches, I think it's Jimmy Johnson, Pete Carroll. That may be it. Barry Switzer.
Yeah.
Barry Switzer. 3 guys who won, and Jim Harbaugh's going to have the chance to do that. But at both stops, USC and Seattle, you think, boy, 4th and 2, no Reggie Bush on the field in the Rose Bowl? Boy, 3rd goal? New England Patriots? You don't give it to Marshawn Lynch? Big game blunders. That's just
it's a great point. But B, you know who else shares that with him, and who just got a World Series ring a couple years ago? Like Dusty Baker.
Yeah,
Dusty Baker. If you hire Dusty Baker, you know that your team is going to dramatically improve in the clubhouse and going to be a great regular season team. The question is, I don't know what the hell is going to happen when come playoff time. He's going to lose in a fashion that's going to leave him to be scrutinized.
Yep.
Marv Levy. Is Marv Levy not one of the great coaches of all time?
He is. He doesn't.
Couldn't win the big one.
Couldn't win that big one.
And I find the exercise maddening because it discredits how great some of these guys who don't have championships are. But you do need that checklist.
Well, Shanahan's going to be around. He's only 44 years old. So we know he's going to be coaching for a long time.
If he wants to, 20 years.
Yeah,
he's got another 20 years.
He's already got the extension.
Possibly.
This is why Brock Purdy has the most to gain. The guy's making $900,000 this year. He wins a Super Bowl. We're talking about a dude who can command $40 to $50 million a year.
Even if they do the Jimmy Garoppolo, run it 700 times and throw 5 times?
They won't do that with Brock.
No, I know, but I'm just saying hypothetically they win a Super Bowl. Does it matter how they win it? Because I feel like if Kyle wins, period, no matter what it looks like, I think his life changes forever.
Well, in this article that with Peter King, he's riding along with Peter King in a Tesla. By the way, Shanahan has a Tesla. It's pretty funny. He's driving a Tesla. He's saving on gas. He's going electric.
I got a hybrid. I'm not mad at that.
No, welcome to the club now. Welcome to the club. But he's discussing the Tom Brady situation. And Shanahan told Peter King, Peter King asked Shanahan, did you tell Brock Purdy you tried to sign Tom Brady to start for the 49ers last offseason? And Shanahan goes, I'm glad you asked me that question. He goes, yes, I was serious about it. he talked to Purdy. He goes, as we talked, I'm looking at Brock, and he's got his arm in a sling. And I am really not sure I've got a quarterback who's going to be ready for the start of the 2023 season. That started all of it. He was trying to talk about, I got to be fair to my team. But he goes, I actually thought it was giving Brock the biggest compliment. I let him know he's our long-term guy. No question. And if Tom Brady wanted to come here and start for 1 year, that's the only way you're not starting when you're healthy this year. That's pretty cool. I wanted to assure him, don't worry, you're our guy. But how cool would it be if Tom Brady would be the quarterback for one season? How cool would it be for you to learn from him? I mean, if Brock never got hurt, this wouldn't have been a consideration at all. I never had brought it up, but I've got to think about the team. What if he's not ready in September? Now, I call cap on Shanahan saying that, hey, I assure Brock Purdy he's our long-term guy.
Why do you say that?
Because we heard it. We heard it about Jimmy. We heard about Trey.
I mean, that's the NFL.
That's the NFL. So that's why Purdy has the most to gain. Because if Purdy stinks it up in Las Vegas, and we go into next season, and there's going to be a camp, there's going to be the Robinson Brunos, there's going to be the TCs and Sack, there's going to be a lot of people saying, well, we're not quite sure if Brock Purdy's our long-term guy. Jimmy just did the same thing he did, although it looks different. No doubt, the comeback victories, Jimmy didn't have to do that. Brock Purdy did. It looks completely different. I think Brock Purdy's a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. Not saying that. But if he does come up short, that text thread we had and what Twitter was doing and what people were calling about, there's no doubt there would be questions about Brock Purdy long term.
When you lose, both coach and quarterback get dissected.
They do.
Like a frog in 6th grade in the science class. There's no question about that. So then let me ask you, all right? What do you think, and as we talk quarterback and head coach, what do you think is the ideal game plan against this team? Is it running the ball 40 times? Is it dropping back 35 times?
I don't know, because Kansas City, as Baldy pointed out, I was watching the Ravens-Chiefs game last night before I went to bed, trying to get a feel of the Kansas City Chiefs, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't know what the hell their game plan is going to be defensively.
Well, I thought Baltimore's game plan would be to run the ball in that game.
Right, and they did. They got away from it. They got away from it, and Kansas City blitzed every other down. They just ran cover. They were blitzing every other down. And said, all right, Lamar, we're sending a blitz. Now, if you do that against Purdy, he'll cook you. He dissects the blitz. He loves the blitz. He gets it out of the ball quickly. However, Kansas City knows how to take away the first read, so that does concern me a bit. I just don't know, because their game plan against Buffalo, Miami, and Baltimore are all different. They're all different. Buffalo, they allow Buffalo to say, okay, you can take the ball, take your 5 yards, take your 5 yards. We're not giving up any explosives. You're not going over the top on us. You're not going to hit us for chunk plays. You're going to have to nickel and dime your way down the field, and we're going to test Josh Allen to see how patient he is. And you know what? It worked out for Kansas City. They advanced to the AFC title game, and their game plan against Baltimore was completely different. So I don't know what it's going to be, but you got to figure that Purdy's going to throw the ball 25 times at least.
Yes, I agree. To me, I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan, and I'm saying to myself, the key to beating Kansas City this week, it's not one player. It's the perfect harmonious balance. That's the attack that they need to use this week. Yes, I want the 18 to 25 rushes for CMC, but I want the 4 or 5 running plays for Deebo Samuel. I want the 5 passing plays for Deebo. I want the 6 or 7 throws to Ayuk. I want the 6 or 7 throws to George Kittle. To me, the ideal way to beat Kansas City and how good this defense is to keep a balanced attack going. If they get too reliant on one guy, as great as CMC is, and as much as I've been pounding the table on you got to feed CMC, I think against this Kansas City defense, a balanced attack is the way to go.
This is interesting. Most to gain, 408 Comcast Business Text Line. Most to gain, Purdy. Most to lose, Shanahan. Interesting. I wonder why.
Most to lose,
Shanahan. More to gain, Purdy.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
So Purdy doesn't have...
I like that.
So Purdy doesn't have the most to lose. Why? Because he's the last pick of the draft? Yeah. Is he playing with house money right now?
I think to a degree. I think if we were looking at, people that we're relying on this week to show out, it's going to be Shanahan's game plan is going to be dissected and critiqued like no other, which can get unfair at times. I think Nick Bosa, I think CMC, I think Kittle, all your top dogs are going to get looked at. And I don't know, yes, the quarterback's going to be a big part of that, but I also believe, hey, he's only 24. Hey, it's his first big-time Super Bowl game. And, there's a level of I guess, patience with the quarterback given his age that maybe you don't have for some of the premium players who are older, making way more money, and who have been here before.
I hear you. I don't know how you. We'll get to the game plan with Ball D. We'll get into that later in the week. I don't know if you're running the pass, and I don't know how this is going to work out on Super Bowl Sunday. Niners could do both things. Kansas City could do both things. I think it's going to be an explosive Super Bowl personally, but I could be wrong about that. But just looking at this Peter King article about Shanahan, since we're on the subject, and I'm looking at our YouTube poll of the day. By the way, we're going to qualify somebody in just 1 minute. But our YouTube poll question of the day: who has more to gain from winning the Super Bowl? Right now, 62% say Kyle Shanahan, 38% say Brock Purdy. Very interesting to me. Peter King asked Shanahan about the Super Bowls that he's lost. He goes, "Are you still haunted by the Atlanta game?" Shanahan said, "No, it hurts. It doesn't kill you. You understand what happened. You understand you can handle it. You can take it. Haunted is such the wrong word. It makes you stronger, really. But if you tell me before the game you're going to blow a 28-3 lead and lose, I'd be like, do I ever come out of my room again?" You realize it's a sports. Any 1 in 20 different plays would have changed that game. But I also understand that the quarterback on the other side did the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. He performed surgery for an entire second half. The harder one was the Kansas City game, personally. So, kind of took a shot at Dan Quinn there, said, Brady's basically called you up, which is what happened.
He did.
But as you get older, you go through the experience, and you try to control everything. You realize you can't. You also realize you can handle it, and you realize how much you love it. So he's basically saying, like, I love this stuff, and I can handle it. But the Chiefs Super Bowl does bother him. By the way, it's 7:30. 7:30. Your chance to have eggs and toast with the roast. Be the first caller to answer correctly this next question. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. The question is, we were originally supposed to hold the Doobie Awards on Friday, January 5th, but we had to postpone the awards due to what occurred in the Warriors-Nuggets game the night before. What happened at the end of that Warriors-Nuggets game on Thursday, January 4th, to force us to postpone the Doobie Awards? We postponed it. What happened at the end of the Warriors-Nuggets game that forced us to postpone the Doobie Awards? What happened at the end of that game? Answer that one correctly, and you will win a spot on the Morning Roast. Eggs and toast with the roast. 415-523-4652. You know what happened?
I do. And I would love to meet some of these people who are going to have breakfast with us this Friday to get fired up for the 49ers. We got Proposition Chicken bringing food in. I could go for some Proposition Chicken right now.
That's tough.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm excited. Get the answer in. Let's do this. Be part of what makes some of these like all-time coaches is we believe that they have these powers, and I think it's absurd at times. Are there good coaches and bad coaches and stuff in between? Absolutely. But we act like they have like some seance, some like ultra power to see into the future and to know, like a premonition, you're going to be one of the all-time greats. It's interesting how we do the sports mythology. Did Brady and Belichick, did Belichick know Brady was going to turn into Brady?
No.
But part of what makes the Belichick-Brady mystique so incredible is the way it went down and the teams that they beat along the way. If they don't beat the greatest show on turf, I don't think the whole Brady thing gets off to the way it gets off to. If they don't beat the Raiders in the Tuck game the way they did, I don't think any of the Brady stuff gets off the ground the way it did. There's this whole domino effect.
Well, Super Bowl 54 with Mahomes and Andy Reid. They don't come back. Well, the next year they got blown out by Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl.
It was a bad game, yeah.
All right? The next year they lose the AFC title game at home to Cincinnati. So now you're talking about 3 years of this dynamic offense with Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and no rings. What that did for Andy Reid and Mahomes catapulted them to another stratosphere. And now they're on the brink of going back-to-back for the first time in 19 years. The team has not done it since the Patriots did it 19 years ago.
I mean, they're looking to be dynastic. I mean,
right. So it changes everything.
Absolutely.
All the woulda, coulda, shouldas or whatnot. But I'm looking at Purdy. The reason why I keep leaning towards Purdy So I'm looking at all these networks.
Yeah.
Think about all the dialogue last week about Brock Purdy.
It's been Purdy mania.
The dialogue the week before. Amy Trask saying, hey, there's 7 dynamic quarterbacks, and then there's Brock Purdy. This guy, I keep saying that he wins the Super Bowl. I've said it all season long. He wins the Super Bowl, it could become the greatest sports story in North American sports history. Mr. Irrelevant. All the dialogue about critiquing him, Cam Newton saying he's the 10th best player on the football team, all this stuff is just ridiculous. You would think we'd embrace a story like this, but we haven't. But if he beats Mahomes on that stage, the quarterback's going to get all the love. Like, he'll run Shanahan will get his due. No doubt about it. No, I'm not saying that at all. But, boy, I think Purdy has – you're talking money. You're talking about long-term security. You're talking about winning one as the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, who you deem as one of the 5-10 most important spots or positions, toughest positions in all of sports.
You win with the Yankees, it's different. You win with the Lakers, it's different. You win with the 49ers, it's different. It's inarguable.
Because you know what people will say? Shanahan couldn't win the big one.
Until Brock.
Do
you know what his record is in the playoffs when Brock finishes a game? 5-0.
Undefeated.
Yeah, so, I gave you the Mahomes stat with Andy Reid. They're 14-3 together. They made sweet music in the playoffs. I will meet you halfway on this. I believe it to my core. I think Jimmy G would still be the quarterback had they won the Super Bowl in 2020.
Right now?
I do. I think it's really hard to move off somebody who's won you a Super Bowl. It took forever for the Baltimore Ravens to move off of Flacco.
It did.
Right?
It did.
Eli Manning stuck around way longer than he would have had he not won the Super Bowl. And I just think that you give a little leniency to somebody who's won you a championship. Think of how many contracts the Giants, the Warriors have given out to people with championship pedigree. Now be the quarterback.
Yep.
Now be the quarterback of that team. And you beat Mahomes. So, to your point, as I'm coming around and I feel like I'm playing both sides of the fence, I do think you have a really good argument on Purdy.
No, I just feel like the coach is going to be here for a long time. We've got a coach.
But I think the perception about him, forget the job security.
The perception
His perception, I think, could change even more than Purdy's.
It's a good point. I mean, they both had let's be honest.
Right now, the view is Shanahan can't finish the job, fair or not.
He can't win the big one.
Yeah, and I hate that.
The view of Brock Purdy is he can't elevate his team.
Yes.
He's a game manager, which I don't think, look, quarterbacks are paid to manage a game. Like, I don't get when game manager became this negative connotation about quarterback play. Like, yes, you have to manage a game. That's your job as a quarterback. Now, can you do it at a high level? Can you do it at a low? Like Jimmy Garoppolo, when they said he was a game manager, I would say, well, he didn't always manage a game very well. All right? The no throws, that's not a game manager. That's a quarterback who doesn't know how to manage a game.
I mean, the game against the Chiefs that you're referencing, he had a red zone interception that was one of the worst throws I've ever seen in my life.
Into the first half.
It was, and it sucked the life out of the stadium.
Kansas City went right down the field, kicked the field goal, go up 17-13.
Monte, he got blitzed and just threw it up a three flies up off the back foot.
It was unbelievable.
It really was.
Unbelievable.
Derek Jeter thought that throw from the hole was reckless.
So attaching game manager to Jimmy Garoppolo is a disrespect to the term game manager. All quarterbacks are managing a game. Now, how do you do it? Do you do it at a high level? Like Mahomes manages a game at a high level. Like game manager, we twisted that whole term of game manager. It's very, very odd. Let's go to Ryan in Irvine. Ryan, what's happening?
Ryan.
You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I think you mentioned earlier someone texted in that Purdy has the most to gain and Kyle Shanahan has the most to lose. Did I hear you correctly? I think that's what you said.
That was a text, yes.
Yeah, so I agree with it. I think Kyle has he has a reputation really, for getting to the big game and then just not closing the door. And I think, if Purdy wins a Super Bowl, I don't think any of those talking heads on TV are going to give him his credit. I think they're going to say, he's the next Trent Dilfer. Oh yeah, look what Kyle had to overcome mediocre quarterback to win a championship. So I think if they lose, I think it just adds to the narrative that Kyle can't get the job done. So I think Kyle.
Oh, you break it up a little bit.
Can I ask you about Eli Manning? I watched him yesterday. with the Pro Bowl. I know nobody watches the Pro Bowl, but you have Peyton on one side and you have Eli on the other.
I watched a little bit of it.
I did too.
It's fun.
RG3,
packed that stadium.
and Laura Rutledge doing the commentary was okay.
RG3's.
He's just got to dial it down.
He's got to tone it down.
He seems very disingenuous.
Yeah, it's a little much.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's a little much.
But Eli Manning, he was a good player. A good player. We've elevated his entire being because he's a Manning and because he beat Brady, right? He beat Brady. Not once, but twice.
Right.
Did anybody think he was the best player on the New York Giants?
No.
In either of those Super Bowl wins?
Not even close.
No, he made plays. I'm not diminishing
I don't
him.
think he was the best player.
No, but there were times where he was a reckless player during the regular season. And he was awesome in that NFC Championship game in terms of against the Niners, in terms of evading sacks and not giving up the big negative play. But if you go back and watch those Super Bowls, he made a throw or two here and there. He kind of game managed that whole thing. But he becomes a legend for life for beating Tom Brady.
I mean, he evades a sack and throws a pass to David Tyree, which was really a bad pass. And
into triple coverage.
And Tyree comes up with the game of the sport. There's never been a catch like that.
I mean, even the Plaxico Burress pass that he threw in the other Super Bowl.
Oh, the Mario Manningham on the sideline?
Well, that one too, yes. Yeah. But that was, the Mario Manningham one. He made a dime, but those were defensive struggle games.
He also almost threw a pick in that NFC title game when Terrell Brown gets hurt. Who did he collide with? Out. Was it Golston?
It was Golston or Whitner. It was in the air. They both were going to try to get
dropped it.
I know.
Dropped the pass.
Terrell Brown out of Texas, 5th round pick.
Yep.
God,
he was really good. He was a good Niner. Real quick, another nugget as I'm browsing through this story as we're talking here. Shanahan talked about Brock Purdy getting ready for his first start against Tampa Bay. And he goes, I remember his walkthrough before his first start last year. He made all these mistakes. Missed a few audibles, cans, we call them. Not a good day. He comes up to me right after and he's like, I hope that didn't stress you out, Kyle. That'll happen to me sometimes. Trust me, I won't mess those up in the game. Don't be scared. And, of course, he goes out and plays great.
Don't be scared? He said don't be scared.
To Kyle Shanahan.
Wow.
Don't be scared. So, he talks about all that stuff. And, he talks about the Detroit game. He goes, so here's another throw. That was Mahomesian, he says, about Brock Purdy. Mahomesian throws.
I kind of like the Mahomesian line.
In a 24-all game with 18 minutes left, Purdy should have been sacked for a loss of 9 by Detroit safety Melifonwu. Remember, in the end zone, he throws a dime to Kyle Juszczyk that gets forgotten about on the sideline. By the way, Kyle Juszczyk for a fullback, worth every penny. If you're able to toe tap and catch a pass like that, Kyle Juszczyk was huge in that game.
He made another catch down where he missed him early, Purdy did, and then finally went back to him after 3 or 4 reads.
Right.
Juszczyk was really good in that game.
So Shanahan goes, I'm getting my car ready for 2nd and 20 because there's no play there. Guy just makes plays when they're not there. He does it more than any quarterback I've had. And he also is an assassin when it comes to what we're trying to do. Then I hear what people say. People down on him. It is comical. Playing quarterback is how you play quarterback. What if Joe Montana was in there? Joe's not going to run around like Lamar and Patrick, but he's Joe Montana. I'm not trying to compare him and Brock, but this is a big sport with huge media. People have to realize in our profession about how the world works too. Guys have to talk. We only play once a week, and the rest of the week, everybody talks. This is what I love about Brock. Last pick in the draft, takes us to the conference championship game twice in the Super Bowl in 2 years. Getting talked about for MVP. And the dude, he doesn't have to work and not listening to it or try to stay humble or try not to get caught up in it. You know why? He doesn't care. He realizes true foundation and knows who he is and who he wants to be. That is rare for any human. He's a special player. But this stuff, he's a special guy. That's Shanahan on Brock Purdy. Has he ever
I was just going to ask you that.
About it? One of his quarterbacks like that?
No,
ever?
No.
Sure the hell not Jimmy.
Well, I think at one point in time, he really liked Jimmy. And then I think at one point in time, he soured on Jimmy. And that was in the second half of the Minnesota Viking game.
Oh, wow.
Of the first playoff run.
First playoff game.
But I think this shows the growth of Shanahan. I think a lot of people think, same old Shanahan, same old. Nah, dude, he's changed a lot. He's changed a lot. I think he's much more adaptable on the fly when it comes to his philosophical football beliefs. For example, being coerced into trading for CMC. I think that goes against the Shanahan, just nature. Like, we can make anyone a great running back. Nah, when you got this guy, it's a little different, and him believing in his quarterback, him having a little more faith in the quarterback, and obviously his growth when it comes to how he's looked at Brandon Ayuk is a great example. Like, Brandon Ayuk was in his doghouse, and now Brandon Ayuk seems to be one of the guys that he loves the most on the team. So yeah, I think.
Speaking of another player who has something to gain, Brandon Ayuk, he has a monster Super Bowl.
I almost feel like. I mean, B, I told you I really want them to have a balanced approach. I don't think there's any way they can win this game without 5+ catches from Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I just think you need.
Am I wrong?
I just think I'm looking at the points. I don't know how you do it, how you get it, but they need to get to 30. They've got to get to 30.
Well, these
and I don't know if 30 is going to be good enough to win.
Well,
because of the way the defense is playing. But the Niners offense, somehow, some way, you got to produce 30 at least to be in this football game. Now, I could be dead wrong and it becomes a defensive struggle and it's 20-16 or something like that. But my gut feeling as we get into Super Bowl week here, as both teams landed in Las Vegas last night, I just feel like the Niners got to get to 30.
It always feels like to me when at least the last 10 years or so, and I know there's been outliers, but the first quarter is always way more low scoring than we anticipate. The vibes, the energy, everybody's kind of like too amped up, both on the defense and the quarterbacks and everything.
Well, last year, both teams came out and scored right away. I mean, it was 7-7 last year.
Yes, but I'm saying, like, in general.
For the most part, it does feel like. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and I truly believe, like, if the Niners can score early in this game, it just settles things down. And not that they can't come from behind and everything, but, like, I love this team when they score early. It feels like it opens things up for the entire playbook.
Wow. Stephen A. Smith is saying it. Look, I don't watch a lot of First Take anymore. I don't watch a lot of those shows. But he said the national narrative, and it just popped up on my computer. What he's saying is Kyle Shanahan is the biggest story of the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan, the biggest story of the Super Bowl. That's nationally. I don't.
That's
shocking. That's a little shocking to me. I understand why he would be the biggest story to me. But to me, it's the last pick of the NFL draft, starting a Super Bowl, going mano a mano against that Chiefs defense, and seeing number 15 on the other sideline and saying, "Hey, Purdy, all we're asking you to do is help us win a Super Bowl for the first time in 30 years." Like, that is insane to me.
Close your eyes. When you think of the Kansas City Chiefs, who do you think of?
Patrick Mahomes.
All right. Closing your eyes. When you think of Baltimore, who do you think of?
Lamar Jackson.
Now, what about the Dallas Cowboys?
Jerry Jones.
I go to Jerry Jones. Exactly. When I close my eyes and I think about the 49ers, I do not think about Jed. I do not think about a player. I think about Kyle Shanahan.
Wow.
Kyle Shanahan is the San Francisco 49ers. He created this whole thing.
Wow.
He created this whole thing.
Wow.
Now, over time, can it change? Can it be Brock Purdy or can it be another player? Absolutely. I'm not denying. Like, you and I were kicking around like the Jed conversation. Like, and I know for some teams the owner is the most important entity. I get that.
Right.
I do. Like, when I close my eyes and I think of the Warriors, it's Steph Curry.
Right.
And the other things flow from that.
Right.
Right. There was a point in time when you closed your eyes and you thought of the Lakers, it was Kobe.
Yeah, I don't know.
When I think of the 49ers, I think of Kyle Shanahan, this version. I think of him. When I think of the Giants back in the day, San Francisco Giants, close my eyes, the winning teams. Bochy. I think of Bochy.
See, I thought of Lincecum.
Okay.
I thought Lincecum. I thought pitchers. I didn't think about Bochy till later on. And even with Bochy, it was like the core four. It was Posey. It was Bumgarner. I think players. I always think players. That's where my setting. Unless obviously the Cowboys are different, but very interesting. Yeah, when I think of the Niners, I think of a lot of guys, man. There's a lot of guys who are stars.
But if you're a non-49er fan in the bubble,
I'll get that.
Wouldn't you take a step back and be like, Shanahan? He's done it with so many different guys, and he's created the whole thing. I understand why this is like a big Shanahan week, man.
Yeah, no, I understand why it's a big Shanahan week. I just feel like it's a bigger week for Purdy. It's just a bigger week for Purdy. It's the quarterback. I can't go, you know what I'm saying?
I know.
Nothing's bigger than the quarterback.
I know.
Nothing. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno.
This is a rare situation, though, where the coach does feel bigger than, like, Saban was bigger than Alabama, was he not?
Yep.
And they had great players.
Yep.
But like Saban was the guy.
He was the guy.
When I think of the Harbaugh 49ers, I think of Harbaugh.
By the way, I gotta shout out my guy Craig Patrick. Man, Patrick is doing big things. UPenn, went to Washington High School. I don't know how the hell he got to UPenn, but he did. Love you, Craig. Son's birthday. Driving around listening to the roast. Max, happy 15th birthday, man.
Yeah.
Happy 15th birthday, Max. Damn, Patrick, you're getting old, man. Got a 15-year-old? Shout out to Max, man. Happy
Good
birthday.
luck with that. It's a tough age.
That is a tough age. Teenager? Well, you better crack the books, Max. That's my new line now from The Sopranos. Tony told AJ, you better be cracking the books. Harvard and Yale, the only thing about Harvard and Yale is you're going to be watching on TV. Better crack the books. So, Max, on your 15th birthday, better crack the books today. No skipping class. Happy birthday, Max. Robin San Bruno, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Look, I've been telling y'all what's going on. I've been telling y'all since preseason. This season is all about Kyle Shanahan. This is his baby.
I understand.
He makes all the calls. He do all that. And then it's not like you look at the Chiefs and how the Chiefs built. They built around a high-priced quarterback. You know, and the rest of the receivers, they're not even second option or third options on the 49ers. None of them guys are starting, not even second string on the 49ers. So basically it's about Kyle Shanahan. Can he scheme it up with a quarterback that's not – I mean, he's not elite. He's top 12, but he's not Mahomes. He's not one of those guys. So it's like, okay, can Kyle Shanahan play call and scheme it, be a grade A, damn near already Hall of Famer with limited talent around him, but he's the quarterback. So I think it's a philosophy thing, and basically it's Kyle Shanahan's baby. If he wins it, he's gonna get the Bill Walsh treatment. If he loses it, he's gonna get that same treatment, but the opposite way. So it's Kyle's baby. He put his stamp on it. So if he wins it, I'm gonna give him all his credit. But if he loses it, he getting all the credit too.
Nothing Brock can do to maybe look at Brock Purdy. What can Brock Purdy do? I don't even want to put the loss out there. What can he gain? What can he lose?
Brock Purdy got to go out there and be better than Mahomes. If it comes down to, because Casey got a good passing defense. They passing defense is good. If Purdy go down there and throw 300 yards, couple touchdowns, no interceptions, and outplay Mahomes, yeah, well, you know, Purdy gonna get that MVP. That speaks for itself. But in terms of right now, it's Mahomes versus Kyle. Mahomes, you got to remember, Kyle passed on Mahomes, didn't even scout him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We're going to hear that again.
This is Kyle versus Mahomes. So if Kyle gets it done, Kyle gets his credit. But if Purdy go out there and ball out and he play better than Mahomes, and Purdy will get that MVP, so he going to get his credit. So it works, but this is Kyle's baby for this year.
All right.
When you think back at those Tampa Bay teams that won the Super Bowl in the early 2000s, what do you think of?
Oh, defense.
I do too.
Tampa Bay.
But
Buccaneers.
isn't John Gruden like the reason that they finally won one?
Yeah, but I think Ward Sapp. I think Derek Brooks.
Okay.
That's just me.
Okay.
Gruden is there, but I think Gruden, I'm like, he won with Dungy's team.
Absolutely he did. But he's the one who got them over the top, right?
He helped get them over the top.
Right.
Perfect storm, right?
20 years later, Gruden's still always going to be viable, except for his emails, because of that one Super Bowl. Bill Cowher. Like when I think of Bill Cowher was knocking on the door. He has the one Super Bowl, okay?
Yep.
The one Super Bowl. He's Super Bowl champion Bill Cowher.
He submitted, no doubt about it. You can gain a lot.
And winning it with?
Who's Ben Roethlisberger? But Ben Roethlisberger didn't do anything in that Super Bowl.
I know.
It was the defense.
Still the worst officiated Super Bowl I've ever seen.
Mike Holmgren.
Yeah.
Mike Holmgren got robbed. Seattle got robbed.
They did.
That game was played in Detroit, which is like an hour flight from Pittsburgh. It was nothing but Pittsburgh. So that was a joke.
When I look at the teams that have bowed out in the playoffs right now, Mike McCarthy, tons of heat, right? Tons of heat. Dan Campbell, tons of heat.
You know what? McCarthy has a Super Bowl.
I agree. Harbaugh, tons of heat, and he has a Super Bowl. All these guys that lose, we go straight to the coach.
Did John Harbaugh get all the heat, or did Lamar Jackson get all the heat?
I thought the game plan.
I thought Lamar Jackson got all the heat, and Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator, his game plan got all the heat.
Okay.
John Harbaugh, to me, has kind of skated. And
you think he skated a little?
I think he skated a little bit.
But do you think that Super Bowl has helped him skate a little?
Maybe. But Lamar got all the heat because we've been waiting for Lamar to take that next step.
That's true.
Lamar, we always, he's got to do it in the playoffs, And he gets that home game. He's lost 2 playoff home games now. One coming off a bye week and one with home field advantage. So to me, So to me, we are coordinating with our clothes. So a lot of people commented on I just want a flannel. It's ugly out there.
It's a big day. I figured to myself, like this is Super Bowl weekend. I'm an esteemed member of the media, and I'm going to start dressing like one. You're supposed to say, I call cap on that. Me and Brock Purdy shopping at Walmart.
Boy, you don't think if Brock Purdy, because this is just Super Bowl. He's going to be on the platform for media day. He's going to get peppered with so many questions. This is a different stage. He didn't see the stage at Iowa State.
I just hope he doesn't get injured.
Felipe Ponce, step on up. You're coming to have eggs and toast with the roast.
Nice.
Friday with the +1.
Nice.
Felipe, can't wait to meet you. Congrats on answering the question correctly. You have one more question at 8:30. One more question at 8:30.
Yeah, you come in the studio, meet us.
Yeah, you come to the studio, have some fun here. By the way, the Warriors back on the court today. Andrew Wiggins doubtful with the foot sprain. Suffered it with 47 seconds left in the second quarter. Going up for a rebound against Capella, came down wrong. Not good with his foot. I thought it was an ankle, but it was a foot. Sprained foot for Wiggins. He's doubtful. But Dario Saric, after missing the first 2 games on a road trip, he is back with the team. He was sick. He will play today. And the good news also is that Moses Moody's back. He's missed the last 9 games with a calf injury, coming off a back-to-back 21-point nights. Then he injured his calf late in the game against the Pelicans. Well, he is back and available against the Brooklyn Nets. So the Warriors getting some good news and a little bad news there. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Jason Dumas, 8:30. More of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Who has the most to gain from this Super Bowl? Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy?
The countdown to kickoff for the
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It is finally here. Super Bowl week. Hallelujah. Hopefully you enjoyed the Pro Bowl games. Hopefully you enjoyed the Warriors split over the weekend, although lost in Atlanta. It's just, oh, boy. That was a tough night for me. Driving home from the studio thinking about that loss.
Why?
It's just, this is what you got to have. It could have turned. The momentum could have turned. You could have won 3 games in a row.
They could have maybe made the box.
Maybe been in the box, but you're out of the box right now. They play Brooklyn. Guru was in the lab yesterday. He called me yesterday. I can't believe it. Bob Tate made overtime and Trae Young. I know. But we're not talking about that right now.
I can't argue with you. Just for 1 second. Guru does this to me all the time. He's like shocked, even though we've seen weeks and weeks of data, whatever it is. Doesn't matter what it is. I can't believe the Giants can't hit. It's like they've been telling you they can't hit for multiple seasons.
I've been waiting.
I can't believe the Warriors lost that game. I can too. This is what they've done all season long. That's what I try to tell them. And I love Guru.
This is who they are. They've had 2 long winning streaks, 2 5-game winning streaks. And other than that, they haven't had a 2-game winning streak. They had 1 2-game winning streak outside of those 5-game winning streaks.
So what does that tell you?
They're inconsistent. This is who they are.
Not even inconsistent. They're just not good.
We just had Groundhog Day. That's basically the Warriors season.
Right.
It's the same thing over and over and over again.
Yes.
I was waiting for this one because my tweets and DMs were filled with this one. It was filled. SC. Hey, Bonte, what'd you think about Klay Thompson? I thought it was Klay Thompson's worst game of the season. He was not good on both ends of the floor. Just not good. I mean, defensively, offensively, chucking shots, forcing shots. He was not good Saturday night at all. So that's what I think of Klay. He needs to bounce back in a major way, especially if Wiggins is going to be out. But it is Super Bowl week because I spilled cappuccino all over me. How did that happen? Whoa, what's going on here?
You had said something before we went to the injury break or whatever we call that.
Injury report.
Injury report, thank you. And you were talking about Shanahan and Purdy and the pressure and who's got more to gain. And it would be hilarious to me. Let's say the Niners win, all right? And Brock Purdy does have a great game, but it's Kyle Shanahan who gets this particular soundbite. I'm going to Disneyland.
Oh, gosh.
That would be the funniest thing to develop ever. Possibly. After a Super Bowl. I know it's always got to be the quarterback, but wouldn't that be funny?
I do agree that there's a lot of pressure on Kyle Shanahan, no doubt about it. Because Shanahan, as bad as Purdy played in the first 3 quarters against Green Bay, Shanahan's game plan left us all jaw dropped. Like, yo, Shady, what's going on here, buddy? Can we get the ball to number 23?
But that's why and today's not the day, but I'm going to give you a couple of days. I want to know what your ideal script is that you're looking for from Shanahan. Yeah. Because I do believe that there are times where people are way too critical of the game plan, and there are other times where, like, I'm frustrated with the game plan, but there's also that brilliant mix that for the majority of his career, he's an excellent play caller.
Well, give me a game plan that doesn't have you going into halftime with 7 points on the scoreboard.
Execution's a part of that.
That's can I get more than 7 on the scoreboard? And I'm not talking 8, 9, 10. I mean, I need 17 maybe by halftime. Philadelphia scored 24 against Kansas City last year at the half. They were up 24-14. Now, Kansas City defense is a bid, but don't break defense. And Chris Jones, you got to identify him. But you can run the ball on this football team. So, make sure, one thing I know, the game plan better have McCaffrey touching the ball 20 to 25 times. Maybe, hell, forget that. 25 to 30 times. C-Mac has to touch the ball early and often.
Well, they did that against Detroit, and on first down, they ran it 9 out of 10 on the first downs, and they were averaging 2.4 yards a carry.
Detroit had the second best run defense in the league, and they were really good on first down this year. Really good run defense, so that was kind of predictable. Detroit on early downs, and I guess you got to run the ball, but they did it on first down, and it just wasn't there.
Well, I wanted to see them pound the ball with Christian McCaffrey.
That was a good run defense, though.
No, I agree. I agree with that. They're number 2 in the league in terms of some of the data. I don't know if you follow David Lombardi, but he's got all of that data.
He's also got data on his day at the airport. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, the one thing I don't want to hear from the media, and again, now that I'm a esteemed member of the media, no one cares about your travel.
Be careful, you're going to be in the press box.
No, but I know, but like...
You're telling me you're not going to take a photo of you in Vegas with your touchdown Saturday?
Data. But like, there are real people working real jobs that are very difficult with real life problems. Don't complain about traveling to Vegas. That's all. That's just my aside. And I'm not saying, I know people get frustrated because their flight gets landed and that's a huge inconvenience. But on the grand scheme of things, you're going to Vegas for the Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah, I can't
don't want to hear you
I can't wait to touch down. We won't be We'll let the roasters know what our schedule is. So we got 3 Warrior games this week. We got a lot going on personally, professionally. So we will leave the city Saturday.
Yes.
That's all I care about. I don't care about the week of being at Vegas because we do a morning show. What the hell am I going to do at night in Vegas? Vegas is a nighttime type of town. What are we going to do at night?
We're going to go to the Sphere.
Yeah, we got to go to bed at 9 o'clock. We can't do nothing in Vegas. So we're going to go Saturday night. We'll be there for the game. We'll go to the game. We'll be in the Legion Stadium. And we'll do the shows Monday and Tuesday from Las Vegas. And there will be us either celebrating in Vegas or, you know what? It's going to be some loser shows in Vegas.
Well, the best part about Vegas is if we do, and I don't want to put this in the air, but if we do lose, I can definitely stuff my face into some food and depression eat. I mean, let's call it what it is.
Yeah.
All right? When I go out, because I don't drink.
You could do that, or
I get this sweet tooth in Vegas.
They win Sunday night, and we'll be all 4 hours of sleep.
Unlimited possibilities.
And we'll be doing that show hungover. We'll be doing that show hungover. I may even call it sick the day after the Super Bowl. Who knows? The hell with the show. The show's going to do great regardless.
Hi, I'm Joe Spadoni, and I'm Sam Lubman.
Let Spadoni host the show with Lubman. Super Bowl. We'll just be hungover. But, you know, that's it. Let's go to Nat and San Mateo. Nat, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Morning. How's it going?
It's going great. I mean, other than the fact that all the trees are down in the neighborhood and hopefully your power's on. I hope everyone's safe. But, no, this is Super Bowl week. Niners, baby. Let's go.
I know. I am so jittery. Like, I might have, like, goosebumps. I feel like I'm going to throw up. But when you're talking about who has more to gain, who has more to lose, Shanahan has been here before. We were almost back here last year. Purdy has never been here before. At the same time, like, Purdy is, the third youngest quarterback to go to the Super Bowl? This guy has gotten so much critique talking about him being a game manager. And as you said, like, when has this become a negative connotation? Shanahan has Pro Bowl tools in his toolbox, and Purdy is another tool. He's involved in every single play when our offense is on the field. Any of our guys, our receivers, our running backs, all yada yada, they don't touch the ball every single play.
Yep.
Purdy he has so much heat on him. He has so many eyes. But when you think about, caliber, national caliber, someone said, oh, like Shanahan, like when you think about the Niners, you think of Shanahan. The national talk is Shanahan, like, what is he going to do in the Super Bowl? What kind of Shanahan is going to show up? We see him kind of drop the ball at the end of the game here sometimes, and he doesn't exactly have the best record when he's going into the second half and he's down. So I think he's got a lot to not prove, but he's got to show up for his team. He's got to be Tim the Toolman Taylor. And Purdy's, he's almost like the Allen Rice. He's a little guy you use, like, for everything. He puts everything together. So, man, I think Purdy, like, he's so young. He has such an incredible passer rating, and he's got a lot to learn. But, man, he's got a lot to grow. And this is an incredible opportunity for him. So, that's really my take, guys.
Good take, Nat. Good take, Nat. Good take. Good call.
She sounds like she's already got the
she's stressed out.
Pepto-Bismol on Monday.
My mom was saying she was stressed out. She goes, her nerves are bad. So my mom, you know what she does?
Huh.
Last 5-10 minutes of a game, football game or basketball game, she turns off the TV and just starts watching something else.
What?
She goes, her nerves are too bad. She's like, I'm like, Mom, you're insane.
Yeah, that's what I live for.
Yeah, she's like, no, my nerves are too bad. I can't do it.
That guy.
It stresses her the hell out. It stresses her out. It's unbelievable. By the way, shout out to YouTube.
So how
and
does
Twitch.
she find out who wins?
She ends up going back to the game.
Oh, okay.
She goes back and forth, but she can't.
She waits for the Bleacher Report update.
I don't know, man.
Okay, I can watch the final 5 minutes.
I can't watch the 5 minutes. Oh, no, it's too much. It's too much. Like, Mom, they always come down to the wire. This is what we like. This is what we like. YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First Intercom Credit Union. Smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 6 days, 7 hours, 17 minutes, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 7, 8, 7 seconds away from kickoff next Sunday. Who has more to gain? Here's another thing why I think Brock Purdy has more to gain. There's no doubt he wins the Super Bowl. Everybody has him in the top 10 as a quarterback. Everybody said he validates his MVP candidacy.
Someone will have him in the 20s because they love to get aggregated because they want to get clicks on social media. Like, you just know how this works. So, I hear you, though.
By the way, there's a great video on SportsCenter. Just a quick aside, as Shasky likes to say. I saw a video on SportsCenter. They said this is the most wholesome fan experience we've ever seen. Lion fans walking out of Levi Stadium and 49er fans shaking their heads, being classy. Where's the little fella John Marks at right now? You want to post that video? You like to show the fights? Or did you show the good? My 49er fans, the classiest fans of them all out there in the world. There's no doubt, never lost. 49er fans showing absolute class to the Lions fans, shaking their heads and paying their respects, saying, hey, great game, hell of a season. Thank you so much. It was great to meet you. How about that? There hasn't been any violence coming out of Levi Stadium anytime, no fights, Well, let's post that.
You know,
I'll smoke with Mike, though.
This entire narrative that I see regarding, do you believe in Brock or not? That is what's going to dictate whether you think the Niners are going to win or not. No.
Do you believe Shanahan fully believes in Brock?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Considering, just the data that I've seen over the 25 games that he started, the way that he's used him situationally, he does things with Brock that he has never done with Jimmy Garoppolo. Play action from the 4-yard line, throwing from behind, throwing early in games, 2nd and 20, ripping it downfield intermediately. Like, there are certain specific aggressive calls that I see from Kyle Shanahan, and then I just look at their relationship and their communication as he's coming off the sidelines. Body language tells me a lot. And I think Kyle's body language has been significantly better with Brock Purdy than it ever was with Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, there were times you could feel the tension through the television. Not that he doesn't always love him. There's times where I've seen him, like the Cleveland game. I watched him ready to throw the headset after some of the throws coming off of Brock Purdy's arm. But I think that's natural with any coach and good player. But be I don't think it has anything to do with do you believe in Brock? I think a lot of Niner fans believe in Brock. Now, do they think that is he going to deliver on the biggest stage late in the game? Well, it would require the teams to be in a close game, him with the ball at the end. To me, this game is all about how much you fear that guy, Patrick Mahomes.
Right. Yeah.
He's got a LeBron James-esque vibe about him. I'm watching a dude at 28 years old already get fitted for the crown of greatest player ever. And we all agree, he does things that we've never seen on a field. That's how good this guy is.
Call me crazy. But the Steve Wilkes have the most decade in the Super Bowl.
Well, Spags is gaining a lot of love.
He is, and he has got love.
Gaining a lot of love.
He has got love. Just seriously, Spags fired as a coach of the Rams with the St. Louis Rams, but he got a couple championships. Hey, you beat the 18-0 Patriots.
Ask Justin Tuck and
Michael Strahan,
Osio Manura and those guys what they think of him.
JPP.
Yeah.
Antonio Pierce.
8 fingers up.
Antonio Pierce, the embrace he had with Spags after that Christmas Day game. Spags loves AP. Loves him.
Don't get me started on that guy and that recent hire.
Luke Getsy, you're not a fan of?
He sucks.
You didn't want Cliff Kingsbury either, though.
Who did you want? Who'd you want as OC of the Raiders?
Kubiak, the guy with the Niners.
Oh, you want Click Kubiak? We didn't even know what Kubiak was in the
field. I have no idea what he even does. But I also didn't know who Bobby Swolik was, and now he is on the short list of candidates.
Well, he re-signed with the Texans.
Yes, but he'll be a hot commodity if they have another great year.
I actually like what Ben Johnson did, too. I actually did. He's going to get a job next year. Who else to coach the Commanders?
Steve Wilkes absolutely has a lot to gain. There's no doubt. I think Nick Bosa. I think this game for Nick Bosa, even more than Brock Purdy, because of what he means to the team, because of what he means in terms of legacy for himself, how much money he's making, you become a champion and you're one of the best defensive players in the league and you show out against this quarterback. That's when you change. That's when you become one of the all-time greats.
Let's go to Paul in Pleasanton. What's happening? You're on a roast.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, guys, just wanted to share a couple of thoughts. First is, I got a good feeling about this game. Up until these last 2 games, there was always this, nagging thing about Shanahan, about not winning the big one. Obviously, he has to overcome that. And the big difference is the trust he has in Purdy here. So I'm actually buying the odds on Bosa becoming the MVP. I think it's like 201 here. But the reason I called you to share some thoughts on Purdy, I lived in Boston in 2000 when Brady came on board, right? And you all know how the national media, it took them a while to accept him because, whenever a sixth rounder wins a Super Bowl, the media feels that they've been invalidated, right? I mean, it's their job to trump up all the first round, second rounds that all have failed out. You may recall the second year after Brady won the Super Bowl, I don't think they made the.
They didn't make the playoffs. They missed the playoffs.
They didn't make the playoffs, right? Yep. And nationally, remember Tom Jackson on ESPN's like, this locker room is losing and all that stuff there. I don't think the national media finally had to bow down in front of Brady until after he won his fourth Super Bowl here. So expect the same thing with Purdy. Even if he wins the Super Bowl this year, even if he wins the next year, you're going to have a bunch of these losers who'll keep hanging out on that here. So
good call.
Thanks, guys.
Good call.
Good call. Really good call.
He thinks that Nick Bosa could win the Super Bowl MVP. I like that call.
I do.
So let me just real quick for those that aren't into it, but I had it right here because I was looking as one of my narratives, heading into the week. One of my storylines, Patrick Mahomes, the number one player with the best odds, or I guess the worst odds because it's only plus 140 to win Super Bowl MVP. Then it's Brock Purdy plus 200, Christian McCaffrey plus 450.
I like that. I really like that.
So I'm going to give you the one I like the most. Travis Kelce, plus 2,100.
That's not bad.
Debo Samuel is the one I like the most, plus 3,500.
That's a lot, too. I may go both McCaffrey and Debo Samuel. So we're staying at the Excalibur. They have a casino in there, right?
Yes.
Oh, we could make the bet right there.
I think we should do it.
Oh, Debo and McCaffrey. I'm betting on a lot. I got some cash, actually, from yesterday, so taking that cash straight to Vegas.
Mahomes, Purdy, CMC, Kelce, Debo, Pacheco, Ayuk, Kittle, Rashee Rice, Nick Bosa all the way down as the first defensive player, even higher than Chris Jones, plus 10,000.
That's crazy.
That's actually not a bad. Has there ever been the last one was the guy for the Tampa Bay, Dexter Jackson, right?
Dexter Jackson, safety. The last defensive player to win it.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. Is that? That's off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't think there's been another. I don't know. Google Super Bowl.
I'll look it up right
now. By the way, Joshua in the Bay 415. Do you think Mahomes' daddy getting the DUI is a distraction? No, I think Patrick Mahomes. Look, he's got his wife Brittany. She's been outspoken.
That sucks.
His brother Jackson Mahomes, TikTok. He's done some things. Mahomes is fine. Mahomes is going to be okay.
How did I sleep on this? Von Miller won it here at Levi's.
Super Bowl 50.
Yeah.
You know what? NFL Network.
How did I sleep on that?
So we're at Chili's for my niece's birthday. And they're showing, the little shorts of the Super Bowls, the 30-minute shorts of each Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They were showing that with McCann. The Broncos completely stuffed them out. Von Miller did win Super Bowl MVP.
Bonte was right. Bonte
did have a point.
It sounded exactly like that.
Yeah.
Malcolm Smith, too, defensive players.
Yes.
So in total.
Well, he won a MVP that year against the Broncos?
They won by 50.
Yeah. I mean, they could have given it to anybody.
No, you should give it that whole defense.
I would have gave it to the Denver Broncos center who hiked it over Peyton Manning's head on the first play of the game.
Or Adam Gase, the offensive coordinator.
Oh, my God. Thank
so
God
in total, 9 non-offensive players have won the Super Bowl MVP. You got 1 cornerback, 2 defensive ends.
All right, name the players. Name them.
So you got Larry Brown was the cornerback of the Cowboys.
Raiders. By the Raiders.
Yeah.
Harvey Martin won
Cowboys
MVP as defensive end. Richard Dent with the Bears.
Richard Dent.
Randy White with the Cowboys defensive talent.
I think him and Harvey White won co-MVPs in the Super Bowl. I could be wrong there.
I believe so, yeah, in Super Bowl 12.
When they beat the Broncos 27-10 in the Superdome. New Orleans Superdome, they shared it. It was co-MVPs with the Cowboys.
Yeah, Keep going.
Then you had Desmond Howard with the Packers as a kick returner and punt returner.
Yep.
Chuck Howley with the Cowboys as a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Ray Lewis won
Ray
as
Lewis
a linebacker.
the New York Giants.
Then, of course,
Gary
Malcolm
Collins.
Smith and Von Miller. The rest have all been offensive players. You have 32 quarterbacks, 8 wide receivers, 7 running backs, and then 4 linebackers, 2 defensive ends, 2 safeties, a corner, a D tackle, and a punt returner.
5 quarterbacks since 2000. 5, I should say, receivers since 2000. Deion Branch, Hines Ward, Santonio Holmes, Julian Edelman, and Cooper Kupp. Interesting. Roethlisberger didn't win in either of them.
No.
Kind of surprising.
Although that throw to Santonio Holmes was one great throw.
How did Roethlisberger
Santonio
not win?
had like 200
Well,
yards.
the first one, it was all Willie Parker and
Yeah.
his special teams and everything
Willie
like that.
Parker.
And Hines
Now that's a
won.
name.
So Hines won it that year?
That's a name.
That Willie Parker had the big touchdown.
I mean, Willie Parker, number 39.
39 had speed.
He was
speed for
nice,
days.
though.
Him and the bus were a great combo. But to Santonio's hope, that Super Bowl, they were showing the highlights of that.
It was one of the great Super Bowls of all time.
James Harrison
was ridiculous.
Is that the greatest play in Super Bowl history?
Right before halftime?
That's unbelievable.
Well, besides Don Beebe coming down on Leon Lett.
Well, they got beat.
I know that's a joke. I'm joking.
I know.
I'm teasing.
Miguel, real quick in Hayward. Miguel,
what's up, Miguel?
Before Dumas at 8:30.
Yeah, what's up, you guys?
What up, Miguel?
Like, I love y'all show every day.
Thank you, brother.
So, my question is this. Yes, sir. What happens if Moody is practicing kicking the ball before the Super Bowl starts, and then KC, Mahomes and Kelsey just comes out of nowhere, and they do the same thing what they did to Justin Tucker? Do you think the Niner players will react quick, or do you guys think that Baltimore didn't even knew nothing about this until the game was over?
That whole thing, honestly, is overblown to me. I don't know. I thought the whole Ravens kicker, Kansas City,
it's gamesmanship.
Yeah, but it was overblown. And I don't know if you know this. The Niners love getting in scraps before the game.
They do love getting in scraps.
This is coming from the team that wears the all-black Air Forces.
Yeah, I know. Debo walked off the plane in all black. They do like scraps, but I don't want Jake Moody. Not Jake Moody. That's a place he missed a couple kicks, right, in the preseason? That's when we're ready to cut Jake Moody. Remember that first preseason game of the year? We got a kicker problem, and Trey Lance ain't ready.
Did you see the...
we didn't run the ball enough in the preseason game.
Did you see
We've come a long way since then.
Did you see the field, the colors on the field?
I have not seen the colors. I've been waiting on it. Is it already out?
Red end zone.
Well, yeah, it's the saloon
so they have
font
the saloon font,
yeah.
but they have not the OG logo. They have the current logo with the gold trim on the inside of the SF.
All right, I got to see that.
And then I only saw the 10, but at the 10-yard line, it's the Raider black outline on the 10. Yeah, with a little Jimmy G kind of like feel to it. So Jimmy might not physically be there, but the Raiders painted him onto that field.
The ghost of Jimmy Garoppolo.
The ghost of Jimmy G.
All right, I gotta see this film.
Oh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Junior in the South Bay. Junior in the South Bay. What's happening, June?
What's up, guys? I like listening to y'all every morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
And I got one question for y'all. I give credit to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch putting the squad together.
Oh, they get a lot of credit. Ton of credit, right? I mean, who has more to gain? Shanahan, Lynch, or Purdy?
Shanahan and John Lynch.
Shanahan and John Lynch, huh? All right, Junior.
So I'm showing you the video right now. I'm putting it here. I'm showing it to you. The 10 has a black outline.
Oh, so the Raiders are putting to make sure their stamp is on the Super Bowl.
Do you see how it has like a black outline?
Who are Raider fans rooting for this week?
No, misery.
Can it go to quadruple overtime?
No, we got to have a winner.
Tire him out for the next game?
Spinoni, who are you rooting for, honestly?
I don't know.
Spinoni.
Does it hurt you that the Chiefs and the Niners are playing in your stadium?
Yes, it hurts me.
No, Spinoni. I know Spinoni very, very well.
He's actually really excited about it. This is his dream come true.
Spinoni wants Shasky and I to come in on Monday.
Miserable.
Well, I'm not even going to see you guys, so it's not even that.
Oh, you'll see us through Zoom.
Yeah,
you'll be laughing.
But that's different.
Like Spinoni, the day after Lonnie Walker cooked the Warriors, game.
That's different, though.
You were out that day. Styles was in, and Spinoni just kept looking at me, and I was so depressed. And Spinoni, I was like, "Don't you dare say a word on the air today."
And I didn't.
He didn't say not one single word on the air. I made sure his mic was cut. Spinoni's miserable.
What do you? If you took the temperature of most Raider fans, Chiefs or Niners?
I'll let you know, Joe, on the other side.
By the way, you have another chance to win a spot for Eggs and Toast with the Roast. That's coming up at 8:30. Eggs and Toast with the Roast plus Jason Dumas live on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. That's what's coming up with the game. Brought to you by the Farmer's Dog.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
From better poops to more energy, when you switch your dog's food.
Mahomes is a crybaby.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Well, we hope Patty Mahomes is crying on Sunday. That's for sure. That's for sure. I want him tearing up and dropping the 2-2 in the Super Bowl. That's what I want.
I can't believe we lost this game.
Oh, I want them all in tears. I want Taylor Swift to be there with her Grammy Awards, and I want her crying. Tears of sadness. After the Chiefs lose the Super Bowl to the 49ers.
Lil Mo, when I cry,
you cry, we cry together.
Hey, he had the Baltimore
good,
Raven
right?
jersey in that video. That music video hits hard.
Oh, that video is
when
hard.
He snatches
Little Mo has some videos.
Oh, Little Mo's got a lot of hitters.
He's got one hitters. He's got like all the Mafia pictures up.
Oh, yeah. Little Mo had a lot of hitters.
Dumas going to join us in a second here on the Boxer and Girls and Guest Line, but it's time to qualify one lucky listener to have eggs and toast with the roast this Friday. That's right. Be the first caller on the contest line. Right now, 415-523-4652. And Proposition Chicken is providing the food. Aria Max are going to be in the building with all the good food from Proposition Chicken. The question is, as mentioned in a Morning Roast Show Open, what San Francisco neighborhoods are Shasky and I from?
Whoa.
As mentioned in the Morning Roast Show Open, what San Francisco neighborhoods are Shasky and I from?
That's tough. That's tough.
That is tough. I heard the first question was tough. People didn't realize that Jokic beat the Warriors with a half-court three. And what did they go on a 25-4 run to end the game? Talking about worst losses. We could pick like 15.
What's the neighborhood that exists now that did not exist when we were growing up that cracks you up in San Francisco?
Dog Patch.
Dog Patch.
Dog Patch.
Not Nopa?
Oh, my God, Nopa. Yeah.
When I hear Nopa, my eyes start to burn.
Nopa. What else? Dog Patch. Did they create any new neighborhoods?
Oh, my favorite is when I hear Lakeview Heights. It's like,
who says Lakeview Heights?
Oh, I've seen it in real estate.
They say Lakeview Heights now?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Lakeview Heights. I did, like, people say that Chase Center's downtown.
No.
I don't consider that downtown.
No.
Oracle Park.
It used to be China Basin.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
That downtown.
I just call it AT&T.
Okay. Yeah, it's just.
Soma.
Bayview's been around.
Bayview's been around forever.
Yeah, they've said Bayview, but they've always got to say Bayview,
been on the map.
Point.
I have a bunch of old San Francisco maps, and Bayview's been on there for a long time. Visitation Valley, Bayview, all considered.
It's always Hunters Point, no doubt. Hunters Point, no doubt. Yeah.
The Tender Knob. Yeah, that's a good one.
Tender Knob. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, the Dog Patch I don't know why it just irks me when I hear Dog Patch.
Well, they make it out to be super desirable. Like, this is where you want to be.
It sounds like a district in like Grand Theft Auto. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like
City.
Dog Patch.
San Andreas.
Yeah, San Andreas, like the Dog Patch district. Like the Dog Patch district. Like, what is that?
I do love the San
Andreas. What was it before the Dog Patch district? Is it just Potrero Hill?
Lower Potrero, yeah.
Lower Potrero Hill.
You know what I used to call it? Where the Esprit was, because there was an Esprit. You guys don't know what an Esprit is. It was where like all these girls that I knew used to like steal clothes from. And I know this is going to sound terrible, but that's what they did back in the day.
Oh, yeah, the boosters.
Yeah, we
all knew. We all knew
about
boosters.
Yeah.
They steal from the Gap, and then they sell them for wholesale prices in the hood.
Exactly.
And they wouldn't get caught. All right, Dumas is going to be joining us in just a second. We're going to get a contest winner here as we get ready for it. I wonder what Dumas thinks. Who has the most to gain? He's down there in Vegas.
I would love to hear that.
He's on the planes land. Because I look, I understand the Shanahan. He has a ton to gain. There's no doubt. We're talking about him next to George. But think about that. We had Robinson and Bruno call, and he said he wins one. Now we're comparing him to Bill Walsh and talking about him in the same sentence as Bill Walsh. We're already skipping past George Seifert.
Yeah, I've thought about that. Seifert is a legend in my mind because of what he did as a defensive coordinator as well as a head coach. And I know that we look at like David Shaw or we look at the guy who I referenced earlier today in Barry Switzer. When you take someone else's team and you continue to have success, we almost dilute it. When I brought up John Gruden in Tampa Bay, what did you say?
Well, with Tony Dungy's team.
Exactly. And as much as I love George Seifert, there is an argument like that team was quite self-sufficient, even though he gets credit for winning it. Shanahan built this from the ground up.
Wow.
It's all Shanahan.
Wow.
When it talk about building and Lynch, I'm not denying Lynch any of his appropriate just due, but Shanahan runs the Niners. Best believe.
He does. He does, no doubt.
So that's why I think Shanahan's going to get a lot of credit, and I do think one title would elevate him above some of those others.
What about Purdy?
See, I think it elevates him over Alex Smith, Colin Kaepernick, Jeff Garcia, Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll even throw Brody in there.
He becomes the second youngest quarterback to win a Super Bowl? Brock Purdy, is that the case?
Yeah.
If he wins, and he beats Mahomes, who we consider the greatest quarterback of all time.
But isn't it interesting how, like, we have to see some time go on after to be able to truly file this in the appropriate spot of where it is. Like Tom Brady, I used to think about this all the time. And I listened to Cam Newton's comments last week. Cam was saying if you did a draft right now, Purdy would be the 10th best player on the Niners. Meaning, and I think the way he was doing this is if the whole league could draft, he would be the 10th guy taken. I get where he's coming from because, and I'm not ripping him.
Right.
Purdy's important to the Niners, but I could see how if we did a draft of the Niners, because they have so much high-end talent, other teams would covet other players before they get to Purdy. I get.
That's why I didn't have a problem with Cam Newton saying.
I didn't either.
The 10th best player on the 49ers is Brock Purdy. I got him in the top 8, but there's no knocking that. Like, pound for pound, we're taking Fred Warner, we're taking Chris McCaffrey, we're taking George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk over Brock Purdy. There's no doubt.
If I went back to those original, like, Brady was not the GOAT until, like, the 2010s. Like, we didn't even think of him that way.
No.
Okay?
Ty Law, I would have taken Ty Law.
Lawyer Malloy, Ty Law, Willie McGinnis, Sam Adams.
No doubt.
Like,
Teddy Bruschi.
Vince Wilfork. I could have listed 7 or 8 New England Patriots. And yes, Brady was a big element of why they won, but he wasn't the dude. He wasn't the dude. But as time goes on, those first 3 titles in real time, Brady was a part of it, but he wasn't the catalyst for it. At least that's the way I remember it. As we've gone on, a lot of the younger people, they just think that Brady was Brady from the 2010s back in the early 00s. That was not how it went down. Would you agree?
Yeah, no doubt.
So Purdy could have 3 or 4 different versions of his career where he is, making $40 million a year and he's the dude and there's a lot less players around him or whatever, and he evolves from there. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Just win this game, and then the rest of his career, he's got a runway.
But if he wins this game,
it's huge.
The dollars that he would receive, the long-term security that he would receive, the praise that he would receive, he would become one of the best stories in North American sports history if he wins. So we could break this down in 2 different ways. Who has the most to lose? I'll buy Shanahan has the most to lose.
Okay.
I'll buy that.
Okay.
Because Purdy's playing with house money. I'm the last pick of the draft. I shouldn't even be here, right? We just heard the story from Peter King and his Monday morning quarterback. Is Peter King joining Willard and Dibs today or tomorrow? Tomorrow? So he'll have more on that story.
He'll elaborate.
So Shanahan does have a lot to lose here. Purdy doesn't have so much to lose. But the most to gain? Sure, Shanahan is going to be now, hey, I'm one behind my dad. I'm at the table. I'm at the table with the Mike McCarthy's. We know I'm better than that. I finally got my Super Bowl next to McVay. Boom. I'm the better hire than McVay with all that stuff. But if Purdy wins, the money, the endorsements, he may be on a short list and be able to cover a John Madden football. That's what we're talking about here.
Well,
I'm going to Disneyland. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to Disneyland with Mickey Mouse ears.
I love what you're saying here, but let me just ask, and it's different because Foles was a backup and he filled in. Who gets more credit a couple years removed? Doug P? Like, who do we view higher, Doug Peterson or Nick Foles?
That's a great question.
And because that's such a unique situation. It's so unique. And maybe I'm picking the outlier here. Because, like, we did the Belichick or Brady, Belichick or Brady, Belichick or Brady. And I think most reasonable people are like, it was a blend of both. Right? I think most reasonable people. Like Stafford, McVay, I feel like both of them earned a ton of respect. And now, like, we view McVay. I think we actually give McVay more love than Stafford, personally. And I could be wrong there.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, McVay, he gets his love, but Stafford, I think I gave Stafford more love for this season, the way he played that Detroit game.
Me too.
He may have been concussed. Something Something was up with Stafford. He still threw darts all over the field when it came to that Lions game against the Rams. But when it comes to Doug Peterson and Nick Foles, and we got Jason Dumas coming up in just a second, he's a Philadelphia Eagles fan. He's embraced the Bay Area. We're not going to get on him for that. But I wonder who he gets more credit for, because I felt like Doug Peterson didn't get his credit for that Super Bowl until he helped Trevor Lawrence go to the playoffs last season.
Interesting.
And I was thinking to myself, boy, Doug P had that team rolling.
He was a really good coach for them, and they should have won the following year.
All right, let's bring up our main man, our brother from another mother, joining us on the Boxer and Gerzer guest line, live in Las Vegas. Check him out on Twitter. Check him out on Instagram. Jason Dumas is live and in effect in Las Vegas right now. Surprised he got up so early, knowing Dumas, man. Surprised he's working. He's probably working off of 2 hours of sleep. But Dumas, what's going on, man? Good morning.
Yo, city that never sleeps, man.
I know you didn't sleep much, man. No, seriously, you're going out there to do big work, man. I know you're out there right now. You saw the Niners land, you saw the Chiefs land, but we're just talking about who has more to gain in the Super Bowl, Shanahan or Brock Purdy. And you were there. We it's no secret you're an Eagles fan. And Shasky just brought up Doug Peterson and Nick Foles. Now, the city of Philadelphia, who gets more credit for that Super Bowl? Is it Foles or is it Doug Peterson?
Oh, it's Foles. Foles, like it. Even thinking back on that year and that win, it's just like almost like mind numbing. Foles, like that run he made, the historic run he made, beat Tom Brady and brought Philadelphia its first Super Bowl title. It's like historic. Calling the Philly special, that was his idea. Like, yeah, it's definitely Foles. Foles is like a legend in Philly. Now, Doug Peterson, obviously, he's revered too, but think about it. Doug Peterson was fired like 2 years later. So Foles is always going to get that nod. And, he's like a folk legend in Philadelphia. And here I would think it's Brock Purdy too. Like Kyle Shanahan, he's a good coach. Win or lose this game, people are still going to think he's a good coach. He still has job security. But if Brock Purdy wins this game, he's a legend. It's his second year. He wasn't supposed to be here. No one knew who he was when they even drafted him. He was just a guy on the roster. He was a roster filler. He was the third-string quarterback. Now he is the starting quarterback for a Super Bowl team, and he is one of the reasons why they're here.
You've been around this team for 2 different Super Bowl trips. A lot of the same players. There's a lot of new ones. And obviously the head coach is the same guy and the GM's the same guy. Have you noticed anything different in terms of preparation, in terms of attitude, leading up to this Super Bowl in contrast to the last one?
Yeah, absolutely. They're just more intentional about everything this time around. Even coming into the season, so when they went to the Super Bowl in 2019, the next year they came into that season, I kind of think they were a little arrogant. Like they thought they could just show up and get back to the Super Bowl. They called it the revenge tour. It was just, I didn't like the messaging they sent that year after the Super Bowl. This season, you could tell they were very intentional about their goals. They were very hungry. Like, they said they wanted payback on the Eagles. Like, they came out and said that, and they did it. They said they wanted to have home field advantage throughout the NFC playoffs. That was a goal of theirs, and they were intentional about it. They got it. They said they wanted to get to the Super Bowl. They got there. Now, obviously, they have their last goal staring right in front of them, but you could just tell how intentional they are this season and how hungry they are. And even Fred Warner, he had such a good soundbite a couple of days ago when someone asked him what did he learn about that Super Bowl in 2019, and he straight up said, "It's never over." Like that ruined me. Like now, even if it's a preseason game, I don't even get excited until I see zeros on the clock. So you can just tell their demeanor, even when they got off the plane. Like, I didn't see many pearly whites. People weren't really – Kyle Shanahan was the only one cheesing. Everybody else, it looked like they were going to a damn funeral. They got walked right on the bus. The Chiefs, they were kind of walking over to the people and the cameraman and waving. Niners got right off the plane, walked right off to the bus. It's like they're not going to be satisfied until they are carrying that Vince Lombardi trophy.
Wow, Jason Dumas here on the Boxer and Gerser guest line live in Las Vegas. So you're there. What is the vibe now in Las Vegas? Because we're going to talk about a little bit later how Vegas has become kind of the sports capital of the world. When you think about everything happening out there, whether it's prize fights, March Madness, WNBA, they're going to get a basketball team at some point. We know they're going to get a baseball team. They have the football team. So what is the vibe right now in Las Vegas, day one of Super Bowl week?
It's insane. It was insane even yesterday. I got straight from the airport to the 49ers and Chiefs landing at their little private plane section, and then I went to check in to my hotel. So I checked into my hotel. It was probably about pushing 8 o'clock, line out the door.
Wow.
People everywhere. And that's at Excalibur. And the Luxor is the same way, and then a lot of media is staying at Aria, too. Vegas is always crazy, as both of you guys know, but this is like one of those weeks where you walk down to your lobby and you'll see a celebrity just kind of chilling, or people are always at the table. It's just nuts. And in fact, I'm interested to see how much work gets done from all my colleagues because there's a lot going on, man.
All right, so I want to touch on the actual main characters of this game. We referenced Purdy already. There are very few athletes in sports that in real time, while they're in the middle of their careers, we feel like we're anointing them as one of the all-time greats. Steph breaking all these three-point records in the middle of his career. Ricky Henderson, shattering stolen base records in the middle of his career. Jerry Rice at 31 years old breaking the touchdown marker. Verlander, Jordan, LeBron getting crowned one of the great players in the middle of his career. I feel like I'm watching one of the greatest players ever in Patrick Mahomes. Is he the main character in this game this weekend in terms of when the Warriors beat LeBron? They beat LeBron. That's what it was. They beat LeBron. If the Niners can beat Mahomes, this is humongous, no?
No, you're absolutely right. Just with my own two eyes, he's probably the best quarterback I've ever seen other than Tom Brady. Now, obviously you're going to need the longevity and for him to actually surpass Brady and even surpass some other guys, he needs the longevity. But at the rate he's going and by the eye test, I personally have never seen anyone better. And let's be honest, the Chiefs have no business really being here. Yeah, I know they have a better defense than usual, but go back to Christmas Day when they lose to the Raiders. That was no one would have thought they would be at the Super Bowl. Now they're there because of Patrick Mahomes, and it's not even like he's popping these eye-popping stats per se. He just makes timely plays this season, at least. He's just making timely plays when he needs to. He keeps his team confident. He's never too high, never too low. And it's just when you got a guy like that under center, everyone on the team, all 53 men, believe they can win. And when you just carry that demeanor with you, it takes you to Super Bowls like they're in right now. And no, you're absolutely right, Shasky. It's the Niners versus Patrick Mahomes. I was talking to people last night, and someone asked me, 3 people asked me. I was with 4 people. They're all 2 of them are Kansas City media, 1 is national media. And they asked me who I thought was going to win, and I said, I think the 49ers are going to win. And they all started laughing at me, straight up laughing at me. They're like, Patrick Mahomes ain't losing. That is the type of confidence that Patrick Mahomes exudes.
Wow.
It wasn't like they ain't losing. They said Patrick Mahomes ain't losing. Now I'm telling them, hey, I think the Niners are due for a good game. They've had 2 stink fests in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. They're just due to come out and click. And that's what I think is going to happen. But definitely be them beating Patrick Mahomes.
Jason Dumas here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the Boxer Gerser guest line live in Las Vegas. And we'll probably talk to him again this week. I know he's out there for their whole week. And, of course, he's going to the game and covering the game for Crawford Sports. Does a hell of a job doing that. You came just straight from Santa Cruz, straight to the airport, straight to Las Vegas. So very impressive, Jay. But you brought up earlier in this conversation Shanahan and Brock, and you believe Brock Purdy has the most to gain, and I'm with you there. We've been kind of batting back and forth here with who has the most to gain, who has the most to lose. Because if Brock Purdy does lose this game, we already heard some of the dialogue coming after the Green Bay game and the Detroit game. He loses this game, you're around this team, you're around Shanahan, you've been around him for 5 years. who's to say Brock Purdy's a long-term solution for the 49ers if he loses this game, Jason?
Yeah, man, Shanahan has no loyalty when it comes to his quarterbacks. And that proof is just in the pudding. Even with Brock, we saw the story come out a couple weeks ago that they tried to get Tom Brady to come out of retirement to come play for them. So it's like, you never know. Brock Purdy has a bad game. The whole narrative all offseason is going to be like, is this the guy that can take them over the top?
Right.
Now, that's just how it is. And if they win, he's going to be the guy who is like the next best thing for sliced bread. And I think that's fair, too, because it's a players' league. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan is a great coach. He's been very successful with the 49ers in his tenure. But at the end of the day, the players have to perform. And if Brock Purdy performs like he is capable of, I mean, dude, it's like a Disney movie script. This guy was not – it was an afterthought. I didn't know who Brock Purdy was when they drafted him. I didn't even know Brock Purdy was on the roster until I had to know. And now all of a sudden this guy is the quarterback on probably the best team in football.
Jason, it is interesting how there's just a lot of revisionist history. People can like the player. No one thought he was going to be this.
Yeah,
and I have no problem saying that I was like clearly way wrong, way off. I went to a lot of those padded and non-padded practices. No one was looking at him. He got very little run.
It is wild to see people take victory laps about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, a lot of the padding on the back, just in general.
Jason, we still got you?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? Sorry, I didn't know if you were talking there. It's just, I don't know. I kind of chuckle where it's like, sometimes, I'm not saying they didn't like him. They did like him, but they got a little lucky, and he's exceeded everyone's expectations. It's okay to admit that out loud. Like I found like last week, whether it was John Lynch, Shanahan, Jed York, they were taking a victory lap, which they should, and I get that. But to think that they had like the foresight from day one, it feels a little revisionist history to me. That's all.
Yeah, when Kyle said that Brock was the best quarterback on the roster 2 years ago, and he knew that right away. Who knows if that's actually true? But I mean, this guy, like, it's just crazy. That's what makes sports so cool. Like, no one could ever see this coming. No one. Like Brock's pathway to being the 49ers starting quarterback was like almost impossible. Yeah. You had Trey Lance, obviously, who was drafted to be the next guy. Trey Lance, of course, has injury problems that gave Jimmy Garoppolo his opportunity back, and Jimmy Garoppolo had the injury. And I remember when Brock Purdy had to come in because of the injuries, I was like, oh, the 49ers are toast. They're not going to win anything. I was like, that's unfortunate. And this guy comes in and makes every single pass he's asked to do. Seems unflappable. He has this demeanor on him that is just like, and Brock had a soundbite that was very impressive a couple weeks ago where he just basically said, like, dude, I know I'm not Patrick Mahomes. I know I'm not Lamar Jackson. I know I'm not Josh Allen. I don't try to be like them. I don't compare myself to them. I just try to do what I do well to the best of my abilities. And by going that way, I don't put unnecessary pressure on myself. I don't try to compare. I just do what I'm asked to do, and I do what I know I can do to the best of my abilities. And I was like, that's someone who knows who he is. And a lot of people need to have that demeanor because everybody in society is always trying to compare themselves with this person, with that person. Just be yourself and do what you're good at, and things will fall into place. That's what Brock Purdy's doing.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Jason, live in Las Vegas. We'll talk to you again later in the week. I know it's insane out there. I can't believe Vegas has a Super Bowl. We're just talking about that. All the events that's happened in Vegas over the last 10 years. Did you ever envision not only a Super Bowl being in Las Vegas, but a professional sports team being in Las Vegas? Now we got 3 of them, and 2 more are coming at some point in the future.
Dude, it's nuts. About like 4 years ago, I had a job opportunity out in Vegas, and I turned it down because I was just like, I'm in the Bay. I still would turn it down because I enjoy the Bay, but like at the time, I was like, why would I leave San Francisco, 49ers, Warriors, Giants to work in Las Vegas? And my agent at the time told me, she was like, dude, Vegas is going to blow up. I'm telling you. And she was right. 4 years later, they're going to get an NBA team eventually, too.
Yep.
They're going to have all the major sports. Yep. They're going to be the site of major sporting events. This has become an amazing sports market. It's crazy. And like 4 years ago, like I said, I was like, nah, they don't really have pro teams. It's like more of a party town. But now it's a sports town, too. It's nuts.
Yeah, we can't wait to see you down there. We'll be down there Saturday night.
You better not be house hunting down there.
Yeah, no, yeah. We don't need to leave, Jason.
Saturday night, man. Let me start screening my phone calls.
Hey, I may come off the plane straight to a party. Who knows? Saturday night, man. We might be on a bender all weekend long.
I will not.
Yeah, no. Shasky's going to be in this room freaked out about the Super Bowl. Yeah, no, I'm going home, honey. I'm going straight to the hotel room.
I'm here with the baby.
Hey, shout out to Caitlin. You're better half, Jason. Hey, Caitlin, you know Jason Dumas is doing nothing but work. You don't have to worry about him. He's asleep by 9 o'clock. Unless it's a Crown 4 hit at night. Jay, stay awake out there, buddy.
All right, brother. Appreciate y'all.
Anytime, Jason. Jason Dumas here on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line. Crown 4 Sports doing it all, man. Santa Cruz Warriors sideline reporter doing a great job there. Now he's down in Vegas. The vibe of the team. He said he didn't see no pearly whites from Debo or Tritt. Business. Niners to go down there to handle business.
I'm very excited. I want to get into two things here. Who Brock Purdy is playing in Patrick Mahomes, and elaborate on this Peter King article. I'm seeing some stuff regarding Kyle Shanahan selecting Brock Purdy that I want to read for you.
It's fascinating. By the way, what else? Something else is fascinating. I guess Jared Guru Johnson.
What's that?
He's wearing a 49ers jersey today to work.
Why?
I have no idea.
I lost. I'm out.
I don't know what he's doing.
Is it a player? What player is he wearing?
It's got Guru on the back. Number 1.
No.
It's a 49ers jersey with number 1 on the Guru on the back.
I don't want to brag. I live in a regular neighborhood.
There's a drop for everything.
There's literally a drop for everything.
There's literally a drop.
I don't want to brag, but I live in a regular neighborhood. What does that even mean?
You know what? We will bring him up at the break because I'm sure he'll be showing up at some point. And we might even bring him in. I'm going to call him out on this. If Patrick Mahomes doesn't play another snap right now, his stats are close, very close to Steve Young, who had a couple of extra years on him. You look at Steve Young, he joined the Niners in Tampa Bay. He played. I'm going straight from when he was a starter, 91 to 98, 99. That's what Steve Young did. Patrick Mahomes has 2 less years. 2-time Super Bowl champ, 2-time Super Bowl MVP, 2-time NFL MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, 2-time first-team All-Pro, second-team All-Pro. He's a 6-time Pro Bowler. He's led the NFL in touchdowns twice, led the NFL in passing yards. He's the Sports Illustrated Sportsman of the Year. He's won 1,000 other different things. He has the career playoff passer rating right now, meaning the highest rating ever in the playoffs. He has the career passing yards per game, almost 300 in the playoffs. Total yards by a quarterback in a season. He has the most touchdowns in a single postseason. This guy is one of the greatest players of all time. That's who the Niners are going up against.
Yes.
One of the greatest players to ever play. And I just wrote down guys in our life who I anointed in the middle of their career one of the greats. Steph, Ricky Henderson, Jerry Rice, LeBron, Magic, Jordan. I threw Verlander in there, Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey Jr., Mike Trout. I mean, we are talking about a very small list of guys who could play a half of a career and go straight to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, Gale Sayers.
Just
like Gale Sayers. And so his first year in 2018, he throws 50 touchdown passes and 12 interceptions.
50!
Right? So check it out. This is how.
50!
Think about this. I remember the fantasy football draft that year. And I had picked Jimmy Garoppolo as my starting quarterback. I'll never forget. And late in the draft, I took Mahomes as my backup. Just like, whatever. I'll take a flyer on Mahomes, whatever. Kansas City's going to be bad. They're going to be mediocre. They just moved off to Alex Smith. We've never seen Mahomes other than that one game in which Adrian Peterson said, when I saw him throw that ball, I was like, Alex, you in trouble. And Alex was in trouble. He got traded that offseason. But he threw 50 touchdown passes and 12 interceptions, led me to my first ever fantasy football championship in the Players Club. But watching him every snap that year, and I was like, okay, somebody's going to come around. They're going to stop him. All the arm angles, all the improv. All right, this is ridiculous. This is a one-off. No. He's thrown 38, 37, 41. I mean, and you see what he's done in these playoffs. You see what he's done in these playoffs to elevate his teams. Now, he's a game manager that can elevate other players around him. Now, Brock Purdy can do it, but there's limits to him. Patrick Mahomes he won a Super Bowl last year with Juju Smith-Schuster. We all thought Juju was done. I mean, so yes, in order to win this Super Bowl, not only are you going against the Michael Jordan, the Tom Brady, the LeBron James, you're going up against one of the all-time greats. That's why Shanahan and Purdy, you got to score at least 30 to be in this game, I believe. You can't mess around here. You got to score every single possession because the boss man came in. He asked the same question in 2019. If you had a choice, would you want the ball down 4 with Brock Purdy, or would you want to be up 4 with the ball going to Patrick Mahomes on the final possession? 2019, I said I want the ball in Jimmy's hands. Believe it or not, I want the offense on. I don't want to see Mahomes down 4. I am going to mention that publicly. I don't want Mahomes. To have the football.
I'm looking at a Daryl the Guru. I'm so sorry. I'm distracted. I apologize. You're cooking.
No.
I am looking at a Daryl the Guru Johnson.
It's disgusting.
Number
it's
1
disgusting.
49er jersey.
Cowboy fans should disown him right now.
What is going on?
Cowboy fans should disown him right now.
So your point on Patrick Mahomes.
So Patrick Mahomes going up against him. Yeah, I don't want him with the ball down 4 with the game on the line with a minute 30 left.
No.
I don't want those problems.
You said that he's a game manager, but he also can play make. No,
They're
you're right.
all game managers.
No, but like Aaron Rodgers gets a lot of credit for being so risk averse in terms of his touchdown to interception ratio. But I get all of the Favrean qualities from Patrick Mahomes with none of the turnovers.
Yep.
Bonte, Steve Young was pretty damn good.
He's not Mahomes.
Mahomes and him have almost the same touchdown passes thrown. He has 40 less interceptions.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes over that 230
different
touchdowns.
era though. Different era.
I know, but
it's a different era.
But Bonte, the precision that this guy plays with is unbelievable. He also gives you a lot of the scrambling that we don't associate with him at that position.
Oh, he could extend plays. And Shanahan mentioned that in that article, Mahomes being able to extend plays and run around and improv. That is a problem. He's mobile as well. And he will get the tough yards.
So here is who the Niners are going up against in Patrick Mahomes. And this is what they've got. And this is per Peter King from Kyle Shanahan. I was sure Brock was worthy of a 4th-round selection. And we put a 4th-round grade on him.
Yep.
There was no way we could take him for our team. But we're sitting there in the 7th, and all these picks go by, and he's still there. And that's when I get to hear our linebacker coaches, all the scouts, other coaches, everybody who's talking, saying things like, I can't believe my guy is still there in the 7th. I love this guy. Or we've got all of our needs. You traded those ones last year. We don't need a quarterback to be our 3rd guy. Or, Kyle, we can still get him as a free agent. He's not going to get drafted. I mean, it's all coming down to me. And I'm always trying to check myself on this stuff. The pick's coming up. And I remember club co-chair John York asking, who's the best player out there? Well, I go, there's no doubt Purdy's the best player. Then what are we talking about, Dr. John says? And then they take him.
Dr. John York coming in.
So everyone's getting credit. Dr. John York, Jed, John, Greasy, Kyle. Kind of crazy.
We got lucky. And I want to go back to something you were talking about here.
That's crazy.
Listening
This is
to
who Mahomes is
95.7
going
The
up
Game.
against.
KGMZ FM in Nation 1 San Francisco. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto low rates and super simple online application process. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Countdown to kickoff clock says we are 6 days, 6 hours, 22 minutes, 35, 34, 33 seconds away from kickoff in the big game.
Thank you, Kiefer.
Going back to something that we all said, first of all, I want to make it clear. It's Mahomes going against the Niners defense and Purdy going against that Chiefs defense. So let's, they're not going to face each other.
But it was Brady versus Manning.
Yeah,
for all
we
those
always
years.
bill it as the quarterback.
Yeah, that's what we do. LeBron versus Steph.
That's what we do all the time. But the whole Brock Purdy 4th-round grade, and everybody taking credit. And you said something about training camp, because I was in Europe that year. I was in Europe during training camp, and I was ticked off about the trip, but it turned out to be a fascinating trip, so I'm not regretting that at all. It was great to be on the island of Capri and Positano and Amalfi Coast, all that stuff. But
dude,
as I'm reading reports.
That was a waterfall, not a drip.
Oh, I'm trying to be like Shasky here. Everybody's got a little butcher in them, right?
Absolutely.
Listen, I read every single report because the reports will come out and be like I don't know, 4 in the afternoon.
There
so
were
was up.
Sudfeld hype up articles.
So every report I read had nothing to do with Brock Purdy. Now, Kruger gets credit for saying, hey, I think Brock Purdy could be a player, but I looked Kruger in his eyes during the crossover one time. I said, did you think Brock Purdy would be this good? He goes, no, not this good.
I don't think anyone
Nobody.
did. Yeah, I don't think
this
anyone
is a shock.
did.
So, like, if people want to slander, like, oh, you didn't believe in Purdy, nobody really believed that he could play like this.
When Patrick Mahomes was a freshman at Texas Tech and Davis Webb is playing in front of him,
right?
Do you think Cliff Kingsbury or whoever the coach was at the time really thought he'd turn into this?
Right. I mean, come on, man. Nobody knew Patrick Mahomes would be Patrick Mahomes coming out in the draft. We thought, boy, Kansas City's taking a chance.
Yeah, this guy.
Moving up for this guy?
Totally.
No, he's raw. He's a prospect. Shanahan didn't even scout him. They sent Lynch there as a decoy to say, hey, we got the number 2 pick. We may get Mahomes, but no, not really.
Well, that's the thing about, like, again, I laugh at it because I think we turn it into these mythical stories. But, like, even Bill Walsh, in his memoirs, multiple times, I never knew Montana would be Montana.
No. Hell, he tried to trade Montana after winning a Super Bowl.
Multiple times.
He saw John Elway and said, how do I move up in the draft?
Exactly. And, like, when he selected him in the 3rd round, yeah, he had a plan for him, and he was going to see if it worked. And it worked way better than he had ever thought. You know, so, like, I know we think that these coaches have, like, divine intervention and can see things like they're pulling the Excalibur out of the stone,
right.
You know, pulling the sword out, and they're going to be the king of all time. Sometimes sports surprises us.
It does.
Do you think Don Nelson, in his heart of hearts, and Larry Riley, if I would have sat there with them, you know, the year that they took him in that rookie year and he showed promise, did they really think he would turn into a top 10 player of all time?
We didn't think that, and we're Warrior fans. Still surprised. Steph just dropped 60 on Saturday. At the age of 35. He's got 2 games of 60 plus over the age of 30. All right? Like, think about the guys who've done that. Kobe, nobody else. Jordan, like he's in categories of,
That's
like, we
kinda
never
crazy.
thought.
That's crazy.
We never thought Curry would be this guy.
No.
So when it comes to Purdy, it's okay if people, and I've seen some people in the chat here on YouTube, oh, you guys doubted Purdy. You guys doubted Purdy.
I did.
We all did.
Yeah, I
and
did.
then we saw him against Tampa Bay. Was like,
yeah, and I doubted Brady too.
and I was like, damn. I was like, holy smokes, this guy might be something. And then you see it play out. You're like, all right. And then you get question mark. One thing in this story about Peter King, we had question marks about the elbow. Peter King and Shanahan admit Purdy didn't have a 100% elbow. That UCL was still not 100% when they went to Pittsburgh and beat up on the Steelers. So this guy hasn't been healthy all year, really. He hasn't been 100%.
Look, I have a saying in life. You were talking about everyone's got a little butcher in them. Pivot, don't panic. The whole core of that entire thought process is
right.
When you're presented with new information, you better make an adjustment.
Right.
I mean, this is how I live my life. When I'm presented with new stuff, I'm moving it around.
Hey.
Now, a part of you can laugh or whatever, but, like, sometimes you get surprised. Did we know Draymond Green was going to all of a sudden usurp David Lee and become this Draymond Green?
No, we didn't.
No one thought that.
I didn't even think Klay would be the Klay that he became.
No.
During his prime.
I know. How many people wanted to trade Klay for Kevin Love?
Oh, everybody.
And Draymond Green.
And Harrison Barnes in that deal.
Yeah.
We were ready to do a 3-for-1 for Kevin Love. Thank God that didn't happen. But, Dupree Miller. By the way, Dupree Miller won a spot. Exit toast with the roast.
Nice.
Dupree. Can't wait to see you on Friday.
Very cool.
Fillmore and Excelsior. I'm from Fillmore. Shasky's from Excelsior. That's in our show intro.
If we were going off of real estate, it'd be Excelsior Heights.
Excelsior Heights. Heights does sound cool, though.
Doesn't it?
It does kind of sound like you're from the suburbs.
Yeah.
From the big houses.
Well, it's like, our buddy Lucas Alexander from the San Rafael Heights.
Is that what he says?
He's from Marinwood.
What's Marinwood?
Oh, it's a very luxurious part of San Rafael.
Yeah, Lucas does look like he acts like he has money. Nose up in the air. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Flag and Anthem. More of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. We got Q coming up from Las Vegas. Raider Nation Radio. We'll get the lay of the land in Las Vegas from him and how Vegas is booming right now. That's all coming up on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Flag and Anthem. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The biggest day in football is right around the corner, and we've got...
boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Is that Elvis? I can't wait to see the fake Elvises in Vegas. Really looking forward to that. Not really.
Not the women that give you cards.
So you just brought up something here, the Pat McAfee show. 49ers not pleased with the practice field. This is a report from Adam Schefter. Celsius, I got a little tip Friday. That the same situation, that the Niners weren't happy. They're practicing at UNLV. Chiefs are practicing at the Raiders facility in Henderson. The Niners were not pleased with the practice field, so they basically asked, can they practice at the Raiders facility as well? I think the Chiefs were opposed to it, but this is behind the scenes. This is what sources told me. Friday, somebody pulled me over and was like, hey, you got to listen to this. And so the Niners were thinking about, hey, doing their media obligations and then flying back to Santa Clara to practice during the Super Bowl week, during this week.
I wouldn't be mad if that's an hour flight. They got private.
Because I guess the weather in Vegas is bad.
Yes, it is.
The fields are soggy.
It's raining the next 2 days.
It's raining the next 2 days. The fields are soggy. And so the Niners are not happy. And I was told this Friday. I swear to God. I was told this Friday. I was sworn to secrecy, but a little source told me. So now that McAfee is releasing this information, I feel like I can release the information that I was told. I was going to tell you guys in the thread. I was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. There's somebody who did that to one of our producers over the last week, and I lost a little respect because when something's off the record, it's off the record. Until it's okay, you get the okay to say something about it. But when you don't get the okay to say something about it, you go out there anyway and say something, that's a bad look. It's a bad look. It's not right. Unethical is what they say. But Niners not pleased with the practice field. Developing story is Adam Schefter's on the Pat McAfee show. And we'll get
I would not be opposed to them flying back. That would piss off all the local media that's flown out to Vegas.
Oh, I would love that.
I whatever. But for the team, because all I care about is the team winning.
Yeah.
If they think that gives them a better opportunity to prepare for the game, then so be it.
And they want to practice at the Raiders facility alongside the Kansas City Chiefs. They got the indoor stadium, the indoor practice field. So something we could get to Q about. Your boy Q. Man, this guy's been everywhere. He was in Waco, Texas. We had him all before the season. He's talking about Brock Purdy. He knows all about the Big 12, of course. Now ESPN Las Vegas, Raider Nation Radio, Fox Sports. I mean, this guy does it all down there in Las Vegas. Q, good morning, my man. Thanks for joining the show such short notice here.
Hey, man, anytime I get the call to come on the morning roast, you know I'm there, man. So, yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate y'all.
Anytime, your boy Q here on the Boxer and Girls and Guest Line. So, I don't know if you heard anything about the practice fields, this report that's coming out, but I heard something over the weekend that the Niners weren't too pleased with the practice fields that was available in Las Vegas to get ready for the Super Bowl. You hear anything about that yet?
I haven't heard a whole lot about it, but I wouldn't be surprised. Look, they're practicing over at UNLV, and it's a very nice facility. Don't get me wrong, but it is outdoors, and it's been rainy. It's been kind of ugly. It's really pouring down rain today, so I would not be surprised that it was less than ideal facilities. But I do know UNLV rolled out the red carpet. They have the 49ers signage all over the place. They're happy to have them there. But I mean, if you're looking at the Raiders facility where the Chiefs are practicing, and then you look at UNLV, it is a little bit of a step down for San Francisco.
Well, so UNLV is turf?
I believe so. I have only been over there and passed by it a couple of times. I believe there's turf there at UNLV.
Okay, so what, I guess it's just the surface is your, I mean, I know this is developing.
The fields are soggy now with the rain and the weather and stuff like that. So the footing during practice could be a little slick for the 49ers.
Interesting. Now, when you guys got the Super Bowl, I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm saying, man, Vegas is super mainstream. I was out there in December, and I think there's this connotation that Vegas is, taboo, if you will. But I came away thinking, dude, it's super corporate. Like, there are tons of corporate entities dumping tons and tons of money. I mean, think about where we were 10 years ago in this country on marijuana. Think about where we were 20 years ago on, reality television or skateboarding or anything like that. All those things are mainstream now, right? All of them are mainstream. This is a mainstream corporate Super Bowl, is it not?
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It really is. I mean, there's so much money that is being made here in the city, and they'll sell everything and anything, right? I mean, whatever it is, they'll definitely put their stamp on it. They have no problem with that. They'll sell me if they can find a way to do it, right? I mean, that's just what it is. There's so much money being made and produced here in this city, and they're embracing this. And, this is one of those cities that every single every single Super Bowl, it's always packed, right? I mean, regardless, it's always jam-packed with people, and now having it here as well takes it to a whole nother level. So it's a pretty exciting time for the city of Las Vegas. Remember, you couldn't even at one time on Radio Row, and Bonte, I know you know this, you couldn't even say Las Vegas on Radio Row without being basically kicked out the convention center. Oh, yeah. There was times where they had when we were in New York for the Super Bowl, and I wasn't here. I wasn't working for the station then. I was working in Texas still. But we were all the way in the back in New York, and ESPN Las Vegas was literally in the back with us. And that was it. And they're like, yeah, keep those trouble kids in the back. And now it's like full on blown embrace.
Wow. Q here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. And now you see – you moved from Texas. I remember when I first met you, you're in West Texas. You're out there doing your thing in Texas. You make the move to Las Vegas. It's a great opportunity for you to work with the team that you grew up rooting for, the Raiders, and you do excellent work out there. But what was your perception of Las Vegas before you moved there? Because now it feels like it's rapidly becoming the sports capital of the world.
Yeah, it was a party town, man. Whenever we had the opportunity to come to Vegas, it was great. My dad introduced me to the city by taking me to a Running Rebels game, and that's all I knew at first when I was a kid was okay. It's big time basketball, it's big time big time college hoops, and so that's what it was. And that's all I really recognized. And now all of a sudden, all these different teams, all these different programs are coming here. And so, yeah, it is, like you said, rapidly growing into the sports capital really of America. And, you know, if the A's do, in fact, make that move at some point, okay, whatever, so be it. And, you know, an NBA team will be there. He'd be here sooner rather than later. I mean, you know, we've got all these, you know, the AAA affiliate. Yep. We've got, you know, different indoor football leagues. We've got, you know, lacrosse is here. I mean, everyone wants a piece of Las Vegas. So when I made the move from Texas here, I got in right at the perfect time because now everyone wants to be here. So now the market is super competitive, and I've been here for almost 3 years now, and I've been soaking it all in and really putting my thumbprint on it.
Yeah, I was there in December. We had a big softball tournament, and I was kind of blown away by how many youth lacrosse games and tournaments were out there, and all those things that like basketball. I saw tons of kids with basketball. So like, there's this youth level of all these tournaments, and then there's the college level of because I went and saw the Pac-12 championship. I walked to Allegiant Stadium, saw the game there. The environment was unbelievable. Everybody flows into the casinos afterwards. They're all wearing their college gear, and then Saturday I went to the MGM, and it was Gonzaga versus USC, and that was awesome too. Like, I underrated how much of an event town it was and how cool it was to be, you know, partying out with everybody afterwards. I don't know. It was really, really, really cool. And I could see that this is only the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. You know, you mentioned, you know, the Pac-12 championship games and all these different tournaments and basketball, football, everything wants to be out here and wants to be part of these facilities that are here. And so it's funny because when you look at like the Mountain West and you see all the different conference realignments, a lot of people out here were thinking, okay, well, maybe, you know, UNLV will be part of the Pac-12. Well, they don't need to because they're already here, right? The Pac-12 is already here, and there's so many different conferences that play their big-time games. They play them here and their championships here, so they don't need to be part of the conference to actually be in Las Vegas. But there's no doubt about it. Don't let anybody fool you. Everyone wants to be a part of Vegas. The NFL embraces it, loves it. NBA wants everything to do with it. They've been doing Summer League forever. Now, sooner rather than later, they'll have the NBA team here. Already have the G League team here. So, yeah, man, it's on and popping. It really is.
Yeah, your boy Q, he's so cool, man. We don't even give out his government name here on the Morning Roast on the Boxer Curse and Guest line. So, a couple quick ones before we get you out. One, who are Raider fans rooting for in this game? You're right there to set up. Nobody. Oh man.
Nobody. What did Jim Harbaugh say back in the day? Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Yeah, nobody. The Raider fans are pulling for nobody in this one. It is not one that is ideal. It really is the worst case scenario. You know, especially it's funny because there's some that call into the station that are East Coast Raider fans that don't really understand the beef with the Niners, but you got to have that Bay Area, you know, that those Bay Area influence and that love to understand it. And of course, me being from the Bay, you know, I know all about it, so I get it from both sides. The Chiefs, you sure don't want them to win, but then the Niners, I mean, we used to draw the line in the sand, like you pick those guys or you pick these guys, right? I mean, I used to have a problem going across the bridge just to get to San Francisco. I felt some kind of way, right? So, I mean, you know how it is. It's different. And then having the Chiefs in the Raiders facility, it's like, wow, really? That's how it goes down. So, you know, that's how it happens, man. I mean, look, they earned their way to the Super Bowl, so you got to give them that.
Hey, Q, when the Super Bowl was here in Santa Clara, but they had a lot of the festivities here in San Francisco, I mean, they cleaned the city up, and it was different, you know? I mean, you could feel the vibe, and as a native, I was very, very proud of what they did. So we're going down there Saturday night, so we're not going to be there during the week. But what, as someone who lives there day in, day out, what's the biggest thing that they've changed for, in the area, and, like, what should we avoid when we get there this upcoming weekend?
It's funny you mentioned cleaning it up. They've cleaned up the city a lot. And I've said this when I first got here because I didn't realize it. This city will humble you. There's so much that you see running around town that you're like, wow, it's like humbling. A lot of homeless and everything. And, people that are living in the tunnels and everything. I mean, it's like really, really humbling. Yeah, it's a rough time. But a lot of that has been cleaned up for this week, as you can imagine. So, I really feel for those people that, have tried to find a way every day trying to survive. And now all of a sudden this week is here. And so it's like, okay, you guys are out of here. Go try to find another way to survive. But for the most part, man, everything is really cleaned up. Fremont Street is always still a fun place to go for a quick minute and get up out of there. Yeah. So if you're going to avoid anything, maybe the crap table too long.
Yeah,
right?
no doubt.
You never know. They'll get all your paychecks.
Yeah, roulette, bet on black. Yeah, we're still at the
What's the restaurant we got to go to?
Man.
What's the restaurant me and B got to go to?
Capital Grill, right?
Oh, man, look, I always go to Joe's. I went there last night, man. Joe's inside the Caesars Forum. It is the best. You want steak, you want seafood, you want whatever you want. Joe's is my spot. I get the bone-in ribeye, and you can't go wrong.
Oh, yeah, no, that sounds great. All right, last one for you, Q. You touch on the league. You cover the league. You know football inside and out. One of the smartest minds out there when it comes to radio and sports, when it comes to football as well. So who's got the most to gain? Is it Shanahan? Is it Brock Purdy? Who's got the most to gain here by winning the Super Bowl, Shanahan or Purdy?
I think most of the gain is really Shanahan, just because, he's been there, done that, and hasn't got it done yet, right? And he's a brilliant offensive mind. We all know that. We know what he's able to do with quarterbacks, but I think that everyone's waiting for him to seal the deal, right? Get it done. We remember, 28-3 when he was with Atlanta. We remember I was at the Super Bowl in Miami when, it came up short when Jimmy G overthrew Emmanuel Sanders. So I think that it's time for him to get it done. And so I think that that'll be like the feather in the cap for him. Brock Purdy is already, he's a legend. The dude's been in the league 2 years, and I know everyone's not going to give him the respect that they should. He's been to the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl in 2 years. You give me that every day of the week and twice on Sunday, I'll take that. That's legendary, and he's just going to continue to grow that. So I think that the guy who's here to gain the most would be Shanahan.
Will Jimmy G be at this game?
Oh boy,
probably not. Probably not. He probably will not be at this game. I think he's trying to still continue to rehab so he can try to go be a quarterback somewhere else.
Yeah, he's probably not even in Vegas right now, right? He's probably long gone.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. We got to actually talk to him on locker clean-out day, and he talked to us for about 6 or 7 minutes and really made an emphasis on he wants to be a quarterback somewhere. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be here. I don't know where he's going to be, but I would be shocked if he's in Vegas next year.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Q, man, always good to hear your voice, man. We'll see you out there. I know you're going to be at the game, right?
No, man. I'm actually going to I'm hosting a big game party instead. So all right. If I can put a little bit of extra money in my pocket, your boy's going to do it.
No, I'm not mad at you.
Put some in my pocket.
Yeah, I'm not mad at you. We may name drop Q down there on the strip. We're going to name drop Q. See how far that gets us out in Vegas this weekend.
Hey, but you get in town, man. You let me know that you're in town. I'll definitely come see you. I'll come check you out wherever you're at.
Absolutely, Q. Always good to hear you, man. Thanks so much for the time today.
Always, brothers. I appreciate y'all.
Anytime. Q here on the Boxer Gerson guest line, CEO with Jimmy G.
Look, every major city in America has an underbelly that's going to be not for public consumption,
right?
For the weak, if you will. And so, Vegas is no different than anywhere else. Because believe me, we got off the strip just a little while and a little rough.
Oh yeah, no, I saw some out behind the Circa Hotel. I saw some things, and I was like, oh. So it's not just San Francisco.
No, it is not.
Go figure.
No, it's not. Although San Francisco was holding its own as I was coming down 6th Street the other day. Chaos.
Hey, it's been like that my whole life. Nothing's changed. Literally nothing has changed. Oh my God, 6th Street is so bad. Yeah, it's been like that for 40 years.
Here's the problem. 6th Street, you used to be able to just drive down with not, a stoplight on every side street, ruining traffic in multiple directions.
That's the thing. That's the thing right there. I saw something. Somebody complaining. So the Media Hotel is at the Excalibur and the Luxor. People are complaining. Listen, I'm Bonte Hill, and I'm all about that free 99 movement.
Okay.
I don't have to pay for the hotel. I got to pay for a flight. and I get introduced to the Super Bowl. My life is complete. Kidding me? Stop it. You guys
I thought you were doing like a live
read.
read. Hi, I'm Bonte Hill, and I like Daisy Dips.
I do like Daisy Dips. Somebody asked me if I like Daisy Dukes. Not mad at those either.
Don't talk about that. This practice
we're
field,
talking Vegas, right?
This practice field situation it's kind of annoying. Like what happened when the two teams came out here for the Denver Broncos and the Carolina Panthers?
One team practiced at Stafford, one team practiced at San Jose State, I believe.
San Jose State and Stanford. Okay.
Could have been College of San Mateo, but I remember the Emerald Bowl. One of the teams would practice at City College of San Francisco.
Yeah.
One team would practice at Lady, maybe Chabot. You got a plethora of fields out here in the Bay Area that you could practice in. But in Vegas, so when I heard about this Friday, it was Friday. I got into work. Somebody pulled me over. ABC Sports Bay Area. Somebody pulled me over and said, "Hey, Ponte, man, I know I could talk to you about this, blah, 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 blah. But don't be surprised if you hear something about the practice fields and the Niners not being happy with the practice fields." It's like, that's interesting. I like those little tidbits because I think those little things matter. I can't get a field to work on. The practice field is soggy. Now I'm talking about some guy may twist his ankle on saggy field.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? This is where knee injuries or hamstrings happen. I can't have that happen in the week of the Super Bowl. How do we not have this figured out? The week of the Super Bowl. One team, I get it. The AFC is the host team this year, but the Chiefs get the freaking practice facility in the Raiders.
Yeah.
State of the art. Now, I would say, moving forward, the team with the best record should get picks of the practice facility.
No,
Forget
I know,
that.
but how about we have, quality fields for both teams?
I would love that.
It shouldn't be like one team gets to stay in the penthouse and the other one's sleeping out on the streets.
Right.
It sounds to me like this is more an issue of the rain than it is of like the actual field itself, I guess.
Well, the fields, and it's been like that in Vegas, so that was a concern. Now, does UNLV have an indoor practice facility? It could do. And so what I'm also hearing, too, is that the Niners are, hey, can we go to the Raiders facility as well? And the Chiefs apparently were like, oh, no. Hell no. You can't come to our – no, we're there. We don't want to switch out everything and, all of a sudden something gets left around. Maybe there's a game plan that gets left around or whatnot.
It couldn't just be a straight line for the Niners.
So there's going to be some gamesmanship.
There's
some gamesmanship here. Chiefs are like, you're not coming to the Raiders facility. Now the Niners got to deal with UNLV. Can we get a bubble? But then I did hear this. That the Niners were saying, okay, these fields are not up to par. We'll do our media obligations. We're going to take our ass back to Santa Clara, practice at Levi's.
I'm not mad
Come
at
back
that.
for the weekend.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. I mean, it's an hour flight. It's not too bad. I'm not mad at that at all. I mean, obviously, it sucks for the equipment people to have to go back and forth and stuff with all that. But, I mean, if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. And then it will be like LeBron winning in the bubble. It will be the hardest championship of them all.
Yep.
Not only were we beating Mahomes, we had to beat the NFL, who tried to sabotage us with our practice.
As long as the grass isn't like Glendale last year for the Eagles and the Chiefs, where everyone was slipping and sliding all over the place. That is low-key a storyline, though, because the Raiders, it's like Levi's early on in Allegiant. They haven't figured out the right formula with the grass, so you might see some slipping and sliding in the actual Super Bowl too. But don't be surprised if the turf, or the grass, I should say, looks a little shoddy too.
So as a longtime turf owner in the backyard, I'm talking about real grass, okay? It did take a minute for us to find the right particular grass, and I'm not pretending that I have the sophistication, finance, or the resources that an NFL team has to be able to put the right sod in. But you do need to have the right soil content, the right moisture. You have to have the right particular grass, and sometimes you think it's going to work, but it doesn't settle in, and there's seams and things like that. Again, I'm just going off my novice backyard BS, but I'm telling you right now, I had to find the right Kentucky bluegrass mixed with the fescue. It has to be a combo.
Well,
couldn't do one or the other.
Last year's Super Bowl, the Philadelphia Eagles really complained about the slippage and everything, and Glendale, Arizona, State Farm Arena is very similar to Allegiant Stadium, in which they take out the turf and the track and they let the grass sit outside overnight.
Yes.
Same thing at Allegiant Stadium. The Philadelphia Eagles, they may have recorded a sack, but Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, they're all complaining about the grass and how they couldn't get any footing and all the slips that happened in the Super Bowl. That can't happen in the biggest game of the world. Your field needs to be right. All right, and the NFL has had this problem across their fields, all across we talked about MetLife earlier. The World Cup Finals going to MetLife Stadium. That turf is terrible. They have $1 billion corporation. Hell, some may say $1 trillion corporation. And you can't get these fields right? Now the Niners get the short end of the stick at the price? That kind of bothers me. Not going to lie. You know what? I want Shanahan and them to bring it up today in media day, tomorrow, and take their ass back to Santa Clara practice. Forget you guys. We asked you to get the fields right. Now, the flip side is it's raining out here, too. So how much better are the fields at Levi's than it is at UNLV?
It's a great question that I don't have an answer to.
Does Stanford have an indoor facility?
No.
San Jose State?
I don't know.
Cal Berkeley? We don't have any indoor facilities out in the Bay Area?
It doesn't rain enough here or Vegas, but of course it starts raining the week of the Super Bowl.
Of course. The rain, by the way, yesterday, look, for as much as we hyped up that atmospheric river, oh my God, the wind, it blew half my fence down.
Yeah.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Be safe out there.
It's nasty out there. All right, let's go to the calls. David Fresno. David Fresno doesn't believe Mahomes, Purdy, or Shanahan is the top story of the game. Dave, you got another thought, huh?
Yeah, guys, good morning. I'm excited for the Super Bowl week, but what I'll be looking at is this defense, man. And this Steve Wilkes, the coordinator, I know he had to come down, and that was a big story, being on the sideline. But to be honest, this defense kind of underwhelmed all season as, what we're kind of accustomed to. You guys, we cast out for Hargrave, and he's kind of been a no-show, and they talk about the effort. And I don't know if they just don't really respond to him as the buff Jack dudes and Sala and my guy D'Amico Ryans. I don't know if that plays a role in it, but I just think the defense is going to be the key. Nobody's talking about Pacheco, but he might be talked about after Sunday because we've been letting everybody run all over us. And I know all the eyeballs are going to be on Shanahan and Purdy, but the defense we got to start playing to our standards. And to be called out for effort from NFC Championship game, I don't think I've ever seen that.
It's inexcusable. There's just no excuse. And it's not one guy. Like Chase Young is one of them. I saw Gibson jogging a lot. I saw other guys jogging a lot. I watched those JT O'Sullivan videos, which are breaking down quarterback play. He always says every single week, well, that's just what 19 does. Talking about Debo, right? And how Debo, when the ball's not going to him,
right,
he'll just stop or he'll just slow down and give away that the ball's not going to him. Yep. And it's something that JT O'Sullivan, he's like, look, it's who he is as a player. I've come to accept it. I don't love it, but he makes up for it in other ways, so I'll overlook it. But again, that's Debo who makes up for it. And you're hearing from a guy who played in the NFL, don't love it, but
right,
he can get away with it because of how talented he is and some of the other things that he brings to the table. When you're Chase Young, I'm using him as one example. When you're Chase Young and you're fighting for a contract in the league to stay in the league, if you need more motivation than just personal pride in the NFC Championship game,
well, here's John Lynch.
We've got issues.
Here's John Lynch on the effort level in the NFC title game.
I mean, that's one of our core values, and I believe that in my heart of hearts. It's something, we've got 4 Hall of Famers that represent the defense I played in Tampa, and if you ask every one of us that played on that defense, what was our calling card? It starts with effort, and that being a non-negotiable. So those things have been addressed. We got one game. I really would be shocked if we saw that again, and sometimes that comes. I mean, there's excuses for it. But they're just that. They're excuses, and that has to be non-negotiable. Play your heart out, and then we've got a lot of good players, a lot of good depth that you can get. So those aren't plays that we're proud of. Those players are proud of. It's been addressed, and I'd be real surprised if.
So, effort level. Chase Young. I'm scratching my head thinking, boy, when the Niners made that trade, I was like, man, all they gave up was a top 3rd-round pick for Chase Young? Wow, I thought Chase Young was legit. Man, his former number 2 overall pick. And now you see why Washington was dangling Chase Young. Because pass rushers are at a premium. Everybody wants a pass rusher. Pass rushers outside of quarterbacks and left tackles may be the most sought-after position in all of sports. In all of football, I should say. Edge rusher, quarterback, left tackle, maybe corner. But edge rusher is a top 3 position in all of football. Everybody's trying to get an edge rusher. And Chase Young just got flipped for a third-round comp pick. And I'm not thinking, man, even in the contract here, Chase Young, wow, Niners just got a steal. Then the Jaguars game happened. Then there was the dialogue, well, boy, if you had to pick one, I'm paying Chase Young over Brandon Ayuk. I remember the conversation. And I'm like, and I can subscribe. I get why. Edge rusher is very important. It's a premium position. But then he's just been underwhelming. And then you pop on the tape against the Detroit Lions. And I'm getting texts from Ian Williams midway through the second quarter. Hey, man, Chase Young plays too high. Hey, man, Chase Young ain't it. They're going right at Chase Young. Screen game, pitches, edge, didn't matter. They're going at 92. That's on tape.
But it wasn't just him.
It wasn't just him. However, you're trying to get paid.
That I agree with.
And you got traded here. You're the number 2 overall pick. Now, Gibson as well. There's some other players out there. Burks, effort level in the NFC title game. NFC title game.
I'll give Armstead this. It does look like his foot is really hurt. Like, I don't know. The poor guy might need some crazy surgery in the offseason, and maybe he's getting toward the end of his career. He did not look right at all.
That film session may have been very uncomfortable for Chase Young, number 92.
I mean, that's part of
You get traded here into the 49ers way, and you're wearing number 92, and you're walking out with Debo and Trent Williams with the boo box, and you play like that, that's a problem. Well, and it's the NFC title game, Shasky. Jahmyr Gibbs is cut back on the field to go up 21-7. It's win or go home. And Chase Young is out there lollygagging, walking around.
I'll tell you, the third play of the game was the Jamison Williams touchdown. I saw 4 guys jogging. What did I say in our group thread during the game, before the film even came out? Jamison Williams jogs over to the sidelines faster than guys are running right now on the field. Yeah. What am I watching?
I mean, no wonder Montez Sweat was more sought after than Chase Young. I had no idea Chase Young lollygagged around like that. That was awful. I'm looking at him because he's the premium. Look, we know Gibson. We know he has his limitations, and he's going to be picked on in the Super Bowl. I am very concerned about the safety spot in the Super Bowl.
Him and
Jair Brown is a rookie, and Logan Ryan. Good luck.
Took some bad angles.
I mean, every time.
Some really bad angles.
This is why I'm looking at the offense. I don't even care about the defense this game. I honestly, if they get a couple stops, great. Purdy and them got to score at least 30 in this game. Because what I saw against Detroit is what Andy Reid's going to pick on. I'm very concerned about this defense.
Lollygagging, by the way, is such a great way of describing it. Shout out Steve Phelps somewhere in heaven right now coaching somebody.
I love that word.
He had 2 different phrases. One I can't say on air right now because I don't want it. It's going to be interpreted a different way. The other one was, don't ever lollygag on my field.
I mean,
he would say that to us all the time.
I mean, it's just lollygagging around. Coach Keefe will say that. Lollygagging around.
It's an old school
lollygagging around.
I know exactly what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
You're 100% great.
That is piss poor effort. That was so disappointing. And the fact that John Lynch and Steve Wilkes and Shanahan, the weekend of Super Bowl, got to come out and talk about effort and energy?
It's a bad omen.
It's not good.
It's a bad omen.
Chase Young, you better step your game up this week. Let's go to David in San Francisco. David, what's happening?
Yeah, you're talking about Chase Young. Thank you for having me on. The effort. But did you see the guys getting blown out? And Bosa was one of them. I mean, the highest paid defensive player in football, which didn't have a good year. And you guys have not talked about his season.
We've talked about Bosa. David, I don't know if you listen to the show every day. There's been plenty of dialogue about Nick Bosa. Trust me, plenty. And there will be plenty more later this week.
Okay, because it's a lot of talk about Chase Young, but you're talking about the highest paid player in football defensively, and he's got to be the factor.
Well,
he's got to be the factor.
At least Bosa showed up against Detroit. I actually saw 97 show up.
Second half, he was relentless.
In second quarter, it started where he stepped his game up.
I'm talking about the season.
Okay. We had a good show.
Yeah, you know what? Now's a good time to let everybody know that you can get some 95.7 The Game gear right now at breakingt.com. /95.7.
No way.
We got all sorts of cool 49ers apparel for you to wear this Sunday, as well as some awesome gear repping the shows here at 95.7 The Game. Go to breakingt.com/undefined7 game. Forgive David. I don't know if he listens to the show. Bosa's been a topic of conversation around these parts from 6 to 10 all season long.
Well,
all season long. Starting at training camp.
Before the season
the season started. So I don't know where you've been. But Bosa gets credit.
Everybody wasn't worried about Bosa's performance. Remember, that was the big thing. He's the last guy I'm going to worry about. And I was worried.
No, well, you were worried about him coming in. But I said, I don't care. But you better come in and ball out. And then going into the bye week, he blamed his holdout for a slow start. I was like, all right, you can't do that. Now I'm pissed off.
Who do you trust more? Mahomes with the ball and Bosa going after him. Purdy with the ball and Jones going after him.
Well, I'm always
late in the game.
I'm always going to trust Mahomes. But I'm not mad at Purdy. Not mad at Purdy.
Chris Jones, oh my God. That's the other thing. I'm watching all these people put out all these like PFF win rates and all these different stats and everything. And I'm like, who on the planet thinks that Chris Jones is the 9th best pass rusher in this game?
Who said that?
I just see all these different metrics.
Wait. What metric was this?
It's some Who's PFF metric? Win rate over the playoffs.
And I'm like, Chris Jones was the 9th best pass rusher in this football game coming up on Sunday?
That. It was something like that. Something ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I was like, your stats are lying to you. Chris Jones is a top 2 player on both teams defensively, period.
Somebody needs to be drug tested.
PFF ratings, dude.
They need to be drug tested.
J.J. Watt was going after the PFF ratings. I don't know if you saw that. He was talking about your boy C.J. Stroud, and he was like, he had one of the greatest games I've ever seen in my life. And you said he was the 7th best quarterback this weekend.
I mean,
he was losing his mind.
I've you know how long I've been out on PFF. And I did a mock draft for PFF. I hate slandering them.
You know what we should call them?
You're great suck.
Outside of Mahomes, I fear Chris Jones more than Kelsey and Pacheco.
Oh, Chris Jones is he dominates. What if he lines up over Feliciano or McKivitz?
God. Or Brendel?
Now, Charles Omenihu, who has a torn ACL, he's going to be out in this game. I feel for Omenihu. This would have been a revenge game for him. Boy, the Niners catch a break there because he was playing some good football. Playing some really good football for Kansas City.
I forgot about that day.
Chris Jones and Karlaftis both get slept on tremendously.
Yes.
Karlaftis, he is one of the he's a big game player too, second year out of Purdue.
I love Nick Bolton. I think
Nick Bolton
he wears the 32 and runs around like a safety, but he's a middle linebacker. I think he's a freaking beast.
It's a very good defense.
I really like it.
Very good defense.
The other McDuffie can play, Snead can play,
Snead
Gay can play.
Justin Reid.
Yeah,
safety.
Justin Reid can play.
Eric Reid's little brother.
Tranquil makes
Shout out
plays.
Stafford.
Yes. Their whole team is good, dude, on defense.
No, they're solid. They're solid. It's on this Niners offense, though. Steve Wilks. Do you trust Steve Wilks? Diagramming a game plan against Andy Reid coming off a bye week? That's something I'm petrified about.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
But you know what?
Wait a minute. Who was that?
Steve Wilks.
That was Steve Wilks?
That was during the whole booth coming down to the field and talk and stuff like that.
He said, I'm built for this.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
So now we need to get him on the field. Forget on the sidelines. He needs to be on the field now. I'm built for this.
Is Chase Young built for this? Is this defense built for this?
If he gets 1 sack in the Super Bowl, it's all worth it.
Oh, my gosh. The trade is all worth it.
All worth it.
One tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Oh,
it'll be like
third-round pick.
Yeah.
Third-round cop pick.
Like Ryan Terrio sliding into home in the 2012 series against the Detroit Lions.
Chase Young.
Detroit Tigers. It was all worth it.
Forever Niner. Chase Young.
Forever Niner.
We'll see him at the parade. Chase. We'll give you to these.
Yeah.
The chest bumps. Chase. 92, baby.
He was a good Niner.
And then he'll talk to him. Oh, man, I love it here, man. I'm looking to resign here. I'm like, no, please, John, let's so offer him nobody. Let him walk. He can go to Seattle. All I care about. We'll run right at him.
Ramon Ramirez. Was that the guy that came in? Yes, Mero Petit had that one game.
Petit. I just got yelled at. Fast five!
Yes, Mero.
You know, my final thought is this. I'm looking at all these texts on the Comcast Business text line talking about us going to parties and us making checklists. We don't party. I'm 41 years old. I'm old. A party to me is a Friday night watching The Sopranos or Raising Kanan. That's my party life. I don't party.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
But if Vegas wants to offer me a party in the red carpet, I'm built for it. but I'm not partying. I'm not making a checklist. I'm all about the game, the game, the game, the game, the game. As the Harbaughs will say, or Bo Schembechler, the team, the team, the team. I'm about the game, the game, the game.
My final thought is this. The YouTube chat is having a good laugh at my expense regarding my pea coat. It's cold. It's cold here in the studio. I had a little chill, all right? I don't want to get sick, and it was really cold and windy this morning.
That's a good pea coat.
I know.
It's a nice pea coat.
I like to wear the top coats.
If you ain't got haters, you're not doing much in life.
You know?
When they start hating on you, that's when you know you made it. Trust me, the haters are out in full force on this show. They listen to hate. They hate listen. Go figure. Spinotti, loved it. What you got?
All right, couple thoughts here. Shout out Austin Reeves, officially owns the Boston Celtics. They're calling him Boston Reeves now. I love that. R.I.P. Carl Weathers, Raider legend.
Yes.
Apollo Creed.
Yes.
Predator.
Action Jackson.
Just so many roles.
Mandalorian.
Great person. SF State Gator.
SF State Gator.
There
Got
you
his
go. So
bachelor's there.
R.I.P. Carl Weathers, just a tremendous career, tremendous person. We're going to miss you. And Wyndham Clark. 54 holes, wins the AT&T Pro-Am at Pebble Beach. They called the final day, so he wins it as a 54-hole leader. Shoots a 60 at Pebble, which is a course record.
Yeah, and shooting a 60 in golf nowadays with the equipment is equivalent to like Luka dropping 60, like everyone's doing.
Kind of, but the elements were a little tricky, too.
I agree. Liv, I actually thought won the day. Having their big thing at Mayakoba, I thought they were excellent.
Live Tour still going on?
Oh,
well, apparently they merged, I thought.
John
but
Rahm.
They're not merging.
They're not merging. I don't know what the hell's going on in golf. I'm in football and basketball mode.
Man, NFL scriptwriters, they are planning quite the season finale. Getting Taylor Swift her Grammy last night for her fourth win of Album of the Year. You know they're setting up that Lombardi Grammy 1-2 punch for Sunday. Hopefully the Niners can ruin it, though. That's what we're hoping for.
Would be the fourth Lombardi for the Chiefs. Symmetry?
4 and 4. Oh, my God.
You know, as the great Jay-Z said yesterday, accepting his Grammy Award, how does the person with the most Grammy Awards ever not have Album of the Year? Or not one Album of the Year? Beyonce, the Beehive. I asked Anna, who's bigger, Taylor Swift or Beyonce? She goes, they're kind of like on the same level. I don't know.
I have no idea. I don't feel qualified enough to be able to have an answer.
Shout out to Taylor Swift. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Guru and Steiny's back. What? Steiny's back. All Warrior fans, rejoice. Steiny's back. Yay!
The Red and Gold hotline is up.
Invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Goo, what's going on, man?
Guess
How you
who's
doing?
back? Tupac is back. What's up, baby?
Not much, not much.
You. How's the hip? That's what everybody wants. The streets want to know. How is the HIP?
I mean, things have gone extremely well. I'm ahead of schedule. I feel good. Thanks for everybody who's asked.
Because you were fat-mouthed in the green room.
What?
Evan, I got to...
Mamba.
Comparing yourself to like Kobe. Or Steph coming back.
No, I mean...
I said, man.
And I certainly don't want to get into it right off the jump, but this is a return of historic proportions. I mean, this is like I was thinking, this is the equivalent of...
Oh, boy.
Steph, 6 to 8 weeks. Next thing you know, 5 games later, he's back. Now, I don't know if I'm going to score 60.
Yeah, no doubt.
But great to be back, dude. Thank
Evan
you so
held
much.
it down for you. He was phenomenal as always.
Yes, he did. Little bit of a we're getting right into it today. In 5 minutes, we got Vernon Davis joining us, former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end, courtesy of the Boxer and Gerson guest line. We're going to jump right into Vernon Davis in 5 minutes. 49ers, 85. Of course, in the Super Bowl. I haven't been here 2 weeks. I mean, you know.
It's been a rough road to get there.
49ers, they got some breaks last couple games. I don't think there's any doubt about it, but I was thinking about it this way. So they play the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and it doesn't matter how they got here at this point. They're either going to win the Super Bowl by beating the Chiefs, and then nobody's really going to care about the Lions game or the Packers game.
No doubt.
Or the Chiefs are going to beat them, and we're kind of back to the drawing board. But to me, you know how sometimes you look back at the Warriors title? Oh, that first title, they got some break.
Kyrie and Kevin Love.
Yeah, I don't view it like that for the Niners. You know, the Packers couldn't close them, Lions couldn't close them, and now it's one game for all the marbles.
And we talked to Bonte and Shasky as they headed out, Steiny, and the one thing just about this matchup, and then Evan and I and the fans talked about it, I don't like that it's Patrick Mahomes. I just don't. Because, you know, again, you talk about the breaks. The Niners didn't, you know, just make those things happen where they were going to come back or get down. My point is they handled business when they needed to. No apologies. But damn it, Steiny, I just hate this guy and Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes together are going for their third title in 4 years. Niners can, you know, they can control that, you know, play a good game. And we come in here next Monday after we don't bury the lead. We'll be in Vegas Wednesday through Friday, you and I in the show. But I'm sitting here just I wish it was Lamar Jackson, somebody that wasn't experienced in this setting, like Patrick Mahomes. He is right now. If you
exactly, why wouldn't you want the two best teams with the best? He's the best player in the NFL.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. And why wouldn't you want the 49ers to go up against Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, the defending champions?
Because that's a hard ask.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, especially you as.
Well, I want a good game. But honestly, you weren't here. I thought Baltimore was better than Kansas City. I thought Kansas City was in their coffin. And now they figured some things out, got some guys back, and here they are. But again, Steiny, the Niners, Kyle can get the monkey off his back. And if you think one's there, Brock Purdy, there's not one there. But the fact that in year 2 he could say, I'm a Super Bowl winning quarterback, that goes a long way.
To me, this is where, if I'm not a fan, but I want to see the best possible game, this is it by far. It's not even close in my mind. I mean, Lamar Jackson's never been. The Kansas City Chiefs are in the middle of a dynasty.
No doubt.
They're in the middle of a dynasty. They have a quarterback who is on his way to, he's probably already a top 3 to 5.
Yeah.
And you want to, what?
Take it from him.
Yeah.
And this would be your, we hadn't even talked about this is revenge. This is the Kevin Costner, man. Again, they didn't win. I miss you. But they had a 10-point lead on this team with more weaponry on the offensive end back in 19. So how sweet would it be to go back and win and beat who you just called the best quarterback in the game right now and a coach that I wrote off, and now all of a sudden he's a Jedi, man. So a lot at stake, man.
We got Vernon Davis coming up in 2 or 3 minutes. He is former 49er All-Pro and Pro Bowl tight end. He won a Super Bowl with the Denver Broncos.
After losing one with the Niners.
And Vernon Davis will be joining us at 10:10. He's current actor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. Are you going to...
Actor? That's new on me. I did not know that.
Well, yeah. Are you going to... Why don't you ask him on the air like you kind of threw it out there in the green room?
Oh, boy.
What's he been in?
Oh, no, I would never.
Let's say it like that to him. So, hey, say, Vernon, what have you been in?
He's been in the Super Bowl.
What have you been in?
Do you wear your ring? That's all we want to know, Stoney.
I got him not wearing a ring.
Oh, please. Actor. He'd be blinging.
He doesn't
probably
need to.
award in one of his many roles.
He doesn't need to. Hey, by the way, how'd your get together with Jeff Garcia?
Oh, yeah.
go?
I was at Dick's Sporting Good Saturday ceremony. And Jeff Garcia, I got to interview him. A lot of people came out to see the former quarterback. Nothing came up, no fisticuffs. I had my security meal with me.
I'm out.
Yeah, but we had a good time. And also, Stoney, I'm wearing the Niner jersey that our trucker P1 friend gave to us. And I made a bet if the Niners got to the Super Bowl, shout out Lucas and the Hegan, little smart asses.
Yeah.
If they got to the game, I would wear it, and I'm wearing it today, so I'm ready. But Saturday was beautiful.
Okay.
And a youngster said, Guru, I listen all the time during lunch.
Yeah.
You said if the Niners made it, you would wear the jersey, and here I am in red.
Oh, there you go. You know, one thing I found in my last 2 weeks as I was out.
You missed me.
And I watched
a little bit.
Yeah, I was concentrating on myself. But the one thing that it's become more and more clear is just I watched the Packers game against the Niners, and then I watched the Lions, watched all the playoffs, and it's funny. Fans are funny. They actually kind of
talk to me.
Yeah, they think it's about them. You know what I mean? They think it's about them, and everybody wants to show photos of them being a fan. It's about the game. You know what I mean? It's not.
I do like that, but
and just
it's
the whole
about
idea,
your life, though.
The whole idea of just in real time watching so-called fans give up. And then stop giving up, and then we stink, and then we're great, and then you stink, and then this guy's a choker.
Shout out social
and
media.
Then that guy's now a winner. Yeah. It's just it really is pretty. It's pretty comical, as one of the most ordinary head coaches in the NFL once said, Jack Del Rio.
Let me read this to you, Stoney, before we get Vernon Davis on. The morning guys put up a poll. Sam Lubman, who has more to gain from winning the Super Bowl? There are only two answers: Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy. How would Matt Steinmetz on his first day back answer that?
Who's got more to gain?
Yeah, from winning the Super Bowl. From a personal standpoint, obviously, Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy. I already got my answer. 1,000 votes already.
Who's got more to gain? Probably Shanahan.
Yeah, me too. He's longer down the road in his career, and he's been there. You could say he was the reason they didn't win. He was the reason they was there. But this is Brock's first time as a full starter.
But I do think this, and this is kind of, I mean, if I want to play devil's advocate, I'd say this. I think Kyle Shanahan's more likely to get to another Super Bowl than Brock Purdy.
Now, wow. That's interesting.
Who's going to go to the next Super Bowl between those two?
My answer would be both, because, regardless of what happens, Steiny, Sunday, they're married for the near future.
Yeah, I'm with you, 415 on the Comcast.
What they say?
Text line. You're I don't know.
And you're talking about me.
You're being all scared of Patrick Mahomes. It's just like,
he's the best.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I don't understand why you wouldn't want the best going up against the best.
Because for so much of this season, we thought the best
was
Baltimore.
Hand the Super
and
Bowl
their
to the
defense.
49ers?
No, not at all. I'm just, if I'm a Niner fan, you got to go take it from a badass.
Right. So go do it. Quit crying about it. Oh, we don't want to play the best team.
No, I didn't say that.
You can't have it easy. You can't take the easy
those
way
words
out.
didn't come. This is your first day back now. Hey, those words didn't come out of my mouth.
I just don't. Yeah.
It's going to be difficult. And
hey, look at it this way. If the 49ers don't beat the Chiefs, they can say, well, we haven't beaten the best quarterback in one of the best quarterbacks in the history of football. No biggie.
Oh, no, there's a biggie. There's a biggie, Stoney. You don't want to lose your third Super Bowl in a row.
By the way, let me tell you something about Brock Purdy.
Man.
So I'm watching those two playoff games, And Jared Goff. He played pretty well, right?
Marin Cap.
He was fine. Yeah, he's fine. I don't believe Jared Goff could have orchestrated a comeback like Purdy orchestrated. Like, Brock Purdy is not afraid to make mistakes. And the only way the 49ers are going to come back and win that game against Detroit is if Brock Purdy had the guts to quarterback, like, if he made a mistake or two, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But when you're down 3 scores, you got to go off script. You got to take chances. And, man, he was he's a gamer.
And he's a gunslinger.
Like, he's a gamer. And if he goes into the Super Bowl and he may throw an interception or two and he may get you beat, but he's still the kind of quarterback that can orchestrate that kind of comeback on a couple weeks ago against the Lions. And I know he had a lot of help. You're going to have to get a lot of help.
But he made some throws too.
Made some runs, made some throws. He made some plays.
Yeah, he just matured right before our eyes. And I won't diss Jared Goff and say he couldn't do it, Steiny, in this system. But it ain't even about that. It's about what you just illustrated.
But I would look
Purdy,
at
when it was all on the line and he could have succumbed to the pressure or the fallout. Me throwing, I'm just going to the Green Bay game. I almost picked 6 early in the game to Savage. He did the Brett Favre. Guys know how to forget. And he captured the moment. And then against Detroit, using his legs to keep those drives late in the game alive. Like, you're right. How much did he grow?
Goff can't make the plays that Purdy made with his legs. And Purdy was gutsy enough to make some throws that could have been a mistake, but ended up not being. And they ended up coming back and winning the game. What'd you think of the Dan Campbell stuff?
Evan with I'm going to tell you what I think. Evan with the line of the year.
Oh, I'll be the judge.
He now refers to him as Dan Gamble. Okay. That's pretty.
Oh, did you make that up?
That's a 5. But at the end of the day, Steiny, I thought he let his team down.
Which one? Which time?
The one before halftime, not being the Detroit that we saw all year long, especially against Dallas. And if you were going to go that route, to know you had the lead. You come out, they get a field goal. Okay, match them with the field goal. You're still up 17. It's about the clock now. And I just think coaches like that want the glory of, look at me. Look how ultra-aggressive I am. And at the end, it cost his team. You're in a damn playoff game on the road. You hadn't won your organization in over 50 years. Take 3, bud. And you decided to do what you did, and you saw how it worked out, and you helped the Niners come back.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers Chiefs Super Bowl, and that's a Sunday, 3:30 in Vegas.
We'll be there. Well, we'll be there Wednesday through Friday.
Yeah.
You excited?
You got to treat it just like another show. It's a business trip, dude.
All right, I got you.
It's a business trip. It's not fun and games. We're going there to do a job.
Just don't tense up.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Don't pucker up.
So
we were just there in August, buddy. We made it happen.
888-957-9570. We're efforting Vernon Davis if we can get him dynamite. If not, the show will go on. And the San Francisco 49ers. How about the Warriors? Haven't talked to you about 2 weeks from Warriors.
Well,
you excited?
I was about the starting 5 with Dre back and him unlocking Kuminga. They were making something happen. Kuminga, Wiggins, and Draymond Green. Okay. But now the injuries, Donnie, and that loss, wasting a 60-point effort from Curry on Saturday just didn't sit well with me. And now they got a game that I don't even know if they got enough bodies tonight to beat the Nets, but they better. And Thursday, the trading deadline, so we'll see if they stand pat, but it looks like they are.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're not going to do anything. Well, I don't know that, but what can they do? What can they do?
That's the million-dollar question.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, Super Bowl, Kansas City Chiefs. Haven't talked to you guys in a couple weeks. What's on your mind? Are you guys still in kind of look-back mode? Or are you thinking about the Chiefs and what you got to do to win this game? I mean, to me, I do think there's something about, man, and I'm not saying I'd rather have Mahomes than the Niners offense, but boy, Patrick Mahomes, you have Patrick Mahomes.
You got a chance.
You're going to knock on the door every single year. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in Danville. What's up, Kevin in Danville? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Big-time fan. Big-time Niner fan. Niner faithful, long time. But I've always, about an hour ago, you guys were talking about, Purdy defeats Mahomes in the Super Bowl. What becomes of Purdy? And I think many people forget that Purdy and Mahomes are never on the field at the same time. So it's never really Purdy versus Mahomes. If you talk about the Chiefs versus Niners, it's Pacheco versus Greenlaw. It's Kelsey versus Fred. It's not Purdy versus Mahomes. Anyway, that's my comment. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. I mean, the thing that is always interesting to me is, it might just be one play, one throw that gets a guy beat in the Super Bowl.
We've seen it happen before.
And so
last year, we saw Hurts fumble the ball, change the course of the game. Stoney allowed Kansas City to win.
And yet he had a great game.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have, 4 touchdown passes in that game? Something like that? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let me ask you this, Goo. Would you rather, you're a 49er fan.
All right.
Would you rather be up 3 with Patrick Mahomes having the last drive or down 3 with Brock Purdy driving you?
That's phenomenal. I'm going to go with the latter. I'll take Brock Purdy. And the reason I'll take Brock Purdy is I think Mahomes would get it done, regardless if this Niner defense and what's going on, regardless of what defense it is. But the fact that you just mentioned and talked about what Brock Purdy did against Green Bay and then also being down 17 against Detroit, I think something's happening to where the confidence would be there and Kyle and their collective weaponry. I would go with the latter. How about you?
I would too. And the boss was say, well, let's take it a step further. Let's be honest. He goes, the only reason you're taking Purdy isn't because you believe in Purdy. It's because you're afraid of Mahomes or you're scared of Mahomes in that position.
Well, how about this? I believe in Brock more now after those 2 playoff games where he was down to Green Bay and then also down 17 at half. So it's grown, but it hasn't grown to where that's off the, I don't agree with that.
You know what's that's interesting. You said you believe in Purdy more.
Oh,
now.
Man.
I did not believe in him before that game. I believe he's good enough to quarterback the 49ers to a Super Bowl win, absolutely.
Right.
But I also think, do I believe in him? Yeah, I believe in him. But I also think, he could make a mistake and get you beat, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe in him. I know he was a quarterback and they came back. I didn't put a ton into that. But
shouldn't we, though?
I don't know.
Because it's not, and what I'm saying, the picture I'm painting is I'm not saying those comebacks supersede what I think of Mahomes in that situation. My thing is, what about the 0-30 in the fourth quarter? Down that went. They did away with that against Green Bay. They were down 7 going.
But that wasn't Purdy.
Well, he was part of the story. He drove them down at the end too.
No, but that 0-30 has.
Oh yeah,
that was a lot of Garoppolo and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it was part of the aura that surrounded this team and coming back and being down.
He did it against the Packers.
No, that's what it started there, and then he did it on steroids versus Detroit. Yeah. Down 17. So I'm just saying from that vantage point, we've seen some improvement, and you would hope.
But I also think,
if a fan, however much you give credence to it, you got to feel like they feel like if they're in that situation, the last 2 weeks matter.
Well, guess what I think? I think if they get down like they did against the Packers and they get down against, they're losing. Then they're going to get beat.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
You know what's going to happen? He's going to throw a pick trying to do too much.
I agree with that.
So, that's kind of when you say, do you believe in Purdy? Sure, they can win with Purdy, absolutely. But I think the more times you put yourself in this position,
you're going to get caught.
You're going to get beat at some point.
No doubt.
888-957-9570 is the number. What are you thinking about when you're thinking about this Super Bowl? Do you think about the quarterbacks, Mahomes and Purdy? What about Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan? Is that an advantage one way or the other? Kyle Shanahan, obviously, he's had a big-time year. The 49ers, heck of a year. Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, the rest of them. By the way, I was going to...
What you got?
It was something about... still efforting Vernon Davis. We'll see if we can grab him by the end of the show. Let's go to Brett. Brett's in the Creek. What's going on, Brett? How you doing? Brett is in Walnut Creek. Wants to jump in. Hey, buddy.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Great to hear you again. It's interesting. I've been gone a little over a week. I was up in the beautiful Bend, Oregon area.
Oh, yeah.
And how the national media slant. You would think that the 49ers weren't even playing in this game. How little attention is spent talking only about, their faults and their inability to do anything. And you're up there and you're wondering, geez, I don't even know if we have a chance. And then I step back and I say, well, there's some reason why we're 2 points favorites.
Yeah.
There's got to be some reason. And everyone isn't wrong here. And I think the big difference in this game is going to be Deebo Samuel. I think he's kind of, after he was hurt and he didn't really do a whole lot. He made certainly a couple catches in the game, but he's kind of been quietly just plotting about. And I see him just having an absolutely huge game. And my second point is, and it's kind of a silly one, is I actually think the key is to make Patrick Mahomes beat us. And what I mean by that is to make him run around, because Patrick Mahomes will make some crazy throws.
He will.
And he pulls off the crazy throws. He pulls them off. But he also makes some crazy throws, and if you'll recall, he made a couple of them in the first Super Bowl we played him, where we did pick him off twice. So, and we should have picked him off a third time, and the game isn't even over, and we're not talking about the 21 they score in a row because we drop a ball right in our arms before I think they pick up that big third down. And so I see Charvarius Ward with also a real big game for the 49ers, and really, really excited about it. And with all these numbers and Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce and number 4 and 4, I will say this in the Niners' favor. Taylor Swift's favorite number is 13.
That's Brett in Walnut Creek.
Legal dropping nuggets.
Hey, the Warriors are on the East Coast for a road trip starting tonight in Brooklyn, but it's Super Bowl week. So Willard and Dibbs won't be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors games will be on the radio 95.7 FM, while Willard and Dibbs will continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week, right here on 95.7 The Game. That segment also brought to you by your Northern California Toyota dealer, 888-957-9570. It's catch-up day. I'm back with my main man, Guru,
sir.
On 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Listen for the latest skis.
How Shanahan has taken the Tin Man and Jimmy Garoppolo and got him to a Super Bowl.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, headed to Vegas, baby. Let's go.
So, by the way, thank you, everybody out there who's wished me well after I had surgery a couple weeks ago.
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, my. That is an 8. Oh,
total hip replacement in the books 13 days ago.
How you feeling?
And, you know, I was sitting at home a week ago, Spadone, and I thought of you. Doctor's like, hey, take some time. You got to take a month. You know what I said? Job's not finished. Job finished? Job's not finished, right, Spadone? Is job finished? Job's not finished.
God, I thought that was Kobe talking to me.
That's right.
Oh, boy.
That's right. There's some Mamba going on over here. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, give me the orange flavor.
About a week ago, I got up and I could tell the Mamba was stirring in Oakland. How come you guys didn't reply to that text? And I said,
boy.
Mamba's stirring in Oakland.
Well, we got a new person on the text, email. What's going on with your
I don't know.
Dude, I'm like, what's going on?
My phone situation's a mess right now.
Oh,
I can't get my mail on my phone.
Well, good then, because we kind of ran four corners on you.
Yeah, something happened.
I'll tell you tomorrow. Yeah,
I'm on a system plan.
We'll get through this day, and then we'll tell you tomorrow what we did collectively. It was while Steiny was on IR was a thread we had without you.
What are you nodding about, Spadone? You know what?
Hey, I think we won't tell you who created it, but Steiny, I'm excited, man.
Why?
Because we're going, and the Niners got a chance to win number 6. And now we got Spadone. Can you come in? Because I read some Sports Illustrated just put a tweet out, Steiny. Okay. I guess it's Practice Gate, that the Niners aren't happy with their field. I went into the Spadone, the young up-and-coming Spadone. Can you share with us what you got on that story?
So Adam Schefter, obviously of ESPN, their NFL insider, joined Pat McAfee recently too, and he echoed the same thing. So the Chiefs are practicing at the Raiders facility in Las Vegas. The Raiders indoor facility. It's indoors and it's turf and everything, and it's state-of-the-art. It's an NFL facility. They're the home team, so that's what happens. The 49ers, in this case in the Super Bowl, are the away team, and they're practicing at UNLV in their stadium. So UNLV, to roll out the red carpet, if you will, they usually practice on AstroTurf, but they had a layer of natural grass installed over the turf for the week for the 49ers. Problem is, it's been 2 weeks of rain in Vegas. So now the grass is all chewed up and stuff like that. Niners aren't very happy with where they're at and where they're playing and stuff like that.
Oh, boy.
They asked the Chiefs if after they're done practicing, hey, can we come in?
Of course.
And what do you think the Chiefs said?
Come
on in.
No, kick rocks.
Monty Hall.
No.
Wow.
They're like, I don't want any of
Come
with
on
that.
down.
So there's some gamesmanship there, obviously. So what the Niners are thinking is, hey, if we fulfill our media obligations today, because today's media day, right?
Oh,
they're going to ask
boy.
all the questions. Can we fly back to Santa Clara? It's only an hour flight, right? Just practice there for the week.
Why not?
So that's kind of what's developing right now, perchance.
Wow, thanks, Spadone. But Steiny, why not that's not how you drew it up.
Okay, so you got to improvise.
And you got to get on the plane, come back here. I know it's
the
just
field
an
is
hour,
not safe.
But I'm not saying the field is safe.
Well,
I just don't like this for the Niners.
Well, they've got another excuse.
It ain't a zit, but it's a blackhead.
Who cares?
Yeah.
No, that's the kind of stuff that I don't.
But for the Chiefs to say, no, you can't come after us.
Now, here's where 49er fans will say, we would have said yes. The Chiefs are jerks.
Oh, Vegas. Already it's Monday and we got drama. Oh, boy.
Let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco. What's up, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you doing? I just caught what you said about the Chiefs. I don't know why the NFL doesn't step in and do something.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. You think that they would. I mean, I don't think they want the Niners going back to Santa Clara. But anyway, I'm a huge Niner fan. I've been going to the games for over 60 years. I went to Kezar. I had season tickets in Kezar. But I don't like their chances on paper because I don't like Shanahan. Shanahan seems to choke at the big games, and I don't, Shanahan against Reid and Wilkes against Spagnuolo, and their quarterbacks going into the 4th Super Bowl. Our quarterback's in his 2nd year. I love Purdy, but I just think that on paper, all the experience goes to them. We have been in the big game five years ago, whatever it was, and I was down there. But anyway, I just don't think that Wilkes makes the adjustments he needs to make. And I just don't trust Shanahan as a good game plan coming up. I just don't.
All right. Thanks,
Dennis.
Dennis, appreciate
Being
it.
honest.
Is that honest?
No, that's just how he feels. But I will say this about Wilkes' defense, Donnie. We've been apart, Evan and I.
Do you think Kyle Shanahan seems to choke in the big games? I'm out on that.
He didn't choke down 17 in the NFC Championship game, and he didn't choke down to Green Bay.
Well, you said he was honest when he said, he said the caller said he seems to choke in the big games.
No, that's how he felt. He was being honest. That didn't mean I agree. My point is, bottom line, let's put the Niners defense on the autopsy table, Steiny. I don't know what you made of their last 2 performances, but could I dare say they've been lackluster?
Who?
The Niner defense collectively. That first half against Detroit, you can't do that come this Sunday.
How many points have they given up total in both the games? What were the finals of the Chiefs game?
Well, they gave up 31 to Detroit.
52 points.
Yeah.
52 total?
Yeah.
Because they gave up 21 to Green Bay.
21 to Green Bay, and what was the final against? I'm sorry.
31-34. They gave up 31 to Detroit. But if
so
you
they gave
watch
up 31,
that game,
31 and 21.
Yeah. See, I don't. That's how
I'd love to split the dip. Well,
but you're so matter of fact. I can look at that Green Bay game and say, yeah, they gave up 21, but at Guru Computer, they gave up 31. Green Bay should have had more points. You know what I mean? So there was more opportunity. They got lucky.
I think the 49ers would take 27 points right now, giving up to the Chiefs. Chiefs are going to score 27. Do you take it or not? I think you take it if you're the Niners.
Stoney, I'm going to say no.
They're not taking it?
Yeah.
The 49ers defense is going to hold the Chiefs under 27.
No, I'm saying can the Niner offense get 28 against this Chiefs defense, which is much improved?
No, I'm saying if I'm the 49ers defense, and you say to me right now, the Chiefs are going to score 27 points in the Super Bowl. If I'm a Niner fan, I'm taking that.
That's too many for me.
Evan?
Yeah, that's
too many?
No, this Chiefs defense is pretty good. I mean, they just held Lamar to 10 points.
No doubt.
So 27's
I think that's enough to win.
Not that they couldn't win one of those games, but I would prefer that you don't give up 27.
Yeah. Give me 17, Stoney, or 14.
Oh, that might be asking to do too much. Jimmy in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
What's up, Jay?
All right. I just want to say a couple of things. First off, man. The Niners wouldn't share. Definitely wouldn't share with KC. So if any caller gonna call in saying they would have, that's a joke. Secondly, I don't see how they have the Niners as favorites in this Super Bowl, man. I mean, we've seen this show over and over again. You bet against Patrick Mahomes, you get burnt. The dude is 10-1-1 against the spread in the Super Bowl. You know, I mean, Shanahan is a choke artist in the Super Bowl. I mean, they had with New England down more than they were down against Detroit. What were they down like 24?
28-3.
And blew that. And then they blew it against Kansas City, last time or whatever. So, hey, I'm looking at it like this, man. Patrick, and we got the Taylor Swift effect. She just got a Grammy. So, hey, I wouldn't be surprised, man, if they win it and then Kelsey gets on stage and proposes to her. You guys have a good one, man.
Oh, my Lord. My head would explode. He actually brought Taylor into it, Stoney.
He also plays. He's also the second guy who brought up Kyle Shanahan's a choke artist.
Well, he's 4 quarters away from being a Super Bowl winner. So if you want to call this week and say that concerns you, hey, I get it. I'll say this about Kyle. He don't need me to defend him, Stoney, but he had some blood on his hands in regard to the 28-3, but he was not the head coach. Dan Quinn was the head coach.
Although if he loses the lead here, then it's official, right? When is he officially that? Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I look at the Andy Reid model in Philly, but that won't do any good for Niner fans because he had to go somewhere else and get his. But as far as it happening here, regardless of what happens Sunday, if I told you, Stoney, let's just talk about next year for the Niners, they're going to be a factor in the NFC to get back to this juncture, or at least the NFC Championship game, you would think. So my point to all that is you're going to have more chances. And that's why if the Niners can win this game, then it's on and popping in regard to how many could you get out of this thing, Stoney, this era?
The Chiefs are in a dynasty right now.
No doubt about it.
The 49ers can't be a dynasty unless they beat the Chiefs.
But you got to start somewhere.
They got to start Sunday. 510, huge favor, please, Steiny Goo. Can I get a birthday shout out for my 9-year-old boys?
Yeah.
They're huge fans. They love the intro and listen when they get home on YouTube while doing homework. Dad and Mom love you guys. By the way, what's up with the 49ers jersey, Goo? Are
Give
you
us
on
the
the
name
wagon
of the
now?
kids.
Yeah, he didn't.
Happy birthday to the unknown kids. We love you.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't put the name.
And I lost a bet. That's why I'm wearing the jersey. Your mom went in on me on Facebook. Stop her, or I will, Stoney. Tell Mary.
What?
She told me put on the Chiefs red, but I can't do that. I lost a bet and I pay up. Feel good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Spadoni looked at me like I was on blow. Like, oh, dude, somebody made the custom jersey. I said if the Niners go to the bowl, I'll wear it. Man of my word.
Yeah, you're
Chapter 1 in my book.
I lost. I'm out.
No, you're exemplifying what I talked about a little earlier with, just watching sports the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks without having to come on the radio and talk about it. You realize how some fans just they must interject themselves into things and have to make it about themselves. And
I wonder if you're talking about you
screaming from the mountaintops. I won a bet. I lost a bet.
Oh, we don't do that.
What? You do.
You make predictions.
Right. You lost a bet. It's about the bet.
Well, the guy bought us the truckie driver. Sure. Yeah. You got a jersey too, pal. You taking it to Vegas?
No.
Yeah, Steiner.
No, so what happens sometimes, then we talk too much about the bet we made, and I'll say we, but people want to talk about the game.
Well, pick up the phone and call. We're here. Somebody asked the question, pal. That's the only reason I brought this up. I didn't interject and say, hey, let's talk about the jersey in the third block of the show. The lady called. Give us the name of the boy so we can say happy birthday to your kids.
888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, it's a Super Bowl week. It's a Super Bowl week. And kickoff to the big game, 6 days, 4 hours, 43 minutes, and 58 seconds until the big game, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go, baby.
Is this the breaking tea? Oh, there it is. San Francisco Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office. Countdown to kickoff clock says we are, I'm going to do it again, 6 days, 4 hours, 43 minutes, and 34 seconds away from the big game. That's the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown.
That's
on
dope.
95.7 The Game.
And we're watching it as it runs down, second by second, Steiny.
Where are you watching the game?
Hopefully in Vegas.
Are you going to stay?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Why?
It's
4 days. That's a lot of days.
Well, maybe Evan will stay with me. Well, I got a tryout Saturday. I didn't tell you guys. Bay Area Panthers. Yeah, I got a tryout Saturday.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Steiny, your boy. Dude, I got an arm. I'm hoping.
What is this?
No, I'm trying out.
No. I'm asking, what is this?
Come on. Evan will tell you about the Bay Area Panthers. I'm trying out next Saturday at the SAP Center. I'm going out there. And I'm going to throw, I'm going to catch it. Look at the smile. And I'm going to run, baby. I ain't quit yet, Steiny. My athletic career is not over. I'm one break away. No pun intended.
What are we talking about here? The Bay Area Panthers are having open tryouts?
Yes.
Next Saturday.
Okay.
And Daryl the Guru Johnson will be participating.
Well,
on Saturday. So
what?
you actually do need to come home on Friday.
He's going to be preparing as what?
Receiver, quarterback, DB. I'm going to do it all. I'm too scared.
Defensive end. D-tackle.
What if he gets hurt?
Cornerback.
Are there pads involved? No. It's just a show. It's like the Westminster show.
Look how he looked, boy.
Combine, 40-yard dash.
I'm ready.
They just prance him around.
10-yard split.
Dude, I'm going to throw some balls, some outs. I'll throw outside the hashes.
It's a 50-yard field.
Oh, boy, Evan, I can throw that thing all the way. Yeah.
One thing we should talk about before we leave for Vegas is, we're still going to have to do shows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can tell you don't play a lot of road games. And so a lot of times when we go on the road, it's a business trip, Goo.
So you don't remember my niece, your daughter, myself, we went to Vegas. We did this in August. We've done this before. I know how to conduct myself. And I didn't tell you we'll be joined by Lo Neal. He'll be doing the shows with us from Vegas. So we'll be the big three and Evan and Spadoni.
Spadoni, you going?
Well, he'd be. Yeah, he got the babies. Spadoni, yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Simons along with Daryl the Guru Johnson and the 49ers.
Man.
Got a couple breaks. On the way to the Super Bowl.
What would you say the biggest one to you is? Because we hadn't talked to them. Evan and I dissected it. There were a lot of them to choose from.
I'm glad you asked. But you got to, so the 49ers are, it's 24-10. They're down to the Lions.
Okay.
And Dan Campbell's got 4th and 2. And it was a 45-yard kick. What are we, midway through the third?
Talk to us.
And I'm thinking, what do you do here? And I know that he likes to go for it. So let me tell you what my thought process was. First of all, I'm never one of these guys that's like, oh, take the 45-yard field goal. It's an automatic 3. Well, it's not an automatic 3.
But you're trying to be proactive, Stoney.
It's a 2/3 3.
Okay.
Or maybe 70, 75%.
How about the 4th and 2?
I'm not there yet.
Right.
I'm not there yet.
I missed you.
So I'm thinking to myself, I think he's going to go for it. And I'm thinking, I know why he's doing this. It's not just to get the first. If they get a first down here, man, they can run off another 3 or 4 minutes and then maybe even end up with a touchdown. Now it's, wow, like it was a real bold move. But at the time I was thinking, I have to take the field goal.
Yes.
Because I said, the last thing I said before they didn't get it was, if you don't get it here, now you're one play away from the Niners being right back in the game. And sure enough, they didn't get it, and then the ball hits Ayuk, or the ball hits the face mask.
Yeah.
And now it's a one-score game, and now your receivers can't catch the ball, and everybody gets a little tight.
Don't forget the fumble eye. The running back just, here you go. Yeah. Let's help you.
To me, a fumble happens here and there in a game, but the drops from that guy were just,
Yeah.
But
Steiny, just what you said, you're up 14. To put 3 on the board, right now the Niners got 2 problems. One is the score, and if you put it back to if you make the kick, I don't think anybody would have had a problem if the guy missed the kick. But in a playoff game, with everything that the organization was facing in regard to Detroit and all the bad luck, then the clock becomes a factor. And to go back up 17, you got the Niners thinking to themselves and looking around like, okay, now time is dwindling. You know, we put up 3, they answered. But you're right, they couldn't catch the ball. I was like, oh, boy. And then the Ayuk play, Evan, again, I got to give him credit. The fluke to Ayuk, Stoney, that was, once that happened,
Here's
I'm like,
what I
it's
don't
on
understand.
and popping. Because that looked like an interception. Let's be honest.
Here's what I don't understand. So a flag was thrown on the play.
Yes, sir.
Okay, for what?
It was picked up.
So
incidental contact. Well, first it was going to be PI. That's what the flag was thrown.
I thought it was PI, actually.
Oh.
When I saw it, I was like, wow, that's a fluke play. They got a big break. But then I thought, you know what? That was just defensive pass interference anyway.
Well, it hurt Detroit because they picked up the flag.
Well, that's
had the guy caught it, then it's Detroit ball.
Right, but
disregard the flag.
But I'm not convinced that they would have picked the flag up if Ayuk doesn't make the catch.
Well, will you admit this? The guy didn't impede Ayuk's progress because he went to catch it.
So it
hit him in the face.
Why did the guy throw why did the ref throw an inadvertent flag?
I don't have that answer.
And I'm not saying I get the whole
It didn't look like
play.
pass interference at all to me. He looked like the Detroit Lion defender looked like the receiver.
Yeah.
But Ayuk to have awareness. Oh, let me go. Boop. That was big. Then the stadium's getting loud. Everything, man, Stoney. And they pulled it out.
David Hernandez, if he didn't make the catch, the flag would have stood. That's kind of the way I feel. I know I can't prove it, but I believe that.
Well, they waved it off.
Right, after he made the catch. Then it's easy to say there was no flag on the play.
Well, but it's not like a basketball play where you have the whistle, you just wait. Like it would have been an incompletion.
I don't think so. I really don't. I
hate that you feel that way about the league, but you're right. We see stupid stuff. Evan's right. We see stupid stuff all the time, but they convened and said no flag. Like, I don't believe I believe that had it been an interception, it would have been pass interference.
Possibly, yeah.
I
do.
I don't want to believe that.
I do. Here's the other thing. Why didn't they just let it as interference and decline it?
Because it wasn't passed. They deemed it not passed.
Then why did you throw the flag?
Hey, we've seen it before, though, Stoney. We've seen flags picked up. That's all.
I just feel like you
got me thinking.
For example,
I
guess what I'm saying is I'm taking it from the Niners side. Let's say I would have had money on the Lions.
Yeah.
When I saw, and I'm feeling good, and I see that play, I'm like, oh, my God, I cannot believe that catch. But then I'm like, you know what? They would have just called that interference anyway.
But that's where you lose me. It wasn't. Dude did nothing but go for the ball. It was over Ayuk. The guy had a beat on it.
I'll ask you again, why did he throw the flag?
I want to throw my water at the wall. I don't have the answer.
I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, but they picked it up. But you feel like
they picked it up after he caught the ball.
Oh, boy. Then we got crooked refs then, Steiny. They got something on the
not
game.
crooked refs. It's like guy gets fouled on the way, or Bob Fitzgerald's big one. Wait to see if it goes in.
Oh, that is wow.
If it goes in, don't call the foul. But yeah, it was a great play. I just I didn't look at that as it was just a great catch.
But momentum, you felt momentum when I saw that. I was like, oh boy, it's on and popping now.
And it could have been momentum with just a PI on the call too, had he not. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Simons along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Super Bowl Sunday, 49ers, Chiefs, and I'm going to ask Guru when are we going to do predictions and all that kind of stuff?
Probably Friday. What you think? Yeah, people won't remember if we do it today or the next couple of days.
I don't think they'll remember
Friday.
Anyway. Would they?
Yeah, they will.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Flag and Anthem. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny back with Guru. We got the Super Bowl at 3:30 on Sunday. The Golden State Warriors tonight play the Brooklyn Nets. I got to ask you a couple things about the Warriors and where they're at. We got the trade deadline coming up on Thursday. Are they going to make a move? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation on 95.7 The Game.
The biggest day in football is right around the corner, and we've got the ultimate game plan.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7.
See, I couldn't get away with that, Goo. Trae Young, do not.
I'm
you
tired
just
of the
put
Trae
him in a
Young
Steph
slander.
Curry category.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
I'm like, come on.
He can't defend. Ja can't defend. Trae Young's a damn good basketball player.
Steph
and he
Curry
can play point guard
twice
for
the
my
defender.
Team.
That Steph Curry is almost
That's
twice as good offensively.
But Trae
and
Young is a
defensively.
baller. That's all I'm saying.
Trae Young's a 30-point scorer on a horse bleep team.
All right. He was giving the Warriors the business.
Yeah, offensively.
Dude, the stuff.
Like, I couldn't get away with that.
Yeah.
I couldn't get away with that.
I missed you.
Oh, that horseplay team just.
By the way, what's that?
I think they won this weekend.
Who did?
That horseplay team you're talking about.
That was
the Hawks?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cutting down 5 under 500 in the East. They're making a run.
And just beat Phoenix the night
Don't
before.
say a word. Yeah, no. Okay. So you like the Hawks?
No, I didn't.
Are they going? Where are they going? We're going to the finals? The Atlanta Hawks?
It's Super Bowl, baby.
By the way, I've come up with my.
Wait.
What's his name? Andrew. Mount Rushmore of surgeons. Mount Surgeon Moore. I'm coming up with it.
I can't wait to hear.
This is my Mount Surgeon Moore. Frank Jobe. Mount Surgeon Moore.
Go ahead.
Frank Jobe, of course, the originator of the Tommy John surgery. Richard Ferkel. Richard Ferkel was the doctor who did Steph Curry's foot back in the day.
Wow.
I'm going to put Dr. James Andrews on there.
Look at you.
And then number 4, Dr. David Seidman.
Your guy.
Kaiser Permanente out of the East Bay.
Got our Steiny
He will
back.
be nominated for Doctor of the Year, Surgeon of the Year.
That is great. And he wanted you out longer. And, of course, you gave your own
Celebrini wouldn't clear me.
Yeah, you patted your own self on the back. But good for you to be back.
Hey, I'll tell you the truth. You want the truth?
No
I'll
doubt.
give you the truth. Yeah, I was. They didn't want to clear me.
I don't know how you're not in pain.
I don't either.
The doctor's good. Yeah.
I talked to the doctor this morning before I went back to work, and he's like, "Well," I'm like, dude, I can't believe how good I feel.
That's amazing.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, good for all of us.
Now we'll see what happens.
But the amount of support you're getting for your flag gate, had the guy caught it, had IU caught it or not caught it, it would have been the flag would have stood is incredible on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube channel.
You're saying I'm back and people are agreeing with
Those
me.
just conspiracy theories that can't be proven.
Or disproven. I'm not. See, that's the thing about you. Like, and Evan, like, well, Steiny, you're wrong. And I didn't say you guys were wrong.
That's your
even though
Evan.
you
I'm going to
could
give you
be
a
wrong.
3. Yeah.
Let's go to my Alex and Hayward. What's up, Alex and Hayward? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Oh, dynamite.
Super Bowl week.
Great. You bet. Hey, first of all, Steiny, welcome back. We missed you.
Thank you.
So, speedy recovery happened, so we appreciate that. But, Goo, I just want you to take a look at something. I got to agree with Steiny on that call about the flag. If you go back and look at that play, and first of all, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not a 49er fan, and I'm definitely not a Detroit fan. So I'm just a guy looking at the game. So if you go back and look at that play right before that catch happened and see what the defender was doing to Ayuk's path to catch that ball, that was absolutely a pass interference call. So when that flag came out, I knew that's pretty much what was going to happen. And when it got picked up, I was confused. So I got to go with Steiny on that one. I think because the play happened the way it did, they didn't want any other controversy after the game. They let it go. So,
hold on, Steiny. Before you finish, give me this. It doesn't really matter. When the ball was in the air, be honest, caller, did you think it was an interception? Because I did, and I don't think I'm by myself.
No. It could have been an interception. I was thinking that, but I also saw what happened before he was going to catch that interception. Right. And that's what you got to look at. That's where the flag came from.
All right.
That's my opinion. Like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight. That's just a guy looking at the game.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate the call.
Another supporter for Steiny. They feeling sorry for you, could you?
They don't need to feel sorry for me.
You just got off tonight.
They don't need to feel sorry for me. Why would they feel sorry for me?
You're healing.
I'm healed.
Yeah.
Pretty remarkable. Science. I can just picture you saying science.
Yeah.
By the way, there's something that's I just during the last 2 weeks, I've just made a note of it. And hey, by the way, and I noticed on our text thread after I had the surgery, I said, one thing that's happening, and I'm trying to be a little more positive, a little more upbeat, less harsh, and you guys didn't really respond.
I don't know who wants to tell them. Spadona, you could tell them, Evan. I'm not.
Are you guys up to
We ran
something
four
here?
corners on you, Steiny. We kind of put you on ice. We were kind of, we iced you out a little bit, and you didn't figure it out. But just tell the people, I called you. I checked on you. It ain't about me, but I called you multiple times.
Just
to
once,
hear your
actually.
No, I called you 3 times.
Did you?
Yeah, you didn't answer too.
Well,
but
I was
I
under
called
the-
to check.
I was
Yeah, right.
Hey, Evan, what's he talking about?
Well, you respond to like probably 30% of my text messages. So the fact that we didn't respond to you shouldn't come as that much of a surprise.
And we were on football and you were on basketball. So we felt like, Spadoni will tell you what happened, but you didn't figure it out. I said, I think he might know, but but now you're putting
something
it
with
together.
my phone. I'm telling you, I'm ready to pay somebody
What happened? It was
$30 to resync my phone, and I'm not getting it's all bad. It's all bad. What was I going to say about? Boy,
you were going to be nice. A new leash on life, just
nicer.
positive. Yeah,
I'm going to be nicer. Let's go to Mike in San Jose.
Our guy,
Rational Mike.
Yeah.
Boy, those Warriors.
How's he feeling?
They're making up a lot of ground.
Mikey.
Hey, Mike.
I called to humbly say I officially lost and you whooped me.
That's not true. You got life. It's not over.
Yeah, it was February 1st, 5 seed.
Oh.
Let's go, baby.
See, I know when I lost. When I lost a bet.
Mike is a real one.
That's
I'm
right.
ready, baby.
I thought I'm sorry, Mike. For whatever reason, I thought it was the rest of the year. But go ahead.
No, it was February 1st, 5 seed, then
easy bet.
So I waited for Steiny to get back to make the call, so it was official. So I know you're a little banged up, but I'll call in a week or two. Just let me know when you guys want to go out there.
Sir.
Okay. Gift card to play whenever you want.
Wow. Sweet. I think it's going to be. My buddy John and myself will be coming out.
To hell with John. It'll be me and Steiny, Mike.
You're still kicking Guru out, huh?
I'm there, baby.
Mike, this is Half Moon Bay, right?
I'm there.
Yes, it is.
We'll get Guru started. We'll get Guru started.
I'll be there, Mike. I can't wait.
Thanks, Mike.
Well, as I said last time, we can always take care of Guru with a nice lunch by the fire overlooking the ocean.
Exactly.
I'll bring my clubs, Mike. Yeah, I'll do it all. Yeah.
Just wanted to check in as a man of my word. That's all. So, welcome back. We missed you, and I only get one thing I can say that we always disagreed on. They ain't trading Draymond. So, have a great day. We're happy to have you back, and hope you're feeling better, by the way. It's no fun to be banged up.
No, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. And, I feel terrific. I feel absolutely terrific.
That was good news. Half Moon Bay when you're ready.
In case you're just joining us, Mike, I call him Rational Mike in San Jose. He bet us a month or two back that the Warriors by this date would be.
Man. Well, what's funny?
Like the 6th spot. 6?
Yeah.
Dude, have you taken a look at the standings?
I have.
Do you guys?
I have.
Do you guys know how hard it is for the Warriors?
There's no doubt.
Like, what are your? Let me just throw this at you. What are your goals right now for the Warriors?
Friday,
what are your goals?
I said
Life
to Evan, Operation Playoffs, and he hit me with a skillet, and he said Operation Play In.
Well, you need to be more
is the goal.
specific.
They got to qualify for the play in. They got to get to 10th. They're a game and a half behind 10th right now.
Okay,
but
so
you got to win a game to do that. I'm worried about everybody else. Utah shocked everybody last night with a win over Milwaukee, but they're not handling their business. They got hot, little hot.
So your goal is to get to what spot?
10.
And then you think they can win 2 road games?
No doubt. Yeah. That's where I'm at.
10 ain't going to get it done.
Okay, so what would you advise or prescribe?
I would try to get, 8, but...
Oh, good luck. Hey, I'll take 8 all day. Steve Young. Steiny, look around, man. And now they're losing bodies. Wiggins has a sprain. What do you mean, of course? I mean, young guys are getting hurt. Moody ain't old.
Yeah, but we knew injuries were good. Chris Paul's been out, a month
I'm not giving out. I'm not giving up, but, man, you had to close that game.
Give up what? What are you? You're not giving up on them winning the title?
No, getting to the play-in.
Oh, yeah, they can get to the play-in. They can get into the top 10. They can't get to 6, though. Well, they're like 5. Dude.
My point is, if the way this season is gone, they messed 6 up. I'm not saying they can't do it, but you're right. You're not shocking anybody with that. So now you got to recalibrate. And right now, I just want this team to qualify. Steiny,
qualify for
the play-in. Right. Now, if something better is there and they get past that, I'm fine. But right now, they need health and they need to. Nothing's happening Thursday, man. I don't believe. And this injury ain't going to help you move Wiggins if you wanted to, right?
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Let me look at the standings here.
I really thought Steph was going to hit that game winner, Steiny. He was incredible. He had a good look at it. No, really. I was like, Atlanta, you playing any defense?
I thought it was a pretty tough shot.
That was a 22 in the 4th.
Let me see. So, okay, top 6. The Warriors right now they're 6 games in back of Phoenix.
Oh.
They cannot, we
got Phoenix Saturday night before the Super Bowl.
They can't catch 6 games out.
I understand.
6 games behind Phoenix that's too many games. It's not baseball. So you're 6 back. The other thing is if you're 21 and 25 like the Warriors are, how are they ever going to rip off 8 of 10 to make a run?
Well, you got to close games. And right now, when you look at all the games this season, I think they're one of the top 2 teams with games decided by 5 points or less, and they stink.
Why do you think that is? It's because their defense is awful.
No, I have nothing to say.
They're terrible defensively. They score enough. Yeah. Steve's in San Francisco. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Stevie.
What's going on, fellas? Trying to brave this rain on 101. Hey,
sure.
I got a quick comment back to that Ayuk thing.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be intercepted for sure.
Thank you.
Bounced off his helmet. My guy grabbed the ball. He was interfered with somewhere in that, and from what the announcer said, there's a possibility they could have declined the penalty to keep the play where it was. Because if there's a holding penalty, they don't get 15 yards.
Yep.
So I think that might have been the case, but most definitely he was going to pick that ball.
Appreciate the call.
They showed the play. That was funny. I was pointing to the TV.
Oh, I missed it.
I was like, oh, man, a Purdy interception. Oh, boy. And then Ayuk's concentration level on 1,000. Big play.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Dow, the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. So we got issues. I guess we could officially call them issues in Vegas.
Man.
The 49ers are having some practice field issues. Evan, let's hit that Adam Schefter sound. This is the latest. Niners figured out what to do about the field and practice. Here's the story.
I can tell you, having spoken to various Niners people already, they don't seem particularly pleased. Now, they're going to be on the practice field for the first time today at noon Pacific, but there already have been complaints that there are seams in the practice field, that it feels like they're walking around on a sponge. I guess the NFL last week laid sod on top of the field turf, and this has nothing to do with UNLV. UNLV is kind of an innocent bystander in this. And the league has rules or bylaws or procedures that are set up that call for the Super Bowl practice fields to be checked out and mandated by December. And last week, they're laying the turf on there. Now, the league is saying it's not a player's safety health issue, not in violation, all those things. That's fine. I can tell you the Niners are not happy.
Damn. Day one, Steiny, I guess I wouldn't be either, man. You are about to play the biggest game of some of these guys' career, if not the biggest. And again, I know you can say, Agu, it's nothing. You haven't. But damn, I wonder what comes to this. You mentioned Glendale. Do they go somewhere else? Maybe not come back to the Bay. But weather is a mess right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. It's just
weird.
Media days today, and I guess the 49ers said if we fulfill the media obligations, then go. What's closer, L.A. or Glendale? To Vegas, I wonder.
I'm going to guess L.A.
I think you can drive. It's like, what, a 6-8 hour drive from L.A. to Vegas? Anyway, I'm sure they can find another field down there. By the way, you wanted to play this, Goo. The Jed York sound.
Who had been quiet forever, Steiny, and we talked about it on the crossover Thursday with Willard and Dibbs. We were all, you know what? York has just been mute, and he's letting guys do their job, and then he comes out with this sound.
Which one did you want?
The one you're about to play.
On McCaffrey?
No, on the quarterback.
Or
the
on
quarterback. The Purdy being the best quarterback.
Gotcha.
You know, I mean, we haven't really talked much about Brock, but that's a good example of Kyle's directness. You know, last year in preseason, I think week 1 of training camp, which you have a quarterback that we're paying, I think, $20 million to. You have a guy that you drafted with investing 3 first-round picks into, and he grabs me after practice. He's like, hey man, we got to talk. And that's generally not a good thing when your coach tells you to talk. Like, all right, what's up? And he's like, I think our third-string quarterback's our best quarterback. I'm like, okay. I'm like, what does that mean? He's like, obviously, like, we've invested in Trey. Like, Trey's doing a good job. Like, we're going to do everything that we can. We're not going to change that. And we're not going to change the depth chart. But, like, I think Brock will end up being our quarterback at some point. And, like, he didn't force it, right? You had 2 injuries, and that's how Brock ended up playing. But he's always honest, even if it's not, like, one thing that owners don't love to hear when they've invested money and or draft picks or both into people, that the last pick in the draft is the guy that we think is the best. That's generally not great news, but he's honest. And he let it play out the right way.
All right, so that's Jed York talking about Kyle Shanahan.
Now, the end of that,
what
Steiny,
struck you?
Did he let it play out the right way? One, I do appreciate, and I told Evan this, Kyle going to his boss telling him, basically, I messed up, but our third-string quarterback is better than the first 2, but their plan was not to start their best quarterback. That happened by happenstance. The fact that the 2 in front of Brock got hurt. So I guess it boils down, and I somewhat understand it, politics and money on what Jimmy, the veteran, the 3 picks, the investment, the resources they used to get Trey Lance. But if I'm knowing the third-string guy is the best, shouldn't he be playing? And it just worked itself out.
I mean,
you know, both guys got hurt, man.
You know what? Maybe I'll start 2024 with a victory lap. I remember saying there's no chance Trey Lance the best quarterback on this roster. No chance when he started that season.
Oh yeah, right.
No chance.
Chicago and Seattle, he got hurt.
But he was a number 3 pick, so you had to give him a shot. And then you had Jimmy. There's a safety valve, and he put Jimmy in, and then Purdy emerged. Like I don't.
You got a victory lap in there, and you don't even know it. And I told Evan Friday, you said, Goo, they watch these guys or guy in regard to Trey Lance in practice. And I'm like, Steiny, yeah, they do, but it's not to the point to where Kyle would go up, now that we know, to his boss and say, number 3 is better than Trey. And that's basically what happened, because they got to watch them practice, obviously play too. But you were right. That was your victory lap. Like, you kept saying, they know.
But it's like.
And I was fighting you.
But let's let's talk a little bit about this, because let's talk about like Shani and Brandon Ayuk early in their careers. You know, they had that situation where Shanahan wasn't crazy about, let's face it, Ayuk's either his work ethic or his inability to block harder downfield. Yeah. We all know that early in Ayuk's career, he and Shanahan had some differences to work out, whatever you want to call them. And eventually Ayuk has now emerged to the number one receiver. And to me, I look at it, there's a guy on Twitter, ND somebody. He comes down my road.
NDT 054.
And he said something he said, Steiny, he's right. I don't tend to criticize coaches in front office. I tend to criticize players because I think, to me, it's about players more than coaches and all that kind of stuff. So when I look at, like, Kuminga, to me, it's pretty simple. Guess what? Jonathan Kuminga, for 2 years, was learning the game, wasn't playing it the right way, wasn't consistent enough, didn't do enough to help his team, wasn't well-rounded enough, and now he's 2.5 years into his career. He's put together his best 2 or 3 months. Like, I don't say, boy, did Steve Kerr mess that up, or, wow, Steve Kerr was a genius. I look at it as Jonathan Kuminga is finally doing the things that he needs to do consistently, and he's doing them, and he's playing more. And that's what happens. And in the grand scheme of things, to me, Kuminga, like, he's still not even 3 years into his career, so he's still early. Ayuk, kind of the same. What's this, 4th year for Ayuk? 3rd or 4th year?
But it never was a talent issue with Ayuk. I guess you could say that with also.
I don't think it was a talent issue with Kuminga, was it?
Kuminga, yeah.
I mean, they both are incredible athletes.
Doubt. But you do kind of wonder, just from the Kuminga standpoint, Stanley, I'm not saying you're all the way wrong, but others would say maybe if it were a different coach, we could have got this Kuminga sooner. Maybe he would have
2.5 years.
He would have played last year against the Lakers had he got the opportunity, because that's what it boils down to. But he's playing his ass off now.
Well, I think that's okay. So he got drafted. I mean, this is where I think you just got to take a step back. I mean, first of all, this is its 3rd year. 3rd year for Kuminga or 4th? So he's played 2.5 years. Yeah. 2.5 years, and he was drafted onto a team that was a champion. Mm-hmm. So he got drafted by an NBA champion. He had played no high school or college. And this is the player he was after 2.5 years. I would say anybody that thinks it could have happened sooner is an idiot.
Well,
that's what I would say. Because for somebody to not play organized basketball, to be where he's at right now, it's actually going very quickly.
Well, I would say this to you about that. Then you're calling him an idiot, because
No, I'm not.
He said after last year he didn't like how he was used. That's a fact.
Well, he wasn't ready.
Well, but he thought he was.
But he wasn't.
But I'm not saying right if he was or not. He thought he was. So my point is, he didn't agree with the way he was being treated and the plan that they had him on.
The plan's been perfect.
And then he said some stuff this year, before he took off. I'm just saying he didn't agree with that.
He's just a player.
Right.
And he was a 20-year-old player with no experience. Like, he is exactly where he's supposed to be. And the Golden State Warriors.
Balling, man.
Yes, and that's like but that's step 2. It's like I keep hearing that too. Yeah, Kuminga's playing well. He is. Kuminga's playing probably best basketball of his career.
No doubt.
Hey, Wiggins has had a stretch now. They like this lineup with 3-3 over the last 6. Yeah. Like, they're not making up any ground. 888-957-9570 is the number. Just throwing that out there about Kyle Shanahan and Brandon Ayuk. Remember back in the day when Kyle Shanahan was trying to get more out of Brandon Ayuk? I mean, he's gotten a lot out of him now. What do you think about the way Kyle Shanahan kind of develops his younger players? 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, we have a new merch store up and running just in time for the big game. Head to breakingtea.com to grab your red and gold gear right now. That's breakingtea.com for all your 95.7 The Game merchandise. That segment was also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by AmeriWest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The countdown to kickoff for the big game.
I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
What is going on here?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Stein, Matt Style, the Guru Johnson with you, 95.7 The Game. I'll tell you what I just thought of. I don't know, and I don't know why. I guess it was another text you didn't respond to when I said, I don't know why it crossed my mind right now, but it did, and it was about James Wiseman. Remember on a text thread?
What about James? I vaguely remember.
Just how he, he's been struggling a little, but there were very high hopes for him. Anyway,
but he's never had this much. I don't know what you're doing if you're comparing it to Kuminga.
No.
But he never had this much traction as J.K. But what made you think about him?
Because I don't know why things cross my mind, but
it's called life. Yeah, that's how.
So I'm thinking about Brandon Ayuk.
Man.
And remember when he was a rookie? He was kind of in Kyle Shanahan's doghouse.
Yeah, we talked about it. I was mad at him.
At Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
So how do you think Kyle Shanahan has coached Brandon Ayuk?
I give him an
over the course of over his career.
I give him an A+, and I give him an A+ because last year he stepped to the mic and said what was going on and what he had asked for Brandon Ayuk, which I wasn't privy to. We were assuming. We thought he might have been overweight, which it wasn't. But the bottom line is they had something the coach did that he wanted Ayuk to improve on. And the proof in the pudding for me is Steiny Ayuk stepped to the mic and said and had his coach's back in the sense that he didn't disagree. So whatever his coach wanted Brandon to do more of or, be consistent, I don't even know if that's getting on the field. Brandon did it. And that's when I said, I won't say you're right again, but that Kyle was right. Whatever that was, your boy went and did it, and now he's taking off.
Well, to me, it's pretty simple. I mean, Brandon Ayuk came in as a rookie, and he was one of those there were great receivers in that draft.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't matter specifically what it was, but it was clearly probably had to do with blocking, may have had to do with running routes a certain way, may have had to do with this, that, or the other thing. But the bottom line is we were at a point where people were like, he's just got to play Ayuk. He's a first-round pick. He's got to play Ayuk. He's got to play Ayuk. And to my way of thinking, whether it's Ayuk, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Wiseman, yeah, you play when you're starting to execute what the coach wants you to do.
Yeah.
And Ayuk wasn't doing that. Kyle Shanahan gave him tough love. And I don't even think it was tough love. It was just, you're not going to play as much as you think you're going to play if this is the way you're going to play. Yeah. And eventually, Brandon Ayuk figured it out, started doing whatever he needed to do, whether it was work harder, whether it was block better downfield, whether it was study the playbook, all those kind of things. Like, I think you could look back now and say, man, Kyle was right about the way he handled Ayuk.
And Ayuk said,
but we not you and me, but a lot of people were really down on Kyle because what was Ayuk, the 11th pick, something like that? No, a little lower than that. But anyway, hey, he's a first round pick. This kid's got to play. Well, this kid's got to play, but he's got to earn it first, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And he did it. And again, I always go on and this is just in Kyle's tenure, this is something else, Steiny. Nobody's ever went against him out loud, the players. Regardless if maybe they disagree or whatnot, but they always had his back in the form that matters to me, and that's respect, and that's the public. It's so easy to say something or insinuate something to let people know something may be off. I'll bring up Kuminga. He kind of said some stuff that you could take it one way or the other, but now everything's working and perfect. But, yeah, Brandon Ayuk, when he stepped to the mic and said about that riff or whatever was going on with Kyle that he needed to grow up, I was like, man, respect to Kyle and respect to Brandon for taking the lesson, and now the sky's the limit.
888-957-9570 is the number. When you look at the head coaches in this game, Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan, do you give Andy Reid the edge? But I would, and maybe you do just because he's got two. He's got some Super Bowls. But I'm starting to think about Kyle Shanahan and the way he's he coaches offense, and he and Kittle essentially came in about the same time, right? Shanahan and George Kittle. And, look at the role Shanahan's built for Kittle over the course of 6-7 years. Shanahan with Brock Purdy, obviously is getting the most out of Brock Purdy. He's obviously taken McCaffrey to kind of another level. And how about Deebo Samuel? You got to trust Kyle Shanahan as an offensive coach, right? Just plain and simple. It's if you do the things if you do the things he asks you to do, you're going to put up numbers. And if you're willing to do that, you'll play. And if you're not willing to do that, you're not going to play.
No doubt. And if speaking of putting up numbers, you talk about the 1,000 yards that Ayuk, Debo, McCaffrey, Kittle got collectively, but you just talk about the winning and how close Kyle has gotten, Steiny, since 2019. They've won a whole hell of a lot of games, and I said this last week, and I'll keep saying it. The only box left to check for Kyle in regard to being a coach and his brilliance with the play calling is what awaits him Sunday, and that's getting that Super Bowl victory. This will be a second.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out to Antonio. Antonio in Oakland.
Hi.
What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, doing pretty good, man. I actually give the edge to Kyle Shanahan. I think he just has more to work with on offense. And I know, Mahomes, he has Mahomes, of course, the best quarterback in football and all that. But if you look at Mahomes' 3 Super Bowls, he hasn't dominated in any Super Bowl. I'm not saying he's played bad in any of them, but he hasn't dominated either. And I just think the Niners are going to be ready, man. The defense is going to bring so much effort that game. And, as far as the doghouse stuff goes, Bay Area coaches, Steve Kerr and Shanahan, they run a doghouse ring around here, man. They got their first-round picks and high picks in a doghouse for some reason, man. But they're trying to teach them a lesson. And, as you guys have seen, Kuminga, he's gotten better, and Ayuk's gotten so much better. So at the end of the day, Shanahan will get his first ring, and he'll be looked at as an elite coach. And I'm ready to win.
Yep. Hey, Antonio, before you hang up, let me ask you this. You said you're confident that the defense will show up. That's my biggest concern about this game. What makes you so confident?
I just think the pass rush is really going to get home, man, because especially since the Chiefs, best lineman, Joe Thuney's not going to play, man, I think they're going to have a bull rush into Mahomes a lot, man. Get a lot of pressures, a lot of quarterback hits. I think they're going to change up some things. And Charvarius Ward, he's going to get a pick. I'm telling you, his former team, he's going to be fired up.
All right, I'm writing it down. Award pick, Steiny, by Antonio.
Hey, by the way, it's time for the San Francisco Sheriff's Office kickoff to the big game. Hey, when's the big game? I'll tell you when it is. It's in 6 days, 3 hours, and 48 minutes. Even. 6 days, 3 hours, 48 minutes. 6 days, so it's 7, 6. It's a week to tomorrow or yesterday. Yeah. Excited?
Yeah, dude, there's so many storylines.
Now, give me one. What's the most intriguing?
Kyle getting the monkey off his back to Steve Young, because you just talked about his brilliance. Nobody can deny it. If you ask me, we talked about it last week, the top 2 coaches in the league right now, to me, are coaching in this game. And I know there'll be storylines. I'll be saying it. If not now, this time, Steiny, win. As far as from a Kyle Shanahan standpoint, I don't want to get into the cap and who you got to pay and who might leave. But all that stuff is coming down the road. But you're so early in it right now. And for Brock Purdy, you've been gone. So I don't know if you heard Cam Newton did some of that with he's a system quarterback. But if this kid, Brock Purdy, goes out there and just gets this win, it's not about how much you throw for 5 touchdowns. Obviously, you want that. But, Steiny, if they fly back and somehow he's MVP or just they win the game, he's up there with Montana and Young. And I'm not telling you he's better than those 2 guys, but I'm saying he's the 3rd quarterback in franchise history to hoist up the Lombardi. And it'll be his second full year, his first full year as quarterback. So that's heavy.
You said something that I got to ask 49er fans, because you said it very matter-of-factly. And I'm going to ask Evan first, but to give it San Francisco 49er fans, do you feel this way? That the question is, this Super Bowl, can Kyle Shanahan get the monkey off his back? Do you believe that Kyle Shanahan has a monkey on his back, I guess is what is. If you're a 49er fan, does Kyle Shanahan have a monkey on his back?
Did Andy Reid have a monkey on his back in Philadelphia?
I'm not really sure because I didn't follow that as closely.
He went to 4 NFC championship games and lost. But go.
How many years? How many years?
And lost.
I think he went to 5 straight NFC championships and he never won a Super Bowl.
Okay,
and lost 1 in the bowl. Right.
Well, that's a lot more than 2, right?
Well, Kyle Shanahan has been to 4 NFC title games in the last 5 years, and he's been to now 2 Super Bowls.
Okay,
we're including the title games, Tony.
Yeah, I don't think so. I just don't think 4 years is enough of a sample size to say a guy's got a monkey on his back. Like, I
would say he has a monkey on his back.
Okay.
I mean, they said Steve Young had a monkey on his back because he lost, 2 or 3 NFC championships?
That was a little
Super
different.
Bowl?
That was a little different. He was following in Joe Montana's footsteps, which made that shadow immense. Like Kyle, I guess he's following Harbaugh, but
I would say he follows his father. Like, that's his shadow, right?
Yeah, but his dad didn't win Super Bowls here.
No, but he's been the boy wonder since he pretty much.
See,
when
I think of it, like I thought Andy Reid was in Kansas City for 11 years. Or I'm sorry, Philadelphia for 10, 11 years before he went to Kansas City. Was it shorter than that?
I mean, he could have been there for. I'm not sure the exact amount of years, but he went to 5 straight NFC championships and did not win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't. It's just me. I tend to look at periods of time in a much shorter, you know how I am. 4 years isn't, to me, a huge amount of time. But that's just me. I'm interested to know, 49er fans, is that, because, I mean, I guess.
If he doesn't win this one, is there a monkey on his back?
Let's not do that. Let me ask you this. I don't feel like he's got a monkey on his back. But clearly some people do feel like Kyle Shanahan has a monkey on his back. Well, then if he loses on Sunday, if you're going into the game saying you think he's got a monkey on his back, well, clearly you're further ahead in the process of whatever worrying about Kyle Shanahan or wondering if he can get it done than I am. So my question is, if he's got a monkey on his back now and they lose, where are we? I guess is what I would ask to 49er fans.
I would say where we're at, for some, we're all wired differently, but I haven't gotten over the fact that he had a 10-point lead in the 2019 Super Bowl, and they squandered that. Then you had a 10-point lead in the 2022 NFC Championship game against the Rams, and they squandered that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you and Evan and the listeners it was all Kyle's fault, but damn, Steiny, at some point on the biggest stage, you got to bring that home. And I know he doesn't play, so I'm sitting here I can't tell you how many more cracks he'll get at it. He might run off 3, but if they come out of this game, I know he's gonna get another chance or be damn close. But I think it's fair to say, if not now, when? And I love you because I feel the same way about Mahomes you do. But can't we all agree? And Evan and I talked about it last week, Stoney. This iteration of the Kansas City Chiefs, I would say this is the least talented version of them, top to bottom, than the ones that you faced in 2019 when you almost beat them. So my point is you got a good chance to go in here and you're favored if you're into that. But the Niners are favored for a reason. So much of this year I thought they were the best team in the league. And that's taking a hit with we haven't talked about it yet, with the defensive showings these last 2 games at home that they were lucky to win. That first half, you do that against Kansas City, Steiny, oh my gosh. Defensively, we ain't going to be no fourth quarter to worry about. And I don't know why that happened.
888-957-9570. Kyle Shanahan. Does he have a monkey on his back? See, to me, when you say a monkey on his back, that means that there's actually
pressure.
People feeling that he can't, there's something about Shanahan that's preventing him from getting it done. And I am to me, we haven't even sniffed that area.
But when would you do?
I don't know, but I just know
this
that
would be 2 Super
I don't know
Bowl
how long
losses.
did John Elway go without winning a Super Bowl?
I mean,
was he in the 9 years?
Yeah, but it was at the end.
Okay,
but when you watch those games, Ernest, he didn't have the opportunities, I don't believe, to where they squandered leads. Like, I'm just saying to you and anybody listening, Stoney, they've had opportunities to close the deal.
And I think they will in the future. Also, Kyle will. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Flea. Flea is in Oakland.
Flea.
What's up, Flea? How you doing, man?
What's going on, Steiny and Goo? I got a great question for you guys.
Give it to us.
If we knew at the beginning of the season that the Niners would actually be in the Super Bowl, not winning it, just being in the Super Bowl, I want to ask you guys, what would be the three things that you guys would have said, oh, they're going to be in the Super Bowl because these three things, they made the Super Bowl. And I believe that to tell you if the Niners going to win the Super Bowl. If we go back to the beginning, you guys knew that they were going to be in the Super Bowl in Vegas. But it was three things that was at the time.
We get the gist. I'm going to go first, Steiny. He said three things. Can I give them to you? Number one, the defense. I thought the defense would be the number one reason they would be in this game that they're in. Christian McCaffrey would be number two, just his impact. And then three would be Kyle Shanahan. I can put pressure on Kyle and still recognize his brilliance. So those would be my three answers. The defense, Christian McCaffrey, and Kyle Shanahan is why I thought the Niners would be in the Super Bowl.
He said, what's your three biggest reasons why the 49ers would be in the Super Bowl?
Before the season tip. Before week one.
Probably their defense would have to be number one.
Okay. That was on my list.
McCaffrey.
I get it.
I mean, their weapons offensively.
You could just put offense. But no Kyle, though, huh?
Yeah, Kyle, I'd probably put the third.
All right.
415, doesn't matter if fans think Kyle has a monkey on his back. It matters if Kyle thinks he has one. I told you before, Mr. Meltdown is not winning a Super Bowl.
See, now,
I mean, that to me is like,
this is what we can do here.
That's a joke.
All right. It's revisionist history.
It's a joke.
But share what, okay, Steiny.
That's what bothers me, that kind of thing.
But I got something for you because I want to know. All of us want to know.
Put your money where your mouth is then. I'll bet you Shanahan's going to win a Super Bowl in his career.
I wouldn't take that bet.
Well, exactly. Well, then let's not give credence to Mr. Meltdown,
right.
this, that, the other thing.
What if they would have lost at home to Green Bay? Would you think any differently of him and this Niner team? Like, had he lost that game against Green Bay, the first game out at home, a number one seed, what would you then be saying, you know what, we might be closer to that area that you say he's not at now?
I don't know how to answer that.
But it's the same way that you just asked me, would I take that bet that Kyle's going to win a Super Bowl? It's kind of the same. You know, we're not going to know until
you can't have it both ways and say Kyle's got not you. Yeah. You can't say, I'll tell you right now, before Mr. Meltdown is never winning a Super Bowl. He can't close, blah, 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 blah. Okay, then I'll take a bet. I'll bet you right now. I'll bet this guy right now, Kyle Shanahan will be a Super Bowl winning coach. Well, that's what I mean. He might not win it this year. I'll still bet on him to get one over the course of his career. That's all I'm saying. 888-957-9570 is the number. And it doesn't mean if they don't get it done this year, it's not going to hurt and all those kind of things.
Okay.
But Kyle Shanahan's 44 years old, right? It's just like it's a numbers game to me. And I think he's going to be a head coach in the NFL for a long period of time. 888-957-9570 is the number. 925. The major knock on Shanahan is that he can't win the big game, or he's a choke artist, though I don't think any of that is justified. The other thing is you continue what this does when you say a guy can't, especially this early in a guy's career, that he can't win the big game. You actually, what that does is you're penalizing Kyle Shanahan for continuing to knock on the door. You're penalizing him because nobody talks about nobody said, hey, to Cliff Kingsbury, he might not be able to get it done. It's like Kyle Shanahan has gotten his team knocking on the door 4 straight years. And because he hasn't, there's a part of him that it gets held. So even though he's one of the best coaches in the NFL, there's a group of people that hold hold it against him for success that other coaches don't even get judged for.
Well, I ain't mad at that, but I just look at Andy Reid. And Andy Reid had to go somewhere else, Donnie, after all the success. And we could say his success was greater than what Shanny has had in San Francisco thus far. Although he didn't make it to 2 Super Bowls, he had the opportunity to get to his team to the game before the Super Bowl, and that ended for whatever reason. And you and I had one of our worst disagreements about how good of a made man that Andy Reid was, so he had to go somewhere else and show his brilliance. All I'm saying to you is 49er fans don't want Kyle, and I'm not saying it'll go there, but if there's no guarantee he's going to get it done here, if you keep just assuming, all right, good, they keep getting close, he'll eventually win one. Well, guess what? He might not win one,
But if the 49ers fire Kyle Shanahan before he wins a Super Bowl, it's like, and he goes and wins it somewhere else, it's like shame on the Niners. Then that gets held against the Niners. If Jed York, if Jed York really believes that Kyle Shanahan can't win the big one, well, then fire him. Go ahead and fire him. But I don't believe anybody feels that strongly about Kyle Shanahan's inability to win a Super Bowl.
But when we think about great coaches like Belichick, yeah, he's got 6. But you know what I'm saying, Stoney? That does matter.
Well,
nobody's telling you, and I know you're not saying
Belichick 5 years to win his first title.
I'm not telling you Kyle's a bum. I'm telling you he's a great coach. But that's what it's about is paying off the tees.
Actually, Belichick was 6 years in the league before he won a title.
No doubt. But when it's said and done, he's got 6. Right, he had 6 in Philly.
So now, right? But you're talking about Belichick.
Yeah.
We're
talking about Andy Reid now. He's got 2. He might have 3 more than Kyle if he wins this one and beat Kyle twice in the big game.
I just define the size of the monkey on Kyle Shanahan's back. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Safeway. 888.
Find savings on freshness and warmth this week at Safeway. Honey Crisp apples and navel oranges just 97 cents per pound. Signature Farms Picnic Pack Chicken.
49ers in a shambles.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Super Bowl's on Sunday. 49ers are in it.
Again.
What are you laughing at? Oh, keep the show moving?
Oh, I wasn't.
Nahegan hates the pauses?
I wasn't laughing.
No, then he wouldn't have begged me to come back early.
Can I?
If he had such a big problem with it, he wouldn't have begged me to come back
Keyword
early.
beg. Evan, we held it down. Hey, Snotty, real quick. I got to tell you what I do. I don't know what the... Just close them. The first thing I do when I wake up is look at my bank account balance. Have you ever looked at it in the morning? I've been robbed. And then you remember you have to pay something. That's how this morning went for your boy, Snotty. I checked it good. I've been robbed. And then you remember, no, it was just that. So your boy hadn't been robbed, but I had to share that.
Did you figure out what happened?
Yeah. A couple of things got paid. But go ahead.
You know what? 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Perseverance and patience. 4 years is not a long time. And he's still relatively young for a head coach. It's not like he's had no success. Not everything in life is instant. I agree. Stop being so damn short-sighted. Y'all short-sighted. Y'all disrespect history. You're so, Kyle Shanahan's a great coach. Hey, give him a Super Bowl. Everybody gets a Super Bowl. No monkey on his back. Ain't no monkey on Kyle Shanahan's back. Andy Reid was in Philly 14 years.
And then he wasn't.
Yeah. So he's got 7. I got Kyle Shanahan with 7 more years.
I mean, you're selling.
There's nothing.
Andy Reid in Philly is not positive. He had to go somewhere else. He lost his job.
My point is,
Kyle
Shanahan is a great coach.
Yeah.
If the 49ers want to come off him for whatever reason, then it's on them.
Yeah, but you're misconstruing what people are saying.
What are they saying?
4 years has just been the success. He's been here longer than that. You keep saying like it's just
no monkey.
Given that a Super Bowl is in his future.
No,
and
you
never
guys
know.
think that.
No.
Everybody
don't know. He
right.
might not get, this might be his last one.
Maybe it
My
is.
My point is cash in when you got 10-point leads.
No.
And you out here passing out scholarships. And you always, and I ain't mad at you because it's who you are. But dude, quit running from pressure, man. This is athletics. It's sports. He's blown 2 10-point leads, and he should already had a Super Bowl. You can't be mad because other people look at it like that. But you come moseying along with no dog in the fight, thinking, you know what? Of course he's a good coach. They're trying to get great. It's been 30 effing years since the Niners won, and he's had opportunity. Quit giving out passes, Steiny.
I'm not giving out passes.
Quit giving out passes because you ain't mentally invested.
People
are mentally invested. They want him to win. Just because you come moseying in here talking about, oh, he'll get one. Don't get mad at other people because that's how serious it is for them. Quit acting like you're better than people.
No, I'm giving you perspective.
That's a fan.
I'm giving you perspective.
Win the damn game.
I'm giving you perspective.
Your perspective don't mean it's right.
Pete Carroll coached in the NFL for 7 years.
What about Andy Reid in Philly is Exhibit A on It's Not Promised, Steiny? He went somewhere else and got him. He went somewhere else and got him.
No, he got
fired.
He got fired.
Why did he get fired, Matt?
I don't know, but was he not a championship coach?
If you're going to give me, I don't know. I ain't got nothing. My point is, Steiny, you keep acting like he's just going to get a Super Bowl. You don't know what can happen.
No, you think 4 years is a small period of time.
He's been there longer than 4 years. Kyle!
Well, first 2 years they didn't make the playoffs.
Man. Has he had a chance to win a Super Bowl?
Bill Belichick, 6 years. Not everybody gets it right away. I'm just saying. Maybe it'll take Kyle Shanahan 15 years. But he'll get one, I'll bet you.
But it doesn't...
how long did it take Tom Landry to win his first Super Bowl?
He got that opportunity to get it. Steiny, I'm just frustrated because
I'm frustrated that you think 4 years is a long time.
Not winning the chip is no big deal. There's a price to pay.
No, 4 years is not a long price to pay. 4 years is not a long period of time.
Are you a good coach or are you a great coach?
4 years is not a long period of time.
That's the one that sets you apart. And
I'm
he's
here
yet
to tell you,
do it.
And I'm here to tell you I'm not making any judgment
some cheese and
in
crackers.
4 years.
Here's some Skittles. Good job, Kyle. You got close multiple times. You had 10-point lead. Want some more cheese whiz, Kyle? Let me pat you on the head because you're so good, but you ain't won squat.
This is exactly what you said about Andy Reid. And you were dead wrong because you jumped to conclusions.
I was right
after
with his Philly tenure,
after
Steiny.
too short a period of time.
He was in Philly forever and had multiple opportunities to win one. He got fired. With your way of thinking, he would never get fired because he got close all the time.
We're not at 14
It don't
years.
always work that way.
It's not.
That's all
Andy
I'm
Reid
saying.
had 14 years in Philly before he got fired. Where are we with Kyle Shanahan? Hey, if you're ready to say he's got a big game problem, then you know what? If they lose to the Chiefs, put your money where your mouth is and fire him. But I don't believe that.
He's not going to get fired.
I believe that 5 years is a very short period of time in the grand scheme of things when we're looking at a coach who's 45 years old. That's it. It doesn't mean I want him to lose. Doesn't mean I want him to go 10 years without a Super Bowl. But I have perspective. There are a lot of coaches in the history of football that had to wait 5 years. They didn't get it done in 8 years. Then they finally broke through in year 10 or year 12. That's not unusual. And I'm not going to write off.
How long did it take McVay?
Of course, you can find guys who have jumped in and won it.
Okay, my point is.
So fine, go ahead, Drew. Write him off.
I'm not
write him off.
You're
That's essentially what you're doing.
Because last block you were like, is there a monkey? And then 15 minutes later, now there's no monkey. Say that from the beginning.
I don't think there's a monkey.
Right. So there's no pressure on Kyle to win this game Sunday because they're going up against Mahomes and Andy Reid in Steiny's world. I get it. That's fine.
Okay, is there pressure on Mahomes? Is there pressure on Reid? There's pressure on everybody.
Yeah, but not like Kyle and Brock Purdy pressure.
I disagree with that, Goo.
Okay, I got you.
I disagree.
And I respect that.
Like,
but
I don't
I
think
just
there's
hate
more
that you act like there's nothing at stake for a 49er fan
No.
to say maybe Kyle he's a brilliant coach, but he has a problem getting it done in the big game.
I'm not ready to say that.
Okay.
I'm not ready to say that.
But when would that be?
I'm not now.
But for some it is. For some it is.
So we want to talk about that for 5 days before the Super Bowl.
We want to talk
what
about
if they
3
win?
straight years.
Well, what if they win? So we're going to talk about Kyle with a big monkey, can't get it done, can't get it done.
If he wins, it's over. And that's why I said all this Kyle needs to check that box.
Well, I'm not.
Those words came out of my mouth.
If he needs to win one game.
No, it's a championship, Steiny, which is the one game.
If he needs to win Sunday's game to become this great this elite level, I'll be damned if I'm spending 6 days talking about a guy who can't get it done when they're a favorite in the Super Bowl. Let's see what happens.
But that almost goes against you should get it done. To the fact that it's not a talent thing, people think your team is loaded and you can win it.
I think the game's a coin flip in my mind.
And you know what?
Game's a coin flip.
We're different. They were up 10 in the 2022 NFC Championship game. You don't care about that. They lost. He was at the helm. They could have brought that home. Okay? They lost the championship last year. I know the quarterback got injured. But Niner fans, they want the 6th, Donnie, and they're not giving these lifelong, even though the Jed York has, and I'm not sitting there telling you I'll come in here Monday, and that's what I don't like about what you just said. I'm not telling you he should be fired. But for any fan, Steiny, that bleeds this team's colors, they want to just ask, well, damn, when is it going to happen? Because this dude and this team has gotten close many of time. I think that's fair.
Right, and I would say go look at the history of NFL coaches and find out when in their careers they won their first Super Bowl. And what you'll find is some guys get one early. Some guys get one in 5 years. Andy Reid, it took 17 years.
At a different locale.
You asked me. I have no issue with Kyle Shanahan. I don't think he's got a monkey on his back. I don't think he's got a big game problem. I think 4 years, which is what his track record's been, this is his 5th year in 7, I don't draw, we got a problem. I don't feel that way. I don't necessarily think they ever had the best team. I think teams come back and win games all the time in the NFL. If you want to say Shanahan's got a monkey on his back and of course he's got pressure, so does Andy Reid. But I'm telling you that in my 60 years of life, I've seen a lot of guys, and we talk, can't get it done. And you know what? Eventually they get it done. And I think Kyle Shanahan will eventually get it done. That's all I'm saying. I don't think he's got a monkey on his back. I don't. And I don't think he's got, I do not think Kyle Shanahan has a big game problem. Do you?
I'll know more.
I'm asking you now.
There's something there, yes.
Okay.
Real quick, you asked me a question. I think he did a lot to dispel that against Green Bay, because that would have been a disaster. The first game, okay, 1 against the 7th seed, that would have been a disaster, okay? Hey, I give them credit. They came back, and they did the same thing against Detroit. My thing is, Steiny, Andy Reid is Exhibit A. I don't care if he had to go to another city and get another job to get it. My thing, tomorrow is not promised. So we can sit up here and talk, oh, he's got this and that, he's cool, but I think, personally, it's difficult for a coach to get that chip the longer it goes when you're in that situation to get it done, because then you're assuming that you're always going to be close, but things change, and then you can't even get to that plateau to get over the hump.
Well, he's been there this is his 5th year now.
Right.
So would you rather, this is what I mean about Kyle Shanahan. We don't assess him. Who's been around for 5 years in the NFL? Just
McVay. No,
give me somebody who's, I guess my point is he's coached like 8 playoff games already. How many is Mike Vrabel? He's a real good coach. Well, he just got fired.
Right.
And I don't know, did he have a big game problem?
Well,
no, because they didn't go to the playoffs every year, did they?
But you know what? I'll give you that. But Steiny, I think you're lowering the standard when you say Mike Vrabel. This is a team that has 5 Super Bowl championships. There was a juncture, and this is not all Kyle's fault, to where every time they went, they won. It's been since 1994. And I think it's fair for a 49er fan to watch the great tenure that has been Kyle Shanahan, a whole lot of winning, but multiple NFC championship losses in games that you had leads, and the 2019 Super Bowl against these same 2 cats.
Right.
And I just look at it because I watched that game a million times. We wouldn't even be having this conversation had he punched the ticket then, and they didn't. But Steiny, that just doesn't, hey, you know what? We got there. It's all good. Sometimes it's about setting yourself apart and winning the big game.
Right, and I'm telling you right now, they're like, you don't get, you can't, 49er fans, you can't get it both ways. I'm sitting here saying the San Francisco 49ers are going to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, all right?
Yeah.
They've 5 straight years they've been knocking on the door.
Gotcha.
Do I think Kyle Shanahan has a big game? No. What if he loses it this year? Okay, he loses it this year, we'll talk about it, but I'm not going to fire him.
Right.
My point is, you can't sit here and say and nitpick the guy because you think 4 years. Then run him out of town. Go run Kyle out of town, because you can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, I think we got a big game. I think we got an issue with Kyle. He's got a monkey on his back and he can't win big games. Okay, well, if you truly believe that, you just going to let him coach for the next 6 years?
I'm just asking you, what would
because I don't believe
in the big game? It sounds like
come back next
he's
year
playing with house money, and from a contract standpoint, Kyle is.
Okay, nobody's saying it won't hurt. Nobody's saying it won't hurt. But if they lose the Chiefs 31-21, what's going to happen?
He'll be 0-2 in Super Bowl and 0-2 in the NFC Championship.
And they're coming back next year. And we're going to see if we can knock on the door again.
But if you're riding the BART train and you hear 2 Niner fans say, you know what, I don't know if our coach can get us over the hump. Is that valid?
But what's your alternative?
Again, it's not. It's to focus on the present. And the present is our coach. We couldn't win the Super Bowl when we were favored. Okay. We couldn't win the NFC Championship game when we were up 10. We couldn't win our first Super Bowl when we were up 10. If somebody wanted to have a conversation about the coach and his inability to close the door and bring up the Super Bowl where he was OC, which I won't do, all I'm asking you, Steiny, is that's fair. You seem like you want to throw a.
My point is,
everybody shut up. You can't even talk about that. But I think it's fair to talk about
5 years is not a long period of time. Just isn't.
One Super Bowl is too many to lose for me.
See, I look at it as though you want it both ways.
What's the other way?
You want okay. You're going into this game. Kyle's got a monkey on his back. Okay. Well, let's say they lose it.
I just told you.
Then run him out of town. You can't say, stand on it, Goo.
All right. I'm smarter than that. I would hope you think. See, I know I'm smarter than that.
But that's what I mean,
No,
Goo.
because I've told you all year long. I've been consistent. I recognize this dude's brilliance. And there is a game that I feel like you got me reacting to a result that we don't know what's going to happen. And my compliment to Kyle was all that's left to me on his coaching metric, the box to check, is to win this big game. Now, if he doesn't win it, I wouldn't come in here because you're making it sound like I would say, dude, kick rocks. But my thing is, if people, and it's going to happen, articles are written, can Kyle win the big one? I think that's fair.
Okay, fair.
That don't mean you're not our coach.
Let's say they come. Okay, so we come in Monday. Come in Monday, Kyle cost him lemon booty.
Yeah.
How did it happen? Lemon booty.
Gotcha.
Okay, Goo, what happened last night?
Lemon. Gotcha.
Okay,
but
you know what?
Fire will not come out of my mouth.
Whoa. Hey, Goo, you know what?
What?
You might be onto something. Maybe Kyle can't win the big one.
Okay.
Maybe there's a difference between going there 5 years and 6 years.
We got a whole another season to find out, probably 2.
So we're gonna have now we're gonna have Kyle Shanahan continue to coach when everybody's saying he can't get it. Like what I'm saying is, like, if you're saying right now you think you got a problem with Kyle Shanahan, a monkey, and he loses the Super Bowl in that kind of fashion, it's like, well, then just go ahead and say it. Fire him.
I'm not saying that because I don't believe that.
But you do believe it because you're saying he's got a monkey on his back.
To losing, Steiny. And
which is what? Tell me what it is.
And the loudness of you can't win the big one, which you seem to not care about.
No.
You've been around too long to know how this business works. And it's bigger than you and me. When guys consistently get close and can't finish, they're called chokers. Coaches too. And I'm not saying he's there, but you go lose this one again when you're favored. My point is you got to face the music. You can turn the TV off. You can turn off the radio. But my point is, I'm okay with people saying, you know what, Steiny? I don't think Kyle might be able to win the big one. That's not too far-fetched. And I'm not, please don't make it sound like I'm saying he deserves to get fired. It's the price of doing business, and there's pressure not only on these players, these coaches. And if I look at Kyle Shanahan's record in the playoffs, I can tell you he should have been to multiple Super Bowls and already have a win. That's fair.
Well,
you don't agree with that.
That's your
And all that you're saying is your thought. Yeah, and your thought that you disagree with me.
And I'm telling
you, we're good.
Yeah,
but you act like I'm coming from Mars with like chokers and pressure.
I'm sick of you writing a book on a guy after 5 years, and then 5 to 10 years later, everything about it's wrong.
What? The Andy Reid book was wrong?
Yes, the Andy Reid book was dead wrong.
Let's talk about the Philadelphia Andy Reid chapter.
It doesn't
I was
matter.
Right. Why?
Because he's a championship coach.
But it failed in Philly. The fans in Philly didn't get a championship from Andy Reid with one Super Bowl and 5 NFC championships.
But you were wrong about Andy Reid.
Not in Philly, I wasn't. Not in Philly, I wasn't. Are you going to tell me I was wrong about Philly? He got fired, Steiny, because they couldn't win it. The big one. Not regular season, the big one. So please tell me I'm right about Andy in Philly.
So was he a championship coach in Philly, but then he won? Like, what happened in Philly? Did he?
He lost and he got fired.
Lost. Okay,
he got close and it wasn't. But if his boss was Matt Steinmetz, he would still be there and they'd have a statue.
I wouldn't say
all
that.
You care about is getting close.
See, here's what you don't understand. You don't listen. He was there 14 years in Philly, not 7,
which makes it more crazy that he got fired.
Why?
Because he was there so damn long and had multiple opportunities and cracks at it.
But don't you think they would have fired him after 7 years if they knew he never would have won it in Philly? Let's go to Brendan in Newark. What's up, Brendan? How you doing, man? 5 years is a short period of time, man. That's all I'm saying. Very short period of time.
It is a short period of time, and I am a huge Niner fan under the belief that Kyle does not have a monkey on his back. You know, there are 31 coaches every single season that don't win the Super Bowl. There are hundreds upon hundreds of players that don't win the Super Bowl every year and thousands of players that never win the Super Bowl in their entire careers. Kyle has built a franchise around players. He's built it around a GM and a coaching group that are ready to win the Super Bowl. Do I think he's going to win it in 6 days? Absolutely, I do, with a 31-24 score with a late Chiefs push. And he's going to get that so-called monkey off his back because, like you guys said, he's done everything else but win the big game. And this whole conversation is going to be null and void come Monday morning. when they hoist the Lombardi Trophy.
Appreciate the call. I agree.
Let's go to Steven in Oakland. What's up, Steven? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, don't let Guru get you down. You got to understand, what Guru's doing is trying to drive a wedge between a good relationship because he's jealous. He wants what you guys got. He wants what the Niner fans got because he's a Cowboy fan. And you got to remember that. Long story short, he wants Shanahan to get fired because then Jerry will bring him over because that's what Jerry would do. Jerry would fire people and then have, hiring 5 years and then hiring 5 years.
Open mic in West Oakland this week. Good stuff. Good material. Made everybody laugh.
What did he say?
The hell was that?
What did he say?
I'm driving a wedge. Whatever. I'm driving a wedge.
You would hire Shanahan, though. You'd love Shanny.
I called him brilliant before when the show started.
But
and I didn't say he's
going to take the pipe.
No,
Shanny's going to take the pipe.
It's bigger than Kyle, Matt.
What do you mean?
We just look at the world different. When you're great and you're good and you showed brilliance and you had the opportunity to be a champion, you put yourself in a whole nother stratosphere than the other regular Joe Blows, like you said, Vrabel. My point is, if you want to be great, like I told you, all this guy has to do is win this game, that his team is favored, all this noise will go away. Yeah. And I'm not creating the noise. This is the medium and the vessel that is sports talk radio, TV, what have you. I'm just sitting back, looking at the chances. Kyle, okay, up 10. Okay, I get it. And I still recognize brother, but damn, Stoney, my thing is win.
And I'm here to tell you that I don't believe 5 years is a long period of time. I think,
and you understand, I understand he inherited a mess, but he's been here longer than 5 years.
Well, but the last 5 years they've been knocking on the door. And
I mean, they've been in. They had the key.
To me, and that's just what I'm fighting. To me, if you're starting to question whether this guy can get it done, well, it's not fair. You can't do that. Do you question that he can get it done or not? Because if you really, if you think, you know what, this guy's got a big game problem. Okay, Meltdown Kyle, the text said, I'm telling you right now, Kyle Shanahan will never win a Super Bowl. Oh, okay. Well, then why would, if you really truly believe that, why wouldn't you fire him right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. The Warriors, they're on the East Coast for a road trip tonight in Brooklyn, but it's Super Bowl week, so Willard and Dibbs won't be taking any days off. Warriors Live and the Warriors games will be on the radio, 95.7, while Willard and Dibbs continue live on the Odyssey app and our YouTube channel. That's Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week, right here on 95.7 The Game. Also, that segment was brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Meriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The countdown to kickoff of the big game.
Well, he's Mark Twain anyway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you, 95.7 The Game. Are we done with the rain?
I hope so. The key one is the wind, Steiny. The wind. Trees. Our neighbor is scary, man.
Did you have any trees fall in your yard?
Yes, and they had to sit in the city, in the rain to pick up the trees, man. So, scary stuff.
Yeah, stay safe out there.
Yeah. You on BART or you drove?
I took BART.
Okay.
I drove and then walked 1 block, took BART,
Look at my man.
walked 1 block. That's all right. No, we don't have to talk about me. No, we'll talk about Kyle.
No, how about this? How about that York sound of McCaffrey we haven't got to?
Okay.
That's just life in sports is amazing. The fact that almost didn't manifest, now it has. Nobody, I'll let you play it, and then I'll give you my 2 cents.
He thought it was a lot to give up for a running back, and I think John and I thought it was just the right amount to give up for Christian. And I remember that very vividly, where it's like, look, it's not a pass rusher, it's not a quarterback, but it's a good player, but, like, do we want to give up that much? And, like, collectively, it was, do you want him to go to L.A.? Like, do you want, like, this is where we are, right? And I mean, as somebody that plays poker a little bit, like, you don't go all in on, like, 6 jack offsuit, right? When you have pair jacks or ace king, like, you might not win the hand, but, like, that's the time that you want to push your chips into the middle. And I feel like that's where we were with Christian, and we did give up a lot. But I think we have one of the best, if not the best player in the National Football League on our team. And, for Kyle, because he cares so much about the overall organization, and you look at us when we draft, when we do things in free agency, it's generally on the defensive side of the ball. Like, we generally do not draft offensive players super high. We're not doing a ton of stuff in free agency for offensive players. It is more that he's focused on the defense because he knows he's going to spend more time on the offense. And I think it was just making sure that he felt comfortable knowing that, like, it might not work, but it's a bet that we're all willing to make.
Tell you what.
Tell me.
Keep Kyle Shanahan away from personnel decisions.
But it does speak volumes about the group. Hey, well, he did.
No on Christian McCaffrey. Hey, Tom Brady, out. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but it just speaks to the system they got intact. They had to kind of twist his arm and convince him. And then the big part of that, and this is how, I don't want to say gangsters, but owners think, Steiny, are guys in power. You don't want the other team to get them. So imagine McCaffrey being on the Rams or whatnot. But what reeks of that is, you're right. Kyle thought it was worthy to do what he did with the draft picks for a guy in Trey Lance that didn't pan out. And for the guy that, John and Jed were in on, he kind of had to talk him into it, but the rest is history. And they got a chance to win a Super Bowl in a few days.
I get the sense that John Lynch is like a big brother to Kyle Shanahan. But Kyle Shanahan's got more power.
Yeah.
But John Lynch is smarter and older and more experienced. And so John Lynch has kind of got to keep Kyle in check, tell Kyle to be less emotional. And Kyle's finally come around to not bucking his big brother. That's the way I look at it. By the way, what was I seeing the other day? I saw 2 brothers. God, it couldn't have been more different. Shoot. Oh, God.
Are we talking like familial relations or?
When John Harbaugh,
brothers.
When John Harbaugh saw Jim on this, they don't like each other.
Oh,
they don't. Come on. There's a lot of tension between the Harbaugh brothers.
I'm being real here because I do it personal.
No doubt.
Stuff because
they have a lot. They have a lot of. They are unbelievably competitive.
But you always say on the show, and I'm going personal, Steiny, because you share with the listeners, hey, me and my brother aren't the closest. We could be closer. And I'm like, no, get closer with them, Steiny.
They got a love-hate ratio.
For him to show up to the game to support his bro, that's all I need to see. Because that's it. That tells you everything.
No, actually doesn't. Actually doesn't tell you everything.
But what did you get out of him being there?
Awkward hug.
Oh,
awkward hug. There's no doubt.
Give up,
Listen, man. No, there's a lot.
He was at the game.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't love each other, but they got a lot going on, the Harbaugh brothers, with each other. But now I can't remember. Shoot.
Coached against each other in one of the best Super Bowls. I'm trying to think.
I saw some brothers the other day, and I was thinking, now see, they like each other. Like, they don't have any competitive
Not the Van
ill
Gundys.
will. I can't remember who it was.
But you're guessing. You don't know to be right. They could be.
You're not right either.
You're not right either. I've heard their mom and dad interviewed, and I
here's
think
the bottom
that family
line.
is tight. And
Here's the bottom line.
That's my 2 cents.
Here's what I believe. I think John rooted against Jim in the national championship game. I do.
Why would that? That's but you're saying a lot about yourself to a lot of people. That's fine.
No, I'm not saying anything about myself. I'm saying
that is sinister as it gets.
Yeah, something going on there.
He rooted against his brother.
They both battled growing up for their father's affection.
Right.
And only one of them could get it all. John. And so Jim was always the little brother to John. And so he's always trying. Is Jim the younger?
You're putting your stuff on the Harbaugh.
John's the younger one.
Come on, man.
Jim's also the one who played in the league for like 14 years.
Thank you.
That makes it. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking of Kelsey brothers. There you go. The Kelsey brothers, there's not one scintilla of jealousy in the Kelsey brothers.
The
Harbaugh brothers, I feel some jealousy. That's all.
But you're professing your stuff on them. Yeah. You have it's just a total guess.
No, I'm professing what I see, and I run it through the meter.
Yeah.
And it's
computer,
clear.
But it doesn't mean you're right, Stoney.
No, it doesn't mean you're right that they're great brothers.
When I saw his brother there to support, I'm like, that's all I need right there.
Well, that's all you need.
Yeah.
But I need to see what's going on behind the scenes.
The Kelsey brothers are pretty competitive.
No, you can be.
They got the podcast.
But they don't have jealousy or acrimony with each other.
Well, they might, like Travis might have, because Jason won a Super Bowl before him, but now they both have excelled respectively.
And that's kind of what I mean. Look, who's the odd man out? Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce, John Harbaugh, or Jim Harbaugh? It's only one without the ring.
Would it be safe to say he's got a monkey on his back?
Oh, my God, Harbaugh. Woohoo. Yeah. Not everything's peaches and cream.
Harbaugh's got a ring.
Not a big one.
He's got a championship.
National champion.
Well,
right.
The zoo is closed. No monkey on his back.
But it's a Super Bowl. I mean, if that,
my boy Hawks text me.
If a national championship were enough for Jim Harbaugh, he wouldn't have left.
Well, the feds were after him.
But there's a gnawing chasm, a void deep within Jim Harbaugh, and it's why he still resents John. So John's the younger one? That even makes more sense. John's younger and got the ring and beat him like a drum in the Super Bowl? Yeah, they're tight. Oh, they're real tight. I tell you what, I wouldn't go hiking with Jim Harbaugh if I were John Harbaugh on a high cliff right now. Hey, what's going on with your boy? How long are you going to... I was listening to them some of the show yesterday, Go.
What show?
How long are you going to... A couple days ago. Actually, I wasn't. I'm going to make this up. What's going on with your boy?
When we define who my boy is, I'll tell you.
Klay Thompson.
What? He's in a slump after having a pretty good month or two. So I'll leave that there. But
no.
You do know he's not the only reason they're losing. I'll leave that there.
Why are they losing?
Because their defense is not where it needs to be right now, man.
What do we have to do to get back in this thing, Go? If we're rooting for the Warriors, and I'm
going Red Cross, health. That's all it's about. CP3 getting Stoney, they're not making them. I'm just telling people waiting. Oh, Thursday. And Kerr's told us they're going to stand pat. I firmly believe.
Oh, did he?
He kind of insinuated like he's going in with what they got. Guys got to play better. Man, Saturday hurt again.
I mean, I haven't talked to you about.
Yeah.
No, I haven't talked to you in 2 weeks about the Warriors. There's been some positive signs. I
got one, Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, but you know what?
And Draymond Green his emergence.
What about him?
I think he's made Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga be able to coexist in that starting five that was gaining traction. Okay, that's been their Achilles heel the whole year, and since he's come back, and poor Dre needs some help down low.
They haven't gained any traction.
Well, no, I meant fluidity in regard to watching them play and coexist. But
So what are we doing, Goo? What are we doing?
You're playing it out.
If you're the Warriors, what are you doing?
You're playing it out.
21 and 25.
And you're playing it out.
Okay.
You heard me.
Okay.
And then you're going to hope like hell and light candles and open the Bible, and then you'll make the uncomfortable decisions next year about who's not here and do what you guys have been talking about in regard to, looking at the bottom line. I just don't see anything happening, especially now that Wiggins, the one guy that you were thinking about, but Kerr joining Willard and Dibbs, if you read between the tea leaves, it was like he ain't going nowhere. But so
who's not going in?
Wiggins.
I mean,
because there was a time I'd go to bed thinking, you know what, he might be moved. And now I'm just like, man, this injury don't help it. I could be wrong. But I ain't got my white flag, Stoney. I don't. 4 games under. When I left, I believe they were 5. Like, damn.
They just haven't. They can't stop anybody. They just can't.
Up 5, and Bogdanovich Bogey hit the one over Dre. I'm just like, that's it, man.
I mean, I was watching the Atlanta game. The biggest turnover of the game was
Draymond.
Curry and Draymond on that lazy pass.
That great word, man.
Yeah. I don't know what you
Kerr was at the podium for about a minute and a half. I ain't never seen it quick after Saturday, just like 90 seconds, Donnie, so I know it's wearing on him.
888 I gotta tell you.
Talk to me.
And I don't want to be how you feeling about all these high scoring games?
I don't have a problem with it like some people do. I mean, you know what they're trying to do. You know what they want it to be. I think of the old school Doug Moe, Dan Issel, Denver Nuggets, Cotton Fitzsimmons.
Those teams never won.
I mean, Stoney, I understand. Oh, you're talking about the output too individually, the 70s.
Oh, I'm just talking about Doncic 73, Embiid 70.
Well, you can't
Giannis
breathe
64.
on a guy. I understand, man. I feel like they want that, and that's what you want to do. That's fine. And I'll tell you what else. This ain't a gripe. If I see another NBA player do the twirl,
oh yeah,
dude, that's a technical. Stop it, Pajimski. Everybody's doing. It don't matter who you are if you're a star. Sometimes you just mess up and the ball is off you. Quit doing the twirl thing. It's just an eyesore. It's just, I watch a lot of balls. Twirling, they coach. And then now the coaches, I got to give them credit, they're ignoring it. Like, you can twirl all you want. Keep twirling. It's out of control. Don't get me going, man. Settle down. We got a long week. Pace yourself, Goose.
Possibly.
Draymond Green against Atlanta, 3 for 9 from the floor.
Hit his first one, though.
7 points, 8 assists, 6 rebounds.
Yeah. But he was going up against some trees. I'm just, hey, Stoney, I love what I'm seeing from him, man. He's giving you all he's got. He was tired as hell at the end. Looney, I don't know what's happened with him.
Bottom line is Curry's still playing at a high level. Draymond is
helping Curry.
Draymond is
But he's helping Curry since he's been back, Stoney. Give me that.
It hasn't shown up in the win column.
Now that's
hasn't shown up in the win column.
But Curry's output and him playing
that doesn't matter. It's about wins.
I know, but
it's not about Curry's output.
My only point is,
bottom line is Curry's helping the Warriors. Draymond's and Klay's hurting the Warriors. I mean, Klay's hurting the Warriors
when he misses. You know what I mean? Like, come on, Stoney, the last month or two.
Don't do this.
There were some stats out there. If you look at Klay's shooting percentage from 3, field goal, it was better. I want to say December. Good. I mean, it was better. I'm not, Saturday, I can't defend. I got you. And then I'm going to say
his numbers are bad.
All time bad.
All year long bad.
I got you.
And I'll tell you what, like, here's the other thing about Klay.
Just the body language.
Look at the and I hate, never.
He looked at Quinones. This just me, Guru Computer Stoney, Guru Lenses. He looked at Quinones after Quinones had hit 2 threes, took a shot. It was an air ball. And Klay looked at him. It was a timeout, Stoney, almost like, dude, slow down. What are you doing? And I'm saying to myself, Klay, I don't know what you said, but that look was like, my thing was, you got nerve. Dude was hot. He was feeling it.
See, this is like this is the thing where it relates to Klay. And go ahead, everybody, and pick apart a couple months here and a stretch there and a month or two there.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the numbers. If you want to see something staggering, look, and it's, again, poor guy. It sucks. He got hurt. But Klay Thompson's numbers pre-injury and post-injury are staggering. He played 8 or 9 years, whatever it was. He missed 2 years. The last 3 years, if you put those numbers up against his previous 9, the numbers are staggering how different they are. And I get it. No duh. He's not the same player. He's not. I get it, and I'm not here to rip Klay Thompson. But this can't.
Well, you already
can't continue.
It's not.
I mean,
Kurt's already saying he's not promised to finish if he's basically I'm paraphrasing. If he's going bad, Pajemski or somebody else will be in there for the closing lineup. So that's a start, though. Okay. If it's about Warrior basketball and he doesn't have and he's hurting you, I don't want to. Yeah, Kurt. They're not placating to.
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Well, I'm rooting for him. I want him to hit the shots, man. But I get it, man. The scholarship in regard to if you're going bad, they're going to make a change and you might not finish. We hadn't seen that.
It just kind of stinks that if you're telling me the big three and Klay's the first one to go, and I get it. He's struggling more than anybody else. I don't know why. It just bothers me. I don't want Klay to be the first one to go. It should be Draymond. Mm-hmm. Draymond should be the first one to go. That's just a personal thing.
I get that, though.
That's all.
The way you said it.
I'd be interested. Some Warrior fans may disagree with me, but
somebody said I need CBD gummies.
For what?
I don't know. What would that? What's that mean? Wow.
Let's go to Mo in West Oakland. What's going on, Mo? How you doing?
Man, gentlemen, long time no talk to.
What's
I
up,
haven't
baby?
talked to you guys in a long time. I got a few more grays in my hair. But look here, man.
Yeah.
We talking about Klay Thompson, right?
Okay.
Watch this. Klay Thompson don't want to be great. You can tell that the man doesn't do work in the off season. You can tell who does work in the off season. LeBron James does work in the off season. Steph Curry does work in the off season. Anybody who wants to be great, they're not going to be posting on social media about being on your yacht with your little dog all summer long. You're going to get in the gym and get that shot up like you've been doing to get you where you was at. He stopped doing that. He got that big paycheck. After that fourth ring, man, Klay Thompson is he's just not doing it. You can tell he's not doing the extra work. Also, real quick, fellas, can I do this?
Yeah.
I got a new clothing brand called Proud Native American. You know how you say Proud Native American. That's on IG. You guys, I'm gonna get your address. I got you guys a shirt.
Yeah.
Be looking out for that. I love y'all, man. Great show. Keep talking the good stuff.
Right on, man.
Appreciate the call.
I didn't stop.
Did you get that?
Go ahead.
Did you get that email though about that kind of stuff? You got to be careful with that.
No, I didn't.
It's called payola.
Yeah,
we got to be careful. I'll fill
I
you.
can't pay too much right now.
I'll fill you in with some of the rules.
But I'll tell you what, I didn't agree with him. This is bigger than Klay working out or getting in the gym. And I know 2 years ago he couldn't work out or he decided not to. It's bigger than that.
What do you mean?
But I'm going to tell you their problems are bigger than just Klay. Collectively, Steiny, this defense has got to get better. It has just got, it's like night and day, man. They're up 5 with a minute 45 left.
They haven't been a good defensive team for a while.
Draymond's on bogey, and he just hits it right in his face. I'm like, okay. And then what about my guy who had a miserable game?
Oh, who?
My wife loves him, thinks he's cute. What's about the point guard for the Spurs? Murray. Hit the shot to tie it. Like, what was that? A hook shot? Oh, my goodness. And then Curry missed, I call it the bunny. I thought he was going to see.
God, he made every shot.
He did.
Could have.
And how many fouls did they not call? I'm not going to do this with you today.
You will do it.
Curry goes to the ground more than any other superstar I've ever seen. De'Aaron Fox gets a better whistle. Reeves, he looks like Jesus with all the whips on him. And I don't get it.
Who's in Give me the 5 greatest players you've ever seen in your lifetime.
Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Okay.
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe. Okay.
LeBron James.
Okay.
And Steph Curry.
Yeah. See, I have like Bird, Magic, Kobe, MJ. And the one thing I've noticed, and this is kind of what I like to get at, is, having watched basketball for 50 plus years.
What you got?
The one thing I've always noticed, whether you're Larry Bird, whether you're Magic Johnson, whether you're Michael Jordan, whether you're LeBron James.
Yeah.
You just reach a point when you start to get older, and you know what you rely more on? Gimmicks. And that's where Steph is. I hate to say it. LeBron's been there. Bird's been there. Magic's been there. It's now you're seeking out the foul more than trying to get 3. And that's why I think it's starting to go against him. Hey, listen. Curry's not immune to. I saw Bird too. You head fake. The guy doesn't go for the head fake anymore. What do? You got to try to lean in, give him a little chicken wing, see if you can get the foul. But you know what? You just don't get it as much.
Okay.
It's happened to all the greatest players of all time, and it shouldn't not be expected to happen with our great players.
Okay, I'm going to tell you this, and I feel some of that. I just don't think that applies to Steph Curry. We've been together, you don't even know this, 6 years, and this has been a 3-year, 4-year ongoing conversation about Steph. Right. And I bring that up because he was in his prime. You don't gimmick 60 points. Your boy goes to the ground. Now, is he trying to sell a call, gamesmanship, just like they all do? Yes. But does he need to? No. Stoney, this is something that if you're being real and take a step back, Curry does not get the whistle Luka gets.
Says a Golden State Warrior fans. I mean, that's what Warrior fans say. And no, I'm not. Dude,
Stoney, like the last 5 layups against the Hawks, he was on the ground.
That's because he's 6'3", and Luka's 6'9". Like, that's the way. Kyrie's 6'5" or 6'4". You're never going to get me there. And you know what? And I don't know if you noticed this. Maybe you should take a little notice. Like, you say, Greg is the most unfair whistle I've ever seen in NBA history.
Mean that,
yeah, I know you do. And you know what? I don't argue with you anymore. Because if you want to believe that, you can believe that. Doesn't change anything. Doesn't change anything. All right, let's get back to
let's do it.
Let's get back to 49ers Chiefs on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. When we come back, we're going to talk some Super Bowl, absolute Super Bowl. Guru, if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, okay, what's the thing that's worrying you most, and what's the thing that's giving you the most confidence? Let me just ask you that real quick right now.
The Niner defense is worrying me the most, Donnie. I hope Wilkes is in the lab. I think his job is in the balance. I know it's just not all his fault, but Stoney, the Niner defense is the one thing going up against Mahomes and the Fat Man that have me thinking, man, can they pull this off?
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Give me one thing you're confident about if you're a San Francisco 49er fan. One thing you're a little bit wary of, perhaps. That segment brought to you by Robert Half.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers.
Playoffs?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, you want to be featured on our Red and Gold hotline? Give it a ring right now and leave a message and let us know how excited you are about your team being in the big game. 628-400-9880. So that's 628-400-9880. That's brought to you by Somsation Wine, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've had yet and discover those wines at somsation.com. That's SOMMSATION.com.
There you go.
Steiny and Guru with
I missed you, man. I really did. My brother Rodney texted me. Can you just share with us your take on the Harbaugh brothers? That was material. You don't really believe there's
absolutely not.
Steiny, that's a big reach to say there's some tension or jealousy.
They have a rivalry, clearly.
Oh no, it's a good rivalry. You have that with your brothers.
You think it's good? I think there's a negative. No, it's a no.
Oh, my brother like Goo. How he know?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know, but Goo doesn't know it's all's good in the Hardball world.
Oh, I got a new name.
Their body language around each other is awkward. They're not.
Well, maybe they're just socially awkward.
Well, they are, especially around each other because they're so competitive.
They were one
root
of the
against
greatest
each
Super
other.
Bowls, though.
Yeah,
that
they
was
root
one of the
against
greatest
each
Super
other.
Bowls. Lo Neal gave me a new nickname. I'll give it to you so you can use it whenever you like. Gooster. Refer to me on air, me, Evan, and Lo, Gooster. So if you're ever feeling good.
What does that mean?
The Gooster, like a rooster.
Because there's a band called Guster.
Oh, I've never heard them.
That might be more like gust, like hot air.
You know, you say, hey,
maybe
Goo.
Guster might work for you.
Were they at the Grammys last night?
Speaking of, did anybody watch here?
No.
I turned it on. Taylor, boy.
What about her?
Does she have any impact on this game? It's like if there's a script. Oh, no. Dude, she just.
Why is it does she have it?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know.
I haven't heard one of these in a while. Does Taylor Swift have any impact on this game? I'm scared. Okay. Can you explain? What are you talking about?
She's a Chiefs fan, and if you believe in the scripts or what is preordained or whatever, then her team's going to win. But, dude, I ain't tailored out. I like her song, Shake It Off. Not better than Mariah Carey's Shake It Off, but it was a pretty good song. But, Steiny, she's a part of this thing.
Well, she's a small part of it.
And so is Mr. Mahomes. If he don't get a driver, lay off the sauce, man, Pop. Yeah, go ahead.
Bottom line is,
you mean senior?
The scariest.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Yeah, senior.
Here's the bottom line, and 49er fans. One of the reasons they love me is because I cut right to the chase, and this is why you were so. This is why Guru was so off base trying to figure out who he wanted the Niners to play, who would have been.
Oh boy.
The bottom line is this. The Niners have a big problem, and it's Patrick Mahomes.
No doubt.
It's Patrick Mahomes. Let's put the rod on the table.
Brought to you by
You got to beat Patrick Mahomes, 49ers. And you haven't been able to do that yet. And I guarantee you, I think Baltimore would have been an easier game. Like, this is the way it meant to be. You got to beat Mahomes. He's not going to give it to you.
And wow.
He's just not.
Yeah, go ahead, Stoney.
He's not. And if he got a chance to win it late, he's proven he can do it.
Okay, how about this?
Why can't I know you. Like,
no, that's real. I'll give you 100.
What if I don't think Kyle Shanahan's got a problem? I don't want to get back to this necessarily, but yeah, he's got a Pat Mahomes problem. That's Kyle Shanahan's problem. Patrick Mahomes.
Well, then that's scary because it would be like Patrick Ewing had a Michael Jordan problem.
Yeah.
Although Karl Malone. But, okay, everything you just said and described Patrick Mahomes to be, 4 years ago, he was lesser. He was a lesser, greater version of himself, Patrick Mahomes, because he was trying to do it for the first time. You know what? Just hear me out. 2019 Patrick was phenomenal, Stoney, but he hadn't had a chance to show us just how great he is now. So now he's on the stage again. He's got 2 Super Bowl rings under his belt.
Right.
Okay, maybe he don't got explosiveness at the wideout positions like he did in 19. My point is he's so seasoned and gray turn now. Yeah. I think it'll be harder and more difficult to knock him off this time around than when you had him down 10 when we knew he was a good quarterback up and coming. So that's why if I'm a Niner fan, I can never forget that they had Kyle and Jimmy and Bosa. They had this quarterback and coach tandem down 10 with 6 minutes left, Steiny. Everything you said about him, they're midst of a dynasty. He's scary, man, by himself.
Do we talk about who were the Bengals quarterbacks with Montana? Was it Esiason? Like, do we hold it against Esiason because Joe Montana drove 90 yards?
Well, it's Ken Anderson the first time.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that was a great drive. That was a phenomenal drive. One of the greatest Super Bowls ever. And remember, he looked at John Candy, Montana in the huddle.
Pat Mahomes led a great comeback.
Gotcha.
By the way, and here's the other thing. And this is the rat on the table. And this is why, if I were a Niner fan, to me, the biggest worry is pretty simple. The other team, they got the best player in the field. Now, he might not be the best player in the field. He's the best player in the field.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes is the best player in the field. So anytime you got the best player in the field, you got a shot.
Well, you got the second best, Steiny.
Yeah, too bad. No, Patrick Mahomes, best player in the field.
Touches the ball every play.
Best player in the field, Patrick Mahomes. Not even close. Doesn't mean Purdy can't get it done, but that's the problem the 49ers have.
Well, what about this?
Because the 49ers can actually play their best game of the year and get beat.
Oh, well, yeah, you want to put your best foot forward, but what about this? Because we've been here 3 hours, Donnie, and I haven't got your assessment of the Niner defense in the last 2. Like, was that just a one-off? Were you shocked at halftime of the Detroit game? Steiny, that looked like a varsity versus JV game. The way they were running the ball. No, seriously.
It happens sometimes. I mean, it really does.
But it ain't changed your overall view of the Niner defense?
No, I think, no. Patrick Mahomes is better than those other guys. Patrick Mahomes isn't going to mess this up.
Man.
Like, you're going to,
you got to make them mess it up, Steiny.
You're going to have to beat the Chiefs. Those other teams, they met you halfway. They did. That's no shade. Cyrus in Oakland. What's going on, Cyrus? How you doing, man?
The town.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Guru, I got something for you that might get you worried. And Steiny, I have a feeling you're going to say it's not a very big deal.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you've heard about the practice.
Cyrus, you got to call back. You got to click.
He was going practice facility, that whole issue that we got into it.
Yeah, but he went a bad connection.
Yeah. No, but just that was his point. I kind of thought I was worried. I mean, it's something, obviously, I don't think any team ever in the history of the Super Bowl had to deal with day one of practice. I don't know if you still feel like it's no big deal or, you know what, this could turn into something.
Like, this is one of those where
I don't care.
I could care less. I mean,
Not what you wanted to hear, though. It was weird. And why wouldn't you practice on the same field? Both teams. Obviously, just at different times.
One team's home, one team's away.
Okay, but still, to make it fair, we got the gym, we shoot, we get out of here, you come in and shoot. We're shooting on the same rims. But for them to be at UNLV, I don't know.
Go get Mike Pereira, head of NFL security, Dean Blandino.
Right.
Answer some.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I mean, to me, what's the line, 1.5? I think it's a coin flip. And this is one of those where
they're favored, the Niners.
If you said to me, all right, Steiny, who are you betting on to win the Super Bowl? I'd be like, yeah, I don't want to bet. I don't like this game.
But you had to.
But I have to.
Yeah.
Have to bet.
Your life on it.
I got to bet the Chiefs. I just would have to. They're getting 1.5.
Wow.
They are the defending champions. They have the guy who's proven to be the biggest difference maker on the field, at least in the past 3 to 5 years,
along with his coach.
Yeah, I think most people, gun to the head, would probably say it. And I know it's a bad analogy,
except
but
Vegas.
No, the 1.5 matters. I win the bet if it's 21-20, right?
Yeah.
So that's. But I just kind of tend to look at I'm looking at it both ways. If it's a coin flip, or if it's, I'd have to bet on the Chiefs.
Yeah, doing a show with Evan for a week, he feels like, I don't want to, well, I heard him say it. He feels like overall the Niner roster is better than the Chiefs roster, and I get that. But Steiny, I guess I haven't, and I'm being real with you, man. I have not shaken those defensive performances, not just from Green Bay, but Detroit.
Who are you betting on?
Honestly, it's day by day. I want to see what happens with this field gate and all that, but I got to tell you this, man. It's going to be hard for your boy to go against Patrick. I like, if you tell me now this would be 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
That is, I mean, now we're like, but hey, but the Niners can, but Brock Purdy would double bird everybody. You can't say nothing to me. That probably still would be out there. Kyle, don't have gurus saying, I didn't say fire him, Steiny. He would check that box. So that's heavy on that side.
You know, it's going to be funny if the Chiefs win and Mahomes is terrific. I'm going to be like, can't blame Kyle. Straight into Jordan. You run into Michael Jordan. No lemon booty. Yeah. No, can't win the big one.
But
only one guy can win.
Yeah, but there may
Patrick
be
Ewing.
A Green Bay Packer first half to where he took his foot off the gas, and people, that could show its head.
No, in fact, I'll tell you right now, if Kansas City wins the game, then I think that anybody who says there's a monkey on Kyle's back, if Kansas City wins, the monkey's off at that point. Because guess what? That's a dynasty. The Chiefs are a dynasty, and you couldn't break through. And neither could any coach in the NFL. So I'm not holding it against Kyle Shanahan.
But, okay.
Any more than any other coach.
I got something
Bruce
for you.
Arians did.
What's that?
Bruce Arians.
What about him?
He's the one guy to beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Okay. What are we talking about?
You just said nobody could break through.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
So a guy's broken through.
Yes, in the past.
He didn't have a Super Bowl before that Super Bowl. Bruce Arians.
Right, but he didn't do it at the beginning of a dynasty. Like, he didn't break up a dynasty. What I'm saying is, if the Kansas City Chiefs win a Super Bowl, that's 3 and 4 years, right?
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
Yeah.
3 and 4 years,
Yeah.
and then who won it the 4th year? The Rams?
Cincinnati. No, excuse me, Rams. You're right.
Yeah. So if the Chiefs win it this year, then it's like, Kyle's off the hook. He just ran into a dynasty.
Well, what if they're up 10 again in the fourth quarter? That would be...
Then it's Mahomes' legacy.
That's the beautiful thing about sports. I see what
you
you're
like
doing.
to blame and point fingers
you gotta,
and say choke.
No, you got to see it play
I
out.
try to recognize greatness.
Yes, but I can't give an Oscar until I watch the movie. You can,
but
you'll give best actor because your gut tells you.
Interesting.
I like that.
You'll go into a movie and say, "I have to give an Oscar out tonight," and I'm like, "No, you don't.
No,
you don't have to."
Oh boy, hey, what's your job?
It's like Warriors game the other night against Atlanta. Gurus come out and like, I'd like to give an Oscar for this. No. No Oscars.
I'm going to give you a 2.
888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's got to worry the most. Patrick Mahomes. Hey, how about Moody?
Jake or Moses?
Jake.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know why. I don't know why this hasn't been talked about more. So the 49ers draft Jake Moody. So 49ers last year lost in the NFC Championship game. So we knew they were going to be good, right? So the minute they drafted Moody in the 3rd round or 4th round? Yes. At that moment, like, we knew that the 49ers were going to use a rookie kicker in some unbelievably high-stakes games. The thing that's kind of always been a little bit puzzling to me is I feel like people over the course of the season have been, well, how's Moody going to be? How's Moody going to be? And I'm thinking, well, he might not be very good at all. And you should have known that the minute you drafted him, not like, oh, my God, we may have a rookie kicker in the play. Well, of course you are. You drafted one
you put him in
a year
position.
ago.
Yeah.
And so I actually kind of like where they are with Moody right now.
Well, he missed one against Green Bay, came back and made one. Yeah. But for the whole year, even the kick against Cleveland that he missed, I'm being real. I think his draftism there. Oh, because where he was drafted and people were like, what are you doing? I think they're overbearing to Moody. I'm gonna just say that he's missed some big kicks, but it ain't kicks.
I mean, I know you're gonna say I'm crazy, but like, let's say I
hit the one against Detroit.
I got no problem with Moody.
Boy,
he's a rookie,
and if you have a problem, it's with the coach and where they took
exactly.
But he hasn't broken their heart yet outside of that game in Cleveland. That's how I feel. But I was like, damn, he missed a kick against the Packers.
I think he's pretty good.
Yeah,
he may miss a kick in the Super Bowl.
Now that
you know what?
You don't want to do that. You don't want that smoke stuff. What if he missed the game winner?
Okay.
I'm not
so
gonna.
What?
The Niner fans they're already setting it up because the draftism. If he misses a kick, somebody's paying. Oh, Steiny would be hell to pay.
Yes,
I told you, Moody, you wouldn't did. Oh my God! And it wouldn't be Moody. It might be Kyle.
I think the odds.
That's the world we live in.
Yeah.
I
guess
want
what?
no part
He
of
may
it.
miss a big kick in the fourth quarter. They may end up losing the game, and guess what? He's going to be He might be the Niners kicker for the next 10 years. Like it would not. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Because this is the way people are, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. So San Francisco 49ers.
And you put it at my doorstep.
We have they're in a Super Bowl window. Okay, even before this season started, they're in a Super Bowl window. Yeah. They got a kicker, Robbie Gould, who's automatic. In the middle of their Super Bowl window, they draft a kicker, a rookie. They bring him on. They've now advanced to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
If he misses 3 field goals on Super Bowl Sunday, you can't fire him. Like, that's the point. You didn't just draft this guy for one game. If you picked a guy this high, you're like committing to him for 10 years. You think he's so that's the other thing. I mean,
he'll be around is what you're saying.
Probably.
And just like I said to you about how I feel about Kyle, and I can recognize his brilliance, Steiny, he can lose Sunday, and I'm not advocating for him to be fired. I'm trying to get these last 5.
I'd be more inclined to think Moody is going to miss a kick on Sunday than not.
Yeah, well,
Big
you would
game,
hope not because
rookie.
it could be in the first quarter. You would hope that doesn't even manifest, Donnie. But the point is, a kick anytime can lose you the game, but obviously you don't want him to miss, man.
Of course you don't want him to miss, but the 49ers didn't think so much of the kicker position, and they're not overwhelmed by this guy's lack of professional experience that they didn't plan 11 or 10 months ago that he might be kicking a 50-yard field goal to win or lose a Super Bowl. He might. But I would have been thinking about that on draft night. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 a game. Warriors run wasn't a dynasty, but Chiefs, of course it was. Who said it wasn't?
No, put your pen down. Well, or stop typing. Whoever sent that in.
Warriors run wasn't a dynasty, but the Chiefs would be, according to Chiefs would be 3 in 4 years, right?
Yeah. Well, no, they're going for the 3rd and 4th. They've been to 4. They've been the Kansas City. They beat the Niners 31-20, lost 31-9 to Tampa, then didn't make it, and then they came back and beat Philadelphia 38-35. So this would be 3 and 4 for them.
Do you mind doing that one more time?
Okay. So you ready? Kansas City beat the Niners in 19, 31-20.
Okay.
Came back the next year, lost to Tom Brady 31-9. Didn't make it the next year. The Rams beat the Bengals 23-20.
Oh, to make it to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And then last year they came back and they won 38-35. So if you add one more win to that, oh my God.
Well, what are they now? Two of the last 3.
Yeah.
And they've been in 3 of the last 4 Super Bowls.
There we go.
So is this the 5th? Have they been to the Super Bowl 4 out of the last 5 years? That's a dynasty, right?
Well, to me, they already got 2.
Okay.
They've lost 1 in the big game. If they get 1, they'll be 3 and 1. If they get this one, they'll be 3 and 1.
The Chiefs.
Yeah, the Chiefs.
Okay, the Chiefs are 2 and 1 in Super Bowls, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, this is a dynasty. They're in the middle of a dynasty.
Especially in today's modern.
And then if the Niners beat them, then we're kind of in no man's land.
What did you say about the Warriors? Like you said about the Spurs. Tell me if I'm wrong. You can go a year getting to the Western Conference Finals, losing, and the dynasty not dead if you come back the next year and get the chip.
If the 49ers win the Super Bowl, then I would say the dynasty's kind of up for grabs at that point.
But Kansas City controls that if they were to come back after the year they lost to the Niners and won the Super Bowl, dynasty's still going to me.
Yeah. No, the dynasty,
but if the
they'd
Niners
still be
come
in
back
it.
and go back-to-back, we talking dynasty.
But actually, that's interesting. If the 49ers win the Super Bowl Sunday and then repeat against the Chiefs.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God, what?
I think we're in a dynasty.
Whose?
The Niners. Back-to-back.
But the Chiefs will have made like 6 straight.
But that would be
what if they split?
Well, that would be 2 losses for the Chiefs.
You love to do this. So, like, if the 49ers, let's say they win it this year, then where are we? 49ers win the Super Bowl on Sunday,
the Chiefs
31-21.
dynasty is not dead. If they come back next year and win it the Chiefs, then the dynasty is still going.
Where are the Niners?
You told me that.
But the Niners are only one win in a Super Bowl from being
You're a champ 1 year removed. You still got to add some stuff to it to really take off.
See,
you got to do more than one to be a dynasty, Stoney. And Kansas City's got 2, chance to get 3 in a few days.
And they got the best player in the field.
I don't think McCaffrey's that like, you're right, but you made that gap.
McCaffrey touches the ball about 25 times a game. Mahomes the most important player on the field.
And I'm arguing running back, which is devalue versus quarterback, so I lose just by, but you know what I mean. McCaffrey can have an impact just like Mahomes on this game if they feed him and he's getting yards. You know where you're watching it?
I don't.
We need to stay in Vegas, man.
No.
Evan and I are. He don't know yet. No, I never heard you shake your head at me like
we
that.
We both got to work on Saturday.
Oh, boy, I got to try out. I forgot. Damn it.
Guru, 4 or 5 days in Vegas. That seems about right for you.
Oh, boy.
The only guy I know.
I was there when Pac got killed. Mike Tyson fight. Your boy was there. Staying at the Luxor.
Were you in the building? Did you go to the fight?
No, I didn't go to the fight. Yeah.
What?
Doing some Snoop Dogg.
No, don't talk about that.
Boy. Hey, Snoop got a great movie on Prime, Underdogs.
I'll be the judge.
He's a football coach.
Boy, was I watching some
entertainment, man. That's all you want to be is entertained.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And let me tell you a little bit about a new merch store we have, and it's up and running just in time for the big game. I want you to head to breakingtea.com to grab your red and gold gear right now. That's breakingtea.com for all your 95.7 The Game merchandise. breakingtea.com/957. That's what we got on the other side. Also, Willard and Dibbs coming up in 10 or 15 minutes. Haven't seen them in a while, so I'm looking forward to catching up. Also, what's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
The countdown to kickoff of the big game lives on 95.7 The Game, even when the Warriors play.
It's a 3 from the left wing, and it was sweet.
This afternoon, it's
Goo, I love you. I love you. I want to spend more time with you off the radio.
Okay. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock. 6 days, 1 hour, 56 minutes. That's till kickoff. Big game.
You didn't
That's
say
courtesy.
the second.
It's because it went to 0-0.
Oh.
San Francisco Sheriff Office countdown to kickoff clock. Thank you. SF Sheriff's Office.
6 days.
Every once in a while, I hear about San Francisco Sheriff's Office. They're hiring. I think I'd be a good sheriff.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. But, you know what I mean. You got a little cop to you. One of the reasons I love all. I got friends.
No, one of the things.
Shout out June Christie, OPD.
See, it's one of the things that I wholeheartedly believe. The motto is to protect and serve.
But it's not about abusing power.
And serve.
I can see you abusing power.
Serve. That's what I do. Serve. I serve people. It's not just protect, it's serving. That's why it's a selfless job, and I could see myself doing it. 408, I promised to be less harsh after my hip surgery. By the way, I thought we'd talk more about that. That's all right.
Dude, I was...
408, Steiny is a complete moron. If Moody misses a game winner, Steiny's response is, so what? Ha 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 ha. No, my point is the minute you drafted a kicker in the third round of last year's draft, now you're going through the process. It's possible he may miss a big kick. He's already missed a couple big kicks, but he's more likely to be the kicker probably for the next 8 years. I know that's my point. You drafted him in the third round. If he misses a potential game-winning kick, you're not cutting him. You're not. Yeah, but you're going to bring him back, and you're going to hope next year he's better, and that his next big kick, he makes it.
But he would take hail from the fans. That's all. They would blame him. Basically.
Well, then you should. And you know what? You know what? I'll blame Kyle Shanahan.
Well,
I would blame Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
And some may.
Quite frankly.
But you hope you don't want that to even happen.
But my point is you've had to consider it. If you're drafting a rookie kicker, you better have considered it.
I get you.
That's all I'm saying. You want to ask me something?
Oh, yeah. So you remember waking up when your eyes open, right when it was like, oh, man, I'm through surgery. Run me through
Vaguely.
that. Were you under a lot of drugs?
Yeah, I don't remember anything about the surgery. Apparently, they say it's very loud. They say it's like a construction site.
Oh, see, I don't like that. Oh, boy.
How about this? And the anesthesiologist came and she said, listen, you'll probably be under for most of it, but it's really loud in there. So
probably.
You hear something. You probably maybe hear something, but you won't be able to feel anything. Blah, 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 blah.
My God.
And I go, so what's the loud noise from? She said, like a saw.
Dude, put me all the way out. You and all Steiny.
A saw.
Did you hear it?
No.
Okay, good.
I never heard anything.
All right, well, that's good.
Never heard anything.
Well, get down your back, man. Feel different, though? No pain?
Feels so much better already.
Sleeping good?
Sleeping much better.
That's big, man.
Yeah. Like I said, I unveiled my Mount Surgeon earlier today. Frank Jobe, the originator of the Tommy John surgery. Richard Ferkel, he was the surgeon who performed on Steph Curry's feet and ankles early in his career. Dr. James Andrews, of course, he's one of the most famous. Yeah. And Dr. David Seidman, he is the fourth.
Did he know what you did for work?
He did.
Yeah.
In fact, he said something like, well, how's Guru going to know what to think now?
Oh, please. Evan, you can give him
kidding.
That was even if you weren't, it was bad.
Steiny, your shtick about being overly pessimistic. No, I'm just saying if you draft a rookie kicker,
you put him in that position.
Right, and you have to be willing to live with a growing pain or two early in his career. That's why you would draft him.
I asked Evan this question. I know it's a short segment, Steiny. Niners trying to get their 6. Can you name the 2 teams that got more chips than they do? Steiner, first day back. I said, I know you
Patriots.
like this. I'm getting mad. I'm going to lose this question. Okay, that's one. You got one more.
Is it the Steelers?
You must have been listening. Good job, man.
No, I wasn't listening. I've been a sports fan for my entire life.
See, now
that's
why
how
you
I
take
know.
It personal?
That's how I know.
That was material.
That's how I know.
I'm losing that one. Everybody, Patriots. Oh my!
So the Steelers won 4 with Bradshaw. Roethlisberger won 2. Who won the 7th?
No, they only got
6.
Yeah, they only got 6.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah.
Niners trying to get into that
That's
club.
Another name. That's another name that came up today. I Googled all these coaches who.
Chuck Noll.
I know it's hard to explain, but a lot of coaches don't win it when they first get a crack at it. You got to pay your dues. Pay your dues. Anything worth anything in this life, you got to pay your dues. Yeah, Chuck Noll, 6 years before he won a Super Bowl as a head coach.
What about the current Pittsburgh Steelers head coach?
Mike Tomlin?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Omar
He
Hicks.
won. By the way, I kept thinking about this. who won it right around McCarthy? You've taken McCarthy won a Super Bowl, but you've taken it from him, right?
No,
because it's been 10 years. What is it like? And then I saw Pete Carroll. When did he win his one Super Bowl? Like he's not. I know he got.
They crushed Denver in New York in the rain or snow.
Right, but that was over 10 years ago, right?
Well, you don't lose those.
No,
McCarthy did it for another team. That's my whole thing. Like you keep talking.
You're taking guys off scholarship, though. Like you're ready to take McCarthy off Super Bowl scholarship because it's been so long since he won his one.
Oh, you know what, Stoney? It really doesn't come into play until we talk about your tenure with that current team. So, like, if Pete Carroll goes somewhere else, coaches the Giants, his Super Bowls in Seattle don't mean anything to me.
Whose?
The coach that got it somewhere else. Like
to me, it's more about the coach. Like, the coach is the one who was the champion. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I look at Andy Reid. I don't know how you do it. I look at Andy Reid and says, you know what? The Eagles hired a championship coach. The Eagles did. They blew it. Like,
just for the sake of all of us, I'll say yeah.
So, make sure yes, 408, make sure you're taking that aspirin or blood thinners.
What are you taking?
I'm taking Tylenol, acetaminophen, aspirin. I've really been scarce with the tramadol.
Oh.
Yeah. I've only taken about 5 to 7 of those total. Your boy is
I'm proud of you, man. Ready for Vegas.
A marvel, in a way.
We had a pot going that you would make Vegas, and yet a lot of you want it. I'm making that up. I got to stop doing that. Nobody doubted just Stoney.
I mean, what I've been able to pull off here is nothing short of incredible. Really
one being a radio host. Two. That might be my best work ever. Evan.
I don't think there's any doubt about whatever. We're all a team here.
It's all about you.
But I'm clearly Kobe. I'm clearly. It's not 6 to 8 weeks. 11 days later.
Rest in peace.
11
mama.
days later. I would have been here last Wednesday, but Celebrini wouldn't clear me. Actually, I'm getting a little lightheaded.
We only got one segment left with the fellas.
Oh, we got to get off here. That segment was brought to you by In at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the In at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthetides.com. Willard and Dibbs on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
The Red and Gold hotline is up and running. Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Matt Stein, Mr. Al the Guru Johnson with you, joined by Dibs and Willard.
Looking at me.
Let's go.
Guess who's back? Back again.
back.
Steiny's back. Tell a friend.
Yeah, you know, this is an interesting text on the Comcast business text line. It's no judgment, but so the 49ers are going into the Super Bowl with Brock Purdy and a rookie kicker. Like, I kind of think that is kind of interesting. So
I don't think we were done talking about you.
I mean, dude,
I think you just tried to jump.
Wow.
You just totally
saw that, Willard?
tried to jump that. And
Dude.
I don't feel like letting you. You look way too normal. I now question whether this surgery even happened.
Toughest thing today was shaving. I had one of those dead razors.
You don't have a cane. You don't have a limp.
I didn't see the whole show.
You look like Steiny. You look like Matt. You sound like him too, by the way.
I feel good.
Yeah.
I feel good. And like I said, I unveiled my Mount Surgeon Moore.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. The Surgeon
David
General.
Seidman. Oh, I forgot to see Everett Koop.
Thank you.
I had Frank Jobe. I had James Andrews. Richard Ferkel. He was the guy who did Curry's early surgery.
Yeah, don't sleep on Ella Trache either. And my main man, Dr. Michael Krinsky, who you know from your days on the Warrior Beat, he cut on me twice. And I also have to shout out the great Chupan for the reverse
This
vasectomy.
dude got like 8 doctors.
Dr. Pietro did my initial knee, but Chupan, what he did to my testicles.
Yeah, can I
Oh, boy.
admit
Are we on the
something?
stream yet?
Can I? Yeah, we're practicing.
Sorry.
3:30, we get to say whatever the hell we want. YouTube and the
Drop
Odyssey app. Make sure you're there. But anyway, I have to admit something to you. I've never said this to you before. Because you talk about surgeries and health all the time. Because
I've had 5.
You've had 28 of them.
Yeah.
That one still makes me cringe. Every time you bring it up.
The reverse vasectomy?
It still makes my shoulders
Willard, I
go
couldn't
up.
do it, man.
My whole neck disappears into my sweater. And I just, I'm just, it's not you.
No.
You did it. You have a beautiful baby.
Exactly.
But it's just the idea of it.
No,
Having
it's
to ice
nauseating.
that region? Oh, my goodness.
God.
Well, 2 things on that story. First of all, when you go in, it's not covered by insurance, so
Great.
they hit you right away with, the anesthesiologist wants $1,500, so you rack, and then you move over to the other booth, and they go, that's going to be $5K for us.
Other booth.
Dude, they hit you with $1,500.
It's like Radio Row.
And then the surgery center's like, it's going to be $5 large. And I will say this, though, before that, I needed a favor. And I called one man.
I was in need of a favor.
I was in need of a favor. And it was last minute, and I didn't plan it right. And so I said, who's going to help me? Who's going to do me a solid? I needed a ride there. I needed someone to drive my car and drop me off so that my then, I don't even know, fiance, girlfriend, whatever she is, my baby mama, so she could pick me up. One man. Step forward, Matt Steinmetz.
I did.
Yeah, you drove me there. You drove me there. I drove to your house, and you drove my car, and you dropped me off, and then somebody I think picked you up because I needed my car there.
I think I walked back in the snow.
Both ways. But anyway, as we get it back to Steiny. And,
Lori Matthews, real quick, dibs on the YouTube chat, says, that's nothing to $5 large compared to the cost of the baby. That's a 10.
Yeah.
Well,
but that's covered.
Lori for the
that's
win.
mostly
Exactly.
covered.
So the cost of the baby, and we talked about it yesterday, was $250 for her to go through labor, 3 days in the hospital, and the whole deal.
Wow.
My reversal, shout out Chupan, the great Chupan, the 30-year-old out of Harvard, straight out of Harvard, literally straight out of Harvard. He said, you know what? I can fix it. And I said, all right, doc, cut me. Here's my...
Oh, Willard.
Here they are.
Man.
Come at me. Come at me, doc. 6 hours later and 18 months later, I have a baby.
Congratulations.
Look at my man.
Not surgery
Ross
more.
Tucker?
Yeah.
Don't call it a comeback.
Congratulations. No, it's somebody else.
Yeah, it's about you, Steiny. Quit trying to be shy.
It is about you.
So we're worried about you.
What's the return to golf for you?
Oh, I haven't really thought about that at all.
Sure,
Probably a couple months.
Sure you have.
No, I actually haven't.
That's all you've thought about.
I actually haven't.
You have a lot of time on your
Willard,
hands.
he was supposed to be out to the end of March.
I know.
It was kind of a weird story. So middle last week, I'm like, I can't believe how good I feel. This is unbelievable. Talked to the doctor assistant. I said, I think I'm ready to go back, but I needed a note. So he says, all right, the doctor's gone for I'll see if I can send you. So the dude sends a note to Nahegan and says Steinmetz is going to be ready to come back to work March 20th.
Let's go, Evan.
Nahegan goes, March 20th? Huh? So
that's a long time.
I had a call. I called up, got on the phone, talked to Rick Celebrini, and we accelerated the process.
What's funny is you got on the radio and you listened to how good Evan was, and you thought, I got to get back there.
I saw the ratings, too.
Dude.
I saw the ratings. No, they were
fantastic.
Very good. Very good.
Evan's no longer sneaky good. He's just flat good.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
I didn't tell him about the cane joke, Div, so I'm trying to.
I said,
I'm trying to give Evan a pass.
I put him in check. I put Giddings in check. He came down your road.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not sure if anybody needs a walker or a commode.
Shout out Texas Ranger.
If they're still there, I can donate some to charity. Got all this apparatus now.
Yeah, surprised that you spelled commode wrong repeatedly.
What is it, COMMODE?
Correct.
What did I spell it?
With a K, like kimono.
Oh, boy.
I thought maybe you
like
had a kimono.
I think that's a Japanese version.
Of the commode.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's part kimono, part commode.
And don't forget the Komodo dragon, which you don't want in your...
You are everywhere. You are everywhere.
How are we doing with the Warriors?
Warriors. It's Super Bowl week, dude. Come on.
All right, well,
what are we
let's
doing?
talk Super
We'll
Bowl.
be there Wednesday.
Come on.
Yeah.
You're going to Vegas. You're going to Vegas a month and a half before you were even supposed to be back at work. That's what I love. You weren't even supposed to come back here, yet somehow on Wednesday you're on a plane to Las Vegas, Nevada.
Is the job finished?
In the middle.
Job's not finished.
The job's not finished.
Job's not finished.
Nope, it's not. It's not.
If I had to make a bet on this game, it's tough to not bet.
Mavericks in 5.
It's now this is about like if I wouldn't bet this game because I don't know. I think it's a coin flip game. I really do. I think it's 50-50.
It could go either way.
But how could you if I couldn't allow Mahomes to beat me in the bet. Like, it's not that I don't think the 49ers could, but I would have to bet. Mahomes is like the great equalizer.
The mere concept of Mahomes and points is something that almost never exists. That's very now. I know it's existed the last 2 games, and if you did it, you lost.
Plus 191.
Or I'm sorry, if you took it, you won. If you Mahomes and you get points, and obviously he's won both games outright. So I get that. Mahomes is pure greatness. There's no other way to say it. And I've heard a lot of people say that this is kind of like player versus roster when you're looking at. And by the way, on our stream today, and for those of you who didn't know what we were talking about, there's a Warrior game with the broadcast, and the countdown will start at 3:30. So we're going to do our normal thing from 2 to 3:30, and then at 3:30, the Willard and Dibs Super Bowl party starts, which is on YouTube and the Odyssey app.
Yeah,
it's commercial free. Commercial free for 2.5 hours. So Dibs Vaudeville act will probably be somewhere around 4:45 would be my guess.
Dude, I'm going to run much material.
But
the FCC, it's going to be like MC Hammer. Can't touch this.
You're exactly right. I will promote this, though. At 4:15, you guys have heard me a number of times text what I refer to as my Vegas guy. My Vegas guy is going to come on
live
at 4:15. He now works for DraftKings. He used to run the Win. This is not just some dude who lives in Henderson. This is a real guy. And how this number comes together from beginning to middle to end, I really want the story. And I think that there's no line in the NFL season more fascinating than this one because of that exact dynamic that you just brought up.
Call my message phone.
The number we're working with is 1.5
or 2. It's
Niners favored.
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it most. Let me look.
Mostly at 2.
Yeah,
a little bit of 1.5.
Still at 2. Where I go, it's still at 2.
I'd have to bet on the Chiefs with that line,
and I get it.
Yeah,
and I get it. But there's Dibs knows this. There's also something that I like has long been, and this isn't complex, but my betting philosophy.
Yeah.
When you see a number like that, where you're like, what? I get Mahomes and points? Ridiculous.
Right.
Well, my philosophy is to lean against that stuff.
Yeah.
Because Vegas is not just putting this stuff together willy-nilly.
Dibs?
I like the Niners. And I like the Niners for simple reasons. And I think about the Niners offense being a lot better than it was the first time, and the defense being a little bit worse. And the Chiefs' defense is a lot better, but their offense is significantly worse. So I think about where this game has the edge, and I think that it's the Niners and the ability to run the ball and keep Mahomes off the field. I think that the Chiefs' run defense is suspect. And so I think that this becomes a game where Kyle Shanahan looks for 35 minutes of TOP, time of possession. You keep Mahomes off the field, and you cash in with touchdowns, not field goals. I think it'll be a close game, but I do think the Niners come out on top.
What do you think about Mahomes against a 49er defense that's just looked so-so in the postseason?
I don't worry as much about it because you don't have Tyreek Hill, and you've got Kelsey, yes, you do. And you've got Rashee Rice, who I've watched all year on my fantasy team. But the Niners secondary in terms of Charvarius, Mooney, Ward. He'll be able to take away Rashee Rice. The big X factor for me is Travis Kelce. Can you devote enough defensive personnel to try to take him away? Because if you do, Isaiah Pacheco, good running back, but he's not going to go for $160 against you. I don't believe that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Steve Wilkes is a real interesting character in this game because what he likes to run, I can't wait to see this. Does he change his stripes? Does he change it up a little bit? Or does he do like a Dan Campbell and be like, this is who we are, and this is what we do? Okay, that can bite you. We'll find out. But what he likes to do is just go base. He wants to get that pressure with just his base 4. He wants to run zone. Travis Kelce, I'd argue maybe the best zone killer in the entire NFL. So what do you do? What do you do? Do you start dedicating Fred Warner in a man-to-man situation, or do you go with what is your comfort zone but may not necessarily stack up in this one? It all stacks up if their D-line produces, but they've been head-scratchingly unproductive. And the most uncomfortable thing for me that I've ever seen leading up to a Super Bowl is that one of the topics is effort. I can't even believe that was being discussed last week. I can't believe that Chase Young and others have allowed that to be a topic. And the idea that, we talked to him, so it's all taken care of now. It's like, if you, in a free agent year, after being traded in the NFC title game, if you need to be told to max your effort, you got a DNA problem. You got a freaking DNA problem. And so I don't know. I don't know if that shows up this weekend or not.
Couple things about the Detroit game. Would you guys, the Dan Campbell going for it? 4th and 2, would have been a 45-yard field goal midway through the third-ish.
Stupid. He was 0 for 3 on his 4th down calls. He should have gone for the first one.
I didn't mind the one at the end of the half to take the 3 to make it 24-7.
I thought that's the one where you go for it.
Okay.
And then 4th and 2, you come out, and the Niners get the field goal, and you're up 24-10, and you go for it in that spot. That's where you take the 3. And then later in the game, you absolutely take that 3. And you missed on the 2, and you got the field goal on the first one, and that helped swing the game.
I wouldn't have gone for any of them. I would not have gone for any of them. And I told Dibs this last week. When I'm a fan of a team, I judge the other team's decisions based on what my emotions want them to do.
Sure, of course.
And I wanted them to go for it each time, which tells me they shouldn't have.
I knew what he wanted to do. I think he wanted to obviously get it and then take another 3 or 4 minutes off the clock. And then what if you score a touchdown there? It's almost over at that point.
No doubt.
I also, and again, I would have taken the field goal too, but we do have a tendency to say, I would have taken the field. Still a 45-yarder.
It's still a 45-yarder.
And we've seen guys miss in the postseason.
We can also argue the other point, which is if you get 4th and 2 and get 3 yards, that doesn't guarantee you 7.
Correct.
You're still back at the 25-yard line. So you still got to turn that into 6 for it to matter. I know more time comes off the clock. I just look at it this way. To me, there's an emotional side of being a Lion in that case that Dan Campbell didn't acknowledge. This is a bunch of players outside of Jared Goff who've never been here before.
Right.
And they've been told for a week, hey, guys, this is the biggest game in the history of this uniform. That whole fan base is in tears. And so what you have to guard against in that moment is when you've got a lead, you can't do the, oh, no, here they come. Because the second you make those 49ers feel like, oh my gosh, we have a path to the comeback, I feel like you're letting the emotional floodgates open. And it happened. Fumble, drop pass. Like it all just cratered.
And that's the part that's kind of, you don't know how to factor it in. The one thing I do remember, the very last thing I thought when I said he should attempt the 45-yard field goal here is because just acknowledging not so much momentum, although you can't. The 49ers are good. They're going to make a run in that game at some point. We know that. And the last thing I thought was, if you don't get it, now you're one play away from the Niners being right there.
Exactly.
And that was the play Ayuk came.
3 scores to 2 scores is massive.
No doubt. There's no doubt.
Massive.
And Mark laid it out. It was really 5 plays. You went from a 2-touchdown lead to a tie game because you don't get it, and the Niners go off the helmet, and then 2 more plays, touchdown, and then your first play out, you fumble, and then they score again, and now it's 24-24 like that.
And then you go 3 and out because of another drop pass. Like, people don't even remember. The game was still tied.
No doubt.
And Josh Reynolds on a wide open 3rd and 8 just bounced right off his 8.
Yep.
So they collapsed. They gagged. And I feel like he didn't acknowledge that possibility with the way he was calling plays and coaching.
Yeah, I don't like the old, I would do it again, I would do it again, I would do it again. Would you really?
Yeah.
Would you really? See, I wouldn't. I'd take a shot at being up 27-10. And my kicker making that field goal, and now we're up 27-10 midway through the third. Tell you what, though, the Niners, man, they still have. See, this is where I thought Purdy was phenomenal, actually, in the second half of that game. Like, I don't think Jared Goff could bring the Lions back because he's less willing to make a mistake than Purdy. Like, in order to come back from 3 scores, Purdy had to make some risky decisions and gutsy, and he made them.
For me, the bottom line is the athleticism that he has that Jared does not change the game. Like, once you have defensive coordinators start to change it up, and send in blitzes and do all of that, a quarterback is going to get knocked off of his spot. Brock Purdy can handle that, and Jared Goff can't. And that's what started to happen to both teams in the second half. Got knocked off their spot. Brock Purdy ran for first downs. Jared Goff threw incompletions.
I know, and I hate
it.
And listen, I hate to come down Jared Goff's road, but that's kind of what I mean. Drop back. Thing. He hit Reynolds right in the numbers. He dropped it. He threw it. Hit a guy in the. He dropped it, and then it's like, well, that's really good, but hell, I'd rather have Brock Purdy scrambling for 17 yards.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
50 yards on 3 scrambles, and those were big in setting up scores late in the game.
Go, you've gone like 15 minutes without saying a word.
If you guys pass the damn rock, I'll shoot. No, you guys are catching up with Stein. You know how to take a play.
Bounce pass, go.
Yeah. No, Lowe was texting me, so I was trying to hook some stuff
What'd he say?
Vegas.
What'd he say? Where are you going? Where are you
I was
going?
texting him, Diz was talking.
Where are you going?
Well,
where are you trying to go? Yeah, where are you trying to go?
Where the party's at?
Is it still the same, by the way? It's been like I used to. When I was doing,
what's that
hit the drop ready. When I was doing mostly like when it was the Tony Bruno days and we were doing national. Yeah. Plus, I think Radio Row was different back then.
Pre-COVID.
Radio stations weren't doing the massive cost-benefit analysis. It was just like, we're going.
Yeah.
Period. It doesn't matter who's in the game. We're going. And so we went every year, and there were parties that you were trying to get into every single night. And now I feel like it's different.
Yeah.
It's different.
Low,
Is it still,
but now it's Vegas. Years ago, he got to one, so we're hoping that'll help me and Stein.
How many years ago was that, though?
That was pre-COVID.
Miami, right?
That was,
Miami.
That was 2020, and that was actually the beginning of the end of Radio Row, and now it's Media Row. But even that week, Radio Row was not like you and I remember from previous years of like New Orleans and,
just like the stuff.
He sent the whole station to Indianapolis that year.
Not me.
I don't know if you were on board yet.
I think I was part-time at that
Will,
point.
I didn't know you noticed. I was texting.
Indianapolis. Good little city.
Get into your party.
Indianapolis is underrated for sure.
It's great for a Super Bowl because it's so compact.
And the Circle City, it's all right there downtown. Yeah. Minneapolis also on my Mount underrated city more. Yeah. And, you have a much more elaborate, because you've been to more cities than
Minneapolis is a good city.
It's great for Final Fours, too. You can meet Rick Barry 4 times, and he won't remember any of the 4 times.
I had a 3 in front of
Minneapolis with the Habit Trail. Yeah. They have a Habit Trail.
Yeah.
You know what that is, right?
Oh, yeah.
No.
So you know how you ever have a
That's
gerbil?
where hamsters live.
Or a hamster?
Yes.
And they have those big plastic cages, and there's tubes that go.
I don't do rodents.
Well, they have them in Minneapolis. It gets so cold, you can walk 6 blocks in Minneapolis without ever having to go outside.
Same thing. You can go indoor in the Circle City. You can go from building to building, and then you go up an escalator, and then you go through a lobby, and then you go across an overpass.
Wow.
And You could go like 6 blocks without ever having to go outside.
Are you and Will are going to ask me about my experience at Dick's Sporting Good in Ceremony? I got to interview Jeff Garcia.
I didn't see any pictures on the gram with you and Jeff.
You must have been off the thing. It's on there.
Goo.
You and Jeff?
How was your experience at Dick's Sporting Goods at Ceremony with Jeff Garcia?
What if I told you I was nervous going in because we had a little history?
I wasn't surprised at all.
We talked to his people. It was all good. But yeah, I plastered him on there. Yeah,
I didn't see any with you and Jeff. I saw some with you, like being there and
Jeff had on the white. I'm a little taller than him, but he was a good dude. Looked like he could still play.
Oh yeah, he stays in shape. He stays in shape. Did you pick up any goods for you and yours or?
I had the missus with me. I'll say yeah.
Kept the wallet in the pocket.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be listed. Drop the F-bombs.
That's gonna do it. You're on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs on the other side. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Dibbs,
Go Niners.
Potty mouth.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It is Super Bowl week. Oh my God. Let's do this. And it's a special day. There's going to be 3 of these this week. So I want to start off right away by inviting all of you. Now, if you're a traditional 95.7 The Game listener, driving around, delivery trucks, whatever, if that's the deal, then obviously come 3:30, our Warriors coverage is going to get started, and we would invite you to either tune in over on the app, or B, get over to YouTube. And the YouTube way is a completely different way if you've never done it before. A lot of you know, obviously, but it's a completely different way to take in the show. You can see the show, and there is a chat that you can also participate in. And I will tell you right now that if you are a YouTube chatter, or if you would like to become one by 3:30, we will be infinitely more focused on your comments there, reacting to them, commenting back, almost like a live stream, because that's what it's going to be. We're not taking any calls, and we're not taking any breaks. 3:30 to 6. No breaks.
No breaks.
No calls. No windows.
No breaks, no calls, no windows.
No doors.
I mean,
that's it.
What are we doing
here? So get on over there, because it's going to be the Willard and Dibbs Super Bowl party.
So no calls, but what if nature calls? Am I going to have to go
Get up and go.
Am I have to go depends, adult diaper here?
Like I'm not able to go on a 3-minute no breath rant? See you, dude.
Good point.
Go pee. You're fine. It's all good. We'll figure it out.
Go play.
Yeah, go do your thing. Or I'll hit, something that Kyle Shanahan said.
Smash a button.
Yeah, all good. Let me pull this over here right now, actually, so that we got access to all of this. But I'm excited, man. And I will tell you that our good buddy John Avello, DraftKings, going to join us at 4:15 on that stream. And at some point, we should call Rich Orberger. Our buddy down in San Diego, also with Fox Sports Radio, because he said something earlier today, and I had to text him because I'm like, buddy, you're not allowed to say stuff like that. Now we have to call you. And he goes, yeah, that's my fault. You can go ahead and call me. That's fine. Because this is basically what he said. I thought it started out with kind of an inspired thought. Brock Purdy, or whoever is the 49ers quarterback, is basically like watching a quarterback through an Instagram filter. So in other words, you take all your imperfections and you just cover them up.
I like that.
And so then he goes on to say, look, if Kirk Cousins was the 49er quarterback, they'd be in the Super Bowl this week. And I'm like, I'm listening. And he goes, if Geno Smith were the 49ers quarterback, they'd be in the Super Bowl this week.
Whoa, hold on a minute. Hold on just a stinking minute, Ornberger.
Timeout, San Francisco.
Totally.
I'm going to take a timeout. Here's a question I want to throw at you. You tell me. So, everyone seems to agree that if one person has the most pressure on them in this entire Super Bowl, it's who?
It's Kyle Shanahan.
Agreed.
No doubt.
Agreed. However, here's what I'm struggling with the debate, the conversation we've all had all year long. If the presence of Kyle Shanahan creates a system that literally means half the league can be your quarterback and you will succeed. If that's the case, why hasn't he been signed to a lifetime contract yet? Because I don't think such a thing has ever existed. What you're essentially saying is, and so many of you, damn it, with his play calling and he turtles up at the wrong moments.
Right.
But in the other side of your mouth, you're suggesting that his system is so good, he doesn't even need a good quarterback. What other coach in the history of, checks notes, ever can say that? So if that's how we really feel about Kyle Shanahan, sign him until he's 75. Right?
Well, depends on what you want to do at quarterback, because when he gets to a point where Brock Purdy's going to make big-time quarterback money, we'll see if he can build around him the way that they've built around him on a rookie deal.
Fair.
And I do think about Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, and you remember all those years late in Tom's career when he took way less than he could have because he wanted his team to be better. And because of that, they won more than they would have if Tom was the top-paid quarterback in football. And maybe part of that was the fact that, he had a very wealthy wife at the time, and so he was not hurting for money, and he's a different dude, and he wanted to win more than he probably wanted to make max money. So we'll see if Shanahan can do that, or if Shanahan wants to do that when Brock Purdy's up for big money in 2.5 more years.
It's interesting. I mean, we sit here without anywhere near enough of the info, but just the perception of Brock Purdy, it sort of feels like somebody who's not going to walk in and demand top dollar. I don't know that he could, but then you also have to wait and see what's the resume at that time.
Right.
Has he won a Super Bowl? Has he won 2? But, he can't even negotiate this until after next year.
Exactly.
If he ends up what if it's another run through the playoffs? What if it's another 1 seed? What if it's another Super Bowl? If it's 2 Super Bowl appearances or 3 NFC Championship game appearances and 1 ring or whatever, if you have all that, can that guy walk into the room and be like, $55 million? Let's go. Sign it up. And if he does say that, you're the Niners, what do you do? I mean, we need all of that info first, for sure. But I don't know, man. I don't know. He's at that spot where it's so early in his career, and I do bet that he is probably aware. I think we all are. Like, he's bigger and better because of Kyle, at least in some form, right? Like, a portion of this is Kyle and the roster and all. Like, yes, he's elevated by what's around him. I'd argue that goes both ways.
Right.
But I think he's aware of that. Don't you?
For sure. But when you get through whatever he gets through this year, he's in the Super Bowl. Next year, they should be successful, at least at some level. And then you get to where you're extension eligible. It's hard to say, well, I'm a product of Kyle and all the guys around me, so I'm going to take $20 million a year less than I probably could command. I think that when you get to that spot, it's going to be hard. As much as he is a guy without ego, when you get to that spot, I think that he's going to want to get as much money as he possibly can. Anyone would.
Yeah, well, of course. And he will. And he will deserve that. I mean, that's the thing. Everyone wants to label this. They all want to label it. And I don't think you can. You can't yet. And I've easily reached the time where I don't care anymore. Is Brock Purdy elite?
Doesn't matter. He's playing in February.
I don't even know how to answer that anymore.
And is he elite if he wins on Sunday and he's not if he loses? I mean, what does that mean? And I think that's where we get caught as a sports watching society is we start to label guys. And is Patrick Mahomes elite? Yeah, he's elite. He's won 2 Super Bowls and he's going to his 4th and he might win 3 or 4. And he's doing things that almost no quarterback. There's a very short list of quarterbacks who've been to as many and have won multiple. Like Jim Kelly went to 4 in a row and won 0. He's now going to his 4th and he's won 2. And not that many quarterbacks have won 3. I think the list is a total of 4 or 5 guys.
We could probably name them,
Aikman,
right?
Bradshaw, Brady,
Montana. And
that might be it.
I don't want to say Mahomes because he would need to win this week.
No, but that I think might be the list of 4.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who we might be missing in terms of, Bradshaw's got the 4, and Montana's got the 4, and Brady's got 16 or 17. I lost count. So, I mean, you're going to be on a very, very short list. In terms of guys who've even been to 4, it's not that long. So, does Brock need to win this to be elite or not elite? No, I don't think that this game...
No, well, not at age 23.
No, and I think that answers your question about who is under more pressure, or our question on the YouTube feed, who has more to gain? Is it Kyle or is it Brock? I think it's Kyle, and it's not close in terms of, Kyle's been around now for a long time, doing it as a coordinator, and he's been in the league, and his dad's got 2, and this one would mean a lot more to Kyle than it would to Brock, I think.
I agree completely on that. I guess maybe the question I'm actually asking is, do some of you, while acknowledging the pressure that's on Kyle Shanahan, the importance, whatever, would it mean the most to him? I don't even know how to phrase all that. This matters so much to everybody involved. But if you want to acknowledge that about Kyle Shanahan, okay, then are you putting your opinion of Kyle fully on this game? Maybe that's the way I'd love to ask it, because it feels to me like a lot of people are. The opinion of Kyle rides on, I think this is the mind of some. This is chance number 3. I reject that, by the way, because we've never done that to a coordinator ever in the history of ever. So this is not his 3rd Super Bowl. It's his 2nd. Yeah. It's his 2nd as a head coach. But for a lot of people, this is chance 3. You choke once, you choke twice. If you choke a 3rd time, that's officially your label. I would argue that for me, this is not to say that Kyle is undiscussable after this weekend, but you're not going to break my opinion on Kyle Shanahan no matter what the hell happens this weekend.
Or anyone's opinion.
Now, if you want to go, is this guy elite? Yeah.
He's elite.
Oh, yeah.
But I do also
Big
think
time
that
elite.
The idea of he can't win the big one, it exists and it lives if they lose this one. And you could say what you want about Atlanta, and I agree with you. He was the coordinator, and he was not the author of the 28-3 meltdown. He was a part of it. Sure, they all were. He was on the staff. So does he get coordinator credit for that? Of course he does. But then you lose up 10 against Kansas City, and then if you lose this one again to Kansas City, people can say, well, you still haven't won the big one, and that's true. It doesn't mean he's fired. It doesn't mean anything about whether or not he's a good coach. It just means that he still hasn't gotten to that point. And it took his dad a lot longer than it's taken him.
And Andy Reid.
And many coaches.
And so many. I mean, Bill Belichick.
Harbaugh.
I mean.
Jim, not John.
Right.
John's got one.
John's got one.
Right.
Jim still doesn't have one.
If you look at the list of coaches who have one, I think the number is 34. 34 coaches all time have won a Super Bowl. And you look around the league right now, Tomlin's got one, John Harbaugh's got one, Andy's got a couple, Dougie P's got one somehow, and now he's in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Teach Me How to Dougie's got one. Pete Carroll, no longer with us, the gum chewer.
Yep.
He got one.
Yep.
So it's few and far between. McVegas has one.
Oh, God.
We know that. Yep.
Yeah. That's the deal. So it's hard.
Yeah,
it's really, really hard.
One guy gets it every year.
Yeah, and I mean, by the way, so we mentioned that the no calls starting at 3:30. We'll certainly take them now, though. We'll stay. So 888-957-9570. Is your opinion of Kyle Shanahan riding on this game? Is that how many of you feel? 888-957-9570. This is a little bit of a parenthetical point. I'd like to make it, though. Just something I was listening to the guys kind of bark about on the way over here, Steiny and Goo. They're having a good discussion, but something hit my head with this whole idea of, Goo was getting real passionate about, like, it's okay for a fan to be upset that 2 10-point leads in the second half have been coughed up. And he is referring to Super Bowl 4 years ago and then the lead against the Rams in the NFC title game a couple of years ago. after what we've watched the last 2 weeks, do you want to know what thought kind of popped in my head? And I don't want this to sound like an excuse. A lead in the fourth quarter is a lead. A 10-point lead, though? What the hell is a 10? That's nothing. It's nothing in the NFL. You just watched the 49ers erase a 17-point deficit in less than a quarter. They came out in the third quarter, kicked a field goal, and then like 4 minutes later, the game was tied. So I think that the label, it's got to go both ways. If you want to say, coughed up 10-point lead in the NFC title game. Okay, ... erased 17-point deficit in the exact same game. So I guess my overall point is not that those weren't missed opportunities. It's that sometimes we create labels that we shouldn't. I would love for all of this to be a little bit more label-free. It doesn't matter if Brock Purdy is, quote, elite in your mind. It just matters what is. Do they win the game? Do they not win the game? Are the Niners better with him? Are they better without him? Same thing with Kyle Shanahan. He made some wrong calls. He's made some mistakes in big games. He's made some brilliant calls in big games. He's not a choker. That's a lazy label.
Well, when you're the play caller, you're the head coach, it's hard to really look at a coach and a play caller and say you choked unless you make a blatantly bad call or if you panic. And I don't know if you can look at coaches and apply the choker label to them. That one's hard for me.
It's a good point.
Because you don't go out there and play. Right. So they're up 28-3, and he's calling plays, and he choked because his quarterback fumbled on his own 20, and that's on Kyle? I don't get that.
I agree with you completely. All right. You want to be featured on our Red and Gold hotline? Give it a ring right now. Leave a message. Let us know how excited you are about your team being in the big game, okay? Here's the number, 628-400-9880. 628-400-9880. It's brought to you by Sensation Wine, the wine company. Experience some of the best wines you've yet to discover at Sensation.com. Plus, we're sponsored by Flag and Anthem. And another reminder, 1 hour from now, the Willard and Dibbs Super Bowl party online starts. You can go to the Odyssey app. You can go to YouTube. I'd start dialing up the YouTube feed, get it all figured out right now so you're logged in and you can comment. We will be commenting back with you both online and over the stream. So get on over there. Your phone calls, though, welcome now at 888-957-9570. Is everything you're thinking about Kyle Shanahan riding on this game or not? This is Willard and Dibbs.
Right around the corner, and we've got the ultimate game plan. Head to flagandanthem.com and use the code GAME, G-A-M-E, to score 25% off game-winning looks from Christian McCaffrey.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whew. Trying to super serve the audience over here, Dibs.
Do it. Do it.
No, I already did it. Like, I spent that whole break typing.
Oh, yeah, you did?
Yeah, I'm answering all kinds of questions on YouTube because I'm serious, man.
That's a great question.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. Want to get everybody over to YouTube because in less than an hour, the Willard and Dibs Super Bowl party starts. And so during the breaks, want to be very, very active in answering questions and making fun of people. That's what we do. We're sports fans. We get together every afternoon and torch one another. This is what friends do. Okay, friends don't let friends be nice to each other when it comes to sports. That's not how it works.
Right. No.
So let's have some fun. You guys make fun of us, then we'll rip you for being here, except for actually what we really want is for you to be here.
Yeah.
Okay?
And we're thankful, but don't cross us or we'll come at you.
Yeah.
We'll just type away at you.
We will serve you.
And speaking of getting served, man, I hate to see somebody get served like that. Not since I was at the deli counter had I seen someone get served.
Listen, it's Super Bowl week. I'm coming in hot, okay? So, and while the show is going on, obviously makes it much more difficult for us to type a response, but get into the chat window and you can throw out questions, comments, opinions, whatever, and we'll hop in and talk about it if it's interesting. Okay? We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube already right now, as always. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. It's never been more appropriate than now to say this line. Watch us live, and if anyone swears, you get to hear it. And Dibs has been practicing all morning which swear word, thank you, which swear words he's going to use.
Yeah.
Starting at 3:30.
Yeah.
Text your favorite cuss word into 40705. I'm kidding. Don't do that.
No, you can. You can.
But yeah.
And I said on our preview video that I would release my top 5 curse words, and I'll wait until we get on the stream only. And, I was thinking about it on the drive-in today because I like to swear, and it's what I do.
Especially while you're in their car.
Well, it's funny because my 2 older kids who were 22 and 20, I used to cuss around them all the time, and neither one of them ever would swear.
Oh.
In front of their friends, at school, in front of me.
Still true to this day?
F no.
Okay.
Yeah, now the big fella's 22.
Yeah.
And his brother's 20, so occasionally they'll get into it.
Well, you know what they did is they just, they lived the life that everybody lives, which is you spend your teenage years going, I am never going to be like my parents.
Dude. Yes, that's the best thing I ever did as a dad.
And then you become your parents.
Well,
that's just how it works.
And I showed them
how it works.
I showed them when they were teenagers how dad rolled, and that's why they both chose to be straight A students.
Oh, good for them.
Because I showed them my college transcript, and there are letters that look made up, like U's and W's and I's. Dude, O's. I had every vowel in there except the one you want.
That's why you ended up on Wheel of Fortune. You're like, I'm trying to buy a vowel over here. Can I buy a vowel? Anyway, you can subscribe to the channel for all of the 95.7 The Game content, Twitch and YouTube. You hit the little thumbs up button. If you like the show, you can do it round the clock here. We've got everything on YouTube always, all of our shows. But today and Wednesday and Thursday, extra special when we get into the Warriors broadcast, we will pretty much only be there. Odyssey app and YouTube, commercial free, phone call free, and clean word free. We may do an entire hour with nothing but cuss words.
You won't.
You're right, I won't. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You're a good guy. I probably could, but I won't.
Well, it's 3:30 also. Like, it's on my mind. I'm like,
I get it.
Right? Bob goes to pick up his kids at school. They hop in the car. He's got his phone plugged in. He's listening to the app. And he's sitting there going, like, it'd be great if the kid, like my daughter, doesn't hop in and go, Dad, I heard Taylor Swift's got a new album coming out. Can we listen to all of her songs again on the way home? And he's sitting here going, man, I wish one day you'd just, like, let me listen to Willard and Dibs talk about, especially Super Bowl week.
Super Bowl week,
honey,
bro.
So, Caitlin, can we listen to a little bit of Super Bowl countdown? And right as he says it, he turns it up, And we're like, bleep, 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 bleep.
Yeah, Caitlin.
And he's just like, I'm out.
How you like me now, Caitlin?
Taylor bleeping Swift, Caitlin. He's like, I got to turn this off. So that's not my goal.
Just 10 seconds on Taylor Swift.
Go for it.
Show up on time.
What happened?
I don't know if you watched the Grammys last night.
I did not. I saw all the highlights.
They're underway.
She was standing up during that fast car.
Yeah, that
Tracy
fast car was
Chapman with
incredible.
Luke Combs was incredible.
Trevor Noah's doing his opening monologue, and in she breezes with her
Wow.
4 security people. Hey, Tay-Tay, show up on time.
She a big deal, dude.
I know.
She a big damn deal. She a big damn deal. All right.
All right.
Yeah, let's take some calls.
Let's go.
Oh, Roe in Concord says it's going to be a blowout. I wonder in which direction. What up, Roe? What are you doing?
Hey, man, not much. It's finally my day off. I love your guys' show. I try to catch it every week whenever I can.
Thank
when
you,
I'm not
Ro.
working at the restaurant.
Oh.
And I honestly feel like everyone's just underrating, like the spread's too close, and I feel like the Niners are going to make a statement this year. And Shanahan's got a good wake-up call after the whole game that happened on Sunday with blowing, just coming from behind and whatnot. And he's going to make the changes that we need to make. And I feel like it's going to be at least like a 10-point or plus more of a blowout, in my opinion.
Well, Ro, you're certainly never going to hear me turn down positivity because it's my favorite damn thing in the whole world. So I love that. But can I? But hold on. Yeah, but there's a but. There's a but.
Yep. Go ahead.
This is my question. How many times when the 49ers either lose or underperform are we going to use the phrase wake-up call? How many times you need to wake up? You're kind of starting to turn into my teenagers who I need to go into their room 8 times every morning to wake them up. It's like that's enough wake-up calls. Let's go.
Dad,
get out of bed.
You actually hit that right on the dot, man. And, I just feel like just being a faithful and just being hopeful, we got this chance to be there. I feel like the players are going to show up and this is their game to lose. And with everything that's out there for them to gain with this, we're not going to be able to have these guys in a couple of years. Not everyone on the roster that we have right now.
That's
so this is their prime. This is their game to lose.
Ro, I ain't mad at anything that you said. Thanks for calling, man. Appreciate it. Enjoy your day off.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. And that's fandom. I get it. But it does feel like that with the 49ers this year. Their roster's so good. We think they're so good. They're the favorite. And all of those wonderful things. So we do hold them to a very high standard. And when they don't hit that standard, that was a wake-up call. Maybe we've overrated them.
Right.
I still sit here getting ready for the Super Bowl, not 100% sure of that answer.
Well, and we've overrated the defense, I think, primarily because the defense has been a little bit shaky the last couple of weeks. And if you want to talk about overrating them, look no further than Vegas, where the Niners are 9-10 this year against the spread.
Yeah.
So as much as the number has been big, they have not delivered in relation to their one-loss record. What they wind up the year at 13-4, and so they're 15-4, right, including the playoffs, and that is
12-5 actually.
The 12-5,
yeah, because of the Rams thing at the end.
They lost to Baltimore.
12-5,
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So 14-5.
Yeah.
So 9-10. Their ATS against the spread is 5 games worse than what their actual record was. So maybe Vegas overrated them as much as anyone.
I mean, it's a good point. At the same time, it's like some of those numbers were crazy. Some of the numbers are absurd. And I would argue there are 2 games that were BS supposed non-covers. First of all, Sean McVegas, week 2.
He got you.
What the hell are you doing?
Backdoor.
Kicking a buzzer beater field goal, and the number closed at 7.5. Now, a lot of people got it at 6.5 or 7 earlier in the week, but it goes as a loss. Same thing against Tampa Bay. Backdoor cover Baker Mayfield. If I remember correctly, what was the final score of that game? Was it 27-14 or 27-13 or what was that one?
Against Tampa? 27-14.
27-14. Now, the game closed at 13.5. Goes down as a loss. A lot of people got it at 12.
Bad beat.
A lot of people got it at 12.5. I won. I got that thing at 12.5. So I do think they're also based on the large spreads and the way sharps were betting those numbers up, there are a couple of fakakta losses, if
Fine.
you will, but your point stands.
Green Bay, you're
point
favored by
stands.
10.5. You win by 3. Detroit, you're favored by 7.5. You win by 3. Those are the ones that I look at in terms of, geez, where are we at? And this game's 1.5 or 2. In Kansas City against the spread, 12-7-1. They were tied for third best in the NFL. So in terms of Rose's phone call and, predicting a 10-point or more blowout, this one feels to me like it's going to be a 1 or 2 point game either way.
Well, I also would argue a 10-point game is not a blowout. That's not a blowout. Like, not at all.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I know the number is 2, and so that would feel like an easy cover, if you will. But that's part of the point I was making earlier. Like, if you're, hello, 49er fans, if you're up by 10 in the fourth quarter, game not over yet.
Yeah. Niners won 11 games this year by 10 or more. 11.
Jeez.
And of those,
that's a lot.
Pittsburgh, they were favored by 1. That's a cover. They were favored by 10.5 over the Giants. They covered. Favored by 14 and a hook over Arizona. They covered. They won by 19.
Mm-hmm.
Favored by 3.5 over Dallas. That's a cover.
Big covers.
Favored by 3 over Jacksonville.
Big cover.
Favored by 13.5 over Tampa, as you mentioned. That's a no cover. By 7 over Seattle, cover. By 3 over Philly, cover. By Seattle, by 14.5, no cover.
No cover.
They won by 12. By 12 over Arizona, cover. By 14 over Washington, cover. Yeah. So they covered some big numbers this year.
Absolutely. Like, I mean, that many double-digit wins is why they're favored in the Super Bowl.
Right.
They have outscored their opponents, outgained their opponents up there with the best in the NFL. They are number 1, I think, in outgaining, and I think they were number 2 maybe in point differential, and that was mainly because the Cowboys get to play the Giants twice.
Right.
And like half their point differential was those 2 games. So, yeah, like they've been the best team in football. It doesn't feel like it in the last 2 weeks,
No,
though.
it doesn't.
But they've been the best team in football if you go back from the beginning to the end.
You had to fight tooth and nail to be the 7 seed at home, and then you were asleep at halftime against Detroit at home, and then you had to recover to win that one. So maybe it's because of those 2 games that has us thinking that, they're not as sharp as they were earlier in the year.
Let's go to Scott in Vallejo. Hey, Scott, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What you doing, man?
What's going on, Willie and Dibbers? How you guys doing?
We good.
Nice. Hey, so this does not, just to answer your guys' question, this does not cement Shanahan's legacy, what happens here, unless he blows a 30-point halftime lead. And I wanted to talk prop bets.
Let's go.
There's some ridiculous prop bets that should be talked about, at least laughed about. If you go on Bovada collects football and requested wagers. You will find some of the most outrageous bets available. They got one of them is the only one that has a title. It's called Taylor Sniff. And in this prop bet, Chiefs win. They go to the White House. Taylor Swift goes with them. Taylor Swift endorses Joe Biden, where he is seen smelling her hair.
Taylor Sniff.
And what are the odds, Scott?
Oh, plus 10,000 on that puppy.
Plus 10,000. I get it.
No, but that one. What's sad is all those things can actually happen. And if you go down a little further, there's one for plus 100,000. And this is about as ridiculous as it gets. That's why I want to bring it up.
Okay.
So they're saying, okay, aliens invade Las Vegas. The game ends in a tie. Plus 100,000.
Yeah, I saw that one.
That's a real bet being offered.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in. I mean, some people think aliens are already walking among us, and I don't think that you can disprove it, actually. I can't disprove the idea that you're an alien.
Well,
I'm just saying. Thanks, Scott.
It's possible. You're probably more likely to be AI than me.
Maybe.
With your voice and, your perfectly manicured eyebrows and the rest of it.
I just got a haircut. But I mean, thank you. Great clips. Anyway.
Nice. Pay it.
Right? You've seen Men in Black. Sometimes the aliens just look like us.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes they look like a pug.
And I wonder if the aliens would want to actually stop the game and have it end in a tie. If you're going to imprint your alien ways on society, I don't know if that's the way I would go about doing it. It'd be more dramatic if you like vaporized Patrick Mahomes in the pocket or something like that, or singed off
Taylor
Andy's
Swift
mustache.
just started flying down from a suite, just levitating, and then
That would be Dua Lipa.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
And you know what it would be?
It'd be levitation sensation.
Yes, it
Let's
would.
Go.
Let's
I'm
go.
ready for 3:30.
Let's go.
Yeah. I'm warming it up.
Curtis in Pleasant Hill. Hi, Curtis.
Hey, what up, man? How you doing?
Good, man. What's cooking?
I just want to talk about Kyle Shanahan. I think personally that this game is huge for him just because of being saved last week by Brock Purdy. I think that game we only won because of Brock Purdy and Chris McCaffrey. I don't think Kyle Shanahan had anything to do with that win, honestly. And if he doesn't do something this week, I don't believe in him too much.
Wow. Okay, Curtis, that's interesting to me. First of all, you made two statements there. Let's start with the first one. You give Kyle no credit for what happened in the second half of the game last week, even though, yes, Purdy's out there and some of them were breakdown plays, but Kyle is calling all of those plays, and he's been saddled with the label as the guy who can't come from behind in the second half his entire 49ers career. He finally does, and you give him no credit?
Like I said, I don't think they came back because of him. I think they came back because of Brock Purdy.
And then your second statement, if he doesn't win this game, you don't believe in him very much. A head coach who is being called the owner of a system so great that half the league could quarterback it, and he's been to 4 NFC title games in 5 years and 2 Super Bowls, and you're not convinced.
Well, I guess that does come down to him in a coaching aspect, but a lot of it's also drafting. They did a great job drafting. They did a great job bringing in people for him. And so you can only do so much with what you're given, and I think that, he has such a great team that it's hard for him not to get to, the NFC Championship.
Who do you think is drafting those offensive players?
I presume it's the GM.
Yeah. It's not really, but I get where you're coming from, Curtis. Thanks so much. Look, all of the picks are, in theory, a collaboration sensation.
That's a buck, yeah.
There's no doubt about that, but everything we know, and actually, I can't wait to talk to him tomorrow. A really cool article, Football Morning in America with Peter King is out, and he referenced it last week on our show that he was going to write about the process of drafting Brock Purdy and how that came together. And if you go read that, you will see the imprint that Kyle Shanahan has, particularly on the offensive players who are selected. And so he's got the final say when it comes to an offensive player that gets selected. Deebo Samuel, that has Kyle's handprints
for sure
all over it. Brandon Ayuk, Kyle's handprints are all over it. And whether it was meant to be or not, Brock Purdy's got Kyle's handprints all over it. All over it.
Yeah, and he, in Peter King's column, and he laid it out in our segment with him last week, that was one that he kind of put his foot down and told the people in the room, yes, I know that we have other quarterbacks, but we're going to absolutely draft another quarterback, and we're going to take this quarterback because if we don't draft him, he won't come here. He'll go elsewhere. And turned out Kyle needed him more than he even thought in that day.
Peter King with us last week on Shanahan fighting for Purdy on draft day.
Kyle Shanahan, when they were trying to decide what they were going to do, he said in that room, I love this quarterback. This is the guy I want to take. And so all of a sudden, a chorus of other coaches come up and say, oh, man, we need this linebacker. We need this receiver. This guy is going to help us. We got 2 quarterbacks already. You just traded 3 ones last year to pick Trey Lance. Who cares about a quarterback and if we lose him? It doesn't matter. But Kyle Shanahan and the management of this team made a decision that I'm telling you ticked off some people in that room when they took Brock Purdy, because who has any idea about a quarterback from Iowa State? However, Kyle Shanahan knew one thing, and it was the most important thing, and it was the reason why he ended up taking Brock Purdy with the 262nd and final pick in the draft. And he knew
that Brock Purdy was not going to sign with the 49ers in free agency. He knew it. So he said, if we want this guy, if I love him so much, we got to pick him. So they picked him. And obviously they lost out on a couple of guys who might have made their team, because every year there's one or two or three guys who is an undrafted rookie who comes in on all teams in the NFL and makes the team. But I think the coaches who are arguing against that are pretty happy this evening that Kyle Shanahan got his back up and said, hey, we're taking Brock Purdy.
Okay, so
There's a lot of you in there.
There were a couple of, yeah,
Totally.
I had a couple of those in there. You know, got to let them know you're listening.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I get it. This wasn't supposed to be the way that it all played out. However, you get to choose which way you want to do this. You either can give, I guess, no credit and no blame to Kyle Shanahan for the quarterbacking situation, or you can give all credit and all blame. And that's what I choose to do.
Of course.
Yeah, he's got to wear the fact that he drafted Trey Lance and traded all kinds of assets, and it was a massive mistake. But, therefore, he also gets credit for wiggling out of that with something that was worthy of a magician. And he was the one who stood on a table and said, Brock Purdy's got to be on this football team. Now you're back in the Super Bowl.
Right. And if you win the Super Bowl, then it becomes akin to the famous Steve Young run where Lon Simmons is on the call and Steve Young gets away.
Gets away again.
Gets away again. And that's kind of what this feels like, because Kyle Shanahan has rumbled, bumbled, and stumbled, yet he's still on his feet, and you're in the Super Bowl. So did he make a massive mistake by trading 3 firsts to get Trey Lance? Absolutely. Does it no longer matter? Talk to me on Monday. Talk to me in a week, because if they win this game and he brings the Lombardi home, yeah, it's a mistake, but who cares if it's a mistake?
I was at that game.
You were.
The Steve Young gets away again.
Oh, Lon Simmons.
I've answered the question
What a call.
a couple of times when people say, like, what's the greatest sort of moment that you've seen live?
Yeah.
And the brain scrambles because you're like, okay, right? I mean, and we're lucky
yeah.
we go to a lot of events. That one might be my answer. It has been my answer before. Steve Young against the Vikings and that run. I was at I was at the 26-yard line for that one. Yeah, with my dad.
That's so great.
Yeah.
For me, the answer, and especially non-championship moments,
yes,
the answer for me is always over Kirilenko.
Oh,
because I was on the other end, and that's the moment for me.
That's the one.
Non-championship moment.
The San Francisco Sheriff's Office countdown to kickoff clock says we are 6 days, 0 hours, 33 minutes, and 32 seconds away from the big game. And we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. If you want to get in on Shanahan, Purdy, or any Super Bowl thoughts, do it now. 888-957-9570 is the number. And in a half hour, the Willard and Dibbs Super Bowl party hits the Odyssey app and YouTube. We invite you to join us. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The road to Vegas is brought.
helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. I think this is always a sign that something cool is about to happen, which is that A, you're excited, but B, you have almost like a little butterflies. And I'm not saying like we're actually nervous. I don't get nervous on the radio anymore. That was a 25 years ago thing.
Yeah.
But I can also say after now we're pushing damn close to 30 years in this business.
Jeez, I'll say.
I ain't never done this.
Done what, Mark?
2.5 hours uninterrupted, no breaks, no calls, no windows, no doors, no shoes, no shirt, no service.
Dice.
Yeah. I think I've never done that before.
I've come close in the early days of 95.7 The Game when we were sports radio 957, back before we had advertisers. We would do.
What'd you do?
We would do segments, and then they would play like a couple of promos, and then maybe 1-877.
Yeah, well, they're everywhere.
Because they're everywhere, and then it's like, okay, coming back. It's like coming back. That was like 14 seconds of catch my breath, and here we go.
Yeah.
Donate your car today.
I did offer this one time as a bet, and then the station, before accepting the bet, decided that it was the most narcissistic offer that has ever happened in the history of mankind and creation. And I was like, no, for real. But I got into a debate with some of the other shows, and I was like, they're like, what do you want to bet? You know, it was about some game that was coming up or something. And I go, well, here's the deal. Whoever loses the bet has to do all the shows.
All 3 shows or 4 shows?
For the whole day.
12 hours.
So in other words, what we were betting, and I thought it was a pretty good offer. It's like I'm offering a day off. You win, you get a day off.
Right. I'll do your show.
That's better than $5 or whatever. You know, Michael Thompson used to famously, whenever we wanted to bet, he would go, $1, $1 US. And then it's like, okay, so you want to frame your dollar, and it's like, okay, I get to be braggadocious about it, but it's $1. I was offering something of value, a freaking day off.
Right.
Time. You can't put money on that.
And it's not even a day that you have to take off of your days off. I get 10 days a year.
Right.
This is a day you get for free.
So these dudes were thinking about it, and they're like, that's an interesting offer. And then they're like, hey, are you rooting to lose? Do you actually just want to talk for 9 hours? And I'm like, no, I'd like a day off too. And then the boss comes in and he's like, yeah, I don't like this. This is not a good idea. So it died on the vine.
Yeah.
That was the end of that.
I actually like it. And I think, though, on our station, we have a number of people who would try to lose that because they do want to get those extra touches.
It would be funny. It would be funny. Like, especially now that we're on YouTube, like, okay, he's going into his 7th hour. He hasn't gone to it's like, it'd be like Scott Hansen on Red Zone. He hasn't been to the bathroom. His voice is gone. We're not letting him have any water. It would be funny. But anyway.
And I do notice with Scott Hansen, and I love Scott Hansen, and I've been a long time Scott Hansen guy. I never was on Team Siciliano because I didn't have the DirecTV. I've been an Xfinity guy.
Yep.
But there are long gaps where they'll go from one game to the next game with just play-by-play, and he won't interject.
What do you think's going on during that?
I think he's sneaking off to the bathroom.
And wouldn't that be understandable?
Hello, yes. I've already peed 4 times in this show.
Yeah.
We've been on the air for an hour.
Cheers.
Yeah.
All right.
Number 4.
3 o'clock pop.
Number 3.
Thank you. So the San Francisco Sheriff's Office, countdown to kickoff.
I just looked at that. We have a clock in here.
We have a clock.
That thing is incredible.
And the clock says we are 6 days, 0 hours, 22 minutes, and 2 seconds.
Number two.
Away from the big game. And now we're less. Now it's even less. It just keeps getting closer, Dibs. The game is coming.
It's approaching,
it's Super Bowl
rapidly
week.
approaching.
I'm pretty excited.
I'm super excited.
Let's go to Jubin in Walnut Creek. Hey, Jubin, what are you doing?
I was just driving home from In-N-Out Burger. Big fan of the show, boys.
Big fan of In-N-Out Burger.
What's your order, Jubin? What'd you get? Double, animal style? Am I right?
I always get one of those. I tried something new. I got a double with just grilled onions, pickles, and spread. It was pretty decent.
Wait a minute. It was
tomato,
like
no
you're,
lettuce.
you're driving home from In-N-Out, yet you already ate it? Is that what you're telling us?
No. Well, I got two burgers. I ate one in the car, and then I'm going to eat one when I get home and give my dog her dog patties when I'm back.
Oh,
Dog patty, that's incredible. That is an incredible effort because it never tastes better than when you're in the car, but then you get home and you're like,
true.
I'm a slob. Dinner's already gone. Like, good job, Jubin.
Well, you get home and you wish, oh, God, I wish I had another one. And you're like, but wait, there's more.
Exactly.
So smart.
I said this, so we were part of Jubin. We're not going to totally.
Jubin, we're going to need you for the next 3 hours.
We're not going to steal your call. Just stay right there. But you got my brain going because I don't know how many of you dealt with this yesterday, but we had major power outages last night where we live with all of the wind and the rain and everything. And so what happens when the power's out? Well, you send the kids to go get dinner. So if you're lucky enough to have one who drives, because I was on the air. I was doing the show on FSR last night. So I'm like, off they go to In-N-Out, and I get a text from my daughter she's out there, and she goes, hey, Dad, you didn't tell us, what do you want? And I said, now you ready for this, Jubin? You know what I said? Thank you so much, honey. Nothing for me.
Whoa.
And her brain scrambled. They got back, and they're like, what's the matter, Dad? Why didn't you want anything from In-N-Out? And I'm like, well, I'm in the middle of a radio show. It's going to make me feel a little bit full.
Oh.
And we just got it last week. I'm thinking maybe like I shouldn't have In-N-Out again for dinner. But, of course, what did I also know in the back of my head? I got a little guy, and he ain't going to finish what he's ordering. And I'm going to scoop and score. And I did. So In-N-Out on the brain. Sorry, Jubin, go ahead. What'd you want to say?
Yeah, look, I wasn't going to call in, but I heard it sounded like a kid almost calling in, and he was saying some stuff about Shanahan that he gave me no other option. Look, I really can't stand the fans that put Kyle anywhere near the hot seat. And the fans, they love Kyle. They buy the same hats he wears. Like, he had that one in 19. I guess he designed that red one himself, and the NFL said he couldn't wear it anymore because of some licensing stuff or whatever. I've seen so many fans wearing that same hat he was wearing during that run. And look at what Kyle's done since he's been here. The first year rebuilds, fine. Second year, loses the starting quarterback. What can you do? Third year, Super Bowl. Fourth year was that year Bosa tore the ACL, and Jimmy, he played like 6-7 games. And every year since that year, we've been right there. We've been one of the best teams in the league. And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I hope this man is our coach for the next 20 years, because he's not going to win one. He'll win us multiple championships. And I love what you guys said about the offensive side of he's the guy calling the shots with the offense. You got to give him credit for that. All these guys he's brought in. You mentioned Debo, Ayuk. I'm sure he had some info on Kittle. I just think Kyle, fans, they can't be impatient with him. We're going to win this game, but if we don't win it, he'll get us there one of these years. So I just wanted to call in and just defend Shanny.
Jubin, enjoy your burger. You deserve a second one, because it warms my heart to know there are fans out there who think that way. And we don't all have to agree, and I know we don't. But damn it, I hate the Kyle slander. I legit hate it. I cannot stand it. You got to answer this. You have to answer this. If you think he's so wobbly, and turtles up, and he's conservative, and he panics, if you think all that, then you also have to answer for why Jimmy Garoppolo was a Super Bowl level quarterback under him. The last pick in the draft is a Super Bowl quarterback under him. If you're one of these people that thinks something about the system makes these quarterbacks better than they actually are, which I think is that's a coherent point. It's a fair point. But if you think that, then explain to me how he's not literally the best coach in the NFL. Nobody else can do that. Nobody else can turn nobody quarterbacks into Super Bowl appearances. Andy Reid hasn't done that. Bill Belichick hasn't done that. Shall I name more names? Who else has done that consistently?
Well, they've won Super Bowls, so they're in a different class than Kyle Shanahan, a guy who can't win the big one.
With Tom Brady or with Patrick Mahomes or with Joe Montana or what have you. I want to know, if you think Kyle is so wobbly, then how come nobody else who's coached for the last 30 years brings Bebopaloo and Johnny Nobody to the Super Bowl? You don't get it both ways. You either have to say Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo are flipping amazing quarterbacks, or get out the way and give Kyle credit for being the best coach in the game.
Well, he gets credit in 6 days, 15 minutes, and 23 seconds and counting if he gets the win. And if he doesn't, then the questions fall on his doorstep again that he was unable to get it done and win the big one. So if he doesn't win the big one again, then the questions will continue to recirculate, because all those other coaches you mentioned, they won it. And you could look at Doug Peterson, who won it with Nick Foles. Is Nick Foles any better than Jimmy Garoppolo or Brock Purdy? Probably not, but he got one done with those guys.
Right, but that was one.
That's all we want from Kyle.
Kyle's been to
win one.
4 Final Fours in 5 years.
And he's won 0 Lombardis.
But that's not the point.
That is the point.
It's not the point.
That is the point.
It's not the way it works. Andy Reid was the exact same guy. Why? Because he's a great coach.
But now he's exalted because he got there and he got over the line. That's why he's now considered one of the best ever.
Because Patrick. But
also because Andy. He had Donovan McNabb and he couldn't get it done.
And Donovan McNabb, I'd argue, is a hell of a lot more accomplished than Garoppolo or Purdy at this point. So that's all I'm saying. When you say, the only thing I disagree with you on that you just said is if he loses this game this weekend, the questions resurface. Not for me. Well, I have no questions about Kyle Shanahan.
I'm not asking you.
I got none. And I won't after this game either.
Of course you won't. And most people won't either, but the people who are Kyle haters, the people who think it's a system and Kyle Shanahan is a choker and Kyle Shanahan seizes up in the big moments and Kyle Shanahan turtles up, all the criticisms that people have of Kyle Shanahan will resurface if they don't win this game.
It's just fascinating to me that we would only affix that label to this game. This game.
Well, this is the only game that matters
but
now.
It's not, because the other games to get to this are also big.
Yeah, they're big.
And that's the moving of the goalposts. The idea that somehow Kyle Shanahan is a dog in every game in October, November, December, and January, but something happens in February where he just loses his bananas and can't think straight anymore, even though I'd argue he's only been to one of these. He's only been to one as the head guy.
Yeah.
He's been to one.
Had to lead.
And he had to lead.
10-point lead.
An insurmountable 10-point lead.
Not insurmountable.
Who the hell's ever lost a 10-point lead? So the
Not
idea,
insurmountable, but he had to lead.
But if we're going to affix big game to the other ones, well, he lost the Rams game too. Well, he won last week.
Yeah.
In an equally big game with a larger deficit that he was facing. So, in other words, it feels to me like 6 years of head coaching. And some of you want to affix a label to him based on one game. One game. He went to the Super Bowl one time, and it went well for 3.5 quarters, and then it didn't, and so now he's defined by that. I think it's crazy. I
don't think he's completely defined by it.
Feels like it for some.
Well, if you want to ask about Marv Levy, and if I say the name Marv Levy, what's the first thing you think of?
Well, you think of losing in the Super Bowl, but that also
4 straight times.
Well, yes, 4 straight times.
Right, but you don't think about the totality of his career.
But I never think choker. To be honest with you,
but you look at things differently than the majority of people. But you're more positive than the majority of people.
But he was very rarely the better team in those Super Bowls. The AFC was.
I think he was favored once.
Yeah, he was the lesser entity at that time.
Sure,
the AFC. And he's the owner of the greatest comeback in the history of the playoffs that literally came 2 weeks before one of the Super Bowls.
Right.
35-3, they're down.
I was delivering pizzas that day,
and they win the
on
game. So how am I going to call Marv Levy someone who can't win the big game? That's a big game.
He didn't win the biggest game of all, that's where where when you say the name Marv Levy, for people who are football fans, they think first and foremost about 4 losses in the Super Bowl consecutively. You don't think about what his winning record is, and I don't have it in front of me, but he had a very good career. He's probably top 10 all-time in wins. And you don't think about those things. You think about the Super Bowl failure. That's all I'm saying. And that's where if Kyle Shanahan doesn't win this Sunday, and kickoff is now barely more than 6 days from this very moment.
And 10 minutes.
If he doesn't win this game, that will percolate toward the top of his resume.
I guess.
Fair or foul, it will for many people.
Foul. Especially, if he loses twice, if he's been to the Super Bowl twice and he loses, to the quarterback most people think is destined to be the greatest of all time, I'm not going to label you. Yeah, you lost. I'm not saying it's good enough, but I'm not going to label you a choker.
4 coaches have been to 2 or more Super Bowls and never won.
Who are those guys? Marv Levy.
Correct, 0-4. Bud Grant with the Vikings in Super Bowl 4, 7, 9, and 11.
I was a big fan.
Dan Reeves.
Yeah.
0-4. Broncos and Falcons. And this one kind of sneaks up on you. John Fox.
Oh, gosh.
Carolina and Denver. 0-2.
Yeah.
Those are the only guys who have been to multiple and not won.
I got it. Look, I'm not saying it won't be painful.
He's John Fox, Coach.
There you go. There you go.
He's a modern-day John Fox. Let's go.
I would easily, without hesitation, argue, based on the productivity he has gotten out of perceived lesser quarterbacks, and you know damn well how much I love Purdy, but to argue, I wouldn't even argue that Purdy is on the presence and experience level of a Mahomes or even an Allen or a Burrow or anything like that. To have this kind of consistency during the upheaval he has had at the quarterback position, if you asked me, who do I want coaching my team among all active coaches, I wouldn't even wait 2 seconds to answer your question.
Andy Reid.
Kyle Shanahan. Period.
Over Andy Reid?
Easily.
Wow.
What do you think would the spread be in this game if Mahomes was on the Niners and Purdy was on the Chiefs? You taking Andy Reid in that game?
No, but
okay. Andy is much more about Patrick than the other way around, and we've already learned this. Is Belichick a great coach? Absolutely. And so is Andy Reid. But how many Super Bowls has Belichick got without Tom? Same number that Andy's got without Pat, and the same number Andy is going to retire with without Pat.
If Andy is coaching the Niners and Kyle's coaching the Chiefs, the Niners are favored by 5 in this game.
What? Why?
Because Andy's better than Kyle. Look at what Andy's done.
Based on what?
Based on what he's done with far less this year than what Kyle has.
Far less? Who
couldn't coach the Niners like this?
He's got Patrick flipping Mahomes.
And who else?
Travis Kelce.
Okay.
Steve Spagnuolo. He's got all kinds of... He's got an operation.
Roster-wise, it's not even close.
Of course it's
not. The Niners
not.
should be favored by 17 in this game based on roster. I should save this for the stream. This is great material.
This is stupid.
The Niners roster is way better than Kansas City.
The Niners have the best roster, but the Chiefs have the best player. And what usually wins in sports? You think LeBron always has the best roster?
He never has the best roster.
Thank you, but he's the best player, so he wins. It's the same thing. Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady. You don't win them all, but you're right there, and you win a lot of them.
But you've got the NFL's almost MVP on your team.
Stop.
You have the AMVP, the almost MVP.
Almost, yeah.
You've got 2 of the top 5 in the MVP voting.
And who did Patrick beat last week? Not the almost, the actual. the MVP.
Patrick didn't beat him. The defense beat him.
Stop. Patrick grabbed the ball,
Patrick
went right
scored
down
once.
the field, and threw the ball to Travis Kelce to take control of that game.
That was it.
And then the Ravens just cowered in the entire shadow of Patrick Mahomes by acting like
in the shadow of a ferocious
numbskulls
defense.
the entire game. Ferocious defense.
I can't wait to get on the stream. I got some choice words for you,
fumble
Buster.
on the 1-inch line, pal.
It's a good hit, buddy. It's good defense. Defense wins championships.
Look. The bottom. You're never going to get me to say something bad about Andy Reid.
You already have.
No, I haven't. But he has Patrick Mahomes.
And that's why that's what you're saying is why he's a good coach.
Yes. How many did Phil win without Shaq and Kobe? Or Michael?
6.
Or Michael.
Well, I mean, you're gonna lump them all in.
You got the best player.
How many years did he coach without Shaq and Kobe and Michael?
Quite a few. Quite a few.
His little New York dalliance.
And came back to coach the Lakers again.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
That was the noise it made with Dwight Howard on the team.
Oh God, Dwight Howard. Warrior fan still wants Dwight Howard. And just real quick and circling back, Marv Levy 26th all time in wins. Not as high on the list as I would have thought.
Yeah.
And your guy Shanahan, God, you got to scroll way down to find Shanahan.
Well, listen.
Behind McDermott and McVay.
Listen to this, because I think we're going to call Rich at some point during the stream.
You should.
This is Rich Orberger, our buddy, Fox Sports Radio. Take a listen.
The San Francisco 49ers are an Instagram filter. It doesn't matter which quarterback.
That is so good.
It doesn't matter which quarterback played in this system. They would look way better than they did before going through that filter. If you put Kirk Cousins in San Francisco this year,
100%.
they're going to the Super Bowl. If you put Geno Smith in the San Francisco system this year, they're going to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy is off to a great start with his career, but we're looking at him through the Instagram filter of the San Francisco 49ers.
I didn't get mad at Kirk Cousins. You lost me at Geno Smith. But that's not even the point. If you feel that way, and I'll ask Rich this, if you feel that way, I would argue you're saying that Kyle Shanahan is head and shoulders above the other coaches in the NFL. Because who else has ever done that? Who else has competed in the Final Four 4 out of 5 years, essentially without a good quarterback, simply an Instagram filter?
Yeah, get Rich on.
Who's ever done that?
I'd like to hear from him.
Who's ever done that?
Probably nobody.
That would
and if
be
you look at the history,
nobody.
you look at the history of teams who've been to that many, they are few and far between, and one of them is Philadelphia, and they had Donovan McNabb, who is better than Brock Purdy.
At this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, Brock's only played 26 games. All right, so here's what's going on, everybody. We want to invite you. Get over to YouTube right now, or get over to the app if you would like to continue with the Willard and Dibbs Super Bowl party. Coming up next on 95.7 The Game, it's Warriors Live with Evan Giddings, brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. And if you want to get ready for the Dubs with E-Dog, be our guest. We love E. Big game. Warriors have got to win against the Nets. But Willard and Dibbs will continue all the way up until 6 o'clock on the free Odyssey app, YouTube, and Twitch, commercial free. We may run out of gas, and you get to watch it. Dibbs might be asleep on the table by 5:15.
Might be.
Or maybe he'll be on some uppers and he'll be running laps around the room. I don't know. So if you're looking for the Warriors game, get to 95.7 The Game FM. But if you want to keep rolling with us and get ready for Niners and Chiefs, the Willard and Dibbs Super Bowl party goes to the Odyssey app, YouTube, and Twitch starting right now. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Marawest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
With heating bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing.
by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring today. Robert Half is here to help. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
All right, what's going on, everyone? Welcome over to the FN side as we get you set for...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Are we going to be over the air if we start talking? Well, so what do we do? Okay.
Just take off your headphones.
What are we doing?
Turn on your mics and talk.
Buddy, I can't,
You're just talking to yourself.
I understand that. We got to get his voice off of this. I can't even concentrate with it.
For some reason, program 3 is taking Evan's voice still. Okay.
Okay, how about that?
How about that?
Mic check a 1 2 1 2. YouTube, can you hear us?
Yeah,
you got us. You got us.
You got me.
Come on, somebody.
I got you.
Where's the first comment? Are we good? Are we good?
A lot of comments.
Are we good?
Already.
Okay, here we. All right.
Yeah.
We're here.
And I see you, commenters. I see you. We're trying to do two things inside.
Wow, look
one
at those
radio
comments.
station.
Yeah, okay. Y'all are just.
I love it.
You're
Jonathan
fantastic.
Cortez.
Your family.
Play the whole song. I'll rap the whole song, Jonathan Cortez.
Man. Okay, everybody over to YouTube, Twitch, the free Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Because.
Yeah, Willard's red.
Here we go. Yeah,
He's not the only one.
I got hot. I'm like, come on, man. Like, I've been talking. We're getting ready for this for like a week and a half.
No, I love it.
But I don't get that mad because one thing I know, the hell if I know how to figure this stuff out.
Totally.
Somebody came in here, pushed a button. Nobody's better than Tim Jordan. He walks in calmly and goes, beep, bitty bop, and Lucas is over our left shoulder.
Be
and
the
bang.
tech lord, yeah.
And here we go. Drew down his eye. Willard was like, "You starting to piss me off."
Yeah.
You're starting to piss me off. By the way, that's as close as I'm going to get to swearing.
So soft.
You starting to bleep and piss me off. No, you want soft? I'll give you soft.
Talk to me,
You
Mark.
want soft?
Yeah.
Look outside right now.
It's
Look outside.
Okay.
Look.
No, I will because we're
Yeah, we got time. Go look outside. What do you see? Tell me what you see. What do you see? Look in the sky. What do you see?
I see the sun, Mark.
My kid's high school. Ready? Canceled school today.
Shut the duck up. I'm getting
Canceled school today.
loose.
Because it was raining yesterday.
Speaking of which, the PGA Tour, and I should say this for Friday, for What's Bugging Me, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. But we can't even finish the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. It was supposed to be a Monday finish, but we couldn't finish it today because of inclement weather. The weather's no longer inclement.
Right.
My friends, it rained for about 45 minutes today, and Scene.
Yeah, now listen, the wind was coming, and I don't know who was out of power. I know my house was out of power until about 9:30 this morning.
For how long were you out of power?
Thing went. Actually, I can tell you exactly when it went down because it went down in the middle of my Fox Sports radio show last night. I'll share the story with you.
What did you do? Hot shot? Because I know you're doing it from your phone.
I did correct. So in theory, I could still do the show because I can do it off of Wi-Fi.
Right.
But it wasn't working too hot with all the wind and the weather and everything. So I did the same thing that I always do whenever anything is going wrong in my life. I text the lovely Christy.
Oh my God.
So the show goes like all of a sudden it was about 10 after 5. Opening segment.
Oh man.
Right. We come out hot. I had some great points. I had some hot takes. I had some, hey, Niners this and Chiefs that. And hey, Kyle Rudolph, why the hell are the Niners favored? You tell me. And we're getting into it. And then next thing you know, boop, and they're in my ear. They're like, you sound garbly. You sound awful. And I'm like, I've heard that before. But I
wish that would happen on this show.
Enough with the show. What do we do about it? So anyway, I just text Christy real quick. I'm like, you have power? And she's like, I got power.
I got the power.
And I'm like, we're coming over. And Tim Jordan, who's in the room, I owe him some thanks because how the hell do you up a radio studio and simply move it down the street? Well, you
better ask somebody.
You use an app and you just take your phone and your microphone with you and go wherever the hell you want to go. So I drove.
Tim Jordan, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
And you sounded great.
And I sounded great, right?
Did.
To the point where now I'm probably going to have to
butter him up,
No,
Jordan.
I'm going to have to do all the shows. No, the funniest line, here was the line, because Steve DeSager, who does the updates on Fox Sports Radio.
That's Italian for Steve the Sager.
Exactly. So he jumps in, and he just is like, he knew right away. I give him so much credit because he's down in L.A., and he immediately goes, look, there's a lot of weather going on out there, and so clearly Mark's system is broken down. He's going to relocate. I'll hang with Kyle Rudolph until he gets there. But as I'm driving over, I'm listening to them, and he goes, now, he's going to relocate. But wherever he's going, that is also in Northern California. So I got zero confidence that he's ever coming back.
Nice.
4 minutes later, pow, boom, plug in. We're back on the air, and absolutely nothing went bad.
Okay.
The rest of the way.
Nice.
Yeah. Christy's got good Wi-Fi.
That's a strong win. And
That's it.
She had power still on her side of town.
She had power.
That's wild.
So I texted her something that, every mom loves to hear on a Sunday night when she's getting her own kids ready to get back to the school week. Hey, me and all my kids are coming over to your house to work and eat In-N-Out.
There you go.
And she's like, okay.
Of course.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
So that's what we did.
That's fantastic. And at my little hamlet in the East Bay, no power went out. And I know that Walnut Creek, I got a text from one of our caregivers for the baby, and she said 90% of Walnut Creek is out. And I just want to text you now about tomorrow before I lose my power. And, we had the neighbors over, and baby Juju was in the house, and he's 14 months old, and the 17-month-old Mila, and they're doing their thing, and they're in the ton, and we have this whole dinner plan, and I'm thinking if we lose power now, this dinner party's over, people.
Yeah.
This thing ends in a hurry.
No doubt. It's amazing. So yes, yay technology.
Yeah.
But boo soft ass people.
Dude, look at you.
Yeah.
Mark Willard.
Soft ass people.
First swear word goes to the Will Dog.
Does that one count?
No,
I never
you can
think
say
about
ass.
It. Yeah, that's
can say ass. It's
but
a noun.
I mean,
but for you, that's like 2 beers right there for you.
I'm just saying. So
in terms of the verbal.
Well, I'm just mad because the teenagers were right. Because they looked at me last night. They're like, Dad, school's going to get canceled. And I'm like, it might, but let's conduct ourselves as if it won't, and then be surprised if it will.
Yeah.
As opposed to the other way around. And then, there I was in their bedrooms at 7 o'clock this morning going, go back to sleep.
Yeah.
Nobody's got
You got the email or they got a robocall or whatever.
Both of the text, everything. It all comes through. Everything. Yeah.
And it's good that they do that. And I'll tell you a story just because we can here on the YouTube and the Twitch feed. But The year was 1982, Mark, and I lived in San Rafael. And it was the big flood.
I love the young people.
I don't know where did that come from? Did you play that?
I didn't play that.
Who the hell is pushing buttons?
Who do you think?
I can't even see you, Grandy.
Okay, so
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark
we
Grandy.
got to let our Odyssey app and YouTube audience know that we're in the same seats that we're always in.
Yeah.
And so if you're on YouTube, you can see the same exact picture window as always. But through the window that we normally see Grandy and Lucas, Sterling Bennett is in there, and he's running Evan Giddings and the Warrior broadcast. So, Grandy, you are now like the voice of God.
Yeah, I got banished to a back room.
Yeah, where are you?
I'm hanging out with our guys over at KCBS.
Do you have anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
I won't really lie. I wasn't really listening to the beginning.
Okay, there you go.
I just heard Dibs talking about like 40 years ago, so I had to drop that in.
If you wouldn't mind shutting the truck up for a minute, I will take you back. The year was 1982,
The year
Grandy.
was 1982.
And where was I? I love the young people. We had the big flood of 1982, and back then you didn't have robocall and you didn't have email. So I woke up and I was like wannabe studious. I was going to school in St. Rita's in Fairfax. I lived in San Rafael, about 4 or 5 miles away. So I said to my brother Doug, I need you to give me a ride to school. Doug was, probably half in the bag because he was a senior in high school, and we go outside to jump in the VW Bug that we had. The VW Bug was 2 blocks down the street. It had floated away.
Whoa.
Gone. And so I, in my infinite wisdom, thought, you know what? I'm going to school anyway. So I basically am wading through waist-high water in downtown San Rafael to get to the bus stop. Somehow the buses are running. I bus to school, at which point they go, hey, yeah, school's closed.
We're not doing school.
I can't get home. I have to stay the night at the principal's house in Fairfax. His
How'd
son,
you end up there?
His son was a classmate.
Okay.
Steve McEntee, rest in peace. God, he died way too young. And his dad,
Clearly.
Tom, was our principal. And so I had no choice other than to stay at the principal's house. So long story short, Grandy obviously back asleep. I'm sure he's not going to hit me with anything else during the story.
I don't love the young people.
There you go.
That's right, Mark. He's still listening.
He's not asleep.
But nowadays, even though we say it's soft and all the rest of it, it's probably the right thing to do for safety
it
and all
probably
the rest
was.
of
And I don't know what they were dealing with power, but it's funny. It's one of those, it's almost like, it's like a natural disaster version of what you do when you're a kid and you wake up and you're able to convince mom and dad that you have a cough. I have a cough.
Totally.
And I don't think I should go to school. And really all you're thinking is I'm going to sit on the couch and watch TV all day. And then you get to 11 in the morning and the soap operas come on. And again, I know now it's no problem. You got Netflix, you got HBO Max, you got Prime Video. You could do whatever the hell you want. Go to YouTube, where all you fine people are right now. You can do whatever you want. I wish we had that when I was school age. We had network TV. And when all my children came on, that was the signal of, you know what? I don't think I've made a very good decision here.
Yeah.
I am bored out of my mind.
You're screwed.
And I've used one of my sort of get out of jail free cards on a day that has turned into a big bucket of nothing. And that's what my kids were doing by about 11 o'clock this morning, because I'm like, you're both healthy, the sun is out, and you're on my couch. And I don't know why.
Right.
But here you are. So get some work done. They're like, spoiler alert, they won't.
Of course.
And then off we go. So anyway, that's what's going on today. We are glad you're with us. We're going to get into, I've been meaning to mention this because I didn't really forward promote this very well. In a half hour, John Avello's going to come on. And John is with DraftKings. John, once upon a time, ran the race and sports book at the Wynn Hotel and Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada.
I love the Wynn.
The Wynn's amazing. And once upon a time, John got us a really good rate over the Thanksgiving holiday.
I got thrown out of the Wynn.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I think I'd like to hear that story.
Let's go to Dibs, half of the bag at the Wynn.
Why don't you save it for when I need to go to the bathroom? By the way, Grandy, that's going to be your thing too, right? Like, we got to be able to go to the bathroom at some point here.
We'll see.
No, I'm drinking coffee and sparkling water. I'm two-fisted right now. I'm not getting to 6 o'clock without a bathroom run. So you're gonna have to do something at some point. Or Dibs, you can tell a story. But I like your story, so I'd like to hear your story. But anyway, John Avello is gonna hop on here in about a half hour, 4:15, and I want to dive into not just the obvious stuff of the spread, but sort of the anatomy of the spread. Like, how does this come together? What do you guys do during the week to decide what the spread will be? Because if you go back to, remember the Eagles week when we were surprised that the 49ers were favored. They were favored by 3 on the road. And I kept texting whenever I refer to my Vegas guy, John is it. And I kept texting John, and I'm like, what's up, man? Like, why are the Niners favored? And he sent me something along the lines of, well, they're just better. But he referenced something about power ratings at each position. I'd love to dive into that a little bit more because I think
How about a lot more?
Yeah, it's probably relevant.
2 hours and 12 minutes.
Well,
of this.
exactly. It's probably relevant in this matchup because I do think a lot of people look at this and go, so hold on a second. I'm supposed to believe that Brock Purdy, this little 23-year-old Mr. Irrelevant with a backpack or a rolly bag, is supposed to beat Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Explain to me how that is the case, right? And so I want to get into that. How is that supposed to be the case? So make sure get on YouTube and get to the Odyssey app, and we'll have that conversation with John Avello coming up at 4:15.
I look forward to it, and this one I think is especially interesting because of what we talked about in the last segment as far as the roster. The Niners roster looks top to bottom to be far better, but you've got Mahomes. And what are the factors that go into the point spread? Is it quarterback versus quarterback or quarterback versus defense? How do you parse out the way the numbers should fall? And I do know that the public and where you want the public money to land, and you want it to land 50-50. So if you set it at 3.5, let's say you think the Niners are really 3.5 points better than Kansas City, well, a ton of money would come in on KC getting a field goal and a field goal and a half, which would be a tie-breaking kind of point spread. So you can't put it at that, but you think the Niners are better, so you open it up. Did it open near a pick'em? Or
no, it opened at 2.5 actually.
Okay.
I think is what I mean. It came down pretty quick.
Yeah, it came down to 1.5 in some spots.
Yeah,
and
popped back
2
up
as
a
well.
little bit. Yeah.
So we'll ask John Avello like how they go about setting that in a game where it feels to me like the Niners are the better team, but then you've got Patrick Mahomes. And I think back to a couple weeks ago when we talked about the AFC Championship game and we were making our picks, and you said to me, who do you like? And I said, well, Patrick Mahomes. I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm taking the Chiefs and the points because of Patrick Mahomes. And I think back to the Kansas City-Tampa Bay Super Bowl where, I had kind of a similar prognostication situation in that game where Tom Brady was playing at home and he was getting points. So you were going to give me the greatest of all time at home and points. That to me felt like an easy slam dunk, and turned out Kansas City played one of its worst games that they've played in the last 5 years. Tampa was better, and Tampa won that game at home. So I think about this Super Bowl, and you're giving me a Niner team, and both teams are hungry, but you're giving me a Niner team that I think is better, and you're giving me, Shanahan, who's very capable, against a Kansas City team that's not as good as they have been, and the spread is less than 2 or 2. I like the Niners.
Well, I'll tell you one question. And by the way, we got some developing news about the Super Bowl that we're going to pass along to you in just a second. But one of the questions I'd love to ask John is, what would the spread have been, Niners versus Chiefs, if you had speculated that before the playoffs even started?
Right.
Because it feels to me like two things have happened at once, which is, A, the Chiefs were not expected to be here, have risen in people's eyes because they've had an unbelievable 2-week stretch of going to Buffalo and Baltimore and winning both of those games. Meantime, the Niners, while winning, have not been as dominant as was expected. So my guess would be, prior to the playoffs, Niners versus Chiefs, speculation sensation of the Super Bowl, I would, thank you, Mark. I would argue that number would have been 5.5. That number would have been 5.5 before the playoffs started, and now it's 2. So, some people feel like you're getting value in the Chiefs. Maybe you're getting value in the Niners if you really look at it through the lens of the entire season. The entire season, we thought the 49ers were much more than 2 points better than the Kansas City Chiefs. Okay, before we play with that, let me read to you what Matt Barrows sent out a short time ago. And some of you may have heard about the issues with the practice field for the 49ers. And this is a real interesting deal now. The Chiefs have gotten to set up at the Raiders' state-of-the-art practice facility.
Right.
The 49ers went to UNLV. First question, what the bleep is up with that? Like you
could say it.
I'm not going to. But what the hell was up with that? Yeah.
Well, the AFC's the home team, so they automatically get the home facility.
But the facility is big enough to house everyone, and there's plenty of time, and there's 3 fields.
Well, you don't want to have, the Chiefs there and then the Niners coming in and then the Chiefs going out.
Why not?
Because logistically, that would create a situation where the Niners have to then practice in the afternoon?
Yeah.
They can't practice when they want to practice?
The 49ers practice at 2, or as I said, there's 3 fields.
What if the Niners want to practice at 11?
Okay, then practice on one of the other fields. There's plenty of space.
There's too much espionage and subterfuge.
But you're sending them over to UNLV with some grass that you just hucked on the ground last week?
That's the problem,
What
Mark,
the hell are we doing?
They're supposed to have vetted the practice facilities back in December. And so you go back in December and you check out all the facilities for teams to practice. Why at that point were you not able to realize that this facility was not going to be up to snuff for an NFL team? And I'm looking at the text that we got from Lucas momentarily earlier. Matt Barrows reporting that the Niners actually were so unhappy, they thought about flying back after tonight's media event and practicing in Santa Clara, but they have since backed off of that.
Well, probably because the league came in and said, whoa, what you need. Because I want everyone to understand what an epic disaster that would have been, both for the 49ers and the league. If the 49ers, this is not like, it's Vegas to San Francisco or San Jose, no big deal. Okay, everybody back to the plane. Do you know what goes into a traveling party for an NFL team? The people, the gear, the staff. Just
carry your own pads on the plane.
Good Lord, this would have been a massive undertaking for the 49ers to turn around, fly back, practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, fly back again, and everything that goes into Super Bowl week, from media day, the availability. Wednesday, you've got the awards show. Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy supposed to both be involved in it. If the Niners up and leave, I'm telling you, this ruins so many things that are planned this week.
All the media people who are like, I'm live here at the facility and all the rest of it.
You and I are sitting here debating whether or not to use F-bombs. Let me promise you one thing. They were used on this call. Whoever it was representing the 49ers that called Goodell or whoever with the NFL, this was a loud phone call, because this is not like, we're not pleased with what's going on. This is what kind of bleepity bleep are you guys running out?
It's a total shift show.
This is are you kidding me right now? And that's not an idea. That's a threat. That's a threat.
For sure.
That the 49ers, we are out of here if you don't fix this right now.
Well, what's the fix? And I had heard that they were talking about
going to the Raiders facility,
throwing down some sod. We're going to put some sod. We're going to lay some sod over the top of this field.
You can't do that. You can't now.
No, then it's loosey-goosey.
Yes, and there's there were seams on the field. Imagine now somebody gets hurt. Imagine somebody
in practice,
a key 49er gets hurt because you got loose sod. You're talking about...
Because the field is shoddy.
Thank you.
Shoddy field. I'm not going to do it.
I know you're not, but you want to so
I do,
bad.
but It's just our boss. Oh, you could swear, but I wouldn't. But you can, but don't. You go ahead and do it, but don't. I would advise you not to. You can, but don't. Do it, and you're out. I mean, not.
But you're allowed to do it,
dude. You can.
Don't do it.
You can, but don't. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. But you could.
Do it.
Totally.
Do it.
Yeah, that's from
I
Nathan.
see you, Nathan.
And there he is. There he is. The big boss.
The big effing deal.
This mother jumper's coming in here.
Megan.
Yeah.
Turn the mic on.
No,
it doesn't
come
work.
on over here.
It doesn't work. Come over
Come
and
at
use
me,
one
big
of ours.
boy. Talk to me.
The top button doesn't work, by the way.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. We heard you clear your throat the whole time.
Dude,
do not swear on this stream or YouTube.
Why?
Well,
exactly.
You're
you
on
can.
your own, boys.
I know.
Corporate,
no, we're not.
I told them not to.
No.
Wait, get back here. I was gonna switch the
You ain't got nothing else to say?
That's it?
That's it?
Well, I got a lot to say.
Well, then bring it. We got 2 hours of this.
We got 2
of
more
this
hours.
ass.
Right.
2 more hours of this ass.
2 more hours.
Guys.
It's not like we want to be
I've got a
anywhere
lot
else.
to say, but I've got nothing to say. I'm out. Anyway. Yeah, shoddy field, Mark.
yeah.
Shoddy. S-H-I-T-T-Y. Shoddy. Yeah, I could spell it.
Yeah, you can.
Shoddy. Saudi?
I got another update.
Skaloon-de-loon. Is this breaking?
Orberger's going to join us at 4:45.
He won't.
Yeah, he will. He will. He said this.
The San Francisco 49ers are an Instagram filter. It doesn't matter
There you
which
go. I like
quarterback.
that. Yeah.
So good.
It doesn't matter which quarterback played in this system. They
What's
would
just
look
happened?
way better
What's just happened? I'm
than
now
they
hearing-
did before
I'm hearing
going through that
95.7
filter.
the game
If you
again.
put Kirk Cousins in San Francisco this year,
100%.
they're going to the Super Bowl. If you put Geno Smith in the San Francisco system this year, they're going to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy is off to a great start with his career, but we're looking at him through the Instagram filter of the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
What?
There you go.
Why does that keep happening, though?
Don't turn your mic off.
Don't turn my mic off. I'm never allowed to turn my mic off? Can we use talkback? Can we use the cough button?
There are mics in front of you. Gotta talk.
Did you ever
There's no-
consider telling me that?
Yeah. I muted it a couple times to try to cough because I.
Good Lord, Lucas. Dublin Marge actually with the very, very smart comment about what we should be doing.
Dude, no doubt.
That would fix all of this.
All of it.
She suggested I should be putting my lips on a farmer.
Exactly.
What
Yeah,
the hell,
I mean,
dude?
This is the kind of
You don't want me to swear, and then you start doing this crap.
Right. And,
Damn it!
Normally.
Damn it, Farhan!
Thank you.
Get out, Lucas.
Damn it,
Farhan! Thank you.
Normally.
Trade him!
Hey, guys,
Hey.
we're going to do this thing.
Jorge Soler, did you hear? Did you hear?
No way. What?
No, they're talking.
Oh, they're talking. Normally, when you do something like this, you would tell, hey, guys, don't worry about the cough button. And if you turn the mic off, it'll default back to
Yeah.
I mean, all these things.
Like I turned off for 1 second, and then all of a sudden, I don't even know what the hell I heard.
No, you heard air.
Yeah.
You heard
I heard what's on 95.7 The Game, which,
Yeah.
by the way, the Warriors continue the East Coast road trip. Not just tonight, but Wednesday and Thursday, which means we will be continuing our hullabaloo, our clam bake.
Oh, boy, whatever
on the
this is.
free on the free Odyssey app and our Twitch and YouTube channels on those days. So today, Wednesday, Thursday, just as we're doing right now, the power of now. It's like Spaceballs. You know where we are right now, Dibs?
We're here, Mark.
Now.
Yeah.
The show is now. It's happening right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And you want to make sure you're listening Wednesday and Thursday because then we'll tell you how you can win a trip to Vegas to see Billy Joel later this year. We're going to fly you out there and get you tickets. So make sure you're with us when we continue our show on Wednesday and Thursday of this week. Also, do you need to get some red and gold or station merch ahead of the big game? Got to visit breakingtea.com/957. That's our merch store. That's the way it's cool to say it. You don't say merchandise. You just say merch, okay? We got merch there. Got McCaffrey, Purdy, Debo, show-specific merch from Willard and Dibs, and much more. So check it all out, breakingt.com/957. Why would you say that, Lori? Why would you say that?
What'd you say?
This show is as good as the Niners practice field.
That's a bunch of bull, Lori. I've been warned.
I thought.
Brett, look,
yeah.
I warned him. Lori, that's not whatever. The sod is loose, and so is the show. So there you go.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is just another example of the National Football League putting up a middle finger to NFL players. They don't care about the players. They don't even care to offer them a suitable practice field. Basically, you're supposed to go in December and examine the facility, and they probably went and said, 100-yard field, couple of uprights, yeah, we're good to go. Whoever the NFC team is, they'll just deal with it because it's the big game, and we're the NFL, and this is how we do it. They don't even care. They don't even care enough to give the players decent fields for actual games.
Well, I wonder
why would you care enough to give them a decent field for a practice?
I wonder what the changeup is going to be, though, because the 49ers clearly demanded something and the NFL blinked. Because if they were thinking, hey, we're going back, dude, we're out. We got a media event tonight, and bleep you. We're out.
Right.
We gone. And then it's like, okay, now they've calmed down. I guarantee you it's not. The NFL did not convince them. So go take Debo back out to loose sod.
Right.
And run around in circles and have a good time. And the Niners just went, okay. Like that's not how it went. So I wonder where they're going to be.
Well,
I wonder where they're going to be starting tomorrow.
I can tell you where they're going to be.
Where are they going to be?
They're going to be at Viper Lacrosse Fields Family Sports Complex, Mark. On North Durango Drive.
What are you talking about?
I'm looking at, I just typed in Las Vegas Fields, and what came up is a lovely, they got a play structure too.
Exciting.
Trent Williams going down the twisty slide. Or they might be at Buckskin Basin Park Soccer Fields. They could be at the Betty Wilson Soccer Complex. Maybe they go to Charleston Heights Park. You want me to spend the next 2 hours citing
Please
all
read
of the
all
fields?
the parks in the greater Las Vegas area.
There is Palo Verde Baseball Field,
all right.
Desert Breeze Park Soccer Complex.
That sounds delightful.
Faith, you got to have faith. Faith Lutheran Football Field.
By the way, these are probably all right next to where the Niners and Chiefs are actually playing because they're 25 to 30 minutes off the strip. I do think this is kind of a funny thing. It's not something to get too hot and bothered about, although it would annoy me if I were a player. Okay, so here we go, NFL. You have a multi-billion-dollar agreement with DraftKings and FanDuel. You have a team in Vegas. You are now holding the Super Bowl, your largest event in Vegas. Yet you have the nerve to tell me, the player, that I'm not allowed to go play blackjack on my day off? Really? That would annoy me if I were one of the players.
So they can't even play blackjack?
They cannot gamble.
At all?
They cannot.
Pai-gow? Craps?
They can't play Keno.
Slots?
Dibs. They can't even play Keno.
So you can, and let me get this straight here.
It's not key yes, it's Keno.
Thank you. That's a 3. Number 3. Grady's checked out. But I
That's
think
enough for me, Doug.
he's still with us. And I only say it because we can't see Grandy. He's like 7 studios away. This is so much fun. So you can tell me that they can go and play the lottery, for example, which is a game of chance in and of itself, but you can't go and play Keno, which is basically the same thing as playing the lottery. Am I right? Like Keno is
like ghetto version. I mean, like Keno.
Whoa.
I'm just saying, Keno is a depressing room. I've been there. My dad had a philosophy in gambling when he used to teach me the game when I was younger.
Old Tom Willard.
Keno is where you go when it ain't going well.
Yeah.
Okay. He's like, you go slow it down because I can just go sit in this room, order a drink, and there's one game every 8 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And I can play for $1. So, in other words, I could sit here for 2 hours and lose, and I'm out $11.
Yeah.
Right? So,
you know what Keno is for me, Mark?
What is
It's Eastern Europe. And the year was 1993.
Excuse me?
If I may. I was in Europe on a 70-day trek, and I was in Switzerland's expensive. Austria's no joke. And you're making your way east. And I got to Prague, and I looked at my...
Marate?
Thank you. Possible Super Bowl champ coming up.
Indeed.
You get to Prague, you get to Hungary, and you realize, I'm running out of money. And what do? You got 3 weeks left until your flight home. You go east, young man. You go to Poland, which is where things are very, very affordable. And that's kind of what Keno is. You're down a bunch. You lost money at craps. The blackjack dealer has screwed you over one last time. How did I? Oh, man. I doubled down, and I got a 2. I'm so pissed right now. You go to Keno. That's what Keno is, Mark. Eastern Europe, affordable.
You want to know what Keno is to me? The reason I like gambling.
Because it takes it out of your hands?
No. My parents brought us to, I can't tell you if I was in Reno or Lake Tahoe. I don't know which. But as a kid, they got Keno in the restaurants. So it's not just in the casino.
Yeah.
So we go to some restaurant where you get a basket with a burger and fries in it or whatever I want as a kid. So I got my cheeseburger and my fries, and there's this board up on the wall with all the numbers flashing up there. It looks like a bingo board or something. And I'm like, what's that? And then what do I see in the middle of the table? Dibs, I see crayons. And a kid looks at a table with crayons and goes, well, that's for me. So give me one of those pieces of paper right there in the middle and give me a crayon. And I'm going to do some drawing. And then I looked at it, and there's writing all over the piece of paper. Mommy, Daddy, what's this? It's all of these numbers. Well, they quickly explained to me. They're like, well, so see that board up there? Like, you get to fill out a bunch of numbers, and you can pick however many you want. You do 2, you can do 3, you can do 4, whatever you want. I chose 3. And they're like, if all of the numbers come up, you win. And I'm like, that seems easy enough to understand. So I fill out my 3 numbers, and my parents are like, we'll put $2 on it, okay? And we'll do that for you. That's from us to you. And we'll go ahead and put your little Keno ticket in. And we did. And I mean within 9 numbers. Bink, boonk, bunk.
Bink, boonk, bunk?
And I'm like, Mom, my numbers came up. And she goes,
Mark.
No, sweetie.
You got to do the Ellen.
Oh, no, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have to get all 3 numbers, not just 1. Mom, I did. I got all 3 numbers.
Scoreboard, Ellen.
Spladow. I won.
Cash me out one time.
I won $42.
What?
Which at that age, I was like, set for a month. A month. So, boom, they're like, we told him he could play. So here's your $42. Off to Circus you go. And I was up there ski balling and skeet shooting for hours off of that $42.
Dude, Circus.
And I was hooked. That's it. First time I ever tried anything in a casino. Bink, bank, bunk.
Wow.
Winner.
Next thing you know, you're strung out on Pai Gow as a 9-year-old, and you're running dice games in 5th grade.
Cruising through South Lake Tahoe with a fake ID. Like, is she looking at me? Is she looking at me? Because I want to throw some cards right now. I got a $20 bill burning a hole in my pocket.
Yeah, money plays there, Jim.
Let's go.
I'm
1-800-bet. 1-800-bet.
Dude, totally.
Call my message phone. Call my message phone.
You're running games at recess. Hey, I tell you what, Jimmy, you raced Luke. I got Jimmy. You're minus 125. Race to the oak tree and back, Jimmy. 1-800-bet.
Oh, gosh. All right. John Avello is going to join us. Guys, you can give him a buzz here in about 3 or 4 minutes. John Avello, who is, I don't know his actual title. I think he's sports director at DraftKings. He was the race and sports director at the Wynn Hotel and Casino for years. We'll talk to him about this number, the anatomy of it, how it all comes together. We might take a bathroom break. There's all kinds of stuff that could happen. Get on over to YouTube. We got good numbers there now, but I really want great ones, okay? So a few things here. If you're on the app right now, that's great. We invite you to stay there. Of course, the Warrior game and countdown coverage there is over on 95.7 The Game, but on Twitch and YouTube, it is a different way to bring in the show. And as we said, a little bit of a looser show today. Matt Nahigian has come in and threatened us. Wow. That's already happened. Grandy is about 8 blocks away making fun of us with different drops. So we've got that going, a little bit more storytelling out there. And we want to, thank you. We want to react to you and your comments as well. Like Brendan Dillinger, who says, love, shoot, and skeet, which I don't even know if that's the right word for it. You know that stupid carnival game where you get the water gun and you have to shoot it right at the perfect circle, and then the whole idea is just to leave it there, to not move. And you're racing the clown balloons or whatever, and the first one to get the balloon pop, you win a prize?
Yeah.
That, whatever that's called. I don't even know what that's called, but that's what I was playing. And then what was the, Super Ball or something, where you rolled the little racquetball into the little holes? What was that one
And then
called?
the horse would, go across.
Yeah, something. Anyway, I was doing that for an entire day.
No, God, you're bringing me back.
And I won a huge teddy bear.
I took the kids there when Keon must have been about 4, and he's now 20. And we went down to Circus, which Quest called Circus. For some reason, he put the third circus on there, so we forever would call it Circus. And this is in had to be Reno, I think. Yeah, not South Lake.
Yeah.
And Keon goes down to the game where you have a ping pong ball and you have to throw it in the lily pad, and all the lily pads are floating around on the water, and he goes in there, total teardrop as a 4-year-old, and drills it, and he got the giant stuffed animal. And so from then on, that was kind of his thing, going to those carnival games and throwing the ping pong ball at the moving target, and he was elite.
Absolutely. Man, it was so fun. That was the absolute best. Those were the days. All right, Johnny Avello is going to join us in a little bit. They call him Las Vegas's top odds maker. Las Vegas's top odds maker. So guys are going to get him on the line here shortly. And guys, obviously, let us know when Johnny is ready to go, because we can't see anything anymore. See no evil. Hear no evil.
Flying blind.
It's just you and me.
We'll let you know. Give us a minute.
All right. No, take your time, Grandy. It wasn't.
Luke's calling him right now.
Yeah, it wasn't a threat. We're good. We're good. You take your time. Just let
okay. Give us like 20 minutes then.
No, you can't have 20 minutes. Don't be ridiculous. That's an unreasonable request. Why would you do that? Get Johnny on.
Yeah.
And talk to him about the Niners being a 2-point favorite in this game
And how that comes about.
How that came together. And remember, he was texting me for a couple of weeks leading up in anticipation of the Niners-Ravens playing in the game. I kept asking him, what would the number be? Because after what happened on Christmas night, I think a lot of people thought that the Ravens would be favored. And after week 1 of the playoffs, he goes, the Niners would be -3.5. And then after the Packer debacle, he goes, it's down to 3. But the Niners are still favored by a field goal. Then they fall down by 17. The Ravens don't even win. Next thing you know, poof, Niners by 2.5 against the Chiefs, and then that moves down. So anyway, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see kind of how this whole thing comes together, because I still think it's hard for people to wrap their heads around Patrick Mahomes as an underdog.
Right, and if you look at the recent history of point spreads in the big game, in the Super Bowl, last year the Chiefs were underdog, and the Chiefs won outright. And the year before that...
Hi, is McKenna back there?
Yeah, hi.
We can hear that, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grandy, Lucas, we can hear that. That's on the
She was going to get me
stream.
in that.
This is great, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's Johnny.
We're doing it live.
That's Johnny.
That is Johnny.
I know Johnny's voice. That's Johnny, yeah.
Okay, and he's
But
looking
they're
for
trying to get
McKenna,
it-
and I don't
yeah,
know
they-
if McKenna is back there or not, Johnny. I'll look. And a lot of dogs is what I'm saying, Mark. The last 3 Super Bowls, dog. The Bengals covered as a dog. They didn't win outright. The Bengals were
Right.
4-point dogs.
Chiefs,
they covered.
Chiefs were the dog?
Chiefs were the dog. Chiefs were... Actually, Tampa Bay was the dog. Chiefs were the dog last year.
And
Eagles by 2.
And remind me, when the Niners and Chiefs played last time, were the Niners the small
Niners
favorite?
were the dog, according to oddshark.com.
Okay.
KC was favored by 1.5.
By 1.5.
Yes.
I
And
think the Niners might have opened as a favorite, but then it moved. It was close. It was close the whole time. Very, very small spread.
Philly was a dog when they beat New England back in 2018. Philly was 4.5-point dogs. They won outright. So it's a bit of a cautionary tale in terms of dogs. And I'm going back to 2012, and you see that the underdogs have covered 9 of the last 13.
Drew Forder on YouTube. This is how I want every show to sound like forever.
Okay.
So there's that. Carson Turner says, hey, Dibs, throw a potato at Grandy. That's someone who's listened to you for a long time.
Yeah, that potato incident goes back about 8 years into downtown Oakland when I had a potato thrown at me.
I think we got him. Do we? Johnny, hey, Johnny, are you there?
I'm here, Mark.
Hey,
Yeah.
buddy. How are you, Johnny? What's going on?
Mark, Dan, great to talk to you guys. Well, things are real good, thanks. I'm down in Phoenix for the waste management for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I'm headed back to Las Vegas because there's some event going on there this weekend.
Don't you have a perfect life? Are you flipping kidding me right now? 3 days in Scottsdale at the waste management, followed by back to Vegas for the Super Bowl?
I paid my dues, Mark.
No joke.
In the bricks and mortar location in Las Vegas and could never go to an event because you can't go to an event because if something happens, they say, where's Johnny? Where do we go? We need approval. Machine broke down. I mean, so you have to be there. And I was there for every event. I never went to Kentucky Derby, never went to Super Bowl, March Madness, nothing. But now with DraftKings, it's part of my job to go to some of these places. So it's a little different view on everything, but loving it.
Johnny, just real quick before we focus on the Super Bowl, as a guy who plays a lot of fantasy golf, who do you like in the waste management here coming up this weekend?
Well, I bet Scotty Scheffler myself a couple of years ago at 25-1, and then he came back and won it again. He's always going to be around, but I'm the kind of guy, I'm always looking for players that are in that 20 to 50 range. You got to look at guys like maybe Burns or there's so many good players out there now that you can get a really good price on. So you have to kind of scour the board, find the guys that, hey, what's going on? Sorry, just some guys behind me here. You have to find some guys we can get some good value on because the whole field is good and anybody can jump up and win a tournament on any given week.
We get it. It's wild and chaotic at the Waste Management Open. That's the deal. Johnny Avello is with us. He is Las Vegas's top odds maker with DraftKings. And Johnny, I first of all, thank you for always responding to my annoying texts that I'm sending you all the time about what would this spread be, what would that spread be. We'd love to hear how this all comes together. So let's start with why are the 49ers a 2-point favorite over the Chiefs?
Well, let's go back to maybe week 7 in the NFL when the Chiefs were not week 7, maybe week 12, and the Chiefs were around 500 or so, not playing bad football but not great football, and the 49ers were playing. This was after the 49ers went through that little bit of a lull. At that point, if this game would have taken place on that weekend or the following weekend, the 49ers would have been 7-point favorite over the Chiefs. So things change from week to week. Some teams' power rating is higher, sometimes it's lower, depending on how things are going for them at that particular time. Right now, the 49ers have kind of tailed off a little bit on the power rating. Doesn't mean that they're worse team they were. It's just that not playing as efficient as they were. And the Chiefs certainly have gotten better over the past 3 or 4 weeks. So the numbers come up. Now the 49ers are now, we opened this game 2.5. It quickly went down to 1 in the course of a day and a half or two. I thought it would come back up to 2 or 2.5, which it did come up to 2, and it's been pretty steady at that number. Now, I will tell you at that number, mostly Chief money. We are heavy on the Chiefs, and I don't expect that to stop. I think they will continue to bet the Chiefs, only for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's Mahomes as an underdog. It's Andy Reid as an underdog. Those guys, when they get in a big game, they get the job done, or at least they give you a nice showing. And so I think that's handicapping aside, I don't believe that's what's taking place here. It's just Chiefs value at points, and that's what the public's saying.
You mentioned that the money is heavy in on the Chiefs early. Is that mostly public money at this point? And does the sharp money come in later, or for the Super Bowl, does it come in at different times based on just the volume of action you guys are going to get?
That initial money that we took at 2.5, there was some sharp money in there that drove that number down to 1. But then there was some sharp money that drove us back the other way. So sharps have a equal opinion on the early betting. I don't know what's going to happen with the late betting. Are the 49ers going to get pushed to 3? I doubt it. I don't think this game hits 3. Or it could get pushed back down to 1 again. So when you talk about sharp money, there was some sharp money on both sides of this game so far.
Johnny Avello with DraftKings is joining us here on Willard and Dibs. We're all over the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Glad you're with us with our Super Bowl countdown coverage. Johnny, could you take our listeners through the process? So the game's end. The 49ers had to rally to win. The Chiefs surprised everybody in Baltimore. What is that process that leads you all, odds makers, to a specific number? What do you do?
Well, firstly, I have to tell you that the Super Bowl number is probably the easiest number that we put up for the entire year. And the reason is because we already know what that number is going to be, give or take, a half a point or so. We've been planning on that for the whole week. If this team wins and they play well, this is going to be the number. If this team wins and they don't play well, this is going to be the number. So we hung that number within a minute. We already knew what the number was going to be. So not that it wouldn't move, but that was our initial number that we put up was the 2.5. And the total 47.5, that was our total right from the beginning. So now, like I told you guys, if you went back 3 weeks ago, the number would have been different, a little bit different. Maybe 49ers would have been 3.5 at that point. But as we got closer to the games, things changed. Teams played better. Teams their perceived value was a little bit lower, so that's why we opened the 2.5. So the process of opening up a Super Bowl number, it's not like a bunch of guys need to get around a table and come up with a number. We already knew what it was. The team was thinking about it. We all were on the same page, and that was the number that we released.
Do you guys talk to other shops and other outlets in terms of trying to find that consensus, or is it a case where each book or each operation, DraftKings and the rest, do you guys all operate independently, knowing that everyone's going to fall in about the same range?
I'm not going to boast about it, because I don't like to boast, but we are the market makers. We put up the first number in most cases on everything, football, college football, baseball every day, and so we don't have anybody else to look at. So we go up first, and then others see us go up, and then that's how the market gets made. So we see what others do. We can see what other shops have up, but we are the market maker.
That may be the greatest flex in the history of this program, Johnny. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we're going to get Johnny a shirt. We are the market maker. I love it. Good. Johnny Avello, the market maker, with us here on Willard and Dibs. Johnny, what about this? When you talked about a team playing well versus not playing well, the 49ers have had to struggle and come from behind in both of these games. How has that, just these last 2 games specifically, affected their power rating and the way that you guys number them?
Yeah, like I said, they're down a few points. I mean, I'm a little concerned about watching them play lately. They don't seem to have the same swagger that they had. But the players are there, and this is one game now. The last game against the Lions, they really should have lost that game. I think the coach of the Lions, after the Lions were up, the couple of scores and didn't kick the field goal, I thought that turned the whole game around. I'm sure you guys have beat that drum many times. But, momentum plays a big part in every sport. And if you give a team a little bit of fire when they have none, Sometimes that turns the whole game around. So the 49ers were fortunate. But I will tell you that in sports, you go back and look at winners of any sport through the years in any sport, you had to overcome some adversity at some point. You know, there was a game where you were down and shouldn't have won, and you won it. And so now it's down to one game. So I kind of throw that all out the window right now. 49ers they don't appear to be playing as well as they have in the past, but they've got the same core of players. They've got great offensive machine. Their defense is definitely more than adequate. So there's no excuses here. I just don't throw that not playing well into this atmosphere for this game.
Yeah, tough too to gauge it with the 2-week break that is unlike most weeks during the regular year. Johnny, what's the difference in terms of the volume of money you guys are getting now as opposed to 10, 20, or even 30 years ago in terms of just volume of money bet on this game?
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting question. When I didn't take a lot of $1 million bets when I was in Las Vegas, but I took a few, and I started to take quite a few more when I was at the Wynn Hotel, and that was kind of unprecedented in town. You didn't see many $1 million bets. But at DraftKings, it's kind of common to take them, especially for a game like this. Back I took a big bet for Mattress Mac on the Super Bowl, like $3.5 million back a few years ago. So that was a really big bet. And we take a lot of, not bets of that size all the time, but a lot of 7 figures, a lot of 6 figures. So the money certainly it flows when you have a company that's in 26 states.
Johnny, I want to ask this question. If the 49ers are favored to win, why is Patrick Mahomes favored to be the MVP?
Because if the 49ers win, the chances of Purdy being the MVP are certainly lower than Mahomes. There's too many guys on the 49ers that could win that MVP award. McCaffrey could rush for a couple of touchdowns and break a couple of big ones. Ayuk ties in more to the quarterback.
Yep.
But, Debo and McCaffrey, those guys can actually do it on their own on just swing passes, short passes. Whereas Mahomes is the center of the Chiefs team. I mean, the team goes as Mahomes goes.
How heavy are you expecting action on the more frivolous props, such as, Taylor Swift props and national anthem and coin flip and all the rest of the nonsense that we all love about this game?
The props are going to take a big piece of action, and you mentioned Taylor Swift, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Dan, because we took Taylor Swift songs, and for every song that we thought was popular, we put a prop up to that song. So if you go to our website and look, you'll see Taylor Swift songs, and there'll be something that'll be related to that song in a prop in the game. So we take. This is one thing about DraftKings. We'll take the tone of a message that's out there, whether it's Taylor Swift or a celebrity or something that's happening, and we'll try to build our sportsbook world around that. And that's what we've done with Taylor Swift. And these props are really popular. And I got to tell you, the action on Kelsey's gone up too since Taylor's been attending the games. And I'm very grateful for Taylor Swift going to the games because she has brought some new fans to the NFL. So thank you, Taylor.
Yeah, I don't know why anybody's bothered by it at all, to be honest with you, Johnny. It makes all the sense in the world, and there's nobody really being hurt by the whole thing. So, Johnny, if I hear you right on anything that you're saying, just from a professional perspective, you're rooting for the 49ers in this game.
At this point, that would be true.
Yeah.
Things can change. And, the rooting only goes so far from a fan's perspective and certainly a bookmaker's perspective. We just put up the game. We let the chips fall where they may. And if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. But, of course, we'd like to come out on the positive side. But, hey, we're booking the game. We're putting it up there. People are betting it. Whatever happens, happens. At this point, we do need the 49ers, but come Sunday, we could need the Chiefs. It could switch that quickly.
Right, and I know that you're not stressed out about going out of business. I'm not saying that, but I wonder, Johnny, is there any data on when the money is heavy on one side like that from the public, like it is at this moment? Is that usually a win for Vegas or a loss for Vegas? Like, what are the analytics on that?
Well, it's 50-50 because you have to remember what the bookmaker has going for them is the juice.
Yep.
You put up 11 to win 10. So, we're not the prognosticators who can go out and tell you who's going to win the game, although people think that. I mean, if I was in a contest with you, Mark, and you and I had to pick 10 games, you'd there's a good chance you'll beat me in picking those 10 games. I'm not the greatest of handicappers, but I'm a hell of an odds maker. And that's all we do is we put up odds so that people can bet both sides. And, I'm good at that part of it, making numbers on stuff. But as far as picking winners, that's not part of my job duties.
My man, it is awesome to hear your voice, and I will live vicariously through you this week, going to the Waste Management and the Super Bowl. That is the parlay that I want.
Okay, well, I'm going to enjoy that parlay.
Yeah, enjoy it, man. Thank you so much for hopping on with us, Johnny.
Mark, Dan, good talking to you guys. Have a good night.
Yep.
All right, Johnny, thank you.
Johnny Avello, Vegas' top odds maker with DraftKings.
He is the maker. He is the market maker. John Avello, market maker.
That's the dude right there.
Yeah.
That's that dude.
No, that is that dude.
So when you hear me now say in the future, I'm going to text my guy and see what's going on.
Dude.
I'm not texting Jimmy on the corner next to the Trop.
Call my message phone.
I'm texting that man, and that's that dude.
That's the dude who sets the market.
There goes that man.
And I loved his answer to that question about, do you guys have a consensus? Do you have a confab and a meeting? And he paused, and I'm sure on the inside he's like, meeting. They answer me.
He's like,
I hang the number.
I am the meeting.
I am the meeting. I hang the damn number.
He went James Harden. He's like, I'm not part of the system. I am the system.
Dude, no doubt. I am the system.
It's me.
I hang the number, and then they follow suit. I make the call. I hang the number. So good. He talked about the Taylor Swift props, and here's some of them. And they put up a song title, and then there's a prop that goes after it. So, for example, Anti-Hero, one of Taylor's big hits on the most recent album. The Anti-Hero prop is Brock Purdy, 250 passing yards and 2 passing TDs. That is plus 200.
Okay.
So that's the Anti-Hero prop. Of course, Shake It Off. Everyone knows that song. Sure. Niners to score first, but KC wins. Plus 350.
Oh.
So Kansas City would shake it off. They would shake off the fact that the Niners scored first and that KC would go on to win.
Niners are really good when they score first. They have not scored first in either of their playoff games so far.
Deja vu is a prop. Deja vu would be KC wins exactly by 11 points because they won the last Super Bowl over the Niners.
11 points.
By 11. That's plus 3,000. 30-1 odds that the Chiefs win by exactly 11. Look what you made me do, prop. KC to trail in the fourth quarter and still win the game.
Oh, I don't want to even talk
plus
about
500. And one more. Mine is a song. And for this one, it's obviously a Travis Kelce prop. Kelce, 87 or more receiving yards, plus 190 on Kelce. So 2-1 odds. Okay. 87 receiving yards for Kelce. That's an interesting one.
Like to hit it on the number?
No,
or you're saying
80,
that's the
87. Got it. And there's a prop called Run, Travis Kelce, 5 or more rush yards, friendship bracelets, wildest dreams. It's pretty funny. These props, they named them after the songs, and then there's a prop
and
after.
She's got about 10 or 15 more coming out in April. She announced last night. I mean, listen, just for a moment, if I may.
No, we have an hour and 20.
Well, no, Rich Orberger is going to come on here in about 7 minutes, but
And then a Velo replay.
Right.
And then Orberger
replay. Yeah, exactly.
Take your time. I'm going to have some M&Ms.
All right. By the way, as soon as Rich is done, I'm going to the bathroom. I just want to warn you right now. So, Grandy, as soon as Rich is done, I'm going to the restroom. And
you can go mid-Ornberger.
I don't want to do
Ask
that.
him an open-ended question.
That feels rude. Hey, Rich, come on our show, and I'm going to walk out on you.
He won't know.
What Taylor Swift has done in the last 18 months of her life is one of the greatest marketing stories I've ever seen, and that is not coming from someone who is cynical and believes that the Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce get-together is some sort of a ploy. I'm just not that cynical. I buy it. I think these two actually like each other. I've got beyond zero issue with the NFL showing Tay-Tay as much as they possibly can. She's a superstar. I don't understand why you wouldn't. I don't understand why anybody's bothered by it. It's not getting in anyone's way whatsoever. It has made a future for the use checks. If you like that, he's going to retire soon, and she is now set to be an absolute fashion icon going forward, has a licensing deal with the NFL. Like, the whole thing, I think, is fantastic. And the timing of her, which I don't even buy this. Oh, she came late last night. Yeah, on purpose. On purpose.
There's traffic.
Yeah, sure.
LA.
I mean, for her to walk in to win Album of the Year and announce in the middle of the show a new album is coming out, dude, she's playing the world like a fiddle right now. Killing it. Absolutely killing it.
First artist ever to win 4 Album of the Year awards. So she brought it home for the 4th time. Incredible performance. Although, as I just said to our YouTube audience, SZA got robbed. The album SOS was, Quest and I agree.
That's the one you wanted?
Yeah, we were pulling for SZA.
My son was screaming about Travis Scott, and I'm like, he wasn't even nominated. So, but then he was like, I'm out. I'm not even watching.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm going downstairs.
Yeah, we actually recorded it, and, with the baby, you don't always get to watch things live, so we're going to go ahead and watch a lot of it back today, although I did watch I guess it's Luke Combs and Tracy Chapman. They did the
correct
the fast car duet.
Luke has an actual remake of that song.
Yeah. Very good, very popular.
Yes. So the fact
and Tracy reemerged out of the shadows.
What an absolute gem! Like a
great performance.
Classic performer in Tracy Chapman. Tracy Chapman is one of those few people. It's like dating a girl who doesn't need makeup. She just walks out there and she's like, I imagine when she's about to perform and all the staff is running around, Tracy, what do you need? Miss Chapman, what do you need? Here's what I need. I need a chair.
Guitar. Exactly.
And a microphone that works. See you on stage. Unbelievable.
It was incredible.
What a talent.
I watched it back today. I saw a post on Twitter or whatever, and I actually was a big Tracy Chapman fan when she came out in the 80s. So, and I haven't really followed her career because there's been no career, and she's been mostly out of the public eye for the better part of 10 years. Yeah.
Hates attention.
So for her to reemerge and do that last night, I thought it was incredible. I look forward to seeing the whole broadcast a little bit later today.
We're getting some questions on our YouTube feed as to whether or not we can update the Warrior game if you've made the choice to stay with us on the free Odyssey app or YouTube, and the answer is hell yes.
It's tip time, Mark.
Hell yes, we will update the Warrior game, keep you up to date. So if you're watching us right now, hang out, and yes, we will follow along as the Warriors and Nets are about to tip, but stay with us.
They lost the tip.
For
Christ's
Christ's
game's
sake.
over.
Anyway, but we've got some other stuff, Super Bowl related, that you really may want to hear. For instance, would you like to hear Roger Goodell responding to the 49ers' complaints about the practice field?
Big time.
Would you like to hear that?
What do you got, Raj?
We got it right here.
That work is being done every single day. We've had 23 experts out there. We've had the union out there. All of them think that's a very playable surface. It's softer than what they have practiced on, but that happens. It's well within all of our testing standards. It is something that we think all our experts, as well as neutral field inspectors, have all said unanimously that it's a playable field.
Wow. That's an offensive
23 inspectors.
That's an offensive statement.
The flock out of
It's
here,
an
Goodell.
offensive statement by Roger Goodell.
Not 6.
Totally.
Not 7.
Nobody wants to hear our inspectors passed it. You made the Super Bowl. You get what you want. I don't care what Inspector Gadget says about the field. The 49ers decide how they want the field. They've earned that. They're here. They need to make a field and be like, well, it passed our inspection. Who asked you?
And what kind
You're
of
not
a
running
field,
around out there.
What kind of a field is we're going to slap some grass on an artificial surface and call it a field?
Plus,
is that really the best we can do?
Well, this is the same commissioner, by the way, who's decided that the field at MetLife is passable as well.
Speak on it, Mark.
That's passable
Talk
as
to
well.
him.
Okay. All of our inspectors say that all 413 torn ACLs the last 5 years are coinkydinks. Why would you answer it that way? It's irrelevant, Raj. You get the Niners what they want, and you get it to them now. That's how this works.
Well, it's too late because...
No, it's not. Move them.
It's too late because you probably should have had that field be up to snuff a long time ago. And so now, what are you going to do? You're going to have them both practice side by side?
Maybe.
That's not going to
You
work.
got to do something.
Yeah.
You can't send them out there. And my God, if somebody, oh my God, if somebody, and I won't say it out loud.
Oh, you did earlier, so go ahead.
If somebody, you know what's.
On the you know where?
Dude, it's not okay. It's not okay. You don't invite the superstars to town. This would be like a concert. Taylor Swift's coming to town for a concert, and she says this stage is completely unacceptable. There's seams in it. I'm running around out here in heels. I'm going to trip while I'm dancing. Can you imagine the arena director coming out and going, well, we had some inspectors look at it, Tay, and they say it's great.
23 inspectors, Mark.
Good for your inspectors. What does that have to do with anything? Make the stars comfortable. They have earned it.
I mean, Desert Breeze Park is lovely, and it's a 240-acre facility. Not fully developed, but I'm looking at pictures. They got a lot of grass there, Mark. Just get the Niners out there. Hey, Trent. Hey, Debo. Desert Breeze Park in Clark County, Nevada. All you're doing is running around anyway, slapping and tickling. You're not doing any real hard practicing. Just some glorified walkthroughs.
Warriors are up 4-2.
It's big.
Klay Thompson scored.
Big if true. 121-115 was my prediction.
Okay.
Officially on this game.
I'll take the over. Anyway.
Warriors down 1. It's over.
Crap.
Some various Dinwiddie.
Rich
bucket.
Orberger, Fox Sports Radio, our buddy, is going to join us here in a sec. Guys, let us know when he's ready. This is circulating on Instagram, which is coincidental because listen to what he's talking about.
The San Francisco 49ers are an Instagram filter. It doesn't matter which quarterback.
Yeah.
So good.
It doesn't matter which quarterback played in this system. They would look way better than they did before going through that filter. If you put Kirk Cousins in San Francisco this year,
100%.
they're going to the Super Bowl. If you put Geno Smith in the San Francisco system this year, they're going to the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy is off to a great start with his career, but we're looking at him through the Instagram filter of the San Francisco 49ers.
Do you agree with any portion of that?
I mean, the Kirk Cousins piece is interesting, and it's a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan reportedly had always coveted. And so you think about Kirk Cousins, a guy who's very, very accurate in this system, and it's not really a leap to think that Cousins in the system could be a good quarterback and could win. Would they be in the Super Bowl? I don't know. These are some of the hypotheticals that I have a hard time with because you really will never know. You never could possibly know if quarterback A was in situation B, how would they do? I know that the Geno Smith one, to me, is a much bigger reach. And how far down do we want to go on that list? If Bryce Young was in this system, would they be in the Super Bowl? I mean, where do we stop? Where do we stop with this madness?
Let's ask, because Rich Orberger is, I believe, on with us and ready to rock. Odyssey app and YouTube. I do give you credit for the 49ers are an Instagram filter. That's funny. That's very creative, Rich. That's really good.
It's true. It's true. And you know what? Instead of looking at this from only one angle, look at it from this angle. It's not that I'm saying that Brock Purdy's no good, because if Brock Purdy wasn't good, he wouldn't be able to play in any system. It is really hard to play in the NFL. So this isn't really a commentary on Brock, because the quarterbacks I was comparing him, by the way, to in that commentary, in my opinion, are good quarterbacks also. What I was really pointing out was John Lynch has built a Ferrari of an offense. There are weapons everywhere you look. Kyle Shanahan is an awesome head coach and a really good play caller offensively. So when I look at the whole picture there, I really do see an Instagram filter for quarterbacks. You walk into that system, you are guaranteed, if you're good, to be successful. If you can be great at times, you can be a playoff winner, and in the case of Brock Purdy, potentially a Super Bowl winner.
But does that mean that you have to be just decent, or do you have to be better than just good or average in order to be as successful as Brock has?
No, you got to be better than good or average. I think Brock's off to a great start to his career. I really do. I think that he's struggled in the postseason. I think some of the composure issues in the first half of that game last week or 2 weeks ago now, against the Detroit Lions, and then what we saw for 3 quarters against the Green Bay Packers, it felt like the lights got a little bright for Brock. He settled in the second half, especially against the Lions, and he played some really, really good football. But overall, I think Brock Purdy is off to a great start with his career. But, doesn't mean that he would look as good. Let's put it this way. If Brock was drafted to the Arizona Cardinals and was trying to help them win instead of watching Kyler Murray, would he be even nearly as successful as Kyler Murray? No, probably not. If he was in Washington with Ron Rivera, would he be as successful? No, probably not. But he's been paired with a great quarterback whisperer of an offensive coordinator and head coach in Kyle Shanahan. And he's been, coupled with some of the best playmakers in the league. And he's absolutely footing the bill like a playoff quarterback should. It's not all perfect, and I think he has learned already some hard lessons, and he's got more hard lessons to learn probably. But I've been impressed with Brock. I really have. It doesn't denigrate him to say that the San Francisco 49ers have an awesome system, and he's benefiting from that system because he's doing work too. But there's no question in my mind that he's benefiting more from the San Francisco 49ers system than the San Francisco 49ers offensively are benefiting from Brock Purdy's play.
Yeah, interesting comments. Rich Orberger with us, Willard and Dibs. I'll say this, Rich. I think there's a baseline point that you absolutely have, which is that Kyle Shanahan makes every quarterback perform better than that quarterback probably will anywhere else. I think that's a fair point. Here's almost my issue with it, besides the Geno Smith thing, which I'm going to reject that part, but fine. We could disagree there. But here's my question. Aren't you saying that Kyle Shanahan is the best coach in the NFL by far? If you're saying that his system is such that half the quarterbacks in the league could take him to the Super Bowl, because no other coach can say that.
Yeah. I think him and Andy Reid, in terms of offensive system and ability to play call and play sequencing and all of the things that we've seen him do with, think about the quarterbacks that Kyle Shanahan has worked with. And I'm not trying to denigrate any of them, but Matt Ryan, Jimmy Garoppolo, we've seen him with C.J. Beathard have success, with Nick Mullins to a greater or lesser extent have some success. Jimmy G, Brock Purdy. We're not talking about a list of guys who you would put anywhere near, the top 10 of quarterbacks in the league most years of their career. I mean, Matt Ryan was, as an offensive coordinator in Atlanta, I mean, maybe he flirted with the top 10. Matt Ryan kind of reminds me almost as like a Dak Prescott, now. But Kyle Shanahan is incredible. He is absolutely incredible. I put his mind offensively next to some of the greatest coordinators of this generation. He is truly, I mean, he's truly transformed how to attack defenses, and he's done it with brilliant personnel. Like, we have to remember when we talk about the San Francisco 49ers, they're spoiled with riches with Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey after that trade that was brilliant last year, and George Kittle has been so incredible, and Kyle Juszczyk, he's been incredible. I mean, they've got a lot going for them in terms of player personnel. But at quarterback, is there a coach who has done more with less? Gosh, every time I try to compliment Kyle Shanahan, it sounds like I'm completely smashing these quarterbacks.
There it is.
Fair to the quarterback.
There it is.
I know, but I'm trying to compliment Kyle Shanahan. You guys know what I'm doing. I think Kyle Shanahan is a really smart guy.
But Rich, that's why I want to pin this, because this is something that we hear nationally, and I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm saying to everyone, you have to pick a side. If you're going to say that Brock Purdy is in some way a product of a system, which on some level is what you're saying, if you're going to say that, then I want to hear in the next sentence, so therefore Kyle Shanahan is the best coach in the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, there's still an Andy Reid. There's still an Andy Reid. And I think we've seen Andy Reid have a similar struggle, so to speak, in Kansas City. Look how much better Alex Smith, another 49ers quarterback, looked in Kansas City as compared to his time in San Francisco. He looked more consistent. He looked more confident and comfortable. He didn't play outside of himself. And this is all prior to Kyle Shanahan getting there anyways. But Andy Reid did such a nice job with Alex Smith. But he realized after, I forget what it was, maybe it was 5 years of Alex Smith starting before they said, yeah, you know what? There's a ceiling here. There's a ceiling, and we've reached it a couple times now. So we got to take a gamble. We got to roll the dice. We're going to stick it out with him for another season, but we're going to go trade up in the draft. We're going to get ourselves a Patrick Mahomes, and we're going to see if we can't groom this kid into being what's missing at that position on this roster, because we really need that final piece. And they found it with Patrick Mahomes. But that's a hell of a company to be in if I'm mentioning Kyle Shanahan's name in the same breath as Andy Reid, because you're talking about Andy Reid, who's been to 4 Super Bowls. He's won 2 of them. Potentially, if things work out for KC this upcoming weekend, we're talking about a 3-time Super Bowl winner. No shade to Kyle or to Shanahan at all. I think he's if he's not number 1, he's number 2 behind Andy Reid, because they've done so much in Kansas City during his time there. So I do believe that Andy Reid is a top coach in the league, and I think when it's all said and done, he'll be considered a Hall of Fame head coach. There's no question in my mind. But Andy Reid still coaches in this league, so it's hard to say he's the top coach in the league.
And you mentioned Mahomes and Andy Reid wanting to trade up and get Mahomes and ultimately coach him up and get him to be the player that he's all become to be. Do we not give Kyle Shanahan that same credit in terms of Brock Purdy in not only his system and his offensive laminated play sheet, but being able to get a quarterback and coach all these guys up to be better? Does he deserve more credit than he's actually given around the league?
Yeah, I do. And frankly, I felt the same way. It's odd that they're facing each other in the Super Bowl. I felt the same way about Andy Reid with Alex Smith all those years ago, because he took a 3-win Kansas City team, or it was 3-win or a 5-win team, and he turned it into an 11-win team in 1 year. And it was after trading for Alex Smith and catching him up in a hurry of what his expectations were of Alex Smith. And so he helped Smith find what it was that was special about him and reclaim it in this league. And I think that Kyle Shanahan has done that with several quarterbacks. Jimmy Garoppolo. And we know the story from the Seth Wickersham piece. It sounded like he really was interested in Brady. They got his backup, and they turned him into a Super Bowl quarterback. I mean, that was just incredible work. I think Kyle Shanahan, I don't think he gets enough credit for what he's done so far in his career. And I really hope for his sake, I really hope for Niners fans' sake that, they can win a Super Bowl and they can celebrate either, an amazing game by Brock Purdy where he announces his arrival as one of these great quarterbacks in the NFL and pokes a lot of eyes on the way doing it, including my own, because like I said, I consider him a second-tier quarterback working with an elite coach. He has flashes of greatness, but I don't know if there's the consistency there yet. I think Kyle Shanahan, though, is a great coach who's probably underrated for how much he gets out of players, especially at that position.
Rich Orberger, Fox Sports Radio, 6 years in the league, former teammate of Tom Brady. And so that's why, Rich, I want to ask you this. People get their, the hair on the back of the neck goes freaking crazy whenever Brock Purdy's name gets brought up in the same sentence as Joe Montana because of the size and Tom Brady because of the draft status. But I heard you last week talking about how early in Brady's career, it was Belichick that sort of set him up for success. We were playing around looking at the box score of the Super Bowl the first time Tom Brady won it. He only threw for 145 yards. It's not like he was out there slinging it. So tell me this. Let's just be courageous and go there. How would you compare the start, just the start, of Tom Brady's career and the start of Brock Purdy's career?
They are insanely comparable. It is eerie how comparable they are. It really is. Now, in fact, Brock Purdy actually probably has an edge here, a slight edge, because he started more games in college than Tom Brady, And so I look at Brock Purdy as kind of going through it a little bit more, playing in bigger moments all throughout the course of his career as compared to Brady at Michigan. But they, low round draft picks, injuries foisted them into action, better play than anybody expected, and early success that really led the team, almost forcing the team's hand to stick it out with them for at least one more year. Tom Brady says it himself. He says, if the Tuck Rule game was the end of the season, that would have been it. Bledsoe would have been the starting quarterback, and then who knows what happens next. But the Tuck Rule wasn't the end of that game, and Vinatieri did knock that kick through at the end of that season, and Vinatieri did knock that kick through, and he went on to appear in 10 Super Bowls, winning 7 of them. So I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's career is going to mimic Tom Brady's, seamlessly. I'm sure there's going to be divergence here soon. But over the first 2 seasons, there are eerie similarities between how they've gotten started. And like I said, even though I look at Brock Purdy now through this prism of, okay, he's probably a second-tier quarterback and he's being elevated by the players around him and his coaching staff, especially Kyle Shanahan. We could have easily said the same thing about Tom Brady in the early 2000s. But at some point, it switched. At some point, Tom Brady became Tom Brady. And then the world came to Tom Brady, came to the New England Patriots to play with Tom Brady. If Brock Purdy keeps it up, if he keeps improving, if we see almost like a Josh Allen-esque improvement year over year over year, where he just seemed to get better and better and better the first 4 years of his career, Brock Purdy very easily could have multiple touchdowns, or I should say he could potentially have 2 Super Bowl victories under his belt before he has 5 years in the NFL. That's a reality.
Yeah, and that's basically what Tom was doing when he came out and won in 01, 03, and 04, and he started in 00, but actually didn't play. And, Rich, it's interesting when you lay out the comparisons because Tom Brady, his first full year when they won the Super Bowl, was 22nd in the NFL in passing yardage. He only threw for 189.5 yards per game. So he was I mean, way down the list behind Warner, Manning, Favre, and the rest of them. So I do think that the comp is a fair one. So Rich, when we look at the Super Bowl and we get to Sunday, which way you leaning in terms of who wins the game? Is it the superstar QB with a great coach or the overall better roster and also a great coach?
Yeah, geez, this is one of those matchups where if this was, the Niners are slim favorites here, deservedly so for the way they played throughout the majority of the regular season, the way they came back against the Lions. And the Kansas City Chiefs, they've still got some problems, and they reared their head in the second half against the Baltimore Ravens. That offense still isn't quite right. It looked better against the Dolphins in the divisional round, but against the Baltimore Ravens in the second half, they got hemmed in pretty good. So, whether the 49ers are a slight favorite to pick them, I really do think it's a coin flip. I lean slightly more to the Chiefs side of the fence, and here's the only reason. I think experience matters. I remember back in 2012 when I was with the Patriots and we went to the Super Bowl site in Indianapolis. We were getting ready to play the Giants. It was my first experience there, and I wasn't even going to play in the game because I was on injured reserve. And I remember the entire week, you couldn't focus on anything else other than the game. You kept getting asked about the game. Your family's flying in town. They're asking you about the game. Are you nervous? You have media days. Everybody's being interviewed. Everybody is surrounding you. It's a very uncomfortable and unfamiliar situation. And it's uncomfortable and unfamiliar to most of the players on the 49ers. I think Daniel Kilgore is the only guy who actually played on this roster in the last Super Bowl. And so there's very limited experience as to how Super Bowl week operates, for the San Francisco 49ers or period for a lot of these guys on this roster. So I think that experience is actually going to benefit the Kansas City Chiefs. I think that it is going to have an impact on the game. And as we discussed earlier, I feel like Brock Purdy had those moments where the big lights of the moment in the divisional round, in the NFC Championship game, it caught up with him a little bit. And we know that's not going to happen to Patrick Mahomes. So I give a slight edge to the Chiefs in this one. But like I said, this could easily be a coin flip for me.
Now go ahead and answer that question again, but say it differently.
Try it again, Rich.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I will. So check this out. I'll do it differently. So listen, the Kansas City Chiefs, it was a rough ride all season offensively for them, and it reared its head in the postseason. And there have been distractions. Taylor Swift, Kadarius Toney. Andy Reid even had a tragic situation with his family. So there have been things that I'm sure have gotten in the way of concentrating completely and solely on football for the Chiefs. And plus, they've got that perfect practice field at the Raiders facility. They're being coddled all week while the San Francisco 49ers are slogging it out at UNLV. So for all those reasons, I say the 49ers will win Super Bowl 58.
Yeah, that was much better.
Rich, thank you.
Thank you for making that adjustment. That was well done.
And luckily, we do mulligans here on this program, so you used your mulligan and you hit it in the fairway.
Breakfast ball, guys. Thank you so much.
Perfect. All right, thanks for talking to us, buddy. It's always good to hear you.
You got it, Mark. You got it, Dibs. I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, Rich.
There it is. Rich Orberger predicting the 49ers will win the Super Bowl.
Eventually predicting that the 49ers would win. He got around to it. And
yeah. And listen, it's Vegas. We twist your arm. You do what we say.
Totally, yeah.
All right? I said say the 49ers are going to win. You hear me? 1-800-BET.
We're going to try that again, Rich.
Do it now.
Here's an idea.
All right.
Try it again.
Go ahead and re-rack that guy.
Totally.
There it is. Listen. I hear people getting all twisted in knots about this all year long. It's like they're trying to say something without saying the other thing. And quite frankly, it's impossible to do. You can't do it. And that's why I said it the way that I said it, which is you have to pick one side. I'm not bothered if you think that Brock Purdy on some level is being elevated by his surroundings. I actually think it's kind of crazy to think otherwise. Like, is Brock Purdy elevated by Debo and Kittle and Ayuk and Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey and Kyle Shanahan. Well, only a stupid idiot would say otherwise. Of course, this is a very, very good situation. But what bothers me is if someone shares that opinion and then in the next breath is like, and this Shanahan guy with all of the choking. No, you don't get to do that. You gotta pick a side. If you think that multiple QBs could be Super Bowl champs with the 49ers, a la that quarterback's not even necessarily a special player, then I'd argue you're saying Kyle Shanahan is absolutely, by far and away, the best coach in the NFL because we've never seen that before. And I know he brought up Andy Reid, and he did set those two apart. And while I think Andy Reid is the second best coach in the NFL, Andy's never done that. Andy never took also ran quarterback to the Super Bowl. In fact, the comp would be Alex Smith, and they were good. But guess what? They couldn't win in the playoffs. They couldn't win in the first round of the playoffs. He had Donovan McNabb for years. Almost a Hall of Fame level quarterback. He's not going to be, but he's almost. It's a really good QB. And yes, they went to a Super Bowl, but he could not get that team over the top. And they had great rosters. Then he gets Patrick Mahomes. Now he can't stop winning rings. And so Kyle Shanahan is being held to a different standard. He's got to go win the Super Bowl with just whatever. Little seventh rounder running around out there at quarterback. So I got no issue with it. If you think Brock is lesser than, it's fine. But understand that in my mind, that means you're saying Kyle Shanahan's the best, and it ain't close.
But it's more than just the coach. It's about the roster, and that's the part that you are leaving out in terms of the discussion because it's not solely about Kyle Shanahan as a great coach. It's about the fact that he's surrounded by Pro Bowlers. Juszczyk, Pro Bowl. And, McCaffrey, Pro Bowl.
Oh, it's the
and you
best
have all
roster,
these guys.
For sure.
You have all these guys around him who are elite. So it doesn't come down to just the head coach. And if you think that Brock Purdy's mediocre, it doesn't just mean that the coach has to be the best coach in the history of football because he's surrounded by great players as well.
Well, I didn't say history of football, but I certainly said right now, and he absolutely is the coach that I'd take if I had any choice of anybody who's active. But
Rich and I both would take Andy Reid.
That's fine. But I like you look at this. The idea that you guys are putting out there, that has never, ever worked before, nor has it ever been the effort that someone has put out there. Essentially to say that what we would like to do is build a roster that's so amazing that we can sort of be we can be multifaceted in who we put in there at quarterback and then have sustained success. That's why I reject any time, Nick Foles, Brad Johnson. No. This is 4 years out of 5 where they've been in the Final Four, and it's been different quarterbacks who have done that. We've never seen that blueprint before where someone says, let's just roster the hell out of this thing, and then we can kind of do what we want at quarterback. That's never worked before. And so I get that there's...
For a sustained period of time, you're saying.
I understand. Look,
this hasn't worked yet.
Well...
To the extent that they haven't won the Super Bowl.
But it's 2 Super Bowl appearances.
Fine.
That already eliminates the whole Brad Johnson, Nick Foles, Trent Dilfer thing.
Well, you haven't won the Super Bowl.
No, but you've appeared in it twice.
Right, and you're 0-1.
And been razor-thin close 2 more times. That's a different resume than any of these other guys we're talking about.
Why have you not won one?
Well,
that comes down to
there are multiple reasons.
Right. And the biggest reason is the quarterback hasn't been good enough. And Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't good enough. And
that's one time.
Right.
That's one time.
It was one time, and then when you went up against the Rams, that was another time.
But that's not a clean argument that was on Garoppolo.
No, but I think when you look at
fair or not,
when you look at the shortcomings of the team.
But the first thought is always Jaquiski Tart.
Fine,
fair or foul?
It's not my first thought.
Okay,
but
that's clearly
it's what fans want to do.
Absolutely.
And just like we look at the Super Bowl and we look at the overthrow of Emmanuel Sanders, and we say, it's Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, there's a number of other things beyond just Jimmy Garoppolo.
Like
but
the refs. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I was
That's
watching
just
the
what I was
highlight
thinking.
of that George Kittle offensive PI again. What an absolute bleeping joke that was.
Wow.
What a total flipping joke that call was.
I'd have to go back and look at the film.
Saw the highlights of the Bosa hold again, too. What a total flipping
Well, then let him play in the Super Bowl.
obvious
You know that.
joke those two calls, non-calls were. Anyway, onward.
Yeah, looking forward to not watching the game with you this year.
No doubt.
With the beggary that goes on in your house.
Oh, come on, dude. I mean, there's got to be a middle ground here. I actually don't spend the majority of the time watching football belly aching about refs. I really don't. I think you and I have come in here on Mondays after football games now for 2+ seasons.
Yeah.
And it's been few and far between, if ever, that I've come in here and been like, that didn't go well because of refs. But we do have to set aside sometime a little bit of space for that was crap. And those two
calls get missed.
Those two
and all
calls
that.
were egregious in nature, in my opinion.
I'd have to go back and look at the totality of the game because I'm sure that there were some calls that the Chiefs would have looked at and said, that was bad, that was egregious.
Well,
the Bosa one's a big one
there's
because
always that,
it was
but
a
yeah.
third down conversion that changed the nature of that game, and Bosa did get held. And so it's one of those calls you'd love to have. And Bosa already was planting the seed last week about how the Chiefs, their offensive line, that's what they do. They go out there and they hold. So you're going to see, I think, that drumbeat continue. Maybe it continues tonight at the big media night down there in Las Vegas as, the Niners are going to plant the seed with the officials. And already they're planting the seed, pun intended, about the field issues. So maybe they're already, getting their excuses all queued up in case they happen to not do it again.
Maybe
Kyle can look at the field and say, wow, we didn't have the proper practice facility, and that's why we were unable to get ready for the game.
Super, super excited that you're with us. This is our super secret Super Bowl party here on Willard and Dibs, YouTube and the Odyssey app. And we'll do this again on Wednesday and Thursday this week. The Warriors continuing their East Coast road trip on those 2 days. By the way, Warriors down by 5 right now, 10:22 to go second quarter. Kind of getting out hustled right now. But anyway, we'll keep you up to date on that. That's on 95.7 The Game. But we've got you covered with our Super Bowl party here on the app and on YouTube and Twitch. The Warriors will do this again Wednesday and Thursday, which means we'll continue our show on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube channels on those days, just like we're doing right now. And you want to make sure that you're listening Wednesday and Thursday because it's at that time that we'll tell you how you can win a trip to, drum roll please, Las Flippin' Vegas.
Really?
Vegas. Baby.
Vegas?
Vegas. To see Billy Joel later this year. We're going to fly you out there. We're going to get you tickets. Get you covered from all the angles. So just make sure you're with us when we continue our show here Wednesday and Thursday, second half of our window when the Warriors are on. Also, if you need to get some red and gold and station merch ahead of the big game, we got you covered. Visit breakingtea.com/957. breakingtea.com/957. That's our merch store. Got McCaffrey over there. Got Purdy over there. Debo. Got him. Show-specific merch like Willard and Dibs. And more.
Okay.
All right.
I haven't been over there in a while. I'll have to check out what we have in the offing over there.
Hey, Grandy, are you there? Grandy, are you hanging out?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Talk to Dibs for a little bit. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Oh, you better hustle.
All right. Bye.
What's up, Dibs?
Hey, Mark, how are you?
I'm doing well.
There he goes.
Did he turn his mic off?
No, of course not.
He left it on, so when he comes back, he'll all be good then, huh?
Exactly. He had to leave it on because when you turn it off, it clicks us over automatically back to the normal program feed, which is featuring the Warriors. Currently down 5, guys. Not good. Are you okay, Lucas? This is Lucas Alexander now joining us here live.
All right, good.
In the studio. Yeah, it's on.
Lucas, you got over there real quick. Good work, athlete.
Yeah, I'm an athlete.
Athlete. He's explosive. There he is.
Hey,
it's Willard and Dibs with Lucas Alexander. What's your favorite prop bet, Lucas, going into the game while we have you? And Mark, if you have one
Haven't
too.
looked any.
You haven't really looked at any of it all?
Opening kickoff to be a touchback.
What's the odds on that?
It's very likely to be a touchback, but it's happened like 20 of the last 24 times.
Minus probably 700, I would imagine.
Yeah, but you throw a little bit on it, you get some free money.
I like the under in every first quarter. I had done research. It's like 70% going back the last 10 years. So under in the first quarter, I always like, it's not really a prop. I also like Travis Kelce will not propose to Taylor Swift after the game. I think it's an absolute lock. I think you can get it at minus 250.
That's it?
Yeah.
I think that's an absolute
There's no
slam
chance
dunk.
he proposes and ruins this moment and takes it all the spotlight on away from his team if they win and puts it on he and
I
and
don't.
Taylor Swift.
Maybe Grandy or you will remember the name of the player, but the famous Boise State
Ian Johnson.
Was it Ian Johnson?
That's what I'm going with.
Okay, I think Johnson
After the
for
Statue
sure.
of Liberty.
Yeah,
I think
Statue of Liberty scores, goes in, busts out the knee, instant proposal. That would be
12 Fiesta Bowl is what it was.
2007 Fiesta Bowl, and it was running back Ian Johnson.
Ian Johnson, look at the big brain on
43-42, and apparently they're still together.
Wow!
There's an upset.
Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Johnson.
I actually had
great game.
I was on our sister station on Alice with Sarah and Vinny a couple of months ago, right when the Taylor and Travis thing jumped off, and we were talking about whether or not it lasts. And I think Vinny said, "Yeah, this one's going the distance." And I was being real cynical, and I said, "I think that they're going to break up during halftime at the Super Bowl." So I don't like my chances now. It's still alive, but that's where I came down.
How do you see that happening, Dibs? How do we get news that they have broken up during the game?
Well, it would probably
a public thing?
It would be Shams, most likely.
Oh, Willard's back.
Shams would drop a bomb. You can come over and sit over here for a while if you want.
There are only 2 mic spots on our backboard. So.
Yeah, I'd be
It's been
happy
great. Thanks for having me.
duck out for a few minutes as well.
You can't hear him?
He was there. I wanted to make sure your mic was on. Sorry for stealing your airtime, Grandy.
Whatever.
That's not COVID compliant at all. For you just to walk in here and put my headsets
didn't
on.
even
That's
bring your
super
own
gross.
muff.
It's super gross, dude.
Hey, Mark, you can talk to Mark if you want, Mark, because Lucas totally stole Mark with a C and Mark with a K here.
Yeah, what
It's
happened?
Double Mark, actually. Lucas completely hijacked it, ran in here to make sure the mic was working, and then next thing you know, he's sitting down and he's chopping it up.
Could you not hear Grandy?
Oh, I could hear him, but Grandy wasn't allowed to talk.
Could they hear Grandy?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
So why is it to check about what mic?
You're going to have to take this up with Lucas.
I don't understand what happened. I just want to know what happened.
Lucas is just itching for some airtime these days.
Yeah. This is my mic now. Hey, remember when we
took it from me?
He stole it from me.
We need a camera in here. He swiped that mid-sentence. My God.
God, you sounded like Nancy Kerrigan there for a second. Why?
That's right. That was a little bit of the Gollum from Lord of the Rings. He stole it from me.
Inconceivable. Anyway, hi. What'd I miss?
Not
what
much.
are we talking about? What are you eating?
M&M's.
Dude.
Peanut.
Dude. That's risky.
Dude, I'm having a snack.
No, that's fine. I got no problem with that. I actually was just thinking
Why is it
about
risky?
I'm going to eat it because I don't eat anything that involves nuts during a show.
Go ahead and cut that.
Yeah, I'm marking that one down.
I can't.
What about these nuts?
I can't.
Whoa!
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I've had too many experiences on the air where I'll take like a handful of almonds or something. Those are the worst, by the way. Almonds are the absolute
dry?
worst. Yeah. And they get that little coating in your back of your throat. And I've had this happen a couple of times where I was doing 4-hour solo radio where your voice is just like, it locks.
Yeah.
Completely locks up. It's the most embarrassing thing ever. You have to just like leave. Like it's just dead air. You're like, I have to go get an entire glass of water. So I made a rule like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, I made a rule. No nuts. We don't eat nuts during a show. Period.
Man, I thought you were going to say something
Not
about
my nuts?
nuts in your mouth.
going.
Not your nuts?
I was waiting.
Not these nuts?
How about donuts?
Donuts?
Yeah.
Yes, because those are no nuts donuts.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to eat it.
Oh, dude, you know me.
Yeah.
By the way, the donut bet is still very, very dramatic, I would say.
Yeah, and the Giants have to sign one of 4 players, and they have to have one of 4 players.
One of them is now spoken for, and that's Corbin Burns. So the other ones are Cody Bellinger, Matt Chapman, or Blake Snell. But today's rumor is Jorge Soler.
Yeah, it wouldn't count in the donut bet.
No, but I'd like it because he hits
Bombs, yeah. He hits bombs.
He hits bombs. But anyway, so, yeah, what else do you want to get into? What are your favorite Super Bowl stories? The one thing I'm missing about not being in Vegas, and I know we see a lot of you YouTubers have been talking, I know you're joking about, like, we're still trying to negotiate to get to Vegas, or if we went, like, we're not going because we demanded a penthouse at the Wynn or whatever. There are 1,000 reasons why we're not going.
Well,
and
an even better way to say it, there's one reason we're not going.
No, what, money?
Cha-ching!
I mean, no.
There are 1,000 reasons, no doubt.
No, like, honestly.
Cash me out one time.
Because the station is sending Steiny and Goo. They're doing shows out there. So the money is, I think the money is less of an issue than the time slot.
Yeah.
If you've ever been to Radio Row at 5:23 at night, it's as empty as your bedroom is right now. There's no one there. And so there's no point, and when I said I wasn't talking about your bedroom, but
probably empty.
Yeah, probably, I would think.
Baby's not going down, and the wife is probably getting ready for dinner.
Yeah.
Prepping the dinner.
Poll
that
question.
actually worked.
Did Willard stand up or sit down a few minutes ago? San Jose Jazz fan. I stood up. It's a urinal. It's a urinal.
You
better be careful.
I know.
It was a urination sensation is what it was.
Cha-ching!
You want a Super Bowl story?
I do.
The year was 1997, Mark.
For God's sakes.
And it's not that old. 1997.
Warriors are down by 9.
Go
ahead.
Gee, they haven't scored in a while.
I know.
Mark, the year was 1997.
I love the young people.
Randy, you were alive then. Probably barely.
Just barely.
Yeah, just barely.
Oh, my God.
I was working on the set of a movie called Flubber, and it was being filmed on Treasure Island. I was playing the role of bench player number 11.
Okay.
And we were filming probably 7 days a week, 6 for sure. So on this day, Super Bowl Sunday, we were working. So I went to Treasure Island and put on my elbow pads and my knee pads and my number 11 uniform as I had for, about 3 weeks. We shot there for about 3 or 4 weeks, 6 days a week. I had my regular day job. I was calling in sick because I was in this movie. Making decent money, by the way.
Good for you.
Making, back then it was decent. It was like $200 a day.
Okay.
As a featured extra. Show up, stand around, film a couple scenes, eat 5 meals, and go home was basically how it worked. Super Bowl Sunday, I go there, and I had gotten to know the crew. You know, you're working with these people every single day, and word has it that the crew has a Super Bowl Squares pool. So your boy, always down for some gamble action. I throw in, buy some squares, and also I was in the movie with a guy named Bob Sarlott. The name you may be familiar.
Yeah.
San Francisco native.
Okay.
And he was telling me that he's got some action in the game. So I'm like, I want action. So I take the Packers, and I think the spread was, they're favored by like 4 or 5 against New England. I got the Packers. I got the over, and I'm in on squares. I hit the second quarter, the third quarter, the fourth quarter. The Packers covered, and the game went over.
Damn.
Your boy walked with damn near $1,000 that day on the under. Cash me out one time.
That's a good day.
So that's one of my favorite.
Cash me out one time.
One of my favorite Super Bowl memories was, and I didn't get to watch the whole game because we're there, and you got your squares, and somebody's updating you, listening to it on the radio because it's 1997. There's no smartphone. Somebody might have had the TV, and we're watching in between takes, and it's like, I hit that quarter. Oh, I hit that quarter. I hit that quarter. And I hit the over, and I hit the Packers. So it's one of my favorite Super Bowls,
That's
needless
tremendous.
to say.
That's tremendous. Yeah, Radio Row is so different now than it used to be. I can remember doing Radio Row with Bruno in Detroit, Michigan.
The fabulous one.
Yeah, Detroit, Michigan. And that trip was highlighted by a number of things, some good, some bad. By the way, that was with Sporting News Radio. That was our outlet at that time.
Look.
Program director.
Look.
Matt Nahigian. That's exactly right. And you know what Matt famously did? You know what Matt famously did for me once upon a time? That man loaned me like $400.
What?
Because my hotel room in Dearborn, Michigan got robbed. My wallet got stolen out of the room.
Shut up.
No joke. months went by, and I got compensated by.
You know what that is, right?
It's a compensation sensation.
Cha-ching!
Yeah, I got compensated by the, damn it, what was the name of the hotel? Well, who knows? Maybe they'll sponsor us someday, so we'll leave it out. But there's Dearborn, Michigan.
Man.
I came back to my room at one point, and the door was propped open. I'm like, I didn't leave it propped. You know, like hotel doors close on their own. And it was propped open. And I go in there.
I'm going to start this with the year. The year was 2006.
Steelers played the
Seahawks. Yeah.
Yes.
See? It always works when Grandy gets the clown.
Yeah.
Grandy, how old were you in 06? Like 10?
You said 1982. I said 2006.
Super Bowl 06. I wouldn't have been 10 yet. I've been 9.
Okay, 9 years old. You're just like my little boy Jude. He's 9 years old right
Grandy.
now. Yeah, he's turning 10.
Grandy.
What's today, the 5th? He's turning 10 in 13 days.
Okay.
Yeah. About to be double dig. Anyway.
Anyhow.
So I go into my room, and I start looking around, and the wallet is gone. And the first thing you're thinking, though, because everything else was in there, I'm like, dude, I think I misplaced it. But then I went and got online and checked my bank.
Oh, no.
Bada beep, bada bop, bada boop. The charges are coming in. Oh, they're coming. And I'm like, the wallet is gone. And so call them, turn the whole thing off. But it's Super Bowl week, and I got no wallet. I got no cards. I got no cash.
Your wallet got took. Thank you. I had to get that in there.
I got nothing.
Number 3.
I got nothing.
4. I'll take that, Grandy.
Who
Thank you.
stepped up? Matt Nahigian.
He came through.
Broke me
Cashed
off.
you out one time.
Started breaking me off hundos.
What a good guy.
Like you figure it out for the week, and then we'll worry about this later. And it was months later that the hotel, I just remember the name of it, I'll leave it out, the hotel compensated me for all of it, but I had to scream on the phone. I had to scream at the guy on the phone.
Like you were screaming at our producers earlier when the stuff wasn't working?
Yeah.
You better fix this.
Like, I was screaming at the guy because I'm like, how?
You gotta be careful.
Your door closes by itself and it wasn't closed. This is on your employees, period. Right? And so anyway, we got the whole thing taken care of, but Matt was the saving grace. And so we were able to still enjoy Radio Row, which was different because it wasn't just some people walking through there selling toilet paper and gastro medicine like it is now. Like, oh yeah, I've heard of that guy, right? He used to play football.
Yeah.
No. Like Joe Montana is walking through there. Steve Young was walking through there. Ronnie Lott was walking through there. I mean, big, huge
Thank you, Grandy.
names. And they would come and they would do the show. They would sit with you. They would take pictures. They would chat for a little bit. The whole thing is so different now.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget that Super Bowl. That one in particular, if I was ever going to be starstruck, it doesn't happen often. It's happened a few times. That was one of them, man, because it was like running into Montana, running into Young, running into Lott. Bradshaw came by and was
Terry or Carrie.
Terry was lollygagging with us for a while. Went upstairs, got front row seats to the Rolling Stones press conference.
Dude.
Was 5 feet away from Mick. I mean, there was so much going on. Thank you.
Keep it coming.
I got it for days. But anyway, there was so much going on that Radio Row that you were just like, good God, Stevie Wonder. Like, it was just massive.
Whoop.
Massive names
Stop
the whole way around.
whopping me.
Yeah.
That Super Bowl was 18 years ago today.
Really?
February 5th, 2006.
Damn.
I'm just looking at the list because I'm trying to think of all the Radio's Row that I went to.
18 years ago today would be the day that the lovely Christy turned 29.
It's her birthday.
It's her birthday today.
All right. Happy birthday, lovely
I'm
Christy.
going to be running out of here in a half hour to go to dinner.
I thought we were going till midnight. Swapping stories.
Kind of feels like that.
I'm just thinking about, and that's why I pulled up the list of Super Bowls to try to pinpoint the first one that I went to. And I guess it would have been, it was before Indy, because when I was on the other station, I went to a Super Bowl and in Dallas. But was that When was the Super Bowl in Dallas?
When did the Raiders play the Bucs in San Diego? What year was that?
Raiders and Bucs, that would be in 2003.
Okay, that was the first one for me.
I went to my buddy Matt LaPelt's house. He's a Bucs fan, and my then almost 2-year-old Quest disappeared for a few minutes in his house. I knew he was somewhere in the house. Next thing I know, he comes out and he's in a creamsicle baby outfit. And I was like, dude, take that off. And we live in Oakland.
It's like Home Alone.
Yeah,
He's somewhere in the house.
Questy comes out and he's in Buccaneers gear. It was 2011, which was the year that I switched to 95.7 The Game.
Okay.
And we were in Texas. The Super Bowl was in Arlington, but we all stayed in Dallas downtown. And I went to a media party. I went to the media party somewhere in downtown Dallas. And you remember, that was the Super Bowl where it was absolutely freezing. And Dallas basically shut down.
I do, yeah, the ice. Everyone was slipping on the ice.
Yeah, and so I go to this media party and, well, spoiler alert, your boy may have gotten after it a little bit too aggressively.
It happens.
So I'm hanging out with Sam Farmer, the great writer from the LA Times, and, party's breaking up, whatever, and everyone's going in their own separate way, and I decided it would be a good idea if I just walked back to the hotel. It was about a mile, and it was about 21 degrees. So I walk out of the hotel, and about a block into my walk, I'm not doing great. So I decide I'm just going to stop at this bus station, this bus stop, and I'm just going to sit down, and maybe I'm going to lie down for a minute and just, catch my breath and get my wits about me. Next thing you know, your boy is just shivering. And now I'm like, dude, I'm in a little bit of trouble here because I got nothing. And here comes Sam Farmer pulling up in a taxi cab. Dibs! And I kind of startle awake. He goes, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
And I said, I was grabbing a little nap, Sam. Get in. So I hop in the cab with Sam, and here I am today.
I love it.
13 years later.
I love it.
Sam Farmer, Dallas, Super Bowl, the ice storm.
With a save.
That was Green Bay over Pittsburgh, 31-25.
Well, that was a good one.
That was Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers. That's a really good one. By the way, just a quick reminder, we had Johnny Avello and Rich Orberger on today. They're both fantastic. Odyssey app and YouTube. If you missed any of those, Johnny telling us how the line all comes together. Rich telling us how Brock Purdy sucks. That's not really what he said, but anyway, you get it. Anyway, all of them are on the Boxer and Gerson guest line with us today, and we appreciate Boxer and Gerson's partnership on that, and we appreciate Johnny and Rich coming on with us today. Pretty interesting to listen to Johnny talk about it, where he was like, the Super Bowl line was the easiest one to make all year long because you only have so many scenarios and they get talked out ahead of time. So in other words, do the Niners win? Do the Lions win? Do the Ravens win? Do the Chiefs win? Okay, let's look at the matchups, the possible matchups. What's the spread if those teams win? But what's also the spread if those teams win and play well? Dominant performance. And then what about if they win and it's not that great of a performance? So they kind of had it already set where it was like, if the Chiefs are able to go into Baltimore and get a victory and the Niners win but don't play well, that's what's going to bring that number down a little bit. Because he said if you go back to like week 7, Niners versus Chiefs would have been a touchdown spread in favor of the 49ers. Now it's all the way down to 2, actually got down as low as 1. But even at 2, this is interesting to me as well. He says there is significantly more money on the Chiefs right now than the 49ers. Rich makes a point that I don't disagree with. I hate to say it. To me, the big edge offensively in this game, the Niners have the better offense, but I feel like the Chiefs get to start the game in a calm place because the second Sunday in February, this is what Patrick does. This is what he does every year.
Right.
There's got to be some jitters inside Brock Purdy, no?
I would say some jitters, but not as many jitters as you would get from a quarterback who has his level of experience, I don't think, because Brock Purdy doesn't seem to be wired that way. He hasn't shown those jitters. He'll make mistakes, but I don't think that they're because of jitters. It's because almost the opposite. He feels so confident that a lot of times he makes throws that he shouldn't make. When he makes mistakes, it's usually because he tries to do something or he tries to make a throw that isn't there because he's trying to make a play. I haven't really seen him exhibit or, show the level of jitters that you normally would see from a player with that level of experience. So maybe it happens in the Super Bowl. I do know this, the fact that a lot of his teammates have been there and been through it, that's got to help him. You've got Kittle, who was there, Debo was there, Warner and Greenlaw played in the last one. Charvarius Ward's this is his third Super Bowl now, 2 with the Chiefs, and his third now being with the Niners. He actually has been in a conference championship game every year in his 6-year career. So I think there's enough experience around Brock to help calm him down.
No doubt, but at the same time, it's like you can be surrounded by all the experience you want, and that's still, God, that's a lot. Can you just imagine this for a second? Just walk out onto the field, it's Las Vegas, Nevada. You're going against the face of the league, Kyle Shanahan, and everything that's riding on this, Taylor Swift and everybody else up in the stands, and bajillions more watching on every platform possible, the Mr. Irrelevant label and logo, knowing all well, as we've called it, the Disney story and movie that develops if you win this game. I mean, it's a lot, man. It's a lot on his shoulders. This is a lot of responsibility.
I think tonight is where it starts for him with media night. And, I think tonight we'll get a sense for just where his head's at. How cool and calm does he look tonight when he's got 200 reporters around his podium and everyone asking him questions out of nowhere, out of left field, right? And Brock Purdy, he's really going to face the Super Bowl media scrutiny tonight. And maybe tonight's when it starts to get real that this is all going to be happening here in 5 days, 21 hours, and 50 minutes.
Warriors down 6 at half, 49-43. I don't know what happened to the offense here, but this is the pace that the Warriors are not used to. These high-scoring games they've been playing, and they're shooting 38% from the field, and they're shooting 18% from 3.
What's Klay doing so far?
Klay Thompson has 6 points.
2 of 9.
He is 3 of 8. 0 for 3 from 3.
Okay.
And one of them didn't hit anything.
That would be an air ball, Mark.
Well, I stand corrected. It hit something, but it wasn't the rim.
Eventually it would hit the ball. It would hit the ground.
It hit the backboard. It hit the backboard.
Yeah, it's not good.
No.
And this is a spot where we talked about it last week when we had Steve Kerr on. 4-1 would be great on this little road stretch, and this is game 3, and they're 1-1. So tonight feels like a pretty big one in terms of keeping the fire going, stoking the flames of a possible playoff run.
No Wiggins in this game. Steph has 12. Kuminga's got 9. Moody is back, logged 9 minutes in the first half, and hit his only shot. Also had a block and a rebound. Moses Moody looked good. He looked good, pretty active, but did not get a lot of looks or opportunities.
Yeah, and this is a tough stretch. We saw Chris Paul warming up before the game. Looks like he's going to be close to returning, and GP2, we don't know how close he is, but the trade deadline now is less than 3 days away. It comes up on Thursday in the afternoon. So by the time we hit the air on Thursday, we're going to know if the Warriors made a move or didn't make a move. Feels more that the prevailing sentiment now is that they're probably going to wait until the offseason to make some changes to the roster.
What are you showing me? Why are you showing me a golden football, Lucas? Just come in here and talk to us. What are you?
He's telling you guys to talk football.
You want to throw me a football?
The whole point of this is to talk football, not about the Warriors.
Wow. Thought maybe just update the game real quick.
Jeez.
You know what I mean?
I mean, you're talking about 2.5 hours of uninterrupted chatter. We deviate for 90 seconds.
You want me to turn this mic off and then we'll hear the Warrior commercials again? Here. There's your ball.
No hands.
All right, fine.
It's a shame.
Fine. Peter King, Shanahan or Reid?
I think both of these guys are absolutely, totally on top of their game. It's just that I absolutely trust Shanahan. Totally. But I can't sit here and say that I think he's going to out-coach Andy Reid. Nor can I say that I think Andy Reid's going to out-coach him.
That seems to be the question that sort of came up. We were talking to Orberger about that earlier. What? By the way, let me ask you. Why you said you'd pick Reid? Why? What does Andy Reid offer you that Kyle Shanahan doesn't?
Wins.
What do you?
Super Bowls, Lombardies.
What answer is that?
It's the answer.
Kyle Shanahan doesn't offer wins?
Not Lombardies. I mean, get it done, Kyle, and then maybe I'll pick you. Right now, you're my runner-up.
That's such a weak answer, and you know
it's a strong answer.
It's a terrible answer.
Andy knows how to win the big game.
He does.
Yeah, he's done it.
Got it.
All Kyle does is squander 28-3 leads, and now I'm trying to get mad and trying to get you mad.
Not gonna work. This is a stupid answer. He's got Patrick Mahomes.
Right. Who was nobody until Andy got his hands on him.
God.
9 players got taken. Here's why I want Andy Reid.
Okay.
And not Kyle Shanahan.
Give me a real answer. Don't give me
the 2017 NFL draft. How about that?
Don't give me the drunk guy at the end of the bar. Get it done.
Lombardies.
Lombardies. Get it done.
Dibs, half in the bag.
We got to get it done.
The answer is the 2017 draft.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Kyle
Yes.
thought that it would be cool to draft Solomon Thomas.
Yes, he did.
Andy moved up to take Patrick Mahomes. End of argument. End of discussion. Kyle got lucky with Brock Purdy. Kyle squandered draft picks to get Trey Lance, and then he happened to fall into Brock Purdy.
How come? Well, now, wait a minute. He got lucky?
Pretty lucky. I mean, he saw a player that he wanted,
okay,
and he went out of his way to take him with the last pick.
Peter King on the drafting of Brock Purdy.
Kyle Shanahan, when they were trying to decide what they were going to do, he said in that room, I love this quarterback. This is the guy I want to take. And so all of a sudden, a chorus of other coaches come up and say, oh, man, we need this linebacker. We need this receiver. This guy is going to help us. We got 2 quarterbacks already. You just traded 3 ones last year to pick Trey Lance. Who cares about a quarterback and if we lose him? It doesn't matter. But Kyle Shanahan and the management of this team made a decision that I'm telling you ticked off some people in that room when they took Brock Purdy, because who has any idea about a quarterback from Iowa State? However, Kyle Shanahan knew one thing, and it was the most important thing, and it was the reason why he ended up taking Brock Purdy with the 262nd and final pick in the draft. And he knew that Brock Purdy was not going to sign with the 49ers in free agency. He knew it. So he said, if we want this guy, if I love him so much, we got to pick him. So they picked him. And obviously they lost out on a couple of guys who might have made their team, because every year there's 1 or 2 or 3 guys who is an undrafted rookie who comes in on all teams in the NFL and makes the team. But I think the coaches who are arguing against that are pretty happy this evening that Kyle Shanahan got his back up and said, hey, we're taking Brock Purdy.
It's like I said, it's my whole theme today. You got to take 2. You have to take 2 points. You don't get 1. So in other words, if you're going to blame him for Trey Lance, and spoiler alert, you should.
Yeah.
Then he gets credit for Brock Purdy.
He gets credit,
well,
but let's not.
You didn't give him credit. You
no, he gets credit, but let's not fall over ourselves talking about how much he loves Brock Purdy, because he passed on him 8 times, and then he got to the last pick in the draft, and he took Brock Purdy. So, if you loved him that much, if you thought that he would be this good of a quarterback, you wouldn't have waited until the 262nd pick in the draft.
Every pick goes through the filter of when they're going to be available. So, you don't need to reach out of your mind. I'm going to give credit to teams when they draft good players, whenever they pick them.
Of course.
George Kittle, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, Brock Purdy. All of those picks, we blow them off. We leave our TV. They don't. I love that story because that tells people something that I don't think fans envision. I don't think fans think that people are screaming at each other in the war room in the 7th round for the last pick in the draft. They think that the 7th round is the same way we do the last round in our fantasy draft. Just people start getting up, adjusting their belt, you wipe the Cheez-Its off of your chest, and you look at your friends and go, I'm kind of half drunk. What kicker is still left? And you don't even know who the hell you're picking. Oh, is this somebody named Jake? Does he kick for the Steelers? Whatever. Doesn't matter anymore.
I'm trying to remember who I even drafted this year.
Yeah, but that's not what the Niners do. It's not what the NFL teams do. Every pick is valuable, and if you pick a good player, you get an attaboy. You get an attaboy.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
But let's not pretend that, he had his eyes set on Brock Purdy the entire time.
That's not the point.
Yeah.
That's not the point.
Sometimes the revisionist history.
No, but
he gets credit for making the pick.
But you're whittling down the Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan conversation to one pick. And they've both made good picks and bad picks.
Sure. That, to me, is a big part of it.
So Andy Reid saw Patrick Mahomes, and my God, he gets credit for that, and he gets credit for coaching him up.
Absolutely.
And all of those things.
And I give him also credit for being in the Super Bowl now for the 4th time in the last 5 years.
Okay.
And that's something that Kyle's yet to do.
But if we're going to compare the two and ask where Andy Reid was 7 years into his head coaching career, wasn't here. Wasn't this. It wasn't this good.
I wonder where he was 7 years in.
He was with the Eagles.
Right.
And had some good teams and some near misses. But it wasn't this consistently good. And by the way, I'd argue it was with a more experienced, more accomplished quarterback than what Kyle has dealt with. And Kyle has now done it with 2 different quarterbacks.
Yeah, Andy made the Super Bowl in year 6.
Okay.
So 1 Super Bowl in his first 7.
Kyle made it in year 3, and this is 2 Super Bowls in his first 7.
Yep, and Andy had 5 winning seasons in his first 7, and I think Kyle's had the same. Kyle opened up with a dud, and the year Jimmy got hurt, they were 6-10, and I think other than those 2 years, he's had a winning record every year. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, so the Warriors' second half is coming up here shortly. We're going to send you out there shortly. But before we do, we got plenty of time for all of these conversations throughout the week, and we look forward to them. First and foremost thing I want to do, those of you who hopped over and hung out with us on the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, man, you're awesome. You're awesome.
Yeah.
We're loose and all over the place. And we're going to continue that throughout the week. Again, we'll do that on Wednesday and Thursday. But tomorrow, our regularly scheduled show, and we got a hell of a show. Peter King and Steve Kerr and the great Doc Pandia are all going to be on. So that's tomorrow. But for Dibs, I'm Mark, and that's it for us today. Let's get you out to Warriors basketball in Brooklyn, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Where the good times never fade away. Visit CashCreek.com to learn more about California's premier casino and resort.
Jonathan Kuminga attacks. Again, drives in. Just moved Cam Johnson right out of the way and slammed it down. Right there, you saw the strength, the quickness, and the athleticism of Jonathan Kuminga.
The Warriors are teaming up with Kaiser Permanente and the Athletes Corner to turn points into meals with swishes for dishes. For each point the Warriors score, 100 meals will be donated to Bay Area families. Visit Warriors.com/swish to learn more. Let's get back to Tim Roy in the DoorDash radio booth. Warriors down 6.
Thank you, RC. And, of course, Golden State with a sloppy first half, 43 points. That's a Warriors season low for first half points. They had 42 in the second half earlier this year, but 43 is definitely the low for the first half. They trailed by 6, and Steve Kerr and the squad still searching for answers.
The truth is we've been searching all season. That's why we are where we are. We have not found the identity. We haven't found rotations. We haven't found a starting lineup that we've been able to kind of hang our hats on. And so that search continues. You keep You keep working. You keep plugging away every day with the expectation, especially with a group of players who have accomplished so much, that you're going to find it.
Well, let's see if they can find something here in half number 2. It's the same 5 that opened the game. Curry, Draymond, Klay Thompson, Kuminga, and Podziemski. Warriors attacking the basket to our left. Podziemski to Kuminga. Kuminga topside. Waits. Right-hand dribble drive. Goes up over Claxton and slams it down. A little elevation